From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 seconds left to go. Casey's across the timeline, and he'll dribble it out. The 47-year wait is over. The Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world. They are champions. And Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea can rest or die in peace.
Wow. And with that, we open up the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations to the Denver Nuggets for taking out the Miami Heat in 5 games, 94-89. Denver radio with the call. Joker is the NBA MVP, and this season has come to an end.
I have to say, I have to correct that play-by-play guy. There is no Nugget fan on either coast. On no sea and no shining sea is there a Denver Nugget fan. There's fans in Denver and in the Mountain Time Zone, which I'm told is a rumor. But there are no Nugget fans on either coast.
I don't know if I can name one Denver fan that I grew up with. Normally, I got Phoenix Suns growing up with the Kevin Johnson, Charles Barkley teams. The Trailblazers back in the day, if you like Clyde the Glide, Drexler, and Cliff Robinson, and that squad, you get some random fandom, but do you even have any of the young kids anymore today, or are they all going to happen during the off season? Yeah,
that'll happen. I mean, you have the kids will watch, they'll wear, you'll see, you don't see Denver jerseys. I mean, I never do. I go to my kid's school. I mean, maybe one. But the kid that would wear them wears like everybody's jersey. They don't really count.
I'm glad this is over. Get Miami out of here. That was ugly, hideous basketball. I know Mike Breen and them had to hype it up as the defensive intensity has really picked up. I saw you tweet, what is this, a 90s game with the Knicks and the Heat? Ugly shooting everywhere. Get this thing over with. The sports world is absolutely dead anyway, so I texted you guys, we need Denver to win this thing to have the legacy discussions. I'm glad this is finished.
It was a very 90s game. It lacked efficiency. It lacked shot making. It was awful. It was an awful game.
Yeah.
The bad, meh series. I mean, they played hard, sure, cool. But I'm not even sure Miami played hard the entire series. I know they didn't.
Miami could not take advantage. Denver shot 18% from 3. They shot 13 of 23 from the free throw line, and the Heat still could not capitalize.
No.
I shinxed the game as I was trying to come out on top in the Jimmy Butler debate on whether he's a true one that could ever win a championship with him as the leader of your team or the best player on your team. And I texted the group chat. Jimmy's not that guy. There you go. Mark Jackson just called him out. Hey, Jimmy, here you go. Season on the line. 4th quarter. Step up. I texted it to you all. I texted it to Kevin Gray. And then bam. KGBT. And then bam. Butler goes off for like 13 straight points. Yeah. So that made it interesting down the stretch, but it wasn't enough. Kevin Love had 3 points. Jimmy only ended up with 21 on 5 of 18 shooting. Adebayo had 18 in the first half. He only scored 2 in the second half. And then you had your Gabe Vincents and your Struces, who Van Gundy said way too much pressure was put on their shoulders. But that's because, they don't have that superstar firepower at the top.
Jimmy had a Fred Brown moment.
Fred Brown.
1982, Georgetown, Carolina. You remember the pass. The pass to nobody. This pass, Sean.
Oh, yep.
This pass right to James Worthy.
Yep.
It was right there. That's exactly what that was.
Yep.
It was awful. An awful play by Jimmy Butler, who he had a great playoff run. He had not an all-time great, but it was a, from our era standpoint, that was a great playoff run, and they just didn't have enough. I don't think Denver's some all-time great team.
No.
They're good, but they're not, I wouldn't put them in the top 5 of the last decades worth of champions.
Top 5 playoff champion in the last decade?
I would think at least 2 of the Warrior ones were better.
No doubt.
LeBron's 16 was better. I would probably say the bronze bubble team was better. And then the Spurs in 2013 with Kawhi and at the end of the run. I mean, that right?
Could be at risk of being the forgotten championship, just like they were a forgotten number 1 seed. Jamal Murray only had 14 points in this game. The Joker ends up with 28, 16, and 4. He's throwing Jamal Murray in the team swimming pool afterwards. He was on stage, and they're like, are you looking forward to the parade? And he's like, parade? When? When's the parade? He looks at the PR guy. They're like, Thursday. He's like, God, I want to go back home. I think he's talking about going home to Serbia. He wants to get out of there like Luka as soon as possible. And the Joker said, not that big of a deal that he won an NBA ring.
We succeed in our jobs, and we won it. We won the whole thing. It's an amazing feeling. But like I said before, but I think it's not the most important thing in the world. Still, there is a bunch of things that I like to do. But it's a good feeling when you know that you did something that nobody believes, and it was just us. It's just the organization of Denver Nuggets believe in us. Every player believe in each other. And I think that's the most important thing.
Isaiah Thomas, the senior Zeke, afterwards said it puts him in the legendary category for what he has done statistically in the finals. I don't know if there's anyone who's ever had a statistical run in the finals as a center as he had in these categories. And that's what I brought up last week when he was putting up some of these monster stat lines. Is this going to be an all-time great NBA finals? It's already an... Look, we're going to get into all the bar discussions and the happy hour discussions. Where is he on the centers list? Where's Denver? Is this a Dirk title? Where does this rank in terms of the Dirk titles? It is, though, no debate, an all-time great story. The lowest drafted player to win finals MVP, passing Dennis Johnson, who was drafted 29th in 1979. 41st overall in the second round, and that's an all-time great story.
Yeah, this is why, like...
the little chubby photo that everyone passes around.
Yeah, but this is also why, like, the NBA draft is... putting your stock in the NBA draft is really... It's a difficult thing. Yeah, you could look and see examples, but if you're not drafted at the very top of the draft, you're not finding somebody that's going to lead you to a championship. More like, and there are examples. There are plenty of guys, but it's few and far between. The majority, like, and Bassick has talked about this, NBA championships are won by about 3 guys every decade. About 3 guys.
When was Kawhi drafted?
Oh, I had to go back and look.
So Joker joins Freak, Dirk, Tony Parker, Duncan, and Hakeem as the only players born overseas to take home the finals
2011
MVP. But what round?
Oh, first.
Where?
15th.
15th. Okay. So
15th.
15 and up. Because you get your Freaks, you get your Dirks.
Yeah, I mean, what was Dirk? 7 or 9? I can't remember. But you'll get guys that it's like, and the first 10 picks is your first round, and your next 10 picks is your second round of the NFL draft, and you want to put a lot of stock that the second round pick is going to lead you to a Super Bowl title. I mean, okay, go ahead. On
the other side, Jimmy Butler in defeat.
You never know what the team's going to look like next year or the year after that. I'm just grateful. I learned so much. They taught me so much, and I wish I could have got it done for these guys because they definitely deserve it. But the one thing that I'm going to take from it is how grateful I am to be able to compete with them.
877-881-1053 is the chartwork.com text line. Don't know why Bobby Belt is in early, but here he is strutting into the room. Oh, he thinks he's RJ Slave. You forgot your RJ Slave supposed to be getting him more coffee. What did Peyton break the machine?
Peyton broke the machine.
I
went downstairs, and guess what? The people downstairs, first of all, they have a Keurig.
Oh.
Second of all, they hide the cups. Third of all, there's coffee made, but it's cold. So I'm going to put this thing in the microwave like Sean does.
Yeah. How many people are down there? And
there's like 4 or 5 of them down there.
And they don't have a big pot. They just go and get individual cups.
I guess, yeah.
Do I need to go to McDonald's real quick before, since I'm really technically only supposed to be on at 6 o'clock, Sean.
That's right.
So, should I get coffee?
What's wrong with the coffee machine?
Is it broken, Chop?
I thought the hail knocked it out yesterday. I thought it was a storm issue.
I think it tripped, and I hit the breaker. It's still.
It's fried.
It's fried.
Get rid of it.
How are you going to be on no coffee?
I don't know. I guess water. I'll just assume it's coffee.
Well, the water's not working either. I just tried that.
Oh.
8
See, that doesn't make sense.
that's a
Storms
problem.
don't knock out water, so what's going on with
The
that?
sink in the bathroom worked with water, but
Put your mouth on that.
Oh, man. I drank some tap water yesterday at my house.
Oh, the worst.
Awful.
No, not good.
Yeah.
Worst.
877-881-1053 is the TruckWreck.com text line. Bobby's in early good because we need to talk about the ugliness of this crazy Ranger game. Of course, we have a brand new giveaway this week, 7:20 during the Expressway, but the wild Rangers game in Arlington to kick off the Angels series next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tolo Tuesday here on your home of the Rangers. That means Rangers Players Show at 3.
Shohei Ohtani takes a first pitch cutter, goes the other way, and gives Los Angeles a 7-5 lead.
And that would end it late last night here on your home for Rangers baseball. Steve Buechele said it's fist pump time, according to Roberto.
It's always fist pump time when I'm here.
In early on a Tolo Tuesday, Steve Buechele said this Angels series could be more important than the Rays one, and the Rangers lose the opener after blowing multiple opportunities to go ahead and walk this thing off. Ohtani hits his second home run of the night, his 8th homer in 13 games. He overtakes Aaron Judge from the American League lead. He's got 20 on the year. It was his 10th career multi-homer game. And Choppy, a lot of Tolos are asking, why did the Rangers pitch to him? Why did you pitch to him in that situation? I think I think we started off there in that situation with the man on second.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to check how many outs there were.
Well, there was none. It was the leadoff. You talking about in the 12th?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the first bat of the inning.
He was the first batter.
So
that makes it.
I mean,
Makes
look,
it what?
it was you had a lefty, and then Trout up next.
Yeah.
So it's like pick your poison, and I know, I know Trout's not having the same year that he's accustomed to having. Baseball players don't think of it that way. They say it's Mike Trout, and they're not going to pitch to him. They don't care about.
They were careful to him last night.
Yeah, they don't care about the first 70 games. They care about the first 10 years. Only Bobby cares about the previous day and judging the player just based solely on that day, except for Dak Prescott. That's why.
Only when it fits my narrative.
Right. That's why. You would much rather pitch to Ohtani as a lefty than Trout as a righty if you have a lefty on the hill, I would think.
Multiple chances to win this game, though.
Mm-hmm.
You get thrown out at the plate. You get different guys up in different situations. This game was crazy. This game had everything in it. I've never seen an infielder go up the wall down the third baseline. That happened. We had balk drama and arguing taking place. We had everything in this game until Ohtani took over to put on that little doofy thing they're wearing in the Angels dugout.
We had awful defense. We had wild pitches. We had, I mean, gosh, that what was that inning where they went on that the fifth inning where Dunning had the wild pitch, Adolis' throw got away. They scored on both of those. It was just.
How was that an error, by the way? Side note. I don't think it should have been error on either person. I don't think
are you talking about on the wild pitch?
No, the Adolis throw from right.
Oh,
that went to Duran at second. They charged first. I thought they charged Duran with the error, but then they ended up charging Garcia, and I was like, that wasn't a wild throw that got away. But that was a side.
I'm trying to think if a guy gets an extra base, an error has to go to somebody.
Yeah, because there would have been no scoring there if it wasn't for just poor defense. You know what they need? They need team errors. Just like in general, your defense screwed up. That's a team error on everybody.
I thought the Angels were going to choke this away late in this game. You had the second baseman fall down and slip. Yep. That was a heart-stopping moment. Then the shortstop, he freaked out and panicked and probably threw over there to first base with 10 miles per hour of extra juice on it.
It was. I mean, they had some defensive gaffes of their own, but the Rangers have plenty of chances to win. First of all, when you're up
second and third with Young up, second and third, and he strikes out, then Jonah pops out.
When you're up 5-0, I don't care what inning it is. I mean, that's a game you need to win. I mean, teams lose their edge when they're down 5-0 after 3 innings. They just lose their offensive edge. They're just you're trying to hit it. You stop doing team at bats, start doing kind of selfish at bats, start just swinging from your ass, and that's it worked though. It worked for the Angels last night. Ohtani hit an absolute moonshot of a home run against Anderson. Dunning threw a ball 48 feet, and then about 6 feet left. I don't know where the hell that thing was going. But yeah, it was an ugly game for them.
I was sitting there. I was so sure though in the 12th. I was like, Simeon's homering here. Given how this game has gone, Simeon's homering. This is going to be 9-9 going into the 13th.
Was he 0 for 6?
Is that what he finished with?
Oh, 0 for 7. My bad.
Jeez. Yeah.
0 for 7.
And
Lowe was 0 for 6. Garcia was 0 for 5.
Look, I'm somebody who likes to own up to my mistakes, particularly when it's 5:49 in the morning and I'm not even supposed to be on the air yet. And so I will say, ever since on Friday morning when I really fought you on the Rangers are the best team in baseball, or actually I think it was Thursday morning, they've lost 4 of their last 5. So
it's not. That's
it's gonna happen.
I can't hold you to the wall for that. You lost 2 of 3, and then you lost this opener.
Yeah,
I look at it as 3 of 4.
But you lost the last one to the Cardinals too, and so I feel like I'm the one who's been holding Jared Sandler's feet to the fire about his jinxes routinely throughout the season. So I've got to own it, but I'm only going to own it at 5:49. And if you ask me about it at 7:40, I'll say I never said that.
Why are you in here early?
My brother-in-law was in town and he had a 4:25 boarding time at DFW Airport.
4:25 boarding time.
Yeah, so I got up at 3:30 and dropped him off.
All right, you got up at 3:30. Normally you would wake up at what time?
Between 4:30 and 5.
how far are you from DFW Airport and Flower Mound?
15 minutes, maybe a little more.
What? Make his ass take a Uber.
I'll be honest.
That's you can't do that family.
Yes, you can. This is a humongous pet peeve of mine. This is so This is so rude.
You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose.
Well,
you're gonna lose.
It's selfish.
I did.
My brother-in-law does this to my poor father-in-law. He's like, he lives in Irving and he takes flights like twice a week. And my father-in-law is getting up at 3:00 in the morning for no reason. You take an $8 Uber ride instead of being selfish and inconveniencing the rest of your house to wake up at 3:30 a.m. to drop you off 15 minutes away. Get a Lyft.
I'll be honest. I hadn't even thought of that possibility until you mentioned it during the break earlier. I don't know why that hadn't popped in my head because literally about 3 weeks ago when her mom left town, I got up and quickly realized I'm too tired. I don't want to drive. And so I just called her an Uber.
Yeah, when my parents land, I pick them up. When we're not doing the show, I drop them off. That's standard.
Yeah.
But, I mean, people fly out at 4:00 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning, and not living 40 or 45 minutes away from the airport. If you're within 15 minutes, get a car.
Yeah, I mean, my whole thing, I guess it didn't register with me as that bad because I was just like, it's an hour earlier than I normally would. And so
At 3:30.
Yeah, I know. But like, I mean, I'm the one who will run on my 3 hours of sleep or whatever. I was able to, cram in a 4.5 hour sleep cycle. That's our 90-minute increments there, Sean, as I've educated you guys on. So that's 3 sleep cycles.
That's mind-boggling.
So I'm good. I'm ready to go.
The 4 a.m. Uber though scares the hell out of me because I've had it miss. I've had it not show up, and it's not easy to get an Uber out in the country where we live, Sean, at 4 a.m.
Yeah,
Okay.
see, that's the other thing is that I would guess is that I could have scheduled one the night
I've
before, but
scheduled
if I
before,
call for one in the morning, I've done this before. I've tried to Uber out of Flower Mound at 5 in the morning if I've got an early flight or whatever, and it will, when it accepts the ride, it says your driver's 16 minutes away. Like we don't have a lot of Uber traffic coming through Flower Mound at that time, but it was fine. Had I thought of it, I probably would have called. I just wasn't
Would he
thinking.
have been offended?
No.
Would she have said, get up and take my brother to the airport yourself?
Probably because it's her favorite family member. She didn't say that with her mom.
Wow, interesting. Yeah.
All right, y'all tell me.
Because the airport pickup is an art. The airport pickup's an art form.
Especially DFW,
Oh, yeah,
dude.
it's an art form, man.
How's it an art form?
Oh, the timing. You pull up as they're walking out.
Oh, well,
that's an art form.
Many people would argue it's rude to just do the pull-up. I've been told that before.
Oh,
you have to be in there waiting.
Yeah, I hear you. Yep.
At the baggage.
Yeah,
you have to be in there and give the big old grand hug and find the spot versus just the pull-up.
To be fair, when were we coming back from Super Bowl where Amanda and Kristen were waiting inside the airport? And I remember thinking, I was like, why would you wait in here? Like, just go wait at the car. I would have walked out.
You remember
like,
that?
so.
They wanted you to see the kids.
Yeah, it's nice. It's sweet. It's good. Like, I get to see the kids. I can tell. But like in my head, I'm just like, y'all could have waited in the car.
Look, a lot of times it's easier to park versus get ushered out.
Oh,
at Love. Yeah. I mean, I haven't been to Love for a while, but
Love is easy. You just loop the thing.
No, but looping is a pain.
Pain in the butt.
It's
DFW just sit there. They never tell you. They never say anything at DFW.
What I hate is like, oh, I missed my my gate here at DFW. I guess I'll turn around in the next 5 miles.
All right, Chop. So if you had the 4:25 boarding, you would expect Sarah to drop you off.
She would say she would. It depends on where we are. If we're at her place, she wouldn't let me Uber. It's too expensive.
Okay.
It'd be at least $30.
Yeah, but your place.
My place about 15 minutes.
How would that conversation go?
I would probably just tell her I'm just taking an Uber. My nephew's been driving us. He's either for free. That's one of his jobs.
Oh,
Tindy fingers.
Tindy fingers.
To drive you once a year.
Drive us once a year to the airport
for your Cabo flight.
So yeah, I would probably just get a car.
All right, y'all, tell me what the expectation. What would be the ruling in your house? 3:30 wake up, 4:25 boarding, and it's a 15-minute ride to the airport. Pepe, where do you stand on this?
Well, I'm in Rockwall, so I'm about, with toll roads, I'm still about 45, 50 minutes out from the airport.
Oh, God.
So
you're expecting a drop-off?
Yeah, the butler will usually take me over there, which is my dad usually.
Trucker to come text line. Use the Wings app.
What's that?
It's early morning flights, schedule ahead of time, drivers guaranteed. Wings app. No, they don't cancel apparently.
Okay.
WINGZ.
All right, let me know. Well, what's the ruling on it? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line to hit us up here on the show. Does the Denver title belong in the dirt category after the Nuggets won the championship last night? That's next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Murray guarded by Jimmy Butler. Back over to Bruce Brown. Bounce pass Jokic in the paint. Spin move on Adebayo. Jump shot. Good! A bucket here. This place is going to explode again. KCP has it on the high left side. Throws it off over to Joker. Floater. Yes!
And the Joker wins the NBA MVP. Denver waits 47 years, and they have their NBA championship as they take out the Heat in 5. Bobby Bell, good job calling this series just like you did in the Western Conference Finals. Our NBA insider. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And then we have to have the legacy discussions. We are the Legacy Show. We know how everyone is going to react and how they're going to judge everyone moving forward in their rightful place in history. Let's start off with where this ranks in the Dirk title category. There's two different categories. There's the super team. There's the Dirk titles. I think it was 12 years ago yesterday that the Mavericks beat Miami when we were there with Grego in the elevator. So you have Dirk. You have Giannis over the Suns. You have Kawhi in Toronto. And now you have this one. Immediate order, in your mind, most impressive to least impressive. Try not to be homers.
Most impressive just in a vacuum with the team they were playing with, or including the run of teams they went against?
The run of teams that you went against, who you took out, and then, of course, your performance and what happened in the finals. Because, look, we just could barely remember in the commercial break who Giannis's Bucks beat. So looking back on the teams that everyone went up against is going to be difficult. We all remember the Dirk run. That's going to be tough to top.
Well, it is because you had the two-time defending champs in Kobe.
And they swept them.
Yeah. Look, it's, and also,
and the super team. Like, people don't even remember the Lakers from that run first. That was the Heatles.
It was.
That was freaking impressive.
There's no doubt. Now, Toronto and Kawhi did beat the Warriors, who had KD, who was hurt. Remember, that was when he had the...
was that the Draymond ejection or suspension as well?
That was LeBron, right?
That was against the Cavs, yeah.
So, now remember, they had Durant tore his Achilles in that series.
Yep.
That was the Achilles tear series.
Yep.
But just on the run, you're beating. You did go through the Warriors. That was big. There's no doubt about that one.
I would also add that Denver may be last on this list in the Dirk titles because Jamal Murray, by far the second best player on any of these teams. Was he the best Robin? He certainly was better than any Maverick number 2. Chris Middleton for Milwaukee. And then who was the 2?
Lowry in Toronto. Or Siakam.
Yeah, Pascal Siakam kind of broke out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that was heading into that playoffs, everybody would have said it was Lowry. But then Siakam, the way he played throughout it, he became it during that playoff run. It's probably, man,
I'm gonna go Dirk. As I said, don't be a homer. Kawhi 2, Giannis, and this one.
Yeah, I think that's right.
That'd be mine.
That's the order.
I have to go see who Toronto went through as well. Let me go look to see who they went through that year. In the
I mean, Milwaukee didn't have like the easiest run. They beat Brooklyn in 7 games, and that was the one shot that Harden, Kyrie, Durant team had.
Was that the Durant 3-point line when he stepped on it? Was that series? When they if he was a foot or two backwards. But either way, Brooklyn, who else did they go through in that?
They beat Miami. They opened against Miami. They beat Brooklyn. They beat Atlanta, and then they beat Phoenix.
Ugh. Atlanta overachiever.
Atlanta was an overachiever for sure. Miami, they swept them. Look, Denver, the biggest check in Denver's favor is just they were dominant. Like they didn't have you've got the 7-game series there. Dallas almost blew the first round series. They were up 2-0 on Portland. Portland won the next 2, and that game 4 was an awful game where they let Brandon Roy with no knees bring them back from down 20, and everybody felt like this is another collapse. Dallas is done. And then from that point on, that game 5 on, they went 14-3 the rest of the playoff run. So they were dominant after that. But for me, it's Denver. I don't think we can discount just how dominant Denver was, even though they didn't. The team with the most wins that they played during this run was 45, I think. Ugh. It was Miami or Phoenix.
Toronto, when they won, went through. They had a first round matchup with Orlando, nothing. Then they went through Philadelphia. That was the 7-game series where Kawhi hit that shot that rimmed around the
10-second
78
shot,
times.
Yeah.
And then they went through Giannis in Milwaukee. They lost the first 2 games in the road, then won the next 4. And then they get to Golden State.
Okay.
That was fun.
It's a good run. That's a good run, I think.
Yeah, because you went through Embiid and you went through Giannis, and then you went through Durant and the Warriors. That's a good run.
So I'm going to go the Dirk title because, again, you had the defending champs and you had the Heatles.
And you had the most loaded team that's never won a title in league history.
OKC.
Westbrook, Harden, and Durant. And you
Young.
also have Steven. It wasn't Steven Adams or Perkins on that team. It's a good team.
Perkins, that was Jeff Green was on that team who was contributing this playoff run for Denver. The biggest thing about that Oklahoma City team, they were really, really talented. I remember thinking it all the time back then. I was like, this is the dumbest basketball team I've ever watched. Because they were just young and stupid. They'd take awful shots. They hadn't learned to play basketball yet. I mean, everybody there though, Durant, Harden, and Westbrook, I think were all 23 or younger during that series. But I mean, Dallas's run is just always going to be incredibly impressive to me because of all the hurdles that they went over. Dirk's performances where he's, putting up 48 and, shooting 12 of 15 in that game and 20 of 20 from the line or whatever he did. That to me is always going to be number one.
All right, next happy hour debate. Joker, best player in the league today. And then where does this put him all time? Best player in the league today? We take him next 3 years over anybody else?
Yeah, I think so. But I'm like,
Have we ever had another player as well where he won MVP twice and we still didn't put him at the very top of the league? And then we all watch him nationally play every single game throughout a playoff run. And now we crown him after he won the MVP twice when we had these top 3, top 5 discussions and he always got lost. He always got forgotten in the mix.
I feel like we put him on the top 3, top 5, but he was
it'd be at like 5.
It was the name that we just kind of like, oh yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah.
No, I can't think of any, but this part of it is I think where you're drafted too. You get drafted so late. You had no fanfare coming in the league.
And where you play.
Right, where you play.
Nobody cares about the Denver Nuggets. I don't care how many times Russ is sitting there with Peyton Manning and Sean Payton.
Michael Malone, the coach, he missed the playoffs his first 3 years as their coach. Who keeps their job in today's NBA when you miss the playoffs your first 3 years? We just saw the stat this year that there's only 4 coaches that have been around since 2019. 4.
Is it too early for an all-time centers list? I'm trying to fit him into the Ewing Robinson category, like behind your Shaqs, behind your Kareems. Can he make a case with Elijah Wan or just barely behind him? In what area of that list does Joker now fit?
So his
style is closer to Kareem to Hakeem.
Well, yes, style.
Yeah, he's more Hakeem like Hakeem, obviously,
but just greatness.
If Hakeem played in today's era, Hakeem would play like Jokic does. It's just Hakeem played in a different era, so he didn't quite use all the tools that he had. So I guess that's the thing. If his career ended today, he's obviously stopping short. But I think if we just project out and say, let's say this is even a period of slight decline. Next year starts a slight decline, and he just has kind of a good but not great career the rest of the way. But he had what he had to this point.
Put these 3 in order. Joker, Ewing, D-Rob.
Robinson, Joker, Ewing.
Ooh, Robinson, Joker, Ewing.
I think by the end of their careers, we're going to say
but Joker would be better.
Jokic, Robinson, Ewing. Right now, I would say
everyone's putting David Robinson over Patrick.
I would.
Yeah.
Okay.
I might go ahead and just say now. We're getting close to saying Jokic is already above Ewing.
Okay. Is there another center that I'm forgetting that needs to be thrown into the mix?
Let's see.
Modern era?
Yeah, because you throw Wilton Russell.
we're not
I'd
ranking
throw them
Mike
out.
in.
Okay, I mean, like to me, Hakeem is above all three of those, so he wouldn't be one of those.
Right.
Shaq
No.
above.
Yep.
Shaq and Hakeem are to me the top two modern.
Choppy, what else you got?
Kareem, Shaq, Hakeem. You got to take Wilton Russell out because we didn't see him. But no, I think he's like, right now, modern era since like 1980. He's probably the 5th best center.
Okay. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. What else you got?
Do you call it? Would you include Duncan in that?
I mean, I always thought of Duncan as a center, but he's not, so you can't put him in there. If you did, he's ahead of, almost all of them except for 1 or 2.
I put him in the 4 category. It also makes things more convenient to argue.
It does. It makes it a lot easier.
A
lot. Are we missing some? I feel like we're missing somebody.
All-time great centers. That's why we open up the truckwreck.com text line and ask where Joker belongs. So we have Hakeem above, Shaq above, and maybe David Robinson above right now.
See, I'm just looking down there. I mean, you got guys like, oh no, yeah, I mean Walton would have been one, but he got hurt.
Interesting 30 for 30. If y'all want to go ahead and
the Bill
watch
Walton one.
Yeah,
I've got to see it. I've heard it's good.
He should have won this 3rd MVP. If you look at centers who have won 3 MVPs in the history of the league, it was Moses Malone, Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, and Kareem. That's it.
Yeah, that's why Kendrick Perkins is trending this morning, because of his comments, and they're putting clown faces on him. And look, they were never going to give it to Joker after he won 2 straight. It just wasn't going to happen. Someone just had to put up an even argument, and Embiid did. So there you go. Joel Embiid cared more about the MVP than advancing to the playoffs. So congratulations. We have 2 centers with championships. Embiid got his, and now Joker has his.
I do think that it's funny that we had that stat we threw out after it was like, all you got to do is turn Jokic into just a scorer. Like take the passing out of say, and we had that stat that SportsCenter put up where it's like the last 8 games where he has 4 assists or fewer, they've lost all of them. And then these last 2 closeout games, he had exactly 4 assists, and they won both of them. And it's just because of how dominant they were defensively and how great Joker is.
The Perkins appearance this morning is going to be kind of must-see TV.
Right. Maybe we spy on it. We just patch it through live on the morning show. Jimmy Butler legacy is.
Look, his legacy is that he's the best. He at least has one now.
Has
this was a very much a net positive last 2 months for Jimmy Butler.
No doubt.
He is in the category now where if he wins a title, he'll have a legacy. James Harden doesn't have a legacy.
Is Jimmy Butler a Hall of Famer?
I mean, again, contrast to the NBA Hall of Fame, yes.
In your mind.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't, like, if he was a professional, if he was in the NFL or Major League Baseball, I wouldn't put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you think Manu Ginobili a better player than Jimmy Butler?
No. I love Manu. I think Manu
But you think Manu's a Hall of Famer, right?
Yes,
I thought you were pretty.
I throw the international in with Manu.
No, in your mind.
Yes. It's different.
Yes.
Yes, he is, but it's different. They have different rules. He's in a different wing of the Hall of Fame. Jimmy would have to be in the one wing. You can't be in the one wing without a ring. Manu is not in the one wing. Manu is in the ultimate team basketball player wing. So it's that's what the Hall of Fame is different for everybody, right?
Where do you put Jimmy now?
I think he is a Hall of Famer. He's obviously now he's taken 2 teams to the NBA Finals where he was the guy. And he's had, if you look statistically at his career, he is one of the better players of his era. But it's like, it's the question of, who I wonder if he's going to be? Who is the top scorer in the NBA during the 80s? Who was it?
Top scorer in the NBA? I'll guess Bird.
Nope.
But it's probably going to be Alex English.
It was Alex English. And nobody thinks of Alex, like everybody thinks of the 80s as like the revival of the NBA and the peak of the NBA. And oh my gosh, the Showtime Lakers and the fast-paced tempo. And it got us into the 90s where everything bogged down and slowed down. But when you think about that and think about that era, and then you go, Alex English was the top guy. And Alex English largely, I think, is forgotten. by everybody. And I kind of wonder if that's going to be Jimmy Butler's legacy, is when we're going to look back and go, oh, Jimmy Butler made 2 finals. He was one of the best players in the league at the time. That's weird. I completely forgot about him 20 years later.
I agree. So there it is. A little Sean and RJ legacy discussion here after Denver wins the championship last night in 5. All-star voting is out. How much of the Rangers getting represented? How much love for the Rangers in the All-Star game? And Chris Young on what he learned after a humongous weekend and the opener against the Angels next. But look, if you've been
Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Pitch. Durant swings and cranks one to left. Back Ward, he turns, watches, second decker. Ezekiel Duran visits his friends up top once again here at home. A 3-1 run. The Rangers strike first in this one. It's 3-0 Texas.
And that lead would go away.
D plus.
With the call?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Visits his friends in the upper deck again. Come on, Jared.
Wow.
Houston, we have liftoff.
Okay.
I think maybe we should do some mock play-by-plays from you.
I tried to give him some.
No.
He's not listened.
You.
Oh, okay.
You do some.
Oh, I'll do it.
You do 3 different mock play-by-play home runs.
I'll kill it.
You'll kill it?
We should have him sit in studio with me and
He does
we'll
a
go
mock
back and
below
forth.
the belt.
Yep.
Okay. Get the crowd noise and all the effects ready, Pepe. And we'll put Bobby Scully in studio here.
Oh, I'm so ready.
Here, let me make you
More like Bobby Enberg, please.
No, let's do Bobby Sterling.
Ow! Ow! That actually hit me.
If you're on the fan cam, you got a little Bobby crotch grab, which maybe we'll explain if someone gets the video replay of that. And then I just gave him his John Sterling moment. The Rangers blow the lead, and they lose to the Angels 9-6 in the opener last night right here on 105.3 The Fan. Shohei goes yard twice. Rangers lose in extra innings.
He's amazing. I cannot wait, and I am so fascinated to see either the trade compensation they get for him in July and August 1st if they trade him, and the compensation he gets for the contract extension.
Yeah.
Holy cow! This guy could get $60 million a year. I mean, it's probably far-fetched. It's probably closer to 50, but the idea that he's going to get $60 million, I don't think is out of the realm of possibility.
The Rangers are still up 4.5 on the armpit, 5.5 on the Angels. Bobby, how frustrating was this loss?
I mean, this one was bad. It's just you got to put it in the context of it's 162 games, and so they go through these stretches like this naturally, where they're going to have these games where they drop, they're 3-7 in their last 10 or whatever else. And so, I understand that's going to happen. What was frustrating was really just that 5th inning. It was sloppy, and that's what ultimately set it up to where it could go into extra innings. Once it goes into extra innings, I can't be too mad at, Shohei Ohtani hit a home run. What are you going to do about that?
Did you think about not pitching to him? Just put him on first? You would have Trout afterwards.
Probably not. No. I mean,
Trout walked 3 times last night, by the way.
Yeah, and he walked in the next at bat. So obviously I know you can't say, you can't project things out, but let's say in theory you intentionally walk him. You probably attack Trout different if you intentionally walk him, though. I'm guessing they were trying to Reagans was trying to not give him anything great to hit right there with nobody on base. But I don't know. I can't kill him too much for the decision. You got into the 12th inning. The bigger issue here is you went basically 9 innings in a row without putting any runs on the board. You get you put up your 5 in the first 2 or 3 innings or whatever, and then you don't score again until the 12th.
It's crazy. I mean, that happens. It happens in baseball all the time. But at the end of the day, you get a 5-zip lead, you've got to win that game. And they did. They gave up so many opportunities. The defense let them down. The offense let them down. The bullpen let them down. And despite the fact that they had been red hot for 60 games, you lose 2 or 3 to Tampa. I don't think the edge came off them. I don't think they lost their edge in that series at all because they jumped out to a 5-zip lead here.
5-1.
5-1, sorry.
Yeah, 5-1 lead. And Chris Young, with his weekly appearance on this radio station, home of the Rangers with the G-Bag Nation, was asked, what did you guys learn during the Tampa series?
Oh, well, I mean, I think that Tampa they're a great team. Their record speaks for itself, and we knew it was going to be a challenge going in there. And, I think just overall playing, just consistently clean baseball. And I'm not sure there's much we would change or do differently. Tampa just came out ahead in 2 of the 3 games. And I think if we played them another series, we could easily come out ahead just the same. So I think that just continue to play good, clean baseball. If we take care of our business, we pitch well, we field the ball, and we continue to produce offensively. I think I like where this team is and where we can go, but just doing it consistently is the key.
And look, the schedule is going to get tougher. I know you did a little schedule comparison between the Rangers and the Rays. What was it, like 52 versus 48%?
So, yeah, the Rangers at the point had the Rays had played a winning percentage of 52% in the first 60 or 70 games. Rangers had played 48%, but they're virtually identical the rest of the way. They play about just a slight above 500 schedule the rest of the way. Those on this one website that team rankings or whatever. So like the Rays have played a slightly tougher schedule to date. But there's a net difference of 0 the rest of the way, which I think is good because it kind of gives both teams an idea of where they are.
So they've lost 4 out of their last 5. I'm not worried, but I'm starting to micro worry a little bit. I'm not a macro worry. I'm a micro worry because John Gray is now out. John Gray got scratched from the start today, so there's still TBD in terms of who's going to be out there, and then you're going to have Ohtani on the mound later in this series. So these day-to-day pitching matchups with Martin Perez struggling, is Eovaldi going to continue to be the best pitcher in the sport? And now John Gray dealing with a little issue. I'm starting to micro worry a little bit.
Oh, look, when you start, the dominoes start falling a little bit. And, it starts with DeGrom, and then, Dunning's got a bad outing, and Perez got a bad outing, and all of a sudden John Gray's out. It's like, okay.
Yep.
Now it's Eovaldi better win his start.
Yep.
Otherwise, that's how losing streaks happen. Now you need your ace to be a stopper. This team went from their starting rotation being in a position of strength to now being a question mark in the period of about 6 days.
Yes.
Which is something that we always knew was a possibility, though.
It's a possibility for every team in the league.
But especially this one where it felt like, DeGrom getting hurt, that's something that, was a frustrating aspect that we all knew was a possibility. But, that's a little bit outside your control. This one, I feel like, was Dane Dunning. As much as we've enjoyed what he's done, he's been incredibly clutch. He's been one of the most important players on the team this year. You knew he was going to regress back a little bit. He wasn't going to continue to have a 1.67 ERA or whatever it is. And then you look at the last 15 innings he's pitched, he's allowed 11 runs. He gave up 3 runs in the start against the Tigers, then he gave up 4 to the Cardinals, gave up 4 last night to the Angels. You're just starting to get back about where he's supposed to be. I think whenever John Gray's back pitching healthy, John Gray is probably going to regress a little at some point. He's been really good to this point, but the peripherals say he's going to regress some. And so even Eovaldi, who's been really, really good and really dominant at times, there's likely to be at least a little bit of regression. So this is all stuff that I think you were anticipating. You knew it could flip. And that's why, in addition to the DeGrom injury, I think you're saying, all right, we got to go out and get a frontline starter.
All-star voting update. Marcus Semien. The article is up, by the way, at 1053thefan.com. Marcus Semien currently leads all AL second basemen in voting. Jonah Heim is second at catcher, trailing Adley Rutschman. Corey Seager is in second at shortstop. He trails Bo Bichette. Josh Young is second at third, trailing Matt Chapman. So the nice Ranger representation so far is Semien has a commanding lead in the AL race. He's got 345,000 more than Altuve.
Yeah,
and Young is in a dead heat with Chapman.
Yeah, and Altuve didn't play for the start, and he shouldn't be, up there that high. He is because he's Jose Altuve. Bichette is going to really, the Seager is going to be difficult with Bichette because Seager missed a lot of time. And then in the outfield, this is the problem. You could have an amazing season. You're never going to beat Aaron Judge. You're never going to beat Mike Trout. You're never going to outvote those guys.
Yep.
And then you throw in Jordan and Rosarena. It's just very tough.
The other one that is, so Adolis is 6th among American League outfielders. He's got 300,000 votes. So he's behind all the guys you named. Judge, Trout, the other 2, and Kevin Kiermaier from Toronto. So Adolis is coming in. The top 2 vote getters at each position, top 6 outfielders, will advance to the second phase. First round of voting ends on June 22nd. TexasRangers.com to hook them up with your selection.
And of course, third in voting At DH, my guy, Robbie Grossman, and his 700 flat OPS.
Oh,
yeah.
That's some good brand recognition for the Rangers. And speaking of brand recognition, that is killing the Rays in this vote. Tampa doesn't have a single starter right now.
What?
No, they have no fans.
Yeah, that's the problem. They don't have any fans. So Tampa, as great as they've been, and as much as, we've all talked about Diaz and Franco and Rosarena and these guys, like, they don't have a single starter in the all-star lineup right now.
Numbers 2 through 5 in designated hitter, Brandon Belt, Robbie Grossman, Corey Julks, Harold Ramirez, do not even add up to Shohei's lead.
He's going to catch him. Robbie's going to catch him.
So it's 300, 400, 500, and Shohei's got over 9. 2 through 5 add up to 900, 500,000. Shohei's got 900,000.
Wow.
Leading vote getter in the AL, Judge is second with 850.
All right, Rangers back in action tonight against the Angels. Game 2 of the series, 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock.
You know who we really need to get the push going for, though? Here's Josh Young on the voting. Because if he's close at third base, that's the one that you're going to need a vote. Because I don't know that Josh Young is going to make the team if he doesn't win. So that's the one that we need. Jared, with all his Twitter thread stats, he's got to really get behind Josh Young and start pushing the vote there.
You don't think they'll carry 2 third basemen?
I think they'll carry 2 third basemen. I just don't know that he's going to be the other one.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go look and see the third basemen that are going to be close, because it'll wind up being Perez for Kansas City or Chapman, I guess, or maybe even Greinke if you wanted to go down that road. Someone's going to have to be it from, the White Sox, from Boston. I mean, all these teams.
Oakland's
going to have a representative.
We have a major weather alert for the Tolos. Some of our top Tolos. We got a little weather warning for you. And congratulations on RJ Choppy turning into a grandfather next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. If you
With a concert ticket giveaway at 7:20 here on Sean and RJ. But right now, we got to look out for the Fort Worth Tolos, or is it already past them? With a weather alert from downstairs, News Radio 1080 KRLD.
Yeah, Dan Brunoff emailing us about 30 minutes ago says golf ball or bigger size hail is in this thunderstorm. There's a big old supercell going through Tarrant County right now. So it looks like it's right on top of Keller at the moment. Keller heading towards Bedford and a little bit of Flower Mound, as you can see here. So that's where we're at.
Oh, man.
And then it's coming down here towards the south thing.
You're getting the weather map and everything right now on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
So this little blob is going to come into Dallas where we are, and so the blob will come for us. But there's a lot of big hail, and I'm sick of hail because there was a bunch last night. Mansfield, I think it was, got plunked with like softball size hail. We had some obviously on Sunday night, but it'll continue into this afternoon. We got severe weather threat this afternoon too.
Awesome. Love hearing it. Love hearing it. Absolutely love hearing it. That's right over my house right now.
At least our cars are in the garage here right now.
For now. I got hail damage on mine anyway. I'm good.
I literally left with the Explorer this morning.
Well,
saw the storm because the Explorer is the one we're going to prioritize in the carport. And I was like, crap, let me just go park it. So I went and parked the Explorer in the carport at the house. I gotten out of the complex, went back, parked it, got in the Altima, drove it here. So we're both covered. Neither car will get hail damage today, thankfully.
All right, so be careful driving out there, especially the Fort Worth Tolos if you already just got hit with it, according to meteorologist Bobby Brunoff.
The trucker to come text line.
Hey, thanks for getting that after the weather report.
I was looking for it. I couldn't find anything back there.
All right. Newark, Texas, heavy rainfall. North Fort Worth hit with a perfect spell of marble-size hail. Thanks for the weather alert, Bobby.
We're looking at Grand Prairie about 7:06. South Dallas around 7:21, according to whatever this app is that I have. Yep, thank you, Peyton. Back to Peyton at the news desk.
Hey, the Mavs season ended, too. You got to find a highlight from the Hornets. Hornets game as well. Okay.
Mavs looking for revenge today.
So the Nuggets win the title. I was ready for this series to be over. It was hideous, ugly basketball last night. Let's just celebrate Denver and put Miami to bed. The biggest tragedy of the finals being over is no more Paul Pierce. The best
How
thing.
did he play?
How'd he play?
How'd he play this year?
He crapped himself.
Yeah, he did.
The best thing on the internet this week is Paul Pierce's live stream with Kevin Garnett. Who saw it? Who else has seen any of the clips or what Paul Pierce did with KG?
Saw one of the clips, but I didn't see.
I've seen it.
I didn't mean. I
sent it to you last night to
that's
edit,
right.
so I know you saw it.
It's a big get for the get right. I'm glad they were able to secure that interview.
Who?
KG?
Okay, just you know what? I try to involve you guys. Just don't even talk.
Kidding.
Neither you talk.
What did I do wrong?
Neither you saw anything. Just shut up.
What did I do wrong?
Bobby and Peyton mostly. So on Showtime, Kevin Garnett is trying to do like Barstool. Like they're setting up a live stream, and he's been talking with Paul Pierce throughout the season. Well, Paul's crazy. He's off the rails, and he's like, I'm trying to be the new Hugh Hefner. He got fired from ESPN. He went live on the gram, had the strippers, had the weed, had the gambling. ESPN is like, no, we can't do this. Well, Paul Pierce is sitting down with KG. He's so hammered. He's so completely wasted. He does not understand throughout the entire game he's on a live stream. Kevin Garnett, who's usually the wild, crazy person, he is a 100% babysitter of Paul Pierce. I don't know whether Paul's stoned. I don't know whether he's just smashed. I know he's drinking. So this is Paul Pierce hammered. It's the best 3 minutes on the internet. Paul Pierce introducing his girlfriend of the day to KG.
Kevin.
Hey, how you
Camille.
doing? Camille, nice to meet you. Formula One
So
everywhere.
this is my girlfriend for the day. They got a website that you can hire girlfriends for the day.
Stop, man.
And so I got a girlfriend for the day.
Stop, man. Stop.
You can hire girlfriends for the
Stop,
day.
man. Well,
I went on the website and I hired a
look right
girlfriend
here.
for the day.
Look, Collins. There go Collins. Look at D Wade at the game.
KG's trying to change the subject. KG's trying to change the subject, and Paul has his escort.
My God.
That he brought for this sitting right next to him.
He brought his GFE with him, man. That is just gross.
What happened to him? When did the switch flip? Because I feel like he wasn't like this throughout his career. He is a nut now.
Kevin Garnett is so uncomfortable. And Pierce is so wasted during this game. He cannot locate or find Gabe Vincent on the court from Miami.
Vincent had he was averaging a dub.
He messed his ankle up.
Yeah, dog,
He messed his ankle up,
They
man.
ain't even got him in the game.
Yeah, he in the game. He right there.
Where?
He on the road. Gordon.
No, Vincent ain't in the game.
Vincent right there. P, number 2, taking the ball.
Where?
Got the ball, P.
He's got the ball, P. And Paul's got these glasses on. What are you eating?
I just put a Pop-Tart in real
Why
quick.
don't you just eat during the commercial break?
I cut the mic off. I was trying to get some energy in, and I didn't want to put it on an empty stomach and get sick.
Jesus.
What about him? He died for your sins.
Taking a whole breakfast down in the segment.
The thing with this is, I don't think anyone, because we both wear them a lot, especially in the wintertime. I don't think Kevin Garnett has changed his hoodie once in his life. I think he's been wearing the same hoodie since like 96.
So multiple times in this, Garnett is saying, live stream, focus on the game. We're here to work, live stream. And Paul Pierce is like, no, man, we're here to get it popping. And he's like, no, we're working, Paul. We're not popping. And then at the end, Paul Pierce finally looks at his phone and realizes he's been live.
We're live streaming.
Oh, this is it. Yeah.
Hey, man, hit the button on this one. Man, what the? Obviously, this is your first live stream.
Hey, this is
what is going on?
This is it. You got to go look at the visuals. It's that much better. Paul Pierce is smashed. And now it's over. Stephen A. Smith was lecturing him the other day. You should be above this. You're Paul Pierce. You're an NBA Hall of Famer. This makes you look a certain way and blah, blah. And I was like, dang, man.
Wow.
I hear RJ in my mind saying, back off, Grandpa. Let him have fun.
Yeah.
Living his best life.
Paul Pierce, you know what Paul Pierce said to Stephen A? I'm retired. This is what you do when you're retired.
Well, he's still making money, I assume, with this Showtime deal.
I would assume so.
But he was smashed. He was gone.
Yep.
So it was hilarious.
Made
me like Paul Pierce for once.
I think that this is funny. This looks, he looks like a mess though.
He is.
He looks like he is has no idea where he is.
I don't know what he's on, but he is a mess. Speaking of grandpas, let's see it. Hold up the new merchandise and take us through your day yesterday, as you have now converted to myself and Pepe's side.
Yeah, yesterday I went and got the iPhone. What a disaster of a process it is to switch from one to the other. They make it so difficult. You are locked in to one or the other the moment you get one for the rest of your life because it's not.
Did you have to make an appointment to start off? Or did you just walk in, or were you waiting outside the block?
As soon as the show was over, I went down and I went in there, and it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. There was no appointment needed, but I walk in, and I swear to God, they looked at me like, oh, no, not another one. We got another switch.
Another customer? Oh, a switch.
We got another one. It's a set. First of all, the lady's like, I said, first of all, I need a new phone. Mine's not getting any service. I'm thinking of switching to the iPhone. I don't want to, but like everybody else, they kind of force you on it with all the way the iMessage is that it's just very difficult to send text between the other ones. So I want to switch. I was like, just level with me. How much am I going to lose? Like, how much data am I going to lose? Am I going to lose all my text messages? Am I going to lose all my passwords? Am I going to lose all my notes? And they're like, you're going to lose a lot of it.
Oh.
And she's like, I'm not going to lie to you.
We can't just switch over data? We can't just switch over everything? That's in your
iPhone
phone?
has like their texts encrypted. Oh. So it's like not, it doesn't even go like through like the AT&T or whatever server. It just goes through whatever. She's like, I'm not going to lie to you. It's like a 6 to 10 hour process. I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry. What? 10? She goes, yeah. If you've got like, if you've got like a lot of stuff on your phone, I've seen it like go like 9 hours before. I was like, oh, okay. She's like, well, we're not going to do that here. I says, I'm sorry. What? She goes, yeah, we don't have time to do that here. So we're just going to give it to you.
Stop for a second. Turn this up. I told him to get the Apple Music.
This is the new iOS music.
There's iOS music?
Oh yeah, for when they like feature like what all the features are and stuff.
Okay.
So when they show you what Samsung had 2 years ago, I get it.
All right.
You don't get to make those jokes anymore.
Of course I do. I'm here. I don't
Traitor.
I don't like to be here, but I'm here. But they can never make this smooth. So the eye rolls happened. She's like, we're not gonna do this here for you. I says, why not? And she goes, it's gonna take too long. We got other customers. We're just gonna give it to you. You'll take it home. You'll do it yourself.
Of course.
Okay. Cool. She says, it can be done, but it's gonna take a long time. So what they do is, and I said to her, I was like, wait a second. That's a massive risk. I'm a moron. You cannot trust me. She goes, no, I promise. She gives me this website to go to. She says, download this app, move to iOS. You set up your phone, you turn it on, but then you got to make sure that you turn your old phone's data off, mobile data off. Otherwise, the moment you get a phone call, it's going to stop the process.
Oh.
And you have to start over again. So I click this thing on, and it goes through a series of 5 million questions. Do you want to do this? Do you want to do this? Before we start the transfer, do you want to do this? And then the transfer hits. And it says estimating your wait time. Okay, estimating. I look at it and I'm like, all right, what is it going to be? And mind you, it's 3:00 at this point, or 2:00, and it said your wait time is 13 hours and 48 minutes for this thing to transfer. And I was like, oh my God, I had a panic. So I was like, wait a second, I'm leaving for work in 13 hours.
And it does have to be plugged in the whole time?
You've got to have it plugged in, and they have to be next to each other, connected to Wi-Fi.
Oh.
Right? So they've got to be very, very close contact connected to the Wi-Fi.
Was it Smart Switch? Is that what they had you use?
No, it's called Move to iOS. Smart Switch is what I used when I was going Samsung to Samsung. Simple. You just log into Google and you go. iPhone, you just log into your iCloud or whatever, or your iPhone Apple account, and you go. This, much more difficult. So, then the payment happens, and, do you want to open a credit card? Do you want to turn your phone in? Do you want to pay $30 a month just for the phone, just AT&T? Do you want to get Apple Care? All these questions, so I get done, and it didn't take 13 hours. It wound up taking like 4. So by about 6, 7 o'clock, I had finally gotten the phone back. But then the tough stuff happened. Logging in to every single one of my apps. I don't know what my Facebook password is. I don't know what my Twitter password is. I don't know what my Venmo password is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what my Coinbase is. I don't know what my Cash App is. I don't know what my American Airlines is. I don't know what Ave is. I don't know what any of these passwords are. Because why? Fingerprint. They've gone. Passwords are like phone numbers. You don't remember passwords anymore.
Right.
So I'm sitting here writing them all down. I had them written down on my old phone, thankfully, but half the time they were wrong because I didn't update them. Because you got to update these passwords all the time. And every time I've tried to update them, I forget to write them down again. So it was a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. And I have no idea how to work this thing. But I don't hate it. It's a fine phone. It's a good phone. There are things I like about this better than the Samsung. There are things I like about the Samsung better than this. I'll miss, but here I am. No looking back. No looking back, Bobby. No regrets.
It's really cute during the break, you guys, where like every break, Chop has to turn over to Sean and go, how do I find my clock? How do I find the alarm?
Everyone does that. Everyone does that with a new phone.
It's so cute.
Everybody does.
I had to find a stopwatch for our commercials. I'm like, where's the stopwatch at?
Will another champion be decided tonight after the Nuggets put away the Heat, the Rangers lose the opener, and another concert ticket giveaway for you being a Tolo? Tolo Tuesday headlines are next.
Let's get
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Seconds left to go. Casey's across the timeline, and he'll dribble it out. The 47-year wait is over. The Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world. They are champions. And Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea can rest or die in peace.
Wow, so morbid. There are no Nuggets fans on either sea. There are none.
I'm so glad this finals is over just so we don't have to play that guy's calls anymore. He was brutal.
Both of them. On the other side as well. Denver wins the championship. Congratulations to them. And the Joker, Finals MVP, becomes the first player in history to lead the league in points, rebounds, and assists in a single postseason. Wow. This is a hideous game, though. It was so ugly. Denver missed 20 of their first 22 threes. They missed 7 of their first 13 free throws, and they overcame it to take a 7-point lead. As I texted the group chat, Jimmy Butler, give me my props. He's not the man. He's not him. He not him.
He ain't him.
He then goes berserk. He scores 8 straight points. Literally, seconds after I tried to get bragging rights, Jimmy goes off the Reggie Miller kick that somehow he got rewarded free throws for. Miami takes a 1-point lead with 2:45 left, but they just didn't have enough. He had a humongous turnover late. Bruce Brown, not Bruce Bowen. Bruce Brown had an offensive rebound, put back, and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope made some clutch free throws.
I don't know where, I will put this Denver team on my all-time list, but this was a clinic of a series that they put on. They beat down a lesser team. They beat down a team that was probably very, very tired. And Jimmy Butler did not play the series that he had played in the Eastern Conference playoffs. He just didn't. And Djokovic showed that he was and has been the best player the sport's had for the last 3 years.
Yep.
Could you argue that Embiid deserved the MVP this year? Sure, absolutely. And I think it's fair. But there is no doubt who the best player in the game is. There's no doubt. It's not Kevin Durant. It's not LeBron. It's not Luka. It's that guy.
They had played Miami this year between the regular season and the playoffs had played 100 games coming into the NBA Finals. 82 in the regular season, 18 in the playoffs, and they had scored 95 or fewer 7 times. So it happened 7% of the time for them this year, and they scored 95 or fewer in 4 out of these 5 games. Denver, we talk so much about their shot making and Jokic and how fantastic he is. The big thing to me about this entire series was they were suffocating on defense. Miami couldn't get anything. Those open threes they were getting consistently throughout the playoffs, they couldn't get those during this series.
Miami shot 34% from the floor, 25% from 3. Jimmy was 2 for 13 until he went off. He had 8 points. Adebayo finished with 2 in the second half. And you know what the worst thing is? That coffee-stained mustache of Stan Kroenke. Jerry Jones, you wanna be bitter? Stan Kroenke, your boy, owns teams that have now won 4 championships in the past year and a half, RJ. Rams, 2022.
Right.
Schefter included the Colorado Mammoth, National Lacrosse League champs. Colorado Avalanche in 2022, and now the NBA. Well, he's got 3 of the 4 major sports titles since 2022. He also owns Arsenal FC. And he also owns the Colorado Rapids of the MLS.
Wow.
Yeah.
He owns everything.
Yep.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. How many of those teams is he the general manager for?
Okay. Good point.
I don't know. Maybe he.
Interesting point.
Maybe he's a lacrosse insider. Okay. Maybe he is a great lacrosse guy.
He's got a bunch of Lacoste shirts.
Yes. Maybe he, maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he just knows everything there is about lax.
Yes.
I figured maybe his kid's name's Chad. I have no idea. Chad, Chaz, Brad, whatever lacrosse bro name there is out there.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't think he's the general manager of any of them.
Meanwhile, Mike Malone, he wanted to go Pat Riley on stage. Someone, by the way, tweeted me, "Oh, what a reference! Your Reggie Miller reference last night." And I was like, "Are we that old now?"
Yeah.
I threw out a Reggie Miller offensive kick reference, so then this Pat Riley reference must be another language. Do you know what I'm referencing with Pat Riley here, Pepe?
I don't think so.
Do you?
Mm-mm.
You don't. Come on.
I mean, once you say it, I might, but I'm not off the top of my head. I don't know what you're talking
back
about.
to back.
Oh, yeah.
The trademark.
Oh, okay.
The trademark. Mike Malone, he first got on stage and he goes, and I just want everyone to know we're not satisfied. And then he stopped. I was like, ooh, he's trying to call Pat Riley here back to back. But yeah, I didn't know Reggie Miller was now an ancient reference.
He is. By the way,
that's honestly, that is a little depressing for me. That saddened me a little bit. I'm like, dang, I can't even go to Reggie Miller for a reference.
No, you can't. Here's the other thing. Speaking of Reggie, man, it is when you go back and look at his numbers.
What team did he play for?
Reggie, the Pacers, right?
Ooh, yes, but
oh, cool.
Did you ever go back and look at his numbers?
Yeah, Nick Wright makes the case he's one of the most overrated all-time players.
Like he was a really
16?
good career 18.
Yeah.
His season high was 24 and a half. After
good.
that, it was 22. Nothing else ever above 21. Like, that was a different game. And I don't think you could just go look at his stats because the games were played in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Back then.
Last night was an 80s, 90s game.
It was hideous.
Awful.
And it wasn't good 80s. Good 80s was the Nuggets and like the Warriors, 150 to 148. Those were good 80s.
Run TMC.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is when I looked that up, I was like, when was the last time somebody had 3 straight games of 95 points or fewer in the playoffs? This will tell you what 90s basketball is like. The record for most consecutive games like that is the Heat. From the end of the 90s into the mid-2000s, they went 35 straight playoff games scoring 95 or fewer.
Was that Alonzo and them?
Yep, that was like the
PJ
Alonzo
Brown.
one. Yes.
Awful. Jeff Van Gundy getting dragged around on the floor. So this game started 40 minutes later than the Rangers game, and the Rangers still made us stay up later, and this guy was the hero.
One, swinging a high fly ball, sliced in the air to left center. Tavares turns, he watches, and that one is gone. Wow. Nearly 460 feet off of Shohei Ohtani's bat to the second level above the Angels bullpen. Ohtani's home run, his 19th of the year, ties the game at 5.
He ties the game, and then he wins it in the 12th with a 2-run homer. Rangers bullpen not coming through. Rough start for Dane Dunning, and they blow a 5-1 lead, losing the opener to L.A.
You know, it is very rare that someone matches the hype they come into the league with. He's exceeded it, Shohei. There is no other way to put it. He has grossly exceeded the hype. He is doing stuff.
He's the most impressive. What he's doing with his athletic achievement is by far the most impressive thing in sports, I believe.
I would agree with that. I mean, he's basically Tom Brady and Myles Garrett.
And he's what in a rotation?
Something like that, right?
What is he in a rotation?
He's not like DeGrom or Cole or whatever, but he's close.
Okay, if he was on this staff right now, would he be the one or the two?
Tough one.
Think about that.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
But the fact that we even have to hesitate.
Yeah.
No one else is doing anything achievement-wise like this. I just wish he was 4 years younger. I'm already starting to dread him getting into his 30s.
I agree. I would probably say he might. I mean, career-wise, he's been a better pitcher over the last couple of years than Evaldi has. He's been more consistent. Evaldi's better this year, even though Ohtani's having a fantastic. He's always fantastic, but last couple seasons he's been nails.
Yeah, I mean Ohtani leads majors in hits per 9. He doesn't give up a lot of contact. No. You know what was disappointing last night though was just the fact that Marcus Semien all year we've talked about how him with runners in scoring position, he's been the best in baseball at that. He was hitting 460 I think going into last night. And then you get that opportunity in the 10th with, runner on second and third, you get the ground out to shortstop, and then, you end out striking out to end the game as, the tie and run up at the plate. But that was a little bit disappointing, but bounce back, win these 3, sweep it the rest of the way, just get the series victory.
Are we going to get another champion tonight? Game 5 in Vegas with the Golden Knights up 3-1 on the Panthers.
Yeah, and the Golden Knights had some problems, closing out the Stars. Maybe they'll have some problems here, make this thing a series. It all is going to hinge on Tkachuk. A lot of it is he's going to be a game time decision for Florida. They absolutely need him to play. He's their best player. And Vegas, when they've had Stone in the lineup, they've been very, very tough to beat. So we'll see what happens tonight.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the TruckWreck.com text line. That is also the number to call to win the concert ticket giveaway during the Expressway, which is going to start in 10 minutes right here on DFW Sports Station. So, Bobby, you're going to have some pressure if the series ends tonight. Your NHL offseason homework immediately begins as you've made the pledge to be the hockey hamster and be the new station insider.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for my summer studies, and I can't wait for you guys to go along this journey with me. And I can't wait to be incredibly arrogant about hockey next year and talk down to you and Chop about it and go, look, guys, let me explain this hockey game to you every time hockey comes up.
This hockey game to you. Go ahead and explain it. And we need this series to end so Peyton can talk about hockey again because he's been Stars depressed with Dallas getting eliminated. How much of the finals have you watched? Or the final?
Total time, probably about 8 minutes.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a lot.
And that was probably I watched the last minute of the last game. So,
Choppy, you celebrating with college baseball
Yes,
this
sir.
morning?
Yes, sir, I am. Tennessee advancing to the College World Series. 5-0 over Southern Miss. Stanford advancing as well, knocking out Texas.
You should do a dark roast of Broadus and Hellman. Or just Broadus. Is it LSU you're facing?
Well, they're one of the teams. There's like 8 teams in the College World Series.
Okay, but who are you facing?
I have no idea. I didn't see it.
I want to be a fan.
I don't know the bracket's out. Let's see.
Die
But
hard.
I got to tell you this. First school since 98 to win a BCS or to win a New Year's Six Bowl or BCS Bowl, advance the men's and women's Sweet 16, and advance the men's and women's College World Series in the same academic year. Go Vols, baby. No, we do not play. LSU plays Kentucky.
that's a super.
Played.
Yeah, they play LSU first round.
All right, cool.
Saturday.
The Kelvin Joseph Bowl.
We're going to get worked. They have the best pitcher in the world. They have the next Garrett Cole.
They do?
Paul Skeens.
And the best
LSU,
shortstop.
yeah.
LSU does.
LSU might have the top 2 picks in the draft next
I know.
month.
And like, Paul Skeens is like, he's not going to be the number 1 pick overall. Like, could you imagine having they're literally calling him the best prospect since Garrett Cole, and he's not going to be the number 1 pick.
What day do you play them?
It's Friday or Saturday, I think.
Okay. Maybe I should ask Peyton. What day do they play? What day does
I haven't seen
RJ's
it. I
team
can't
play?
Saturday. It'll be the second game on
Okay,
Saturday.
I think we should write up a Broadus dark roast.
I can do that.
You write one up, and I'll deliver it.
All right, I can do that.
I'll deliver it right to Broadus's face. So there it is. Your Tolo Tuesday headlines. Woo! It's storming now.
It was black out there about 10 minutes ago.
Where are we at, Bobby Brunoff? Where's it moving?
Let's take a look here. It's just moved through downtown Dallas here. Thank you, Peyton. Johnny on the spot with the music here. We're kind of right in the core. It appears that the hail core itself, though, is right about around University Park at the moment, Highland Park, that area. So all you rich folks, get your Teslas in the 10-car garage. Make sure no hail gets them. If it does, I mean, you're rich. You'll buy another one.
There it is. Tolo Tuesday headlines here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bobby is freaking out. You think RJ's freaking out over his new cell phone? Bobby is freaking out over Ask Reddit, plus another Tolo ticket giveaway coming up. Expressway, commercial free. Next on The Fan. But look,
How dare you?
Every Tuesday at this time, it is Ask Reddit here on Sean and RJ with Roberto Belt going to his favorite website. We're now commercial free for the next 40 minutes. No need to go anywhere else. And a concert ticket giveaway for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. DFW Sports Station. First off, why are you freaking out over Reddit?
Man, I got to tell you, prep was not as easy yesterday as it tends to be. And that's because I will scan Reddit, the subreddits. And for those of you that aren't aware, Reddit is just a giant message board, basically a forum, a community. It's very user-driven. And it's a website that posts a lot of different content under a lot of different topics. So it's easy to just go through there and find articles or news stories that you may have missed. And it's estimated, it's referred to as the front page of the internet. It's estimated that 1.6 billion people use it each month. Wow. And so it's very, very popular. Well, they've got these controversial changes in place for the way that third-party apps basically, connect to the website, take the app information and everything else.
Never mind. I regret asking.
I'm just setting it up. I was explaining it. Okay, fine.
Third-party apps.
Okay.
With the coagulator of the wire.
The moment someone says third party, I've lost the story.
ELI 5. Explain it like I'm 5. I'll do that. Reddit basically is charging outside apps extra money, and users, then it's going to cripple these apps, and users who like using them were pissed off about it. So because of that, and because it's a user-driven site, the users shut down the forums yesterday, 95% of them. So all the sports forums, all the corn forums, if you know what I mean, they're chopped, were all shut down yesterday. So people were very upset. And luckily, one of the ones that was open was Ask Reddit.
Okay.
So that one didn't shut down, so we've still got that one. First one for you here, RJ Choppy. What is the worst thing about being a man?
The expectation that you have to act like a man. Like,
I kind of get that.
Like, they just expect you just to always strap yourself up by your bootstraps, pull yourself up, whatever the hell. No one ever gives you a hug. No one ever just lets you off easy. I just want somebody to say to me one time, like, you know what? It's okay. I just, you know what I mean? Like, just, it's the worst thing. The worst thing about being a man is being a man. Is the expectation that you have to act a certain way.
It's definitely, from a maintenance standpoint, so much better to be a man than a woman.
Yes.
It's not even close. Doing makeup every day,
awful.
Putting a bunch of crap all over your face for 30 minutes, to be having to wear this, you have to take it off. You can't just go to sleep without washing it off. The shaving of the legs, we can get away with all that stuff. It's awful.
Oh, the maintenance of being a female is ridiculous.
You got to dress up so much more.
Absolutely, no doubt. You have a constant need to feel cute, or feminine, or sexy, or whatever you may want to feel. And guys, we just kind of throw things on. But yeah, it's just like,
What about
people are very cold to men? Nobody gives me a hug. Nobody just says, I just want to comfort you.
What about your girlfriend?
She will if I ask. Yeah, she'll do that.
Okay.
But sometimes you want to hug. Thank
Bobby's
you, Bobby.
doing it right now.
Oh, thank you.
Bobby's giving him a hug. What about your mom? She cold?
My mom?
She's an Italian mother. She's supposed to be like...
She feeds. She feeds me well.
That's good.
Every time I go, you want something to eat? What do you want?
Hansel and Gretel were fed well, too.
That's her love language.
It is her love language.
So it's not like... I found this with more and more people growing up too. Like, their parents they're not like loving and warm to them.
Yeah, like mine, very loving, very well. But my mom and I don't have a relationship like we hug each other.
Right.
I don't hug my mom.
Like
I do side hugs with my mom.
My in-laws would come over. My dad's like this too. They would come over at a drop of a hat. Hey, we need you. Ollie needs help. Grandparent signal. We're flashing it in the air. But they're not going to be like, hey, I'm proud of you. They're not going to be like, hey, you got a promotion, you got a raise. Great job. It's never like that. It's weird.
It's like, that's your expectation. You're supposed to do these things.
No, it's an inability. I also think it's a lot of times with an ethnic thing which is weird because in different cultures you hear, oh, it's all about family. But I think it's an ethnic thing. I'm throwing my pops under the bus as well. It's like, that's too soft. You don't act like that. You don't act like that. My dad, there's no love yous at the end of conversations. No, it didn't scar me or anything. I'm not crying about it. He shows it in other ways,
Right.
but there's no mushiness whatsoever.
No, I get
at
you
all.
that. Some of the other ones that
I
are
just don't
coming
cry
in
about it like Choppy does.
I know. Every now and then I'll cry about it.
I'm joking.
Trucker.com text line. Balding. Yeah, it sucks.
Bro, it's hitting me so bad lately. Look at this.
Damn, son.
Wow.
It's gotten
Now
really
you're
bad in the
getting
last 6
skinny
months.
enough to where you can now have the conversation.
I can come home, as they say.
Yes.
Just shave it. There's okay.
When I think you're getting skinny enough to where this is a real possibility and you should really consider it.
Thanks to soda, by the way. You
Yeah.
can get skinny as well. SOTA weight loss.
Would you or your wife consider?
She is.
Take off your hat again. I'm trying to envision him. There's apps too. Yeah, I know you're bald.
Yeah.
Look up. I'm trying to envision you with the shaved head. I think you might look good.
I don't think I have a lumpy head, thankfully. It's big, but it's not like lumpy and misshapen.
Yeah, man. I think it could look good. You might look like a little bit of a badass with the beard left like that.
Oh, yeah.
Shaved
There you
head
go.
with the beard.
Yeah. You gotta get a long beard. Good long beard.
Nah.
Let's see. I'm always hot. Thermostat's up to 70. I sweat. Man colds, whatever that means.
Oh, Twolo Vader on the Twitch hit one that is absolutely the worst one if you're 13 to 18. Random blood flow at inopportune times, if you know what I mean.
And if you're after 18, you still have that problem. You don't have that problem anymore. BlueChew.com.
There you go.
And the other thing, I was going to ask this, is this an old school thought process? Or things change nowadays? The expectation. I didn't see anyone tweet or text the expectation of carrying the household with the finances. Is that archaic way of thought?
Well, I mean,
the pressure on you to bring home the bacon.
I hate to bring, nature into it, but, men are by nature hunters.
See, I was actually about to say, I think a lot of that also, though, even in this modern era, is self-personal. Like, I don't think that society is necessarily telling me I have to do that. But like in my own head, I'm going, no, that is what I have to do. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to provide. So,
right.
Like you've heard me talk about it during the breaks before. I'll work 2 full-time jobs and go do NFL Network and whatever else just so that like, Kristen, I don't want you to have to work. Like I don't want, you can just
Yeah, you got
do
mad at
whatever.
her when she wanted a part-time job. My dad used to do that to my mom too. What do you mean you want to go to the
I
office?
said, no time for jokes back, girl.
Pay. What's the worst part?
Not being able to show emotion when you want to. You feel like you'll just be judged and called soft. I mean, my friends always, it's just a running joke we have throughout the group message. Anyone who gets soft and shows emotions, okay, you're a little bad words. So it's just that whenever you really want to is the worst part.
All right, we continue with Ask Reddit. That was a good one. Good jumping off point here on the Fan.
And I forgot to say it at the beginning, but yeah, send them in on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. If you're lurking in the YouTube, the Twitch, feel free to weigh in on these answers. We'll get yours out there too. Sean, and shout out to Tolo Trey from Blue Ridge, our Blue Ridge Tolo way out there. He sent me this one as, hey, I saw this on Reddit this week. I'd like to hear you guys kick it around. What's one thing you would never pay the cheaper option for?
Steak or beef. There's no point in going to the store and getting a cheap steak. You may as well not even eat steak. Get the more expensive option. You don't got to go crazy. Don't get Wagyu or anything. But you're going to getting a cheap piece of steak or meat. It's going to suck. It just is. There's no fat inside of it. I'm not paying the cheaper option for that.
So the cheaper option is like the grade, like the choice or select or whatever.
Yeah.
What's
I always
choice is the middle, right?
I always mix it up. Yeah. So select is the lowest, then choice, then prime. Yep. But maybe for a brisket you might be able to get away. But if you're gonna cook a steak like Bobby's Steak Nights, don't let Kristen go and get whatever is the cheapest option. Like just it's not gonna be good. No matter what you do to it, it's not gonna be great, in my opinion.
Put mustard on it. Good.
Yeah, that's right.
Choppy, what would you never pay the cheaper option for?
I feel like I had answers to these for years, and I'm just drawing a blank. But I'm a.
I got one for you.
Okay, go.
You probably would never right now pay for the cheaper whiskey or bourbon or scotch
That's
option.
Fair. Now,
because you're going to drink it straight.
If I'm going to shoot it, then I'll go cheap, right? If I'm going to take shots. But if I'm going to drink it, I'm not going to go with the cheaper option. Paper towels. I'm a paper towel. I got
toilet paper.
Vivo.
Oh, toilet paper.
Toilet paper was the first one that I jumped to. That is the absolute worst. But
actually,
you're right.
It's the 2 seed.
Paper towels, the way, like, if you get bad paper towels, it won't soak it up. It'll literally just push it.
Yeah.
No, paper towels are not even in the same ballpark
They're
as
not.
toilet paper.
You're right. They're not.
I can get away with cheaper. So I went and picked up like my Costco toilet paper, and I didn't realize it was like the thin. It's
terrible.
The worst.
It's terrible.
Awful.
Trash bags.
Trash bags was one of the big Reddit answers. And that, the first time one of those rips on you at the drawstrings, you won't do that again.
Yeah.
I got those trash bags. I think they're like Glad or Hef, one of the name brands. And they've got like the sides where they're supposed to stretch, the stretchy sides. Every single time they rip. Every single one of them rips. It's the worst trash bags I've ever bought.
Some of the answers off of Reddit.
It's a nightmare. Then you got to pick up the whole trash can. I'll pick up the whole trash can and walk it out to the trash, and I put my hand under the bag. It's disgusting.
Some of the answers from Reddit: work boots, safety equipment.
I mean, we don't have real jobs, so I don't know what any
desk
of that means.
chairs. Somebody on Reddit was like, I bought a cheap desk chair. It literally destroyed my back. Like, and I ended up having to get surgery because I was sitting in it all day. Peyton, is there anything you won't pay? I mean, you're obviously living in Russell Manor, but is there anything for you?
Yeah, my big thing is electronics. I know friends out there who have bought like the really cheap AirPod Pros, and they're just like plastic things that stick in your ears. It's like they crap out in 2 weeks. Like I got to go big or go home on those.
Yeah.
Electronics are big for me.
You get what you pay for.
Eric Delgado on the YouTube says Bluetooth speakers. Dude, bad Bluetooth speakers that'll cut out on you if you get more than 5 feet away from them. That's a pain. Let's see here. We've got EJL Viking on the Twitch says tequila. And then we've got
you get a cheap alcohol, give you a hangover.
Yeah. It depends. If I'm mixing in a margarita, I feel like it depends. If you're doing it like in the real syrupy mix, it doesn't matter. If you're just going to mix it with like lime juice and try to make it like high quality, you got to go more high quality.
Boy, if this isn't a first world problem right here, cold gear while skiing. That's first world, but you're right. I mean, you're right. There is nothing worse than being on a mountain freezing your butt off.
Hope you got that Tesla in the garage when I gave you the heads up, Highland Park. All right, next one here. Let's go with Peyton Russell. Even though you're still basically, just out of college. What was awesome as a kid, but sucks as an adult?
Ooh, man. I mean, I guess I could say maybe not sucks, but living with your parents, it has its ups and downs. There's times where it's like, oh, you kind of want a girl over, but it's like, yeah, you can come to my place, but you're going to say hi to mom and dad. So, and at 26, it does feel kind of bad. But then at the same time, it's like, I see that bank account just keep going up and up because the only bill I really pay for is the car payment. So
that's a great answer. That's going to be tough to top.
Getting older. Getting older was awesome as a kid. I get to be out of school. I get to work.
Yeah.
And then you get there, it's like, well, wait a second. I want to go back to school again.
that wheezy laugh right there might be on the list. I could nominate driving. I don't hate driving. I don't love it. But when you're first driving.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's nothing better.
It's a great one.
That's also, I don't understand any kids who don't want to get their license and they don't want to drive.
Right. I totally agree.
I can maybe understand it. I grew up in a, podunk hillbilly town with 10,000 people, nothing but country roads. I'm going to be terrified when it comes time for Ollie to get his license, like being out here on real city highways. So that I can maybe understand a little bit more, but driving, I mean, it was so awesome in the beginning. And now, anytime we go on a trip, I'm like, Choppy, you go ahead. You drive.
I mean, look, there are a lot of on the Trucker.com text line, roller coasters, summer. Let's see, water slides, Christmas.
Summer's a great answer.
I like Christmas more as an adult.
Theme parks, amusement parks.
Well, because you have kids, you get
right. Yeah, like the kids are because I wasn't like a huge Christmas fan growing up, but like now that I have kids, like I love it.
I would answer video games for me. I haven't played a video game in over a decade. Like, I played a ton of video games when I was younger, but I don't hate them. But
no, I don't
play them.
Staying up late. Used to love staying up late. Oh man, I get to stay up late tonight. And now it's like I have to stay up late.
See, mine is sort of similar to that. Staying over at other people's houses.
Oh, that's a great one.
That used to be great as a kid. If I have to do it now, I'm like, this ruins my day. I
Yes.
want to sleep in my own bed. I don't want to stay here at all. Some of the answers off of Reddit: losing a tooth. It's a good one. Going to the mall. Water parks. Capri Sun. That's a great answer. Capri Sun was awesome when you were a kid, and I drank some a couple years ago, and I was like, "What is this sugar water?" I have no idea what this is.
Still awesome.
It is awesome.
When was the last time you drank it?
All the time. We have kids, young ones. You have kids too. Surprised you don't drink it.
David Sullivan on the YouTube. Cereal. No, cereal's great. Steven Bozeman says grocery shopping. Yeah, I used to love going to the store when you were a kid. And now it's awful.
I love it. That's the only shopping I will do. Go to the grocery store by myself.
Let's see here. Over on the Twitch, we've got answer Chef Boyardee.
I hate this. Is a disgusting admission.
SpaghettiOs.
There's still for some reason I still like getting a spoon of SpaghettiOs. My kid has their leftovers. I know it's terrible.
Ravioli.
I know it's nasty. I know it smells like dog food. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's a childhood thing, whether it's beefaroni, a bite of ravioli,
Mini ravioli,
that crap in the little microwavable. I don't know what it is. I still like it.
And get this, I cooked that damn thing on the stove. I don't microwave my mini ravioli.
What?
I put them on the stove and heat them up. It's a delicacy. It's a delicacy, man.
Full Jamie Oliver.
Wow.
It'll change your life.
You think there's a difference?
Oh, such a great difference. Amazing.
My gosh, Chef Boyardee on the stove.
Fry them up in a little frying pan, just like Dale spaghetti.
Oh my gosh.
S-Doc
and I've had your mother's fantastic fried ravioli. She's rolling in her grave right now.
S-Dawkins7 on the Twitch says winter was great as a kid. Now as an adult, it's meh. And
that's a good one.
First time chat on the Twitch. Kason56 says vacation. That's true because vacation was awesome when you could go on a kid. Now as an adult, you're in charge of paying for it and planning it, it's pretty stressful.
Great, yeah.
I mean, what? Yeah. Well,
Getting away is fine, but the stress of planning and preparing it sucks.
Fair. That's fair. But the idea, the whole thing, it's the
5-day
idea of a
break?
5-day break.
Kidding
That's
me?
great, yeah.
All right, Chop. What is something that you secretly judge people for? And truckwreck.com fan text and Twitch and YouTube.
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna. Everyone's in the line of fire here on this one.
Uh-oh.
Your avatar.
Your avatar?
On what?
Whatever you have on social media, whatever.
Like your profile pic?
Your profile, whatever you have back there, any kind of political statement that you have, I immediately judge.
But any type of picture you're saying?
If you've got
your picture is you at the Cowboy Home Run Derby swinging a bat. Is
Right.
that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that tells the world I'm a total douchebag living in my past.
All right, so me
All right.
me with my wife and son. What does that say?
You're compensating for your life. I'm just kidding. No, you're a family man.
So what is acceptable?
Well, if you have I'm talking
What's
about
mine say?
mainly
that you're desperate to be recognized as a media person.
if you ever see someone, you see someone they have
hey, look at me, I'm on the radio.
you
Everyone.
could you could they want you to know which political party they belong to based on their avatar.
Yeah,
It's
which
like,
I could win money guessing.
Oh yeah,
what people are affiliated with, especially dealing with these losers. Yesterday, these ignorant losers with the whole Brittany Griner thing. Everyone had the same profile. 30 followers, same exact. I love America more than you. Freedom, and then their line or two, just giving it all away. But I knew what it was going to say before even clicking on them. I secretly the Uber drop off. I judge you off that.
You judge me or my brother-in-law?
I judge your brother-in-law.
Okay.
Bobby woke up. Bobby was in this morning at 5:45 because he woke up at 3:30 to drop off the brother-in-law who was staying 15 minutes away from the airport. And again, my brother-in-law does this to my father-in-law. It drives me insane. Makes this poor man wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning when he was sleeping until 7 or 8, costing him 4 hours of sleep multiple times a week to go drop me off. It's an $8 Uber or Lyft that I secretly judge the airport drop-off when it's unnecessary. 40, 45 minutes, I get it. You don't want to pay that $50, $60, $70. When it's 10 or 15 minutes away from Love or DFW, get your ass a car and get in it.
That's fair. So my answer, one immediately jumped to mind. I looked on Reddit and it was the top voted answer on Reddit. So I feel good about that at least. What you name your kids.
Ooh.
Oh, yes.
especially if it's a
Give us
normal
your list.
name.
Yeah, give us your list of don'ts, Bob.
If it's like a standard name, like for instance,
you're thinking of when someone throws a Y in there, shoehorns a Y instead of an I.
Like you're RJ. So it would be if somebody decided like this is RJ and we spell his name ARJAY, like that kind of a
thing. Like Starbucks does.
Oh.
Yeah, like basically the way Starbucks writes everybody's name on the cup, but somebody willingly went like, this is how we're gonna name our kids. So.
Yeah, but I judge the parents more, but I guess it does
don't judge the person.
It creeps into the person because that person probably was brought up the way the parents wanted them to be brought up and cosigns.
You mean like Kardashian names like True and a Legend?
Yeah.
North.
Apple.
Those douchebag names.
Apple, Paltrow, or whatever I don't know which name she took, Paltrow or Martin. But yeah, like name the kid Apple or Blue Ivy, like doing that kind of stuff. If I knew somebody who did that, I judge my sister for what she named her oldest.
Which is?
Poema.
Oh, that's the grass. It's the
no
Poena grass.
It's like Greek for lyric or something.
Poema?
Poema. Poema.
Is she married to a Greek?
She's not married any longer. But no, it's
Was he Greek?
No.
Are you Greek?
No.
So she just went Greek.
She's just
Is she
weird.
like Euros?
She's weird. She's
like,
weird. This is
why did she just name the next one Spanakopita?
This is
Spanakopita.
This is
Spanakopita.
Feta. Hey Feta.
This is the the other two were named like Law and Pax or something. I don't know. I haven't talked to my sister in about a decade, so that's why I'm not totally sure about that.
Wow.
Peyton, what do you secretly judge people for? I feel like you have a laundry list.
I do. The one big one is when people are running or jogging on the side of the roads or like the sidewalks, I'll judge like their facial expression and like how they swing their arms back and forth. I know it's very weird, but like I'll judge them from head to toe.
Have you ever
how they look.
seen the Elaine Seinfeld?
No.
Have you watched Seinfeld?
I have.
Can you name the 4 main characters in Seinfeld?
Jerry.
Good.
Gave you one. Who's the big guy?
No, that's your job to name him.
Okay. Well, give me a sec. I'll get there. Who's the girl? What's
He
her
literally
name?
just gave you the name.
All right. I'm out.
By the way,
I'm out. Hey, he did
wow.
the Seinfeld line. I'm out.
By the way, Bobby, poema is Spanish for poem.
No, it's like there's another version of it.
Okay.
I don't remember. It means like lyric in Latin or something. I don't remember what the heck it means. But
wow,
I guess if I was talking to her, I could ask her.
That was
but I'm
another
not.
the pay moment of the day.
Man, we're gonna have just a best of thing to run at the end of the year. I think of just all of Peyton's greatest hits.
That's true.
I got Reggie Miller earlier.
You did. You did.
You did get that.
Nailed it.
Jerry, George,
There we go.
Elaine, which I said,
you
and
did.
Kramer.
Okay.
Choppy
that's the
judges
last
me
one.
for how I walk. Because we were in Oxnard
Yeah.
and he was mocking it because he said I look like Conor McGregor walking out there because my arms just like swing wildly and
They do.
I'm all
You're a big swinger. You're a big swinger.
all knees and elbows.
All right, Ask Reddit continuing right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, Sean Sharif, what's an important lesson you learned the hard way?
Oh, drinking and driving.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
That was a must-have for me. Again, there was no Ubers or Lyfts. I'm making excuses. There's no yellow taxis.
Small town. You had no help.
No
You had
help.
No taxi.
I was not drinking and driving. Sit there, go to Hardee's on the way home, country roads, back roads, and I needed to get in trouble. And I lecture my friends too. When we're out and about or whatever, I'm like, don't drink and drive. Leave the car, take the Uber here. I'll pay for people to get Ubers back home.
That's really nice of you. It really is.
Because, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, right, or a grandpa lecturing, but man, the cost. I don't know how it is here in Texas. I feel like also in Texas, there's a lot less drinking and driving. In Maryland, we had police would set up stops. You know what I mean?
Like checkpoints.
Checkpoints.
Yeah.
And if you made a U-turn early enough, right? You see the police lights and you made a U-turn, they would go get you.
Mm-hmm.
But there'd be police checkpoints. I've never seen that out here. I feel like checking for drinking and driving in Texas is like non-existent. But
It's on holiday weekends.
But the classes you have to go to, the rehabilitation classes or whatever it is you have to, the recalibration of the blow and go, paying for the blow and go. It was like a $5,000 ordeal of drinking and driving. So I needed it bad. I mean, I wasn't like blacked out driving every weekend, but I would have kept doing it till I got caught.
Absolutely. For me, this was, they could tell you, and they could tell you exactly what's going to happen, and they can warn you about it. I had no idea the financial impact of a divorce. That is, that was 8 years ago. I am still recovering.
They need a, when you're looking for a house and online, you can put in like your calculations for what your monthly, your lease and your mortgage payment will be. They need a divorce calculator.
Because what you don't realize, because we don't realize is that, when you first like get separated, you're still just basically. I mean, for me, we were still just paying on one place. I hadn't started paying child support yet. And then it's like, okay, now I got to pay child support, which, by the way, is after tax. It's not before tax. It's after tax. And then you got to pay your house or your apartment. I mean, like, you save zero money. You save zero money. All it is going out. They will never be able to explain to you the financial impact of a divorce until you actually go through it.
You're a pretty open book.
Yeah.
So I'm going to lob a question your way. Have you considered at all or had the discussion yet with Sarah about prenup or anything?
Woo, good Lord, Roberto.
No.
He's asked me before about like my sex life, so I figure that's a fair lob back.
No, we haven't.
Okay.
No.
I have learned
my attorney has approached me about it. And I was like, he goes, well, we just need to make sure your affairs are in order. And I was like, I mean, I don't really have any affairs, man. Like I have like.
Yeah, that's what led to the divorce.
Stop it. I have a house. That's it. Like I've got nothing. So yeah. No, we have not had that discussion. And I don't think we will.
Some of the,
unless she's got money that I don't know about that she wants a prenup on.
And then you want to make sure you get a cut of that.
And I want a cut of that.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Some of the answers off Reddit. Never have kids with someone you don't want in your life forever.
Duh.
Do not spend like there's no tomorrow. Tomorrow will come.
That's like a life lesson.
And it won't be pretty.
All right, hang on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Let me comment on the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's someone saying, like, scout it beforehand.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a really deep life lesson.
Yes, it is.
What was the second thing you read?
The don't live like there's no, or don't spend like there's no tomorrow. Tomorrow will come and it's not going to be pretty.
That really though is like, I never did forget that like fear of having a kid with someone that you'd be stuck with for life. That I always kept that in the back of my brain as like a potential nightmare. Like what an awful, it's a life sentence. It's a life sentence dealing with this other person that you're never going to be able to get away from because you're going to share the parental responsibilities. Ooh, that's tough.
One of mine is probably not every issue you have or every negative interaction you have or whatever else needs to be addressed with the other person. Like you don't need to like, hey, I didn't like the way you talked to me earlier or whatever. Like you can just, some of them just go like, let it go.
Yeah.
Like, and that took a while. I always wanted to go like, hey, what was the deal with that earlier? Blah, blah. I just wanted to, and not even in a confrontational way. It's just, I want to clear this up. Why was this out there? And over time you realize those things in large part don't always matter. And you don't have to worry about doing those things. This is an interesting one. If something feels wrong, it likely is. Gut instincts are generally pretty on point, I think.
Yeah, they are.
Peyton, did you learn anything?
Yeah.
The Seinfeld people are.
Yeah. This was Jared Sandler weighed in, said it's overrated.
Yeah, shut up, Jared. Focus on your play-by-play calls.
It's got friends.
So mine is, as a kid, it was lying to your parents. They 95% of the time know this story overall, and they're just testing you on it. And that got me in so much trouble as a kid. Because they'll question me, they'll say, so did you go to this person's house and stay here and then go there? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Weird, because I talked to so-and-so's parents, and they said, you actually went to so-and-so's house in another city. And that got me in big trouble.
Now, this is from when you were young or last weekend?
No, no, this is young.
You said you're
18 and
I heard you
younger.
say you're a WinStar.
They never, but see, that's the thing. I mean, you're right. Most of the time they do know, but my dad would always then use that to his advantage, where he would just blind walk up to me sometimes and go, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" He's like, "Just gonna give you this chance. You want to tell me anything right now?" And the first dozen times he did it, I just pulled out something, and now he knew. One time I went, "I don't think so," and he was like, "I'm just playing with you." And I realized, oh my gosh, he's just been screwing with me this whole time.
Spittle has weighed in. Life lesson: cherish the boss you have. Don't take him for granted, and for once, hang out with him.
And subscribe to the Spits and Suds podcast.
Yeah.
Spits and Suds.
All right, you got time for one more.
Oh, perfect. I've got one more. What type of human behavior will you never understand, Chop?
Oh, okay. I never understood. Like, so you're out at a bar, guy tries to buy your girl a drink or whatever, and then you bow up at the guy.
Yep.
And it's like, how insecure wannabe alpha males I've never understood.
Just say my name, Chop.
Yeah, if a guy tries to buy her a drink, like, that's on her to say no. Getting mad at, getting all bowed up at the dude.
Yeah.
To me, that's just insecure right there. Like, that, if I was a chick, I'd be more upset that you bowed up and you got all upset about it than anything else.
Sean?
I don't really want to comment on this.
Ooh, that's all right. Let me give a couple
What
answers
was the
then.
question again?
What type of human behavior will you never understand?
Human behavior. Yeah, I agree with Chop. We've always agreed with that. If someone's checking out your girl and you're not right next to them, it's a compliment. If they're trying to buy them a drink and you're coming out of the bathroom, it's a compliment.
Take the drink and split it, man.
Yeah, people.
You tried to get guys to buy Amanda a drink on your first date or whatever it was.
No.
That's because they knocked it over.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's what I mean.
That was a different one. Just people being like so resistant to hearing just another side drives me insane. I always say like 10 heads are better than one. Mark it. And it's just like, I even think if I'm going to eventually going to make the final decision, but I want to hear everyone else's input because other people are smarter in different categories. Other people have better ideas and thoughts. And I would like to go ahead and borrow some of that. But people are know-it-alls.
Staring. People who stare, I'm always like, how do you have like the social, like, gumption to just like stare at somebody? I was like, this seems like, I feel wildly uncomfortable just making eye contact and locking for more than 2 seconds with a stranger walking by. People who just outright stare and gawk at you, like,
I haven't even noticed. I don't notice people stare.
Man, the more you get into these little play groups with little Ollie, I think you're gonna see the judgy parents who just stare at whatever.
All right, a recap of the championship last night. Jimmy Butler has no interest in going to the Hall of Fame. And what's on deck? Ja Morant.
Ooh.
After the Nuggets won the title. Next, after we hook you up right here on Sean and RJ.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see The Force live. The star-studded celebration of hip-hop culture is headlined by LL Cool J and will feature live performances by The Roots, DJ Jazzy Jeff, Rakim, Big Boy, Juvenile, Bone Thugs and Harmony, and much more at Dickies Arena on August 24th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Fan.
Murray guarded by Jimmy Butler. Back over to Bruce Brown. Bounce pass Jokic in the paint. Spin move on Adebayo. Jump shot. Good! A bucket here. This place is going to explode again. KCP has it on the high left side. Throws it off over to Joker. Floater. Yes!
Joker wins Finals MVP, no surprise. Denver closes out Miami in 5. This is Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan with Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I'm happy for the Joker. He is shot up my likability list. I'm trying to think of the NBA players right now who are as likable or more likable. It was Embiid. We're kind of going, we took a little turn south with him. Arrow is pointing down. Ja Morant has obviously plummeted south, as now he's trending on Twitter because people are doing the LeBron looking up.
It's not who I am.
Miami Heat look of Adam Silver now looking for Ja Morant and the punishment that we wait to get announced. Trae Young, where's his likability? Luka, probably Arrow slightly pointed down. Who are the other stars? Dame Lillard's is up there, but Joker is unassuming. You could tell he has zero ego. At least he expresses zero ego. He's got that Luka foreign personality of that different type of humor, and he just always seems to be laughing or getting ready to cut a joke with somebody. Giannis is extremely likable. It's probably Giannis and Joker right now on the likability list. I'm glad he won.
Yeah, they're both there.
Jimmy, people love Jimmy.
Jimmy, Dame, obviously you mentioned.
Steph is up. Steph, there's nothing unlikable about Steph except for RJ not liking his mouth guard. But Steph.
Oh, God, I used to hate his mouth guard.
Steph, Giannis. Where's Tatum on here? But Joker is on the current Mount Rushmore of likability.
What's the curve of success where people want to see you have success when you're likable to the point where then you start having too much success and your likability? Like, I feel like that's Steph. Like, Steph's just been so successful that if anything, he's dinged a little bit for you win all the time, so I dislike your dominance, and you get a little bit of negative opinion that way.
I think he broke through that. I don't think we ever started hating on Steph with all his success. I feel like he's like the rare athlete to do that.
Yeah, because
it never really happened to Tiger much either.
No,
people didn't like him for the affairs,
personal things,
but Tiger never won too much for us or for me.
Well,
I never got sick of it.
Yeah, you never got sick of it because it was fun. It is Tiger. It was fun.
Gave me a reason to watch. Otherwise, I didn't care.
Yeah, like there was players like I don't feel, and maybe I was just too young. I don't feel like we started hating on Bird or Magic too much ever. I think it was just a different world. Now we're a much more cynical society, and I don't remember hating on Michael, but I know people did. I know Knicks fans hated Jordan that I grew up with. I think that Steph he's approaching that. He wins one more title, we may start to hate him again.
You know who the two are that I think of that as soon as they've been in the league a while, they continue to build their success that are going to be on this trajectory is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's one. He's very likable. And then the other one that I think of is Anthony Edwards. Because Anthony's just going to be... I think people loved him in the Hustle movie. And he got a ton of credit for talking about, I'm playing 82 games. There's no such thing as load management. Like, he is the...
Had a little incident you may be forgetting.
I know, but I'm just saying that he's somebody who, I think in general is considered like this tough, just I want to win at all costs type of competitor.
Anyone who calls out the rest of the league for not playing enough, that's an extremely likable, lovable move. Fantastic move. So I'm happy for Joker. I'm glad that he's getting all the praise. And I feel a little guilt for not paying enough attention to him as a two-time NBA MVP.
Touchdown.
But he wins the Finals MVP, the Bill Russell Award last night. So now we wait for Ja. It's not going to be this week. Probably next week, I would guess. Adam Silver drops the hammer. And then we kind of move towards the legacies. What does this mean for Jimmy Butler? How about, listen to this. See if you find this likable or not. Jimmy Butler on NBA TV with Jared Greenberg was asked about one day being a Hall of Famer.
Have you allowed yourself to think what it would ever mean to you to be elected into the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think?
Don't care.
You don't care whether you're a Hall of Famer?
No, I don't.
Do you think your resume
Still don't care. Honestly speaking, could care less. If we're being brutally honest, if I was selected to the Hall of Fame, I'm not going.
You're not going to accept it?
No. I'm not going. It's like the festivities and all of that. I just want to go put my feet in the sand somewhere.
You wouldn't accept that honor, the greatest honor in basketball?
It's an individual thing. I'm not for the individual type stuff. I'm really not. I'm like a team guy.
But even after it's all said and done and you've done...
No, I don't want to go. I'm not worried about the Hall of Fame, so I promise you. It's an honor, it is, but I could care less.
Couldn't care less, pet peeve. Choppy, eye roll. Is this cool? Did Jimmy finally jump the shark of us loving him by saying, no, I'm really all about team, and I wouldn't go to the ceremony. I wouldn't attend. Which I don't think anyone has ever done.
It's a fascinating topic. Would you rather?
Thank you.
Would you rather make the Hall of Fame or win a championship? You can only pick one. You're the number one guy on a title team, or you're in the Hall of Fame. Now, basketball, I think, is different because everybody makes the Hall of Fame. But in other sports, football, baseball, whatever, would you rather?
Well, I don't think that was the topic. Well, I think I didn't. Was that the topic?
I think so because he said he didn't want to.
He's not saying either or. He's saying I don't care about going.
Right, because
they didn't ask him, would you rather win one or the other?
No, I know, but he was saying he's a team guy, so the Hall of Fame doesn't mean anything to him. Which I'm thinking to myself, I think most guys would say I'd rather make the Hall of Fame. Which I think he's in the minority on that.
I think is a little funny that his claim is I
rolled my eyes a little.
I rolled my eyes a lot. It strikes me as just some.
Do you think he believes it?
I'm sure now that he said it, he's not going to go. But I don't know that he would have. It took a little while of him getting asked that for him to dig into that point. But now that he said it, he probably won't go. But the whole I'm a team guy. Okay, go ask the Sixers. Go ask the guys that played with you on the Sixers if you're a team guy. Go ask the Timberwolves if they think you're a team guy. Because you were considered anything but about 5 years ago. He has gone through these waves. He was the underdog story that everybody liked in the beginning. Then he took serious hits on his reputation, went down. Yeah, Miami, he's trending up again.
But the hits that you're talking about, I now think of them as the other guys in Minnesota were losers. I think of Karl Anthony Towns as a loser, and he couldn't meet Jimmy's standard of what it takes to win. That's what I think of now with Jimmy Butler. Philadelphia, chronic underachievers. Get up out of there.
Yeah.
Get up out of there. He's left all these in his wake, I think, looking better.
He has. Oh, yeah. Because he looks like an alpha.
Yeah.
On the floor. People
a true leader.
Yeah.
Right?
He does.
And the way he plays, he's too unselfish, really. He's too selfless. Last night, that turnover, these should be pull-up jumpers. But he's stopping and trying to find someone, and I respect him for that, props for that. But as Mark Jackson said, yo, man, step up. Get ready. Now, he did go on that little points explosion, but too little, too late. So that's Jimmy Butler saying, I don't care, and I will not be attending.
I mean, a little bit of it is just, it's kind of eye-roll inducing because you get that, and then you got the Bam Adebayo trying to hand him the Eastern Conference trophy, and he shook his head no, and he's like, I'll hold the next one.
A lot of people do that.
But I mean, it's silly. That's the thing. I think the whole alpha, meet my standard, and I do that, I think you can only be that guy if you're Kobe or Jordan, walk in and command a room like that. Trying to do that feels a little pretentious when it's Jimmy Butler.
You want to really roll your eyes?
Yeah, please.
This quote from LeBron.
Oh, boy.
On why he never participated in the dunk contest.
Oh, my God.
This is so freaking lame. And I try to defend LeBron a lot socially on this show, but my God. His comments as a player are so douchey. They really are.
He's A-Rod.
This came from Bally Sports, why he never wanted to participate in the dunk contest. I don't think it was something that I wanted to accomplish in my career. It's not a goal of mine. And it never was coming into the NBA to be a part of the dunk contest, Making the NBA All-Star team was. Being the league MVP. Winning Defensive Player of the Year. Winning NBA championships. Those were some goals of mine. The NBA dunk contest was never a goal. It wasn't something that I had too much passion for. Didn't he participate in the dunk contest right before he went pro?
I think it was in high school.
Yeah.
He did one in high school. Yeah.
Look, I mean, this is
I've never heard a player ever say this.
No, this is exactly why he has the likability of A-Rod. They're phony with their image. They refuse to put themselves out there. People want to see you put yourself out there.
You mean Taco Tuesday isn't enough?
The fact that he said winning the dunk contest wasn't a goal is out of touch. It's just unlikable. Like,
hey, really, there really is some A-Rod parallels.
What kid did not, lower the rim as a youth and try to be Michael Jordan, Vince Carter, whatever, and try to emulate their dunks? Who didn't, in the backyard or whatever, or at the ball field, try to do a home run derby? We all did. Like, it's part of it. Part of sports is having fun. And, like, the players that treat pro sports as a job are just a drag, man. They're a drag on the sport. Like, kids want to watch you have fun. Adults want to watch you have fun. I want to see you out there failing, making it look like you're like me out there who can't dunk. Not somebody who's too cool for school.
Which is interesting because he's always talked about growing up idolizing Jordan. And, I mean, that was part of Jordan's legacy was as a dunker and the dunk contest that he won where he beat Dominique.
But is it better to say this than the real answer of the dunk contest became boring and I just had too much to lose? We would destroy him for that by admitting to a lack of confidence in his own abilities.
I mean, he could say it just became boring. Like, nobody started getting into it, and I was like, I'm not going to do this anymore.
Does that make him seem like he's above everyone else, that everyone else who participated... I'm trying to defend him.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. But, he is above everyone else.
I know, but you don't say it.
No, that's true.
Those that are above everyone else don't say they are.
Yeah, do athletes have an obligation to pay it forward to the next generation of players? Some believe they do. Part of that is, giving the young kids, the young players, the next generation of players, someone to look up to in a dunk contest. Now we got to look up to Mac McClung. Cool.
Yeah. For a year.
Yeah, right?
I'm not the biggest LeBron fan, but I think you're onto something in that the idea... I think there's not a topic LeBron can talk about where he can give a right answer. Not like he's incapable of it. Like, I don't know that there's an answer that somebody's not going to complain about the way he said it, or like he is in a bit of a no-win position. And I understand in a lot of ways it's probably a reputation he built up on his own by saying the wrong thing so many times early on, or doing the decision and everything else. But I think he's at this point in his career where he could say the most mundane thing and he'll get criticized.
But he's basically had two things. The decision was horrifically unlikable.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, I guess going to the other teams counts, but what he's said, and then China.
Who? Where?
China. Look, I just have never seen someone say this. Don't tell me making all defensive first team was my dream. That's what I got excited about in the backyard before coming into the league.
Yeah.
All defensive NBA.
Sitting there in Akron.
Shut up.
Playing pickup basketball, man. Slapping the floor like you're Wojo.
I honestly remember the first time LeBron made me roll his eyes. He wasn't even a pro. He was getting interviewed for an ESPN special as a senior in high school. And he was talking
you're referring to yourself as the king is pretty eye-rolly, too.
Yeah. He said in this interview, he's like, a couple weeks back, I was playing a game. I had 5 points at halftime. And, I heard some people talking, and they're like, LeBron's not having such a good game. He's only got 5 points. And I said, I've got 8 assists. I'm getting my teammates involved. I think I'm having a great game. The game's not just about scoring points. I was like, what are you doing, dude? Like, a little bit of it was just high school cringy guy, but still, I was like, that was the first time I was like, okay, all right, dude.
Corey Seager just got word he will be joining the G-Bag Nation today at 3:20. 3:20 for Corey Seager. How much is the Metroplex buying into the Rangers? Choppy has the numbers. Woo! And get ready for the fan text. Mark Cuban with some business advice. Normally that would be smart, right? You want to listen to that up from a billionaire. Mark Cuban says it's time to go woke. Next on the Fan.
But let's get...
Brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
First, the pitch to Ohtani is lifted deep into left field. Jankowski is back, and this one is just over the wall. Shohei Ohtani takes a first pitch cutter, goes the other way, and gives Los Angeles a 7-5 lead.
Shohei with 2 last night. Hicksey with the call that ended it. Rangers had a lot of different opportunities to walk this thing off, but Ohtani retakes the American League home run lead. I was like, wait a second. It just says the American League home run lead. Choppy, who's leading the league in home runs?
Pete Alonso?
Pete Alonso with 22, and he's hurt now, right?
He got hit by a pitch. Judge is hurt, too. He was leading the AL. He busted his toe up going against the wall in L.A., so Shohei was able to take the lead on him as well in the American League.
I said I was a little worried about the Rangers. Not overall, even though they have lost 4 out of 5. Fine, you didn't sweep St. Louis. No crime in that. You lost 2 out of 3 to Tampa. I don't care. Yesterday, you had multiple opportunities. I'm not worried about them from an overall long-term standpoint. Thank you, Jason Kidd. But, whew, now you're not going to get John Gray starting today. It's going to be Cody Bradford. The bullpen is taxed. Yesterday, they were talking about as if this was a 14-inning game, and it was 12-12. So, going to have to make multiple roster moves before tonight just to be able to have bodies in the bullpen. No off days coming. And the schedule is supposed to be getting tougher. So, I'm a little bit worried about the Rangers this week in a series that Steve Buechele said yesterday could be more important than the Rays one.
I mean, look, it certainly could be. It has been a little bit of a tough week. There's no doubt. This has been, without question, the worst week of the season.
So if this qualifies as the worst, it's like you tell your friend or your family member, if this is the worst of your problems, you got it really good.
Yeah, you do. However, you losing DeGrom started it, and you know the news a week ago about the Tommy John that was crushing.
Man,
and
the DeGrom news was just in the last week. It feels like it was like 3 weeks. Like, am I off on that?
It was Tuesday,
it feels
right?
Like it was like
Tuesday.
2 weeks ago.
It's been like a week, maybe a week and a half, maybe.
Yeah, so you get that news, and then obviously Gray, you lose 2 of 3 to Tampa. You lose last night, and there was a lot of problems with last night's game. There was obviously Dunning did not pitch well. The bullpen held it together as long as they possibly could, but then obviously giving up in the latter innings. And then, some defensive miscues. It just wasn't a crisp game. You left runners on base. You didn't get those guys in. This team has hit really, really well with runners in scoring position this year.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, this has clearly been, now you're right. If this is the worst it's been, it's pretty good. This has clearly been the worst week of the season for this team. And then obviously you had the great news in. It's tough.
And it was a week ago for DeGrom. That does feel like 3 weeks already, but I'm wondering, and maybe it's not. It may be a silly thing, but is there any chance you think they've been demoralized by that? Like, is that impacting them at all? Do you think on the field?
I think 1,000. I think when you lose a player like him, it is absolutely demoralizing because they knew that at the end of the day, if they got in the postseason, they had that trump card in their pocket.
Yep.
Now they don't.
Now they may not think about it day to day, but
right.
they took a knock in contender status. They just did.
Yeah.
They took a step down in contender status.
When Jake DeGrom is a healthy top of the rotation starter in October, you have a really good chance of winning that series. When you rely on, Martin Perez and John Gray, who are good pitchers, but have we seen John Gray in a major playoff series before? I've seen Evaldi do it. I've seen Evaldi do it on the biggest of big stages. I've seen Evaldi have one of the best relief performances out of the bullpen I've ever seen in a World Series. I know he could do it. I know Jake could do it. Can Gray? Can Dane? Can Martin? You don't know. And those are just question marks you're going to run into.
Metroplex ratings for the Rangers. Go ahead and try to simply summarize this with the Bally issue. You compare this to the Mavericks as well. How much is the Metroplex buying in?
All right, so good question, Sean. How much is DFW buying in to the Rangers. Now,
Bassick, by the way, just texted, said not demoralizing. It took me back to Brett Boone. Brett Boone basically said, no, we don't think about that. No one's thinking about that. I can hear Holland saying, no, I'm thinking about going out and doing my job day to day, and that seems to be what Bassick is thinking. Now, the reality is they did take a step back. Maybe Mike is right in that the players aren't thinking about that, and they still think they're. But then I would ask, I don't know. I'll ask Mike and Cross. I would ask before the season starts, does every player have the same level of belief in you're going to have a great year, that your team is really, really good? Or is that a different realization versus not having your ace with him going down? Like the delusion, the mental tricks you play on yourself that, we're still freaking good. I'm a pro athlete.
It's been my experience around.
Mike would probably say it's different. When a team is trash.
Yeah, I think you probably know. But I think the general thought process is the same with all the players. Like, they all think the same thing. They either all think we're really good or they all think we're really bad. And you may get one or two guys on there who have different opinions. But ratings-wise, I was pretty surprised by Saturday. I was surprised by what was number 1 and number 2 on Saturday. But real quick, the Rangers are doing very well. The Bally problem may not be as much of a problem as we thought. They are not winning these days, which against Tampa kind of surprised me. They didn't win the day against Tampa. They were not the number 1 TV, rated TV program, but all around good numbers and locally. So I'll give you the numbers for this past weekend real quick. On Saturday, the number 1 viewed program was
on Saturday.
Yep, number 1 sports program.
Well, it wasn't the finals. They were on Friday. Rangers Rays versus, I don't know.
Belmont.
The Belmont?
The Belmont.
Ugh. That's awful.
100,000 homes, people 2 plus. Now, adults 25-54, it was third. The number 2 show and the number 1 adults 25-54 was UEFA Final, CBS, Man City and Inter Milan. That was on 2 o'clock. 76,000 homes, 2 plus, 53,000 homes, adults 25-54. Then Golden Knights Panthers, then Rangers Rays, then Red Sox Yankees, then RBC Canadian Open. Yet the College World Series following after that. Sunday, the RBC Canadian Open won the day, 80,000. Then Rangers Rays, 72,000. Then the NASCAR, and then the French Open men's final. Then you get other stuff going in there. So I asked my buddy who hands me these ratings.
Well,
pick a random Mavs Sunday game. Just to compare this to the Rangers on the Sunday. Random Mavs Sunday game post Kyrie. Before they tanked.
Yep.
Right? So the only one he could find that was on a Sunday was a Spurs overtime game.
So Mavericks looking for some
not on the
revenge
level
today.
of Rangers Rays, but it is, a Sunday game going for a playoff spot. And it was overtime. The Mavs had 65,000 households, 14,000, 25-54. The Rangers had 72,000, 27,000, 25-54. Doesn't mean anything. It was a bad game. Spurs, Mavs doesn't have any juice to it. Very, very bad game. So I just thought that was interesting. I'll have them go back and look at other ones too.
So the summary is what?
They're buying into the Rangers. 70-something thousand homes on a weekend. It's pretty good on Bally.
Okay.
Pretty solid.
All right. Kevin Hagelin will love that we're bringing this topic up, but just like the Brittany Griner one, it was from the Metroplex, so we're going to talk about it. Mark Cuban, who, look, I don't like Mark Cuban in terms of just the overall sports owner thing and his arrogance and his pettiness, but I still would take advice from a billionaire. He did an interview with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette on Sunday, and he said, Bobby, you want to recap this?
Yeah, it was an article from a woman named Selena Zito, who I guess has a relationship with Mark Cuban from books she's written in the past. And she had been discussing this topic of Target and Bud Light and everything, and reached out to him and said, hey, do you believe that this is still okay? Because you say that companies in the past, you've said companies should step out there and make these sorts of social statements. And Mark Cuban's response was, first off, a dip in market cap is meaningless. You have to realize that there aren't many individual owners of stocks. Almost all ownership is via funds, and most trading is quantitative. So it's not like the drop is because of tens of thousands of individual holders sold their stocks. He says there's a reason almost all the top 10 market cap companies in the U.S. can be considered woke. It's good business.
Ooh, good business. Now, I'm a moron. Period. Not just compared to Mark Cuban. I'm a moron. This doesn't sound very intelligent from Mark. 24% decrease in sales. How is that overblown? How is that overrated? Going woke is good for business. People are literally right. Well, Garth Brooks, didn't he?
Garth is opening up a bar on Broadway on Lower Broadway in Nashville, and he said he did an interview with Billboard magazine and said we are going to have every beer will be sold, including Bud Light. When Bud Light obviously has had some boycotts surrounding the Dylan Mulvaney bottle that was given to her. Well, he is getting dragged, and people are throwing away his records and boycotting the bar and all this stuff. And it's another celebrity controversy of the week.
I think this also disproves what I've always said is a false statement. There's no such thing as bad publicity. Bull S. That is such a dumb principle that someone came up with. But I'm not understanding Cuban's advice here.
Well, he says most CEOs have enough experience to know to just wait out the news cycle until they go to the next one. So Mark's thought is just shelter in place, weather the storm, and you'll come out fine.
And he's probably right on a lot of situations. To me, I would always say I've never subscribed to the belief that companies have political views. It's a company. It's not individuals have political views. Companies, why do they have political views on either way? Why would you I don't care what somebody sells. I'm not going to stop shopping at
Chick-fil-A. They've been in the news in the past for their beliefs.
I go to Chick-fil-A because they have delicious chicken sandwiches.
Right.
I don't care if 7-Eleven sells a certain brand of beer.
Yeah.
If I don't like the beer, I'm not going to buy that beer. I'm going to buy something else.
But there's a ton of people who are opposite of us.
I agree.
As these numbers are showing.
Yes. So I would just err on the side of we're a private entity. We have no political affiliation.
Yeah. What do you think?
We have no stance
anything
whatsoever.
here? And this makes sense to you?
No, because like you said, Chick-fil-A had waited in those waters, a decade ago? That's still pretty much, I think, their reputation, even though now they're being canceled too, I guess.
Chick-fil-A is?
Yeah, they're being canceled
again
for being woke now, I guess.
Oh,
it's
you
for
can't
the
please
reverse.
anybody.
I don't know. It's apparently what's out there. But I'm with Chop. I don't care which side it is. If the food's good, I'm gonna go order the food. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, when I went in the grocery store before the first pool party, I was like, is this Bud Light half off? Because whatever's half off is what I'm buying. That's what I'm getting. What's the best deal? How can I save money? That's the way I'm going
Unless
about
it's
it.
beef.
Unless it's steak.
Yes.
Unless it's the Bobby Belt steak night. So that's Cuban with his business advice. Going woke is just good business. Bobby's going to introduce you to the newest member of the Cowboys front office. And who is above Dak and CD on the best QB wide receiver combos? That's Below the Belt, coming up on The Fan. the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Does the greatest rapper alive now work for the Dallas Cowboys? We'll let you judge that here in just a minute.
It depends on who you're saying is the greatest rapper alive, I guess.
Well, maybe it's an MC you've never heard of, Chop, but he's going to blow your mind with his bars here shortly. So NFL.com had a story up yesterday that angered me a great deal. I was not happy with it. The 9 best new veteran quarterback wide receiver combos for the 2023 NFL season. So this doesn't necessarily mean, obviously, like the receiver doesn't have to be new, the quarterback, just generally new teammates. So a quarterback being acquired or a receiver being acquired. Number 1 new connection is...
This is new connections?
Mm-hmm. Wherever DeAndre Hopkins goes.
Veterans. So this wouldn't be like rookies. This wouldn't be like, Bryce Young or anything.
Gotcha.
New connections. So that would be... Okay, it's either Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson. Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson.
Okay.
They are buying in big time to Aaron Rodgers. I think we can look down the list because what we've seen is that you can count among these new connections Dak Prescott and Brandon Cooks. And Brandon Cooks has been somebody who's shown he will produce regardless of who's back there at quarterback. And Dak has shown that when he has the weapons in place, he will find them and he will take advantage of the targets. Number 2, Lamar Jackson and Odell Beckham Jr.
Okay.
This is a ridiculous one to me to have up at number 2 because there are already so many questions about Lamar Jackson as a passer, and there were the issues of, well, what's he going to be like coming off of the knee injury? What's he going to be like in a new offense? And literally no one has a clue what Odell Beckham's going to be. And so I think it's nuts to have the two of them this high on the list.
And this list is from who?
NFL.com. This is the league putting this out. Number 3, Trevor Lawrence and Calvin Ridley.
Okay, I can buy that one.
I'm interested.
Yeah, I am too.
So far, do you have all 3 of these above Dak and Cooks?
Yes. Well, at least 2 of them.
Okay.
I don't know about the Lamar Odell because I don't know what Odell has.
Yeah, your question in that is Odell.
Yes.
Not Lamar.
Right.
You've got a pretty long wait till we get to Cooks and Dak, by the way. Number 4.
Carr, Michael Thomas.
Derek Carr and Chris Olave.
Olave.
Ugh. That should not be in front of Carr, Cooks and Dak.
Number 5.
Garoppolo, Devontae.
Justin Fields and DJ Moore. Justin Fields, who nobody's totally sure he can throw a pass.
The offseason MVP.
Yes, he is. I mean, he is. They've already. Now, listen, someone's losing big here. People have put him in a top 5 category. Many have put him as the second best quarterback in the NFC. However, the other statistic is every quarterback that did not hit their win total in their second season failed over the last 20 years. If you don't hit your second season win total as a QB, historically you fail, except for 2 people.
Look,
Herbert and Dak.
I had Justin Fields in fantasy. He was incredible. But that's only because he ran for 200 yards a game. He has as many or more questions about throwing a football than Jalen Hurts had before last season. But whoever's in charge of Justin Fields' PR is a freaking genius. Mm-hmm. And Chicago and Vegas always gets a lot of play. They're one of these teams like San Francisco. They always get a lot of action. They always get a lot of hype. So someone is doing a phenomenal job of selling the Justin Fields leap this offseason. But for Fields and DJ Moore to be above Dak and Cooks, that's wrong. That's offensive as well. Although I will say this. I mean, Brandon Cooks on the level of these other receivers is definitely not a 1 or true 2. DJ Moore is the clear 1 in Chicago. Odell Beckham is the clear 1. I know you have Mark Andrews. But he's, the no doubt best receiver, at least name-wise, in Baltimore. Brandon Cooks is a very nice player. I still think of him as like a little bit more of a weapon that you're going to throw deep to with the speed. Is there that much of a separation between Brandon Cooks and Michael Gallup before last year for us to like include Cooks in these other combos.
Yes, to me.
Well, we know you think he's freaking.
Think he's great.
You think he's Jerry Rice.
I mean,
there are people who question the fit, are there not?
Cook in terms of just
not
what
not the fit, just the status.
How are the
name the other receivers above that you've named so far.
On this list here so
and then
far?
I will
We've got
comment afterwards.
DJ Moore.
Okay,
he's better.
DJ Moore status wise, I'm just saying, like he's on a upper echelon over Brandon Cooks.
Chris Olave.
I mean, his ceiling is much higher.
Next one was Calvin Ridley.
Calvin Ridley belongs above Brandon Cooks in terms of notoriety.
For wrong reasons.
Calvin Ridley was he was a stud in Atlanta before he got in trouble. Like no one would take Calvin. I would never take Brandon Cooks over Calvin Ridley for the next 3 years. Calvin Ridley, where was he drafted?
He was drafted in the first round, so was Brandon Cooks. Calvin Ridley was drafted 26th overall. I think Cooks was 30th.
Okay.
Or something like that. But I mean,
I think Calvin Ridley's got, a much higher ceiling.
Brandon Cooks has had 6 1,000-yard receivers with 4 different teams. He's somebody who has shown he can produce regardless of who's back there at quarterback.
There's no doubt.
What I'm trying to say is, who made this list?
NFL.com.
I think that I don't think that Brandon Cooks is going to come to mind for whoever made this list over there.
Number 6
from status-wise.
Who's number 6?
Is it Mac and Juju?
No.
Garoppolo, Devontae.
Jimmy Garoppolo and Devontae Adams, who they don't even know if Jimmy's foot works.
I mean,
you know what? That's Devontae carrying it, and Jimmy is
Yeah.
Jimmy is far closer to Dak than Cooks is to Devontae, and that's the reason why they're higher. And I agree with that.
I mean, I don't think Cooks is close to Devontae at all, but Jimmy's an awful quarterback. Number 7.
But what RJ said was correct.
I don't think it is.
You think that Cooks is closer to Devontae than Garoppolo is to Dak?
It's like saying I think Dallas is closer to Nashville than it is LA. Like, I mean, it's like that kind of a gap. But Jimmy is so far back.
That's how they made their list.
And Cooks is further.
I don't think he is. Like, I don't think he's close to Devontae, but I think the gap is much wider between Dak and Garoppolo.
You're insane.
You're insane.
How am I insane?
Jimmy is a top half of the league quarterback.
We're talking about, that's garbage. We're talking about Cooks producing at a level over the last decade that there's like 3 receivers that have. I'm not saying that reflects he's one of the 3 best receivers of the time.
Wasn't Jimmy like number 1 in efficiency last year when he got hurt?
Yeah, and we already talked about why that was garbage and why he wasted it.
Bobby, they could put Tebow on there with Devontae, and they're going to make the argument that Devontae carries them over other combos, which you know.
But they didn't think it carried them over Justin Fields and DJ Moore.
Well,
okay. I disagreed with that one.
No, I'm just saying I think that's silly. But number 7 is Dak Prescott
Justin
and Brandon
Fields and
Cooks.
DJ Moore will have worse numbers than whoever's throwing to Devontae.
We'll see.
Okay.
Number 7, Dak Prescott, Brandon Cooks, all the way down past all these guys. And it's incredibly disrespectful.
You know how I know you're a homer? Because of how worked up. Look at you, you're taking it personally.
I don't take it personal.
You're hurt.
I'm
you're hurt.
not Gangstar. I don't take it personal.
You're hurt over it. Like you're mad. That shows me your fandom.
No, I'm mad at the argument. Like, this isn't even about a Dak thing at that point. I'm mad at the argument of, like, I think there's a severe underrating of Brandon Cooks.
Why is the league passed him around like Christian Wood? There's a reason. So we can't make the same argument for Christian Wood and not apply it to Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks has less of a reason to be passed around the league, and everyone has had him. Everyone has passed him around. Why?
Eric Dickerson got passed around. Is Eric Dickerson not a great player?
I mean, getting passed around is not a bad thing necessarily. It's also not a good thing.
He was getting traded for first round. He got traded for first round picks like 3 times.
Getting passed around means that people want you and you are a good player, but it also means that people think that they can upgrade from you too.
How many teams has Brandon Cooks played for?
This is number 5. This is number 5.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was New England, New Orleans, LA, and Houston.
Eric Dickerson played for the Rams for Indianapolis for 5, Rams 5, 1 Atlanta, 1 Raiders. So
yeah, that was
it's not the same.
Yeah. Next, he got traded similarly.
Next attempt.
Anyway, so they were number 7. That's disrespectful. That's my whole point, Sean. Saturday or Sunday. I was surprised I didn't see this because I was right over by Texas Stadium.
Who else is on the top 10?
The rest of them. So apparently just behind them is Baker effing Mayfield and Mike Evans.
Ugh. Boy.
Okay. Well, that's just Mike Evans' praise.
And then number 9, Mac Jones and Juju.
Ew.
I think Mac and Juju's better than Baker and Mike Evans.
Do you?
Well, because I mean,
Juju's a bum.
Like they're both very like
mid.
mid, but at least Mike Evans is good.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of the Dak Jimmy thing.
Dak and Cook should be up like 2 spots higher on that list.
Look, if Dak and Brandon Cooks don't have a strong connection this season, then in all likelihood, the games on Sunday are going to look like the stadium parking lot did on Sunday.
It's just funny to me. All these gallopers are hiding now. But 2 years ago, if I asked, would you rather have Brandon Cooks or Michael Gallup? This city would have said Michael Gallup. And don't tell me any different. And now all these homers want to pretend like they don't have those takes.
I think they absolutely. I think most people would have said. I would not have said it, but I think a lot of people would have. Like, because you always overvalue what you have.
Yeah.
Like in general. There was a porta potty on fire at AT&T Stadium on Sunday, and if that's not a bad omen,
Texas toast.
Man, this is bad. You're coupling Texas toast with a burning pile of S in the parking lot.
I think I'd rather be in a porta potty on fire than just be in a regular in a porta potty. I can't stand going in there. It's like one of my top 3 worst experiences.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care.
Porta potty.
I don't care for it either.
I'm terrified to touch a wall. I can't look down. I've never gone number 2 in there ever. Not one time.
I
ever at a porta potty.
I squat.
Yeah, I had to hover.
Can't touch the.
But I know you can't touch it, but the thought of a splash back up in one of those things. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So do you not use the little urinal thing on the left when you go in?
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
When you go in the porta potty, you don't pee in the toilet. You pee in the little urinal thing on the left. They all have
a thing.
Them. Oh yeah.
They don't always have them, but yeah, I've seen them.
I haven't gone in one without one in years.
I pee in the main thing. Why wouldn't I?
Oh, just turn to the left. It's a little urinal. That way, there's no. You have to look in there.
Are you sure you're not just like peeing in the toilet paper holder?
I am not peeing in the toilet.
I didn't know there was
it's a little urinal, right?
I didn't know there was a separate pee urinal.
Oh yeah. Maybe I'm just a frequenter of the porta potty.
I saw somebody walk into a porta potty at a Josh Turner concert one time with a slice of pizza. Walked in there, came back out with half of it eaten. Ate it in the porta potty.
Ew.
It was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen.
Below
Do you want me to pee on it?
What's that?
Do you want me to pee on it?
I don't know if you can play that. 877, there's like a urine rule with the FCC. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up on your home of America's team. Okay. Where's the Joker title when it comes to the Dirk rings? There's 2 different types of championships. You got your super teams and you got your Dirk rings. Where's Joker on the Dirk list? Final hour, Tolo Tuesday, next.
in studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Seconds left to go. Casey's across the timeline, and he'll dribble it out. The 47-year wait is over. The Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world. They are champions. And Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea can rest or die in peace.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Creepy Bobby Belt with the, I don't know what that is.
He's doing the
fist pump.
It's the truck driver. The
Truck
air horn.
driver.
The air horn.
Sure.
That's
Call
right.
it a truck driver.
The Denver Nuggets finish off the Miami Heat in 5 games. Joker wins NBA Finals MVP. Some are wondering, Isaiah Thomas, is that the greatest? Isaiah will say anything to take a shot at Michael. Is that the greatest Finals performance ever? I want to first start off asking where this is on the Dirk titles list, right? There's super team titles, LeBron, Miami, the Warriors, what they're trying to do in Phoenix right now, and there are championships that just mean more. Giannis over Phoenix, Kawhi in Toronto, this championship, and Dirk 12 years ago yesterday. So where does this one stack up amongst those 4? I have this one at number 4. I think Jamal Murray, he needs his own discussion, by the way. I think Jamal Murray is the best number 2 on any of those teams. I think Middleton is probably number 2 on the 2s. So because Jamal Murray is the best number 2, and because they beat Miami in the finals, they beat the Lakers, yes. And who did they have in the rest of this postseason? Denver?
Denver, they
Minnesota.
had Minnesota, yeah. in the first
Minnesota.
round.
There's nothing that impressive about that. But look, they did work. They didn't struggle with any of these teams. So that's tremendously impressive. So Denver is 4 for me. Giannis, 3. Kawhi's Raptors, 2, because they did it against the Warriors, even though Durant got hurt. And the Dirk championship run, sweeping the defending champion Lakers, ending Phil Jackson's coaching career in LA, and then beating the super team Heatles. That's number 1 without trying to be a homer.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the thing.
Does this even belong in those categories?
Oh, I don't think so.
The Denver one does not belong in that category?
Maybe it does because it's close to. I think it's close to the Bucks one. But here's the one thing I'll say about Dirk and that run is yes, Jamal Murray is more important. Well, I shouldn't even say he's more important than Kidd. He's a better player than he was at that point of his career. But Kidd changed the organization, the way Dirk was getting the ball. Dirk, for years, one of the reasons they couldn't beat the Heat. One of the reasons why they lost in 2007. He could not find a player to give him the ball post-Nash where he got it in a position that was advantageous to him. And Kidd changed that. He completely changed the organization. And then sort of Carlisle when he came in as well. But, yeah, it's tough for me. Dirk's is easily number 1, and I think Kawhi's is easily number 2. That was a good run Kawhi had.
Kawhi had a great run, and you got to remember, like, we're sitting here talking about, the team.
Do you think that Denver should even enter this conversation or mix? RJ doesn't seem to think so.
I don't think it's the same type of run that like Milwaukee's or Dallas or Toronto was. But I mean, I think the easy, most impressive one is Dallas, just because of where they were. Like Toronto was Toronto the 1 seed, or were they like 3? They may have been 3. But I mean, Denver was the best team in the West all year, and like came in. Jamal Murray, I think, was extremely underrated coming to this. Michael Porter Jr. was at one point considered the top player coming out of high school before he went to Missouri and had his injuries. I mean, they've got a lot of really strong contributors, and they honestly didn't play anybody like along the way. Phoenix was the winningest team they faced at 45-37. They faced a lot of soft competition.
But Durant got traded there later, to be fair.
He did.
I mean, you went through LeBron, Anthony Davis, Durant, and Booker, Chris Paul, Ayton. We all were sitting at the Super Bowl, let's be honest about it, when they pulled off the Phoenix trade, we thought they were winning the championship. They were an invincible team. So they were a super team with tremendous names. The Lakers had just knocked out the Warriors. They did have LeBron and Anthony Davis, and they swept them. That's not nobody.
That's not nobody. I don't know.
Dude, if I tell you any other year, it's Ayton, Paul. Chris Paul is your fourth worst player. Paul, Ayton, or Ayton is your fourth worst player than Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. That's impressive.
Yes, it is.
It's impressive.
So for instance, in Milwaukee's run, they beat 3 teams along the way that had more wins than the winningest team Denver faced, and that was a year where every team in the NBA played 10 fewer games. Like, they beat teams in a 72-game season because of the late start with COVID from the previous year, and Philly won 49 games, Brooklyn won 48, Phoenix won 51. I don't think it goes on the same level at all. And then when you look at Vincent Goodwill, the senior NBA reporter over at Yahoo, he wrote just before Game 5 about this. He said, in time, we'll look at this Denver Nuggets postseason as one of the greatest runs in NBA history. He says the only reason we haven't yet is because we didn't predict it. It's hard to see Milwaukee faring much better, let alone the maddening Boston Celtics. So putting the focus on the Heat as some lucky 8th seed sent to slaughter is misguided. I think that's way off base that this is some historic run.
Okay, well, real quick, Choppy.
All right.
No matter who you face, how many losses do you have to have for that to trump who you faced? Do you know how many total losses Denver had in this postseason?
It's 4, right?
It was 4.
It's pretty good run.
It's pretty damn impressive.
16-4 is pretty good.
So, like, if they had gone undefeated through this or had one loss, does that make that much of a difference to trump
It
in
makes
weaker
them
competition?
obviously look much, much better.
Yeah.
4 losses is pretty good. You're losing 1 loss in 1 game a series.
Yeah, that's pretty dominant.
Yeah.
I don't. You know, the Lakers and the Suns are nice opponents. Again, Miami is not. They're an 8th seed, and Minnesota is not impressive. But the fact that you only lost 4 playoff games,
I mean,
does that make up for it?
Dallas lost 5 on their run, and it was against much better teams. And so, I think, if they were to sweep all the way through, that's something so unheard of. Like, people always talk about, was it the 0-1 Lakers that beat the 76ers? They went, I think they lost 1 game, maybe 2. I think they swept through the West and then lost 1 to Philly or something.
Yeah, they may have. It was 1 or 2 games. Trucker.com text line. Don't forget about the very talented Portland team the Mavs beat in the first round. Phoenix was like 17-2 with Katie in the regular season. They weren't bums.
Yeah.
How is LeBron coming back from 3-1 not considered? We're only talking about single-star teams here.
Yes.
Not, LeBron had Kyrie and Kevin Love. We're not talking about the Warriors here.
Yes.
They played an 8, a 4, a 7, and an 8. This is not an all-time great run. It feels like just another championship.
Yeah, it feels like just another championship. Okay. Does Jamal Murray disqualify them from this Giannis, Dirk, Kawhi conversation?
It's one of 14 teams, I think, in NBA history that's won the finals with only 1 All-Star on the team, so I don't think it does.
You can't put Kawhi in there. They didn't have KD or Clay when they beat. Remember, KD only played maybe a quarter and a half of that series, and then ball trimmer guy coming in saying that the reason you guys don't know about the side thing at the porta potty is because you were sitting down when you peed. I don't know what he means by that, but I thought it was a little shocking.
Thanks for the 15-minute callback. 877-881-1053 is the Truckrick.com text line. Now, what does this do for Joker? I was trying to have you guys put in order, like, Joker, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson. You both said Joker, Robinson, then Ewing. I was a little bit surprised that you both immediately put Robinson over Ewing.
I think Ewing.
And we're talking modern. We're talking modern that we
Right.
saw. So we're not including Wilt, and we're not including Russell. Hakeem, Shaq. We're not including Duncan as a center either. Hakeem, Shaq, Joker, Ewing, Robinson.
I have Robinson above right now.
Yeah,
that
same.
mine is more like if he goes a couple more years. But right now, I still think Robinson's at. I think Joker's probably at or past Ewing already for me.
I think Ewing, and there's a couple of centers from back then that are going to get lost in the change of the game. I don't think David Robinson is one of them for whatever reason. I don't think Hakeem is or Kareem. But I think Patrick Ewing and I think basically all the Georgetown centers are going to get lost. Zoe, Ewing, and then Mutombo didn't have the offensive game those other two had. But, Ewing and Zoe's game, they had a mid-range game. That was a great – Ewing had a great baseline jumper. They had offensive game for that era, but they're getting lost.
Why are you putting David Robinson above Joker? He never made a finals on his own. He needed Duncan.
I mean, he had historically bad teams around him for a lot of the time, and he won a scoring title. He put up 30 points a game in one season in an era where they were doing everything they could to clog the paint and stop you.
Okay. MJ didn't play then.
And he was
that
also
was the MJ year, right? So it didn't count.
I mean, and Robbins is also one of the greatest defensive centers of all time. It's a complete game.
And he was jacked.
Yes. Now, eventually, I do think Joker probably passes him, but
passes David Robinson eventually.
I agree.
Okay. 877-881-1053 to hit us up with your own different list. What this does for Joker? Is this in a dirt category of championships? Some around the NBA notes real quick. Fred VanVleet is opting out. So VanVleet is going to be a free agent. Some Mavs fans said go get him as a Kyrie replacement.
Ben Taylor was f***ing terrible tonight.
Man, he's only been in the league for I thought he was in the league for over 10 years. I think he's only been in the league for 6 or 7 years. And then Brian Windhorst says, well, you heard some rumors about a Chris Paul to the Lakers deal, and Brian Windhorst was saying he thinks Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton have a better chance of returning to Phoenix than most people think. But there was a banana boat rumor about CP3 and LeBron.
There was a banana boat rumor from Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports. D'Angelo Russell is a very close friend with Devin Booker. Lakers are exploring sign and trade possibilities with him. Waiving Russell, or sort of losing him by free agency, or waiving Chris Paul would sacrifice each team about $30 million salary slot. That feels more precious while staring down a daunting second tax apron in the upcoming CBA. So what they're saying is that maybe there's a trade in the works, Russell for Paul. And, obviously LeBron gets to play with a friend of his in Chris Paul, banana boat. And then D'Angelo Russell gets to go play with a good friend of his, Devin Booker, which we all know players today love playing with their friends.
What about VanVleet as a Kyrie backup plan?
Sure. I mean, I'd take VanVleet. I'd take really anything back, honestly, that I feel like would provide some stability. Fred VanVleet's not like a superstar that I think you can pair with Luka and have a lot of success with, but I'll take that over the inevitable blow up with Kyrie.
I looked at his win shares this year, was a 6.5, which is more than John Morant. But that is a cumulative number. So the more you play, the higher your win shares will be, right? So if you're a good player, you're going to have more. So his player efficiency rating was a 17, which is right there with Tyrese Maxey, Josh Giddey, Michael Porter Jr. Not stars, but good players. But the other side, though, is he's barely ahead of Spencer Dinwiddie and Markelle Fultz. So
he's not an efficient shooter.
No, he's more of a 2.5 to 3, I think, on a good team. On a title team.
Probably a 3.
Congratulations to the Denver Nuggets for taking out the Miami Heat in 5 games. Joker, the finals MVP, and he was really, really upset when he found out there was a championship parade to go along with this.
You said after the Lakers win, you said you were surprised that you didn't feel more. So I'm curious what you are feeling right now, and if you're looking forward to a parade coming up in Denver.
When is parade? When is parade?
Thursday.
No. I need to go home.
He wasn't laughing.
No.
He was not laughing. He looked miserable having to stick around. He's going to be the star of it, too. He's going to have fun. He's going to be drinking as he was last night, but he wants to get out of Dodge.
I can't believe somebody wants to go back to Serbia so bad.
How much love are the Rangers getting? The All-Star voting updated numbers are out. And should we get Baby Gronk on the morning show?
Ooh.
Next on The Fan. But look, occurrences like inflation.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
One, swinging a high fly ball, sliced in the air to left center. Tavares turns, he watches, and that one is gone. Wow. Nearly 460 feet off of Shohei Ohtani's bat to the second level above the Angels bullpen. Ohtani's home run, his 19th of the year, ties the game at 5.
Shohei taking over the game last night, tying the game, and then winning the game in the 12th inning. Rangers had their opportunities, but they lose the opener to the Angels. They have now lost 4 of their last 5. Still 4.5 games up on the armpit on your home for Rangers baseball. This is where you can hear all the games. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. You usually head out to Arlington whenever you can see Trout in person. Are you going to try to make the trip this time?
You know, I don't think we're going to be able to make the trip this time. Although, tomorrow is an option. Tomorrow is my day with the kids. Maybe we can do something like that. We might be able to make that work. I would like to get out there. I would like to get. It's a 4-gamer, so I got time.
Yeah, I think all the games are at 7, so all these shows have to work the entire week for a change.
Man, what a disaster that is.
I know.
Man, those poor guys, they're going to have a full week of broadcasting. So tough for them.
Marcus Semien leads all AL second baseman in all-star voting. He has 350,000 more votes than Altuve. You also have Jonah Heim in second at catcher. He's trailing Adley Rutschman. Corey Seager is in second at shortstop. He will be on with the G-Bag Nation today at 3:20. Corey is trailing Bo Bichette. Josh Young is in second place at third base, trailing Matt Chapman. Adolis Garcia, 6th among American League outfielders. He's got about 300,000 votes. He's behind Judge and Trout and Alvarez and Kiermaier. And that's where the Rangers stand. The Rays don't have a starter leading the way so far in this wave of voting.
And that's the downside for them for being the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yep.
This is now, granted, can you make a case that there are more deserving players at individual positions that deserve it? Sure, I guess you could. That they're just a very good, sound, well-rounded baseball team. But it's really hard to look up at the standings and see them basically have a 6-game lead on the entire sport and have nobody as a starter. None. It's just very hard to grasp.
Especially, it's hard to justify Corey Seager above Wander Franco, probably. Seager missing a full month, Franco having the year that he's having. But, I mean, this is exactly what happens when it's all name recognition. Now, look, if they miss out on this ballot, a lot of these guys are going to get in. Rosarena will get in. Diaz will get in. Franco. I mean, the pitchers is up to the staff completely. So, I mean, McClanahan will get in. But they'll get their representatives, but it's surprising. You would think at least one of these guys, Franco or somebody, I wouldn't expect Franco to be 500,000 votes back from first place.
No, but look, they may have 0 starters, and they still might have the most players in the sport on the team. They may have 6 guys that wind up making it. You know, they may take more than just McClanahan. They may take a bullpen guy or 2. You know, you never know what they're going to wind up doing and how the managers are going to do that. What is it? It's Dusty, right? Dusty's got it in the AL.
Did the Rangers get hit in the latest power rankings that have been sent out?
Last one I saw, they were number 2. They did not get dinged at all.
After the Rays series.
Now, they should come out with one tomorrow. Usually they come out on Wednesday with power rankings. At least ESPN does. So the last ESPN one, they were coming in at number 2.
Yeah, everything I'd seen had still had them at number 2. Bleacher Report just posted theirs this morning, and they still had the Rangers at number 2.
Okay, we'll take it. Okay. 877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. All right, let's do some cleanup here. Bobby, you have the new front office member of the Dallas Cowboys, and it sounded like you were about to set up some music.
Yeah, we got lost on Brandon Cooks and how awesome he is. And so we didn't get a chance to shout out John Park, who is the Cowboys' new director of strategic football operations, which basically means he's in charge of the analytics department. He was literally in Frank Reich's ear in Indianapolis the last several years while he was there, basically giving him, the numbers on down and distance, clock, what he should do. So he was a game management consultant, basically.
Here's how to get fired, Frank, and go coach Bryce Young instead of Wentz.
That's all he was trying to do. He was just trying to chase him off. No, but John Park was actually a Hard Knocks superstar a couple years ago because they were having a team meeting and he stepped in and he fancies himself to be a little bit of a rapper.
Colts climb steadily, stepping up the resume. Started at the bottom, but responded with some better play. Satisfied, something we would never say. Gonna set the record straight, say okay. Single-minded, all we know is 1-0 line. Gonna set the tone, caution, run the show.
This could be Choppy's new favorite individual in the Metroplex. Analytics guy who's rapping as well.
Oh, I love a good rap.
Some
I
good
love
bars.
someone who tries.
Some good bars. Now, he is a super bright dude. His background, he's got a bachelor's degree in cultural anthropology from Duke. And then afterwards, he got a master's degree in actuarial science from Columbia. So this is like Ivy League educated guy. And he ended out transitioning over to the football world because he played in high school, missed the game, and he saw an opening for, hey, maybe I can apply some of this stuff. He went to Rutgers University. He worked in player development there. Basically just a player handler, but got a job in the league office doing some stuff with analytics and said he just handed out business cards for several months, shook as many hands as he could until the Colts gave him a job. And when you talk to people about him, I asked a few folks about his reputation, what they think of him. Really, really high praise. They're like, no, this is one of the brightest guys you could ever come across. Really forward thinking. Chop, I'm sure he's one of these guys who would want to eliminate the punt. Probably.
Oh, why not?
I mean, if you're an analytics guy, that's typically what you do. But
so
John Park, really, really bright guy, and probably the best rapper in Dallas now, I think. Safe to say.
Is Cole Beasley still here?
Probably the best rapper in Dallas, I think, even if Cole Beasley's here.
Isn't Yella Beezy from around here?
All right, let's move on to the story of Baby Gronk. Bobby rolled his eyes. We have someone on Twitter who's not very happy that we're giving this dude attention, but it's all over the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Baby Gronk? What is the story of Baby Gronk?
Do you remember Todd Marinovich?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
That's Baby Gronk. This is an overbearing parent who is trying to basically raise up
Is this the new LeVar Ball?
Sort of, yeah.
More of a modern, more of a new school analogy?
Yeah, so it's like he only eats like salmon and brown rice, and he takes pictures with all the players, but he also at the same time will do the bad baby bit where it's like, oh, I got a chain. Look at me holding these stacks of cash to my ear. And he's always trying to take pictures with players and stuff like that. The Athletic wrote a piece on his regiment and how they're trying to basically create an NFL player from scratch. And his dad has been relentless. In fact, Ryan, do we have it? I think we do. Yep, there. See, that's my DM from Baby Gronk about 3 years ago. Baby Gronk, it's actually his dad.
Wait, whoa.
Yeah.
He DM'd you?
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago?
3 years ago, bro.
And how old is it? What does that say?
It says favor and then like praying hands. And it says follow back the kid. I did not. But this is not the same as some of the other DMs that other folks have.
How old is the kid now?
He's like 10.
Yeah, he's 10. So, I mean, he was like 8 years old when this happened.
He was already plotting this 3 years
Madden
ago.
San Miguel.
So his
What's his name?
Madden San Miguel.
He named the kid Madden.
Yeah.
It's not like the kid that's so there's a kid in the College World Series. His name is Blake Money. I think he plays for LSU. His brother is a high school star. His name is Cash. His name is literally Cash Money.
Oh, that's genius. No, it's funny though. Recently, the Athletic wrote this article. It really blew up when Will Compton from Bussin' with the Boys basically did a video where he's like, "Dude, let your kid be a kid. You're kind of sick. Whatever else. Blah blah blah." So Taylor Luan, his co-host on Bussin' with the Boys, shared a screenshot of a DM attempt he got on Instagram from the dad that said, "Hey, it's Baby Gronk's dad. Let's do a one-on-one interview. We don't need Will in it." And so Taylor Luan replied with LOL and posted that. And it became this influx of media members posting their their DMs that they've gotten from Baby Gronk. You had Ashley Brewer at ESPN. Could we get a story on Baby Gronk with you? Paige Spiranak got, are you ever in Dallas, Texas? We got a collab. So this is just thirsty. And it is kind of sad because it's like, let your kid grow up a little.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where...
Should we get him on?
No.
You didn't even hesitate.
No. There's a reason I did. Like, this story drove me nuts 3 years ago before it was in The Athletic. Like, I knew of his...
Well, maybe we can fix him. Maybe we can set him straight. And we're like, why are you... I mean, Choppy, what do you think? Is this a big enough story that we should get him on? He DM'd Bobby.
I am all for content. And there is no such thing as a bad guest if they're famous.
Tony Summers, don't bring on Baby Gronk. You should bring on my son. He's the same age and twice as big. My son would crush him. Mike, Google the dad and steroids before giving that clown the air for the PR stunt. So it appears like Twitter is saying no.
I like this from the 940. I know his dad recruited him to an NAIA school, which he got kicked out of. It's all for show. He makes over $300K on his social media accounts. He wants social media haters.
Wow.
So he's a Skip Bayless. Basically.
That much money. I don't understand how you make that much money on social media. As a girl, I get it.
It's only half of what the mascots make. So.
I don't get it. But you know, I look. First of all,
why did he DM you 3 years ago? You were a nobody.
Because I ran in the. I was not a nobody. Thank you. I ran in the NFL training circles. So all the skills trainers who get hired to also train high school and stuff like that. He had seen me. The dad had seen me.
You were
stuff
sending out. Cowboys. No one sent out more Cowboy stat numbers than you did.
I wanna run in a circle. What kind of circle do I? But this guy,
you are in a circle.
Yeah, I don't know that I trust your circle.
January 6th circle.
He's got. Stop it. That's my mom. He's 5 straps on the hat. He's five notches.
That's a big head.
That's a big head.
That's a big head.
That's a 5-notch head, man. That's a huge head.
What's my? Oh, this is a thing. I think I'm a 2-notch. There's only 2 left.
Damn! Oh God!
No,
dang.
my fitted is.
He's 5 down, so he's 5 open. So he's got 2 left. This guy. So he's the same size.
Okay, I got 3 left, but I'm wearing this loose too. This was a pre-haircut.
I have 3 left.
My fitted hat is 7 3/4. It's pretty big. Bochy's an 8.
What's your shoe size?
12 and a half.
Okay. That's pretty good. Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next on The Fan. And, of course, now I have. It is now time for Crosstalk with the K and C masterpiece. Where is Mike Bassett?
Back to normal.
He's on his way. He's under the bridge is the last update I got a few minutes ago.
Oh, no, with the chili peppers?
Not bad.
Do you guys consider it late if you actually got here for 10 and didn't necessarily have to do the crosstalk?
I mean, if we weren't required to do the crosstalk, I guess not.
We're not required to do it.
Oh, well, it's something I enjoy then. So yes.
Yeah.
Is Spittle here?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could just say whether you've seen him or not.
He
I wasn't
texted me this morning and said Corey Seager at 3:20. So we got Corey, two Corys, one station. And then amazing.
Yeah, you don't have Corey Seager.
We have Bochy at 12:20
today.
I don't know why that felt like a two-hand jam.
So what does Mike call or text and say? I'm under the bridge.
Actually, this time specifically, he said, Sean's going to be mad at me. I'm not going to make it. I'll definitely be there by 10, maybe even 9:50.
I wonder if he was late. If he was tardy as like a major leaguer. He was just, sloppy with his timing.
He wasn't
I think
this
I see
much
a bald
of a
head.
dad at that point.
Oh, yeah, he's got things to do.
Yeah, he's a very busy dad right now.
He's got life.
Now's a very different time.
He may have been later than major leaguer, but the hitter never was.
Oh, that is so rude.
What else is coming up?
Man.
11:20. What's the least convenient part of going to the convenience store?
Oh.
The least convenient part?
Walking
going
in.
to the convenience store.
No, it's that person who is working at the place and they see there's a line, but they're like, either way.
No, it's the 5 a.m., the ones that don't open at 5, as RJ and I always run into on the road. Or even around here. Like, I'll stop at a gas station on the way in, and they're supposed to be open, but they're not. They fluctuate the hours.
Right.
I think they go to 5:30 when they're not getting enough business at 5.
Yeah.
You say 24/7. You got to be open.
We're in California, and some days, this one place, because we're up at, what time are we on there? 3:30 there? So sometimes we're there at like 2:45, 3 in the morning. Sometimes they're open. Sometimes they're not.
Yeah.
It just depends on their prerogative. It's not every day.
Fascinating.
It's very odd.
At one next door, the Chevron, they don't open their doors till like 6. They only do the drawer thing.
Yeah. But there's someone in there.
Yes.
Sometimes.
I just don't think they want to open their doors to all of Dallas at 4 in the morning.
One morning, we were filling in for you guys. This was very early on.
Oh, I love this
in this situation, and I'm a very big stickler on. I want to be there early, make sure we're in time, get set up and everything. And I get my laptop all set up in the table and everything ready to go. And Kevin goes, "Let's go get something to eat from McDonald's." And we walked down there, and I was like, "Dude, they won't let you walk through the drive-thru, and the doors are closed." And he was like, "Well, we'll just walk through and see." And the guy's like, "No." We're running 4 minutes left before we got to get on air. And Kevin goes, "Let's go get my car." And I'm like, "No, this is stressing me out right now." And we drive around, and somehow we get on air right as we're supposed to. I have no clue how it works.
One of you guys smells amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Is that you coming in?
I don't think so.
Is it Corey?
It's me. Yeah, I don't think it's amazing, but it's like citrus oil, coconut something.
Definitely strong.
It's only on your right hand?
It's my left hand.
Oh, your left?
It's my left hand.
Okay.
I am right-handed.
Okay.
Goodness.
As I was
all the
driving
time?
in this morning, listening to y'all's fantastic presentation.
Thanks.
What segment was it?
It was
What was the topic?
Brandon Cooks.
Ah.
Oh, he got it.
And,
Man, yeah, Bobby was getting riled up there.
and so I'm driving in, and I realize the little scent things don't work. Like, they're not working anymore because the oil is down below the line.
I have those too.
Why put that much oil in it if it goes with... Anyway, that's a whole different story. So I decided I'm going to pop these little plastic things with a pencil.
Oh.
And so I pop one, just barely, just enough to get some out. The next one goes right through almost into my fingers. And I'm like, the oil just goes everywhere. All right. It's all in the car. I got some spots on my shorts here that are just oil, and it's not going to go away.
Oh, dear.
So I have a lot of smell right now. I don't typically have a lot of smell.
Yes,
I
you
know
do.
I do?
You always come in with that lavender or whatever.
Yeah, you got a lot of lavender, too.
Do you find that smell pleasant as well?
Yes.
Cocoa butter every now and then.
Adrian said when she was working for Roger Staubach's company
Well.
that whenever you got on the elevator, you knew if he'd been on the elevator
What does that smell like?
I don't know if it's cool water.
Captain
Roger?
America?
Yeah,
That's
Roger.
What, remember Sean? That's what Sean got.
Oh yeah, I did tell him he smelled amazing at the Super Bowl.
He goes, you smell amazing, and Roger's like, yeah, thanks.
Adrian would say that she would she'd walk by and she'd go, "Was Roger here a few minutes ago?" And everybody would be like, "Yeah, he was," because of the smell.
Cool water was good stuff back in the day.
We have
I do
currently
remember Cool Water.
Today. Adrian's got to be gone for a while, so we hired a babysitter that is in Avery's school, the same age as him. He's known her forever. Avery is my oldest son.
The babysitter is the same age as the kid?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you just have your child babysit?
That's the oldest.
Oh, the
because
oldest Avery, not Carter.
Avery because Avery has track camp and PC camp, physical training camp up until a certain time, and Adrian's
Politically
not going to be
correct
there. Huh? What's that?
Politically correct camp?
Exactly.
You better.
So we hired this girl.
I've seen that movie before.
Yeah, it's a good movie, PCU.
When I got out of the shower this morning, it smelled like Hollister cologne all over my house.
Oh, no.
And this kid has been acting like it's no big deal that she's here. And I just have this feeling that today around noon, whenever he gets done with his PC camp, he's going to go
On
take
his
a
left
shower.
hand. He'll have it on his left hand.
Oh, my gosh, Sean. Jeez.
And did y'all do that when y'all were kids? Did y'all make everything tidy and smell good
I
because
thought you
his
were talking about
room's
the other
clean right now and everything?
Of
I'm like,
course.
dude, don't make your bed. Leave your bed inviting. I didn't say that because they're 15, 16-year-old kids.
Right.
But that's what I always used to do.
What the hell, Corey?
That was my approach. I never made my bed whenever I was single and an adult.
Okay, but you need to make that clearer. When I was in my 20s or 30s or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to worry till your beard trimmer's gone.
Yeah, Choppy's got all types of plumbing issues at his house right now.
The hair's clogging up.
And Bobby's daughter has asked him about it.
Asked me about mine the other day, and I was like,
that didn't sound right. That sounded really bad.
It did. It sounded like you was asking about Choppy. Yeah, Choppy was talking about the other day how his oldest mentioned it on the station that he started grooming. Down there, and so the youngest was apparently in the car and came up to me and she said, "Do you shave your?" And I was like, "What?" And she goes, "Do you do this?"
Oh my God!
And it's thanks to Choppy.
What is happening in this crosstalk?
I was like, wait a second. I'm like, he's 13. I'm like, wait a second. This didn't happen at 13. Why?
Michael.
Why would anybody ask that question?
Does this Denver championship, does this Joker title belong in the dirt category?
In a way, yes, because I think
the dirt category, by the way, is to us Diggler, Giannis, Kawhi, and this.
Oh, because it's a little bit more, in a weird way, individual than like you built.
Giannis makes the list, but not this one?
Well, no, I put this one in it.
Okay.
I think that Jamal Murray's better than Middleton.
Even though Jamal Murray's never made an All-Star team or been All-NBA.
I think that Jamal Murray's better than
Brandon
Chris
Cook's
Middleton.
never made a Pro Bowl. He's closer to Devontae Adams.
Oh, my God.
I heard that. I did hear that segment.
Who did you agree with on that point?
I disagreed with Bobby more on the basketball one than the football one.
Okay, you said the most important.
He's in that category now. I mean, and it's also unexpected.
Yeah,
a lot of people, I mean, hell, just 2 months ago, a guy went on ESPN and said he's too white to be in this league pretty much and be great. So
it was really fascinating watching Kendrick Perkins be like, man, what a great day for Jokic.
I haven't seen him on today.
Take a look at the comments under some of his tweets.
Oh, yeah.
Put these three in order. Joker, David Robinson, Ewing, Kevin.
Ooh. I'm going to go Ewing last.
Okay. That really threw me off.
Then Robinson, then Jokic.
All right, Corey.
I'll go Robinson first, then Jokic, then Ewing.
as of today, I'm there, but I bet Jokic overtakes Robinson in the next 3 to 5 years.
Everyone has Ewing last then.
Yeah, he's still great, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a bomb. I'm just saying of those.
He's one of the guys that he did run into the Michael Jordan situation.
Yeah, if you were to,
they're of the same age, and it was just like he had pretty much the second best team for a lot of that time in the Eastern Conference.
Is it way too early or unfair to have a Joker, Hakeem, Shaq discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
By far.
Okay.
I mean, there's no
Joker.
guarantee.
Yes.
Dude, they won this year, and there's no guarantee that this is a dynasty by any means. And we do this a lot when a team wins. We're like, never going to lose again, baby.
For sure.
People adjust. Teams adjust. They go out and get another superstar to figure out what's gonna happen to adjust to what they did, and then they try to stop them.
I mean, Shaq took the worst team in the NBA, and in his third year, he was in the NBA Finals. I get he got swept in the NBA Finals, but he beat Jordan. I know Jordan came back after whatever. He had 15 games in the regular season and then came back. But, I mean, you think about what Shaq did. He immediately enters the NBA. Now, I get that they got lucky in the lottery the next year and got Penny Hardaway. But, I mean, in his third year in the NBA, he's in the NBA Finals beating Michael Jordan in the playoffs.
Don't answer the Hall of Fame thing the way we always do. They will get in. Everyone gets in. In your mind, is Jimmy Butler a Hall of Famer?
Like, if it had the same criteria as the Pro Football or the Baseball Hall of Fame.
If it was that one, no, but I think he's close. Like, not basketball. I'm just saying, like, regular Hall of Fame. I think he's close, but I would put him in the Hall of Very Good.
Corey?
Is Barkley a Hall of Famer?
Oh, by
Yes.
far.
Yes.
Yeah. He's like one of the 25 greatest players of all time. It's not even close.
And I think Jimmy Butler's playoff exploits definitely help. Like Schilling-esque is maybe they don't have all the regular season numbers you would think, but I know that's a different deal.
He's not in.
Well, that's a whole different reason.
I'll compare. Now, they're very different personalities. I will compare Jimmy Butler to Barry Larkin. And Barry's in. And I think that's kind of, you know what I totally forgot until the other day somebody reminded me?
What time crosstalk was?
Philadelphia. There's something I can do. Once you become a dad with multiple kids, good luck. And my wife has a much more important job than I do.
I love that sitting down with like Spittle or Purdy.
Jimmy
like,
Butler.
I have the least important
Like, if you want to
job
fire me, fire me. I'm fine. We'll be fine.
Mike, I'm just joking.
Don't say that.
Jimmy Butler was on the
No!
Sixers. Does everybody like
Everyone totally forgets.
that Jimmy Butler was with
Tobias Harris over me?
He was with Joel Embiid. He was with Ben Simmons. They had Jimmy. Can you imagine? Like right now, if you were to put Jimmy Butler on Philadelphia, you'd go, well, they're making the championship. They might win it all.
Yes.
But like he was there and it didn't work. Or at least Jimmy didn't feel like it worked. He signed with Miami.
And in Minnesota.
Yeah.
When we think of
Minnesota, I'm not a big, I know this is
Cat,
another
Karl
topic.
Anthony Towns.
I don't want to say I don't want Cat. Cat disappoints. He's one of the most disappointing, talented players in the NBA by far. Maybe the most disappointing, talented NBA player.
I agree. Okay. You got something to say?
Nope.
Cool.
Well, I had some Paul Pierce stuff to say, but.
Oh, I played. That was.
I know, I was listening.
That was amazing. Did you watch the video?
No, but I think he's hopeless. I think that in his life, his whole life was about being a basketball star, and he accomplished that. Now he has 40 more years of life to live, and he has nothing to live for. So he's trying to find thrills through drugs, alcohol, women.
Stephen A. put him on blast.
I think that unfortunately, this is where we see guys make horrible decisions and mistakes in life. Is that, hey, my personal opinion, God didn't create you to just be a basketball player. He did give you that blessing of being so good. But now that you have another 40 years of life to live, what are you living for? And he's like, I'm hopeless in my life. And so I live for sex. I live for drugs. I live for alcohol. I'm just trying to find thrills in life. And I find it sad that Paul Pierce is trying to find things to give him joy and happiness, because he's kind of hopeless that he's not a basketball player anymore.
That was the ending that we needed. Very pronounced, strong take. KG and Paul Pierce with their Showtime NBA streams. Go check out the video. KMC is next on 105 through the Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula. And my quick question is, how is everybody doing? But also, unfortunately, 877-881-1053. Did you get hail or potentially any hail damage over the last couple of days? Because it's weird. The Metroplex is so big, is we just got a lot of rain. But then I see people that I'm like, that's not very far away at all. And they're holding up these chunks of ice and everything like that. So if you got any kind of hail damage and you need to vent about it, let us know. We're here for you.
Do you have a hail damage company, Kevin? Like, do you have a group that you always turn to? If you have a hail damage company and you're good out there, just text it in or tweet it to Kevin. Because Kevin likes to read things. He's very big on reading.
I do. I do not. And that seems like it'd be super helpful because it feels like maybe hail and weather related stuff is the most likely spot for scamming.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe so. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense because you could, all right, Mike, you take your car in, you have hail damage everywhere. And they're like, your car's totaled. Here's $4,500. The insurance sends that your way. You can still drive that car. You can keep the $4,500 and just be like, yeah, I was planning on fixing it, but the car is totaled now. Move on. This is an old car anyway. Moving on. Now, is that a scam or is that just, hey, I got lucky here?
I don't think the insurance company really cares. They're like, I just want to get you off our books.
Okay.
You can do whatever the hell you want with the money.
Just stop talking to us.
I guess. So, yeah, if anybody has run into that, please let us know. Oh, that's hurtful. From the 940, Kevin is ugly and can't read good. Well, that is particularly mean-spirited, but
and improper grammar.
I'll try to get better.
But hold on, that's from Blue Streak.
Oh, okay.
That's
film.
That's Dave Chappelle's line whenever he's leaving the jail, and then he said he was ugly and said I couldn't read good, and he took my shoestring.
You know what? That makes me feel better. Now, we're going to quickly pivot to something that might not make you feel better. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 3, because our question kind of kicking it around here is twofold. Is this the first real slump of the season for the Rangers? And is it about to get a little worse?
First, the pitch to Ohtani is lifted deep into left field. Jankowski is back, and this one is just over the wall. Shohei Ohtani takes a first pitch cutter, goes the other way, and gives Los Angeles a 7-5 lead.
Now, the Rangers lose, which is bad enough given that they had the win, given that they had the lead, given that they lost the series against Tampa. So let's start with that and then discuss how this could be problematic over the span of the next several days.
All right.
I was frustrated first and foremost that, well, first of all, I was frustrated that people were cheering in that moment. But also, I was frustrated because you had the win, and then even after you lost it, it still felt like you were going to win in extra innings because you had a couple of prime opportunities before the 12th inning.
Yes, and they sold out for that win because they used Will Smith 2 innings. Obviously, they brought in Sporgs after the game was tied to try to. It was like we're not going. Hey, we could be a little bit depleted in our pen. They went after that game, and those are always tough from a coaching standpoint. When you have 162. You know you're going to deplete your pen. You know you don't have a starting pitcher the next day, and it's tough. I'm not saying they're going to lose today, but Bochy was giving up today's game to win last night. So when you do that and you don't win that one, it hurts even more because you know you've put yourself in a tough position to possibly even win today's game. And what I mean by that, because I think this was really tough. I remember when I first joined you guys, people would call in on Texas Rangers playoff postgame shows. And they'd say, why didn't you pitch Felice? Or why didn't you pitch Ohtani? You were only losing 3-2 in the 8th inning. And you'd have to explain to people, and this is playoff baseball, right? Sure. I mean, this is not do or die. It wouldn't be the last game. That makes it different. But what I'm talking about is we'd have to explain to, I would say, casual, excited baseball fans, you can't go after wins when they're not there. Because if I do pitch Ohtani right now and we tie it up at 3, great. And I pitch Ohtani one more inning, but he gives up a run. And I'm like, screw it. You know what? I'm bringing in Felice right now to keep it at 4-3. What if the next night I'm up 3-2 in the 6th inning, and now Ohtani's only pitching at 80%, Felice is only pitching at 80%, and I'm trying to hold on to a 1-run lead that I do have.
Right.
Because I'm chasing a win that might not be there, I got to trust my other guys and hope that my non-best guys can hold it there so that if I do have a win the next night, I'm prepared 100% to win that game. And people are like, oh, okay, I understand that a little bit better on why you wouldn't use Ogando and Felice going back to the championship caliber teams in those situations, because you can only win games that are winnable. You don't try to chase wins. Last night, the Rangers didn't chase a win. They just saw we have a very winnable game. We've had the lead for most of this game. Let's sell out. Let's go Will Smith for 2 innings, knowing that he cannot pitch tonight. So let's sell out here and knowing that I can't use some of these guys tomorrow to try to get this win, because the win was there. To your point, they had runners on third base with less than 2 outs multiple times and failed to take advantage of those opportunities. One time, Leote hit the ball really hard to second base, and Rengifo made a nice play on a ball hit very hard, threw a strike to home plate. They tagged out Josh Smith. Hey, that was a little bit unlucky. Josh Young got beat by a fastball up by a guy throwing gas on a 2-2 count. In fact, it was 2-0, I think, to start that at bat. And unfortunately, the next 3 pitches were strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. That really stunk. And then Jonah Heim did come up with 2 outs and wasn't able to get it done. And then Cole Reagans, by giving up the game in the 12th inning, and he had a nice 11th inning, but by giving up the game in the 12th inning, now you look at your team, and this is where I'm worried about this series now, is you don't have a starting pitcher tonight. You're going to start Bradford if he's probably in town, ready to go. But I think, listening to Jared Sandler, he's on short rest. This is not his normal 5th day to pitch. This is his 4th day. So now you have to watch him a little bit. This is a younger guy. You don't want to hurt him. But in these situations, Manny Acta came to me one time, my manager of the Washington Nationals, and we were really short on bullpen. It just got wore out over a 2 or 3 day period. And he said, Mike, I need you for 7 tonight. No matter what, I need you for 7. And now it's like I have to be aggressive. If I give up hits, I give up hits. But the first and second pitch of at-bats, I'm throwing strikes and I'm daring them to swing. If they get a hit, they get a hit. It only took them 1 or 2 balls to get on base. I got to keep my pitch count super low. I don't know if you can do that to Bradford tonight. I don't know if you can tell a guy making his 3rd start in his career, hey, I don't care what you do. I'm leaving you out there for 7 innings tonight. So you better throw the ball over the plate early and often. I was 29 years old. You can handle that a lot more after you had experience on, dude, I'm leaving you out there for 7 innings, do or die, because you have to do this. It's almost like a fun challenge too, but I don't know if you want to challenge a guy in his 3rd ever start. So this all starts with Martin Perez. Martin Perez, having the bad start that he had on Sunday, crushes your bullpen by only getting 10 outs. Bullpen did a nice job in those situations, but you had to use a lot of your bullpen to just get through that Tampa game. Then Dunning doesn't have a very good start yesterday. And then it goes 12 innings, so you unload your bullpen back-to-back nights. John Gray has a blister situation. He can't start, and you don't have a guy that's ready to start on your team. You have to call somebody up. So you have to start making transactions. And the Rangers right now really only have Brock Burke and John King ready to pitch tonight.
Which, and that's unfortunate because it goes back, like, I know this has been a long time already done, but this would be the spot for Dunning. This would be the spot for Odorizzi. Like those
or
were your,
Otto if he was healthy.
Those are your replacement starters, and clearly one of them's out, and you've already been using the other one.
Yeah, and in a way, I know it would be early for this. Jack Leiter's not having a great year. He's not having a bad year, but he is not showing signs of being close to ready to pitch in the major leagues. He's going to need probably all this year in the minors and maybe most of next year in the minors to even maybe be ready. Owen White isn't tearing it up. Cole Winn is having a very bad year right now. So all of your younger guys that you were hoping could maybe be ready by June, and that would be very hopeful. None of them are ready to take the spotlight here tonight and give you their first appearance in the major leagues and stuff like that. So this is where things can go bad in a hurry, and you can lose a series the first game of the series. Now, right now, the Rangers offense has to have a great game tonight, because to take pressure off of Bradford and John King and Brock Burke, I think those are three guys that I know are going to pitch tonight. And I do think they're going to call somebody else up. I think Cole Reagans and Yuri Rodriguez will probably be sent down to the minor leagues to make room, one, for your starting pitcher in Bradford, and two, to probably call up another reliever to give yourself a little bit more help. If the offense can score 7 runs in the first 5 innings and then tack on runs in the next 3 innings, because hopefully you're only hitting 8 innings tonight and not 9. If you can get a 10-piece tonight, you really take pressure off of the 3 pitchers that you have available, if not a 4th, by making another transaction. But these are games now when you look back and you go, why did you lose 3 out of 4 to the Angels? And I'm not saying they will, or why did you get swept in a 4-game series at home to the Angels? Why? Because of Sunday. And Sunday, you didn't even play the Angels. Because you got a low inning start in that situation, it started the snowball down the hill. Now, I hope it doesn't happen. Hopefully the Rangers get 5 or 6 from Bradford. The Rangers score 8 or 9 runs tonight, take a lot of pressure off of their bullpen and off of their young starting pitcher. And then you get back to 2 starting pitchers that you trust to give you 6 or 7 innings. But it'll be very important, not only tonight, because you might be asking too much of Bradford, the next 2 nights that you get out of 18 possible innings, that you get 14 innings out of those 18 innings you have to pitch from your starting pitchers.
Now, Corey, I know this doesn't magically fix any of those potential pitching issues, because the way Mike laid out a Sunday and a Monday impacting you up to like Thursday and even tonight, I thought was fantastic.
Draft Quinn Matthews and just let him pitch every game.
Well, we still got time,
okay.
So we're not going to be able to make that happen. A couple of spots that I did notice is the Rangers have done very well when it seemed like this was going to be their real fault. But I mean, it's inevitable. At some point, you're going to be in the midst of it. And you're going to be like, oh, this sucks right now.
That's kind of how I am right now with 2. This is the first time we've seen this close back-to-back losses like this. You know, this is natural human thing, man. They went on a run, and it's very natural for a human to go, you know what? We just lost to Tampa Bay, and we need a breath real quick and then get back to it.
And here's some encouraging news from that perspective. Now, again, Mike, I will point out, this does not address the Bradford and other pitching issues, just more about the Rangers being able to bounce back from their other kind of clunky runs in the season. They lost back-to-back series to Baltimore and the Cubs. I believe those are the only back-to-back series they've lost all year. You lost 4 of 5. How did they respond after that? They went 8-2. And then you go back to the Cincinnati sweep, which feels like it had been the low point of the season. And then you lost the first game in the Yankees series. So you lost 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
How did the Rangers respond after that? They went 7-2. So and that's where you are right now. You've lost 4 of 5. So this is the 3rd time this season you've kind of been in this crap run.
Hopefully I've laid out a very good explanation on why this is very different. It doesn't mean that they're going to go on a losing streak, but now I can see where they could have a bad 5 days. You have to understand baseball is very different from the other sports. Now, there is a little bit of basketball in this where you play your guys this one day because you know you're sitting out the next day, or you're sitting out and you're almost giving them a loss because you're going for the next game type of deal. Well, this is where the Rangers are, is during that stretch, starting pitching was still doing well. It was the relievers who are really struggling. So it wasn't that your bullpen was depleted, but with John Gray going down tonight, you're asking a dude on short rest, and you're asking a bullpen that is wore the F out right now, that we have 2 guys that we know of that can pitch tonight and be effective, King and Burke. It sounds like they're going to go ahead and say Leclerc's ready too, even though he pitched 2 2/3 on Sunday. That's 1 day off after pitching that many innings. So Lakarka's been pitching in low pressure situations, so you can look at the numbers and go, he's back. Yes, he's back when you're losing.
Right.
He's not. I have no clue how he's going to pitch in the 7th or 8th inning with the game on the line. He hasn't had that situation through his success. It's great what he's doing. We don't know how he's mentally going to handle 4-2 in the 7th inning with the lead.
Well, the good news is if you're looking for more Rangers answers from the sources themselves, we've got Bruce Bochy at 12:20. G-Bag has got Corey Seager at 3:20. So it's a packed day for Rangers content. Coming up next, though, let's talk about the NBA Finals. And does this mean it's time for another horse? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, before we talk about horses, I want you to be a horse. I want you to be a
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. And Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
8 seconds left to go. Casey's across the timeline, and he'll dribble it out. The 47-year wait is over. The Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world. They are champions. And Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea can rest or die in peace.
My gosh, KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. I mean,
what? That's enough.
No, I was in my brain. I was like, how many people were just holding on? And they're like, I just need to see the Nuggets win a title, then I can pass away.
Also, did you hear the part where he goes Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea? How many Nuggets fans are there really?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
They're everywhere.
Do they go to the sea?
They're in Slovenia and the greater Denver area, and that's about it. So I loved watching this ceremony and everything last night, but then it also made me sad because, you know, it's been a really long time since any of our Metroplex teams.
Do you think Denver should break up the team around Jokic now and hope that Chris Paul and Dwight Howard sign with them in 2 years because they've gotten a promise from some magical being that nobody's ever heard of?
Only if they have the best intel on the new CBA. That's only
the new CBA. You know what? Denver should dump this team because they've read the CBA and none of the other teams have.
Now, this is a weird little factoid as the Nuggets won their first NBA championship. The 46 seasons before winning an NBA title is the most by any team prior to their first title. So they waited the longest for now. I realize there are other organizations when they win their first title, they can be like, hey, it took us 80 years or whatever. But for now, were you in on this game, and did you enjoy seeing Denver win the championship?
I had a job to do, so I didn't.
This is your job, Mike.
I didn't get to watch it. And my internet wasn't working great on my phone as I was watching the Rangers play extra innings.
You just made me think, Kevin. And sorry, this is a different topic. You just made me think. Yeah, I'm actually upset
about if you watched it or not.
No. There may be teams that we never see win a title. Like they never did it. Like, and we'll never know that.
Are you saying the Rangers?
Yeah, maybe. Like the Rangers might never win a championship. So far they haven't. So odds are they still won't.
Mariners, they won't.
They won't.
They never will.
Why? Why would they? Because they haven't before? What proof do you have?
Do you want a future segment? Which team will never win a title in your lifetime?
Oh, please.
Okay. Do you want that to cover all sports then?
Yes, that'll be fun.
All right. We will
I feel like that's just going to be a slander segment. Let's slander some organizations.
And that's what, like, you got me
to
thinking.
that in another day.
That's sad to me. Like, that's sad to me that there are people out there, Kevin, that may never see their team win a title at something. And we've at least gotten to see it with the Stars and Cowboys and Mavericks.
Yeah.
We're working on the Rangers still. All right. It was I think there was one point where I told my buddy last night, oh, the Heat are up by 4. And he was like, yeah, just wait. Jokic will back down some dudes or hit a 3-pointer from 8 feet behind the basket, and then it's all going to change. And they're just good at what they do, man. They play good enough defense. They play stout defense, and they have ability to score. And that was it was almost inevitable last night walking into the game that it wasn't going to go Miami's way.
I have a quick question because my internet went out when I was trying to watch this. Jimmy Butler shot a 3 and kicked Aaron Gordon in the so
nether regions.
What happened on that review? Did they say that they still fouled him?
Yes. The call stood under the premise that Aaron Gordon did not give Jimmy Butler space to land.
Even though he kicked him in the groin.
That's right.
When he jumped to shoot the ball.
I think that for a lot of people watching the game, at least from what I can gather from my social media experience. There was a lot of folks that did not enjoy the refereeing. So shall we say, like, it felt like the refereeing was really pulling.
I think we know this. I don't want to say it's factual, but to me, I believe it, is that the NBA does try to extend this. There's a lot of money in trying to extend it. They will not fix it. I will say they won't fix a game. But they know what refs to hire. They know who to put in these. It's not predetermined you're working game 5 before the NBA finals start. Adam Silver picks the refs, and think about how much money they make if Miami wins that game. There's a whole nother game on Thursday night in Miami. And if Miami wins that game, there's a game 7 with all eyes on a game 7. So they don't fix it, but they try their best to manipulate it to get it into the advantage of extending a series.
Well, if that's the case, then and you still are able to win, that should mean even more.
I agree.
That should mean even more for what Denver and for any team that's been able to knock out a series that quickly.
Yes.
In these instances, whenever the groups want it to go longer.
And I go back to this because I still think this is amazing. Reggie, if you can line up cut number 10, because, I mean, obviously I like him a lot, but because I feel like I was ahead of the curve on this one. Nikola Jokic is the best player on the planet. This is when he was drafted, in case you ever forgot, on ESPN. This is how it sounded when he was drafted.
Two things you only dreamed would come together. A delicious cheesy quesadilla wrapped around a beefy burrito. The new quesarito from Taco Bell.
That sounds like Jokic.
It kind of does.
Are you fat shaming him right now?
No,
Is that what
I'm
I
just
heard?
saying, like, he's just tasty, and all that matter.
Oh my God. But yeah, like, because he was a second round pick, and that's how irrelevant that selection was. And so I do kind of still think that seeing that journey is cool. Now, I realize, like, they pulled in Aaron Gordon, but there was also draft picks that built that thing up, and they knocked off the potential super team in the Suns, the potential super team in the Lakers. Then I've also seen a couple of people text in saying they liked yesterday because they're still fans of the ABA. And so they like it when ABA.
Excuse me. What?
This is only the second ABA team to win
behind the
Spurs, and then okay, but like, aren't we past that now?
Well past it.
Like, when did that merger happen?
I was a fan of that
Since
but
the merger.
Yes.
I feel like we have to say since the merger.
Mid-70s, is that right? I don't know the exact year.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I just know Dr. J's rookie card is on the Squires in 1972.
We're in a whole new century at this point. So,
That is-
like, I don't even have to.
true. Hey,
I'm not that excited
whole
about
new
the
millennium
ABA
even.
team. Yes,
But
thank
that's
you.
the whole time that the Rangers got here, and they still haven't won, and we're still rooting
Look,
for
man.
Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Yeah, I don't know
that. But you just
why you have to bring that up to push that in the
Okay.
Rangers fans' face right now.
you want something more upbeat.
I did love the moment afterwards though. This is for your guy. They're asking him, "Hey, are you excited about the parade?"
You want to go to cut 6?
Oh yeah, let's hear cut six
Here's
on this
the
one.
start
then.
of it.
Okay.
We succeed in our jobs, and we won it. We won the whole thing. It's an amazing feeling. But like I said before, but I think it's not the most important thing in the world. Still, there is a bunch of things that I like to do. But it's a good feeling when you know that you did something that nobody believes, and it was just us. It's just the organization of Denver Nuggets believe in us. Every player believe in each other, and I think that's the most important thing.
So that was the start. But I think the part you're also concerned about is, when's the parade? Because Jokic has got stuff to do, including before this game, when he made the NBA Finals, he did an interview with ESPN, and he was like, maybe I'll get a new horse. And he goes, you know what? Maybe I'll get one even if we lose.
See, and so yes, they said when's the parade, or he said when's the parade. They said Thursday, and he looks over and he's like, no, I have to go home. And because Kevin, he has things that he likes. That line from that cut just now. There are many things that I like. That makes it sound like Kevin likes Legos and collecting
That's
cards,
true.
and it just makes him sound like he wants to go home to his train room.
Yeah, but it also makes it sound like I don't like here, right? Like I would want to. You know what he sounds like? He sounds like he works in retail. Like, hey, man, we close at 8.
Yeah.
It is 8:02. I am going home.
Yep.
I know right now they're talking about could the Nuggets repeat? Could they have a dynasty? I have this question about Jokic, and I think he's a great player, the best player in the NBA, or at least in the conversation with Giannis to me.
Sure. Go ahead.
Is that what he just said? I love that for life, as in there's more to life than this. But in the cutthroat world of championship, let's just keep it to basketball. Has anybody ever had that attitude and won a whole bunch of championships? Because I feel like to Michael Jordan, to Larry Bird, to Magic Johnson, to Kobe, Shaq is different. Shaq would fit into the category of like, I'm playing basketball and having fun, guys. But
what about Tim Duncan?
Tim Duncan, I believe he was pretty cutthroat.
See, and that's the thing. I think Jokic is cutthroat. He just doesn't reveal it out to the media because remember, just a few years ago, people were dogging on him as like, man, you're out of shape. And he's like, check this out. And then they've been losing in the playoffs. And he seems like he added some stuff to his game. So I think he just does not like outwardly express that. I do think he's kind of cutthroat.
Yeah, and I think you have to be. I think you have to.
Succeed.
It has to be. I hate saying this, but I think to really dominate the NBA for a long time and let's say win 3 titles in 6 years or something, you have to be like, this is it. I don't care about anything else in life. And I hate saying this. I don't care about you, my wife. I don't care about you, my kids. I don't care about, like, I care about you, but you're secondary to this. And the guys that end up becoming legendary, I hate saying this. They seem to cut out everything in their life except that one thing. And basketball, you're able to do it because, yes, you depend on your teammates, but you can have the ball so much in your hands. You can dictate so much more than you can in football and baseball, and I think in hockey too.
Yeah.
That in basketball, when you become the best, you can dictate the outcome of games way more than any other sport.
And that affects your kids, Kevin.
I mean, at least one of his, I don't know how many kids he has. At least one of them was there in that sweet jersey.
How many movies and TV shows are all based on some kid whose dad worked too hard and was never there for him?
I feel like I've seen a lot of them.
Do you want to be that, Kevin, for Joker? Do you want Joker to be that kind of guy where he doesn't love his Legos?
As long as he loves his kids as much as he loves his horses, then those kids are going to get lots of love. Did you see the hilarious note from Mark Jackson afterwards? So Jokic was the unanimous finals MVP because of course he was. Mark Jackson was one of the people who voted, and he said, I'm just so glad I got my MVP vote right this time. I can go home and sleep peacefully. Clearly people had lots of thoughts about that.
Why is that relevant, Kevin?
Because he didn't vote for him at all.
He voted all NBA.
MVP.
He didn't even know what he was voting for.
He didn't put Jokic in the top 5 of his MVP vote, and he got confused.
You can tell he put 1 center, then 2 forwards, then 2 guards. Like, you're not voting all NBA team.
He said he felt really bad. So I just thought that was really funny. And Jokic, first player in NBA history to lead all players in points, rebounds, and assists in a single postseason.
Wow.
Truly remarkable. We're the KNC
Better than
masterpiece. No, but tomorrow.
All right.
We need one person to be better.
All right.
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Where do you put Dunning in the Rangers rotation next?
Coming up in the next G.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so I want to get into yesterday's starting pitcher, Dane Dunning. He struggled. He had 5 walks in 5 innings. He got 2 double plays in the first 2 innings to get out of situations. But I'm wondering this, and I'm kind of asking myself this question internally, and I don't know where I put him after. I know it's just one start, but he's now starting to in a way, regress back to the mean. He probably wasn't going to have a 1.6 ERA all year.
Sure.
Where do you slot Dane Dunning in this Rangers rotation right now? If John Gray's healthy, I know he's out for this start tonight, but where would you put Dane Dunning in kind of the pack of three?
Yeah.
Heaney, Perez, and Dunning are your 3, 4, 5 in any order. So where is Dane Dunning right now?
I think he's third in that group.
Okay.
And fourth overall. I'll go Heaney, Dunning, Perez, just because I still think the lows of Dunning are nowhere near the lows of Perez. Now, we talked about the odds, the home and road splits for Martin Perez, but I'll go Heaney, Dunning, and Perez for now.
Yeah, I'm the reverse in that I have Heaney, Perez, then Dunning. It's not that much of a massive switch, but I am concerned as to whether or not Perez can get the ball down again. There are spots that he misses. We've talked about this. We've looked at it, and I'm very concerned that he can't find that anymore.
He has to be very fine with his aggressive edges, because if he's missing on the edges, it seems like they just take it for a ball.
Yep.
And if he misses the edge where he hits the heart of the plate, players are seeming to hit the ball hard off of him, where, last year he just seemed to just live on corners, right? He was just barely off the plate, and he would get swings on those, or he would then get the ball on the edge of the plate and really stay out of the middle, where he's been missing quite a bit this year, and that's why batting average against is 302
his batting average and whip is atrocious.
Now, for Dane Dunning, there are good numbers still overall. So I do think this. He has a 2.76 ERA. Last year, he had a 4.46 ERA, and the year before, a 4.51. So honestly, pretty consistent. After COVID, getting traded for Lance Lynn from Chicago, he's been a pretty consistent pitcher, right around a 4.5 ERA, which is pretty much a number 4 or 5 starting pitcher, a pretty healthy guy for the most part. I know last year he dealt with a little bit of injury. I think he's going to have his best year of his career.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that. And I was going to just toss in, and the best part about him is he wasn't expensive either asset-wise or money-wise.
Right.
And so you can live with that all day.
If you're wondering what Lance Lynn's doing, he has a 6.4 ERA. So Lance Lynn's career, and he was an older guy when you traded him, and Chicago was going for it, and now they are destroyed. In fact, if you wanted Lance Lynn back for pretty much nothing, you could get him back for nothing. If you're looking to add, you think, we got Lance Lynn, but Lance Lynn is not the Lance Lynn that we had.
If he could pitch today, I might.
To your point, yes. And that's where, do the Rangers make a small trade like that, where it's it's not costing us anything, and we're taking a guy who doesn't look like he has much left in his career, but we're adding him to a rotation that lacks depth in the minor leagues, if that makes sense. Hey, if everybody's healthy, you're still okay. You're still good for a regular season. But look, John Gray got a little bit of a blister. There's going to be things that creep up. And right now you're going to Bradford tonight, I think. I keep saying that. It's not official yet, but it's pretty darn official.
No, we got Bochy at 12:20. We'll ask him.
Is that if there's one more little tweak in your rotation, somebody has something go on, their hips bugging them or a hamstring. I'm not even talking about a major thing. Just they have to miss a couple starts. Who do you turn to now? Because I'm going to mention this guy next after Dane Dunning. Is who?
He already said in this show, not Jack Leiter.
No. He's got to stop walking people.
Rocker.
He's
hurt.
Yeah, he's done till 2:20.
We don't have any options.
Like something. Cole Reagans. He's the next guy I want to talk about. Okay, because in spring training, I remember the game because I got to do I guess it wasn't radio, as Jared Sandler immediately put me in my place, and I was not doing a radio broadcast.
Internet broadcast.
And he comes into that game and he hits 97. And I look at Jared Sandler and I go, Jared, I don't remember Cole Reagans throwing the ball this hard at all last year. He goes, he didn't. He was more low 90s. Now he is mid-high 90s. But as this season has progressed, Cole Reagans has a 5.92 ERA in 24 1/3 innings pitched. He has a 1.4 whip. He's walked 14 guys in 24 innings. So you start looking at Cole Reagans and go, were we planning on him being in the bullpen before spring training started? I'd say the answer is no. We thought of him more as he's going to be in AAA as a reserve starting pitcher. As you deal with injuries, Cole Reagans could be a guy you call up and he could help you out in your rotation when you deal with injuries. I'm wondering, after last night's appearance and you need bullpen help, do you send Cole Reagans down today, and do you keep him as a reliever in AAA, or do you go, you know what we're going to do? We're going to slowly build you back up. So when we get to the All-Star break, you can pitch 5, 6, 7 innings if we need it, because I'm not sure keeping Cole Reagans right now in the major leagues would be, I don't know. You need guys that can help. And can you count on Cole Reagans to help you when you put him in the game? I think that's a question mark.
Okay. And when sometimes I'm curious, because you have a very insightful brain about a lot of things, especially baseball. When you say, I wonder, does that kind of go with, I kind of think this is what's going to happen?
I do kind of think that Cole is going to go down, because at this point, I think you look at it and you have a team that looks like they can win it all. You look like a team that can at least make the playoffs.
Sure.
And you can't mess around with, well, let's just see what happens again. You know, like Jose Leclerc is doing much better. Jose Leclerc's also making $4-6 million this year. Like there's a big difference on, I can't send him down. I'd have to just DFA him. Like at the time when Leclerc went really bad, you couldn't send him down. Like you're gonna have to designate him for assignment, or you're gonna have to phantom DL him or IL him now. And I don't even know, all the rules on being able to do that. It used to be kind of like, hey, will you do this? And as long as you agree to it, stuff like this. But I don't know all the new rules now, if you can phantom fake an injury just to get a guy down to the minor leagues to work on his stuff. But for Cole Reagans, I'm just wondering, I'm not saying there's guys ready to replace him. Taylor Hearn is not doing great in the minor leagues. We talked about earlier the younger guys that you're hoping at this point would get pushing and going, hey, is Owen White ready? Is Jack Leiter ready? Is Cole Winn ready? No, the answer is no to all three. They're not ready to pitch in a big league game. So Cole Reagans might stay up, because you might go, I don't really have a guy to replace him that I think can do a better job at the major league level. But I'm just wondering, for Cole Reagans' development, is he just a reliever now for the rest of his career and you're never going to mess with him being a starter? If that's the case, then maybe you do keep him here. But maybe also, if that's the case, you send him down to the minor leagues and you give him a little bit lesser competition, a little bit less pressure to work on his game, so when he comes back up, he can be more effective.
Does that need to be the case? Just asking the question. Do we need to make those considerations?
Yes, I would just hope that you would have guys pushing for major league spots. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's two questions in your question.
Yeah.
Would I send Cole Reagans down? I would. Not that I don't think he's going to be a big league pitcher for you the next 4 or 5 years. But just like for Jonathan Hernandez, it's not working here. What you're doing doesn't work here. You got to figure it out at a lower level and figure out yourself where there's less pressure, because you giving up runs is costing us wins, which might cost us making the playoffs. This is not time for we've had 5 years of developmental major league situation. We don't care what you do. We're not going to win 90 games anyway. So if you do bad, so what? You do bad. Like if you're in Kansas City or Oakland, who cares if you do bad? We're trying to figure out who can pitch and play at a major league level here. We're not trying to win baseball games. That's what the Rangers have been doing. Now it's about winning. Can you help us win today? If the answer is I'm not sure, then usually you try to replace those guys. But then the next question you're trying to ask me is, do we have guys that are in AAA that can do that job?
Yeah.
The answer is it looks like we don't.
Okay.
So do you just keep Cole Reagans here because, hey, we don't have anybody to replace him, so just keep him here? Or do you go, you know what? Cole Reagans is so valuable to me as a player that I'm going to send him down to the minor leagues for the betterment of Cole Reagans.
Yeah.
That's always the tough question that Chris Young has to deal with right now is, should Cole Reagans stay in the major leagues right now? Probably not. Do I have a replacement better than him? Maybe not. Do I just send him down to get him better because I need him to be better to help me out later in the year?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Jimmy Butler's Hall
And by the way, Corey Seager coming on at 320.
320
I was supposed to mention that, yes.
Jimmy Butler's Hall of Fame stance. Would he actually turn it down? Does this make any sense? And you know what, Corey? It might be about time for reverse boycott talk.
Okay,
we'll do it next right here in The Fan.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in any of our conversations, or if you just want to give me a heads up, is it going to rain all day without me having to look it up on the internet? I realize I have the internet right in front of me, but maybe
check
I'll
your work
help
email
out instead. Sometimes, I will admit.
877-881-1053. Do y'all have a coworker who sends out an email?
Way too many emails.
Every day to let you know about something that you're like,
Makes your biceps huge.
Yeah.
I think if you send out 30 emails a day,
He's jacked.
your biceps get
just during
massive.
storm season.
I think Dan Brunoff does a great job, but
He does.
sometimes
What are you talking about?
we get too many emails and I get desensitized to them. And it was like major storm, and I'm like, but I got like 8 of those. So you know, so that's on me too for sometimes just deleting those
Always
emails.
keep track with what Dan Brunoff's doing, though. Delete your apps on your phone and just pay attention to Brunoff.
Then from the 214.
5 p.m. it gets back up to 50%.
Okay. All right. I still can't believe you guys have not once mentioned the UFOs. See, I don't know what that means. Like, I know the general concept of UFOs, but is there some new information? And plus, I'm pretty sure they changed the name of that. So there's a couple things there. But also, I want to dive back into a different version of the NBA. So it's not just about the NBA Finals. So if you want to talk about that again, we definitely can. Let's go to cut number 8 right here. Is Corey, you're the one who brought this up.
I did.
Jimmy Butler, hell of a job. Jimmy Butler talking about the Hall of Fame.
Have you allowed yourself to think what it would ever mean to you to be elected into the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think?
Don't care.
You don't care whether you're a Hall of Famer?
No, I don't.
Do you think your resume?
Still don't care. Honestly speaking, could care less. If we're being brutally honest, if I was selected to the Hall of Fame, I'm not going.
You're not going to accept it?
No, I'm not going. Like, it's like the festivities and all of that. I just want to go put my feet in the sand somewhere. That's it.
You wouldn't accept that honor, the greatest honor in basketball?
It's an individual thing. You know, I'm not for the individual type stuff. I'm really not. I'm like a team guy.
But even after it's all said and done and you've
No, I don't want to go. I'm not worried about the Hall of Fame, so I promise you. It's an honor, it is, but I could care less.
He's like 10 years away from possibly that happening. So
Finally, I did feel like he got asked that question too many times. He's like, no, and it also couldn't care less.
That's a man who walked himself into a corner. That's what it was.
So
he's like, you're going to watch tonight's game. I'm going to get fouled by a man's penis.
I mean, and that is what happened.
Yeah.
If you weren't watching the game, they even reviewed it to be like, there's no way. Oh, well, I guess that's happened.
His wiener touched his foot.
Oh, my God.
True.
That's what happened.
That's a foul. Don't forget Masterpiece of the Week, 1:30 on Fridays.
How strong does your thing have to be?
Yeah.
To foul people.
See, these are the questions I've been waiting for you to ask for a couple of weeks.
That sounds like a felony.
By the way, we'll circle back to UFOs because some people are saying that's what happened in the Texas-Stanford game. And if that's the case, I was already interested. But if that's the case, I'm even more interested. What do you think about the idea that he just doesn't care about going to the Hall of Fame and everything? That feels wrong to me. I hear what he's saying in the NBA Finals, like, I want to win the Finals, not make the Hall of Fame. But that feels odd. And honestly, I think it's a little disrespectful to his teammates, too.
Gosh, it's a good question. I feel like in the moment he's saying that, and right now in his life he's saying that. And I don't mean it means, I understand what he's saying, but I just think in the end he's going to be like, that would be really cool. I would like to be a part of that. That would be a cool fraternity to be a part of when they celebrate the game of basketball. You know who they ask to celebrate the game of basketball? The Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
They honestly don't ask anybody else. That's why Sean Marion kind of wants in. I mean, they don't ask Sean Marion to be a part of anything.
He wants to be
the
part of
Mavericks do. I'm not saying the Mavericks don't or the Suns don't. I assume the Suns do. But it's kind of like when you get into that fraternity, it's the 1%ers. Maybe it's more than that in the NBA because of different rules. But literally,
still, yeah.
You are in the top 1% of your sport when you make the Hall of Fame. That is usually a big deal to most of the people playing that get to that type of status.
I mean, think about this. Think about how important it is to be included into the Hall of Fame festivities for some people. Some people get invited to play in a Hall of Fame baseball game.
Yeah.
And then they say, I can't go.
Can't go.
Because my daughter's more important than that game.
Jokic is furious.
And
about
Jokic
that.
is just like, can't believe this. So, but Mike, like you really wanted to do that. I don't know how often you're invited to Hall of Fame type stuff.
That was my only time in my whole life I've been invited to Cooperstown.
And and you saw how Mike wanted.
Oh, he was
we saw
so
he
sad.
wanted to do this, but he was like, there's no way I'm missing my.
I actually forgot about it until you just mentioned it again.
Well, I'll bring it up again tomorrow, Mike.
It's payback for when you ate his sandwich and you go, hey, Corey,
Not a sandwich.
I just want to let you know
Yeah,
that sandwich was awesome.
Yeah.
Taco, that's right.
Tempura? Was it tempura?
It was.
Shrimp?
It was shrimp. It was.
Oh, it's great.
And then your reasoning was, but Corey didn't get to eat it. I thought he would want to know how good it was. Now,
Like you made the right order.
Well, it would have been better if he'd have been like, man, it was bad. That was bad taco.
I think about this, and you just talked about this maybe yesterday, maybe last week, is Daryl Moose Johnston when Emmett broke the record, the rushing record, and just kind of that moment. Because Moose could look at it and be like, I helped with that. I helped facilitate that. And that's where I think it's kind of disrespectful if Jimmy Butler just didn't show up to the Hall of Fame. Is there's probably a lot of his teammates that like aren't going to sniff the Hall of Fame. They could look at that and be like, hey, I played alongside him, or I helped him get to the Hall of Fame.
Look at the Rangers team that didn't win the World Series and how connected they still are, and look at the Mavericks team that won. Look at the Cowboys and how connected they still are to their Super Bowls and everything. Yesterday, Kevin, MP My Possibilities was celebrating their 15-year anniversary month. Tony Casillas did a video on Instagram for them. So did Webster, by the way. So that's pretty.
Webster,
yes,
the guy who played
I'll
Webster?
show you the video in just a minute. And so, but what does he say? He's talking, and then all of a sudden he's like, by the way, Tony Casillas, 2-time Super Bowl champion. Those guys live off of those things. And Mike was just talking about Paul Pierce a few minutes ago and how he's still looking for something to make him who he is aside from basketball. And that connection to the game is kind of that avenue that they want to have there and available to him. Now, Jimmy might be the kind of guy that's just like, no, I'd rather be fishing. I'm just trying, like Brada says, I'd rather make it to the
Singing
lake right
Hootie
now.
and the Blowfish songs while flying around.
Okay. Can we stop on the Paul Pierce for just a second? I guess I haven't seen this. Like, what was he doing on the stream?
All right, so Kevin Garnett has kind of gone into media as well. And with Showtime, he was doing like a live Game 3 watch. And Paul Pierce was his guest. Paul Pierce was he's out of his media space because he was wilding. And some people might have assumed that he was under the influence of certain substances as well. And yes, Mike, you want to take it from here?
Yeah, so he was live streaming, but he didn't really know he was live streaming, but it was part of the job. So KG's like, this is the job. We're watching the game right now. We're supposed to be talking about this game, and he can't even tell who's on the court. And then he brings in his, I'll say escort, because he calls her, this is my girlfriend for the night. Look at her, KG. And KG's like, oh my, like he tries to change the subject because he's like talking about, this is my girlfriend for the night. What do you think? Type of deal. And then I don't know how long it took. You might know, Reggie. Eventually he figured out, this is all live. We actually just did the live stream. I didn't know I thought we were kind of like just talking before we do the live stream. If that makes sense.
Yeah. And makes sense to me. Apparently not.
And so, anyways, it was. But we've seen this as kind of. I'm not saying he does this every night. I don't know Paul Pierce, but it seems like when we see Paul Pierce, he is partying with different women and enjoying.
He lost his job at ESPN, right?
Yeah,
he was doing something that he wasn't supposed. He was partying and he was supposed to be on air, and then he was like, "Well, I guess I'll hop on air with all these people behind me."
Yeah.
And so, that is kind of the place that he's in right now. But again,
Wow.
like, he's part of that group. He's
08.
part of the
08 championship.
Yeah,
And
so
he's a Hall of Famer.
But he's one of those guys that he has that connection, but even still, he's searching for it. I don't know if Jimmy Butler just might be one of those dudes that's just like, hey, if I don't have to have my phone connected to the internet or anything, I could be perfectly happy being anywhere else in the world other than here.
Can I bring it back to Jimmy Butler even further here? Like, in his post-game availability, I don't know if you remember when Jimmy Butler hurt his ankle.
Yeah.
And he was asked by Anthony Chang of the Miami Herald about how much the sprained ankle that he suffered in the second round.
I was watching that, and didn't he immediately was like, no.
His response was, quote, 0.
Yeah.
My ankle is fine. Like, and then he went on to just be like, we just lost. And Jimmy Butler, that's been his response all through. Even though if you've watched these games, you've seen the ways that he's been limited and hampered. And honestly, maybe even more mentally, he's not been aggressive in a way that you'd anticipate Jimmy Butler to be. And so I think Jimmy Butler is committed to the idea of giving the right answer, quote unquote. And so I think that that's some of where he got into the place. Because if I could play this audio one more time, it sounds like Jimmy Butler goes from the place of, we're talking about these finals. I don't want to make it about me. And then he goes to the place of, that's an individual award. And then he walks himself into a corner where he is now having to say that he doesn't care about the Hall of Fame. So let me play this one more time and see if you agree with me there.
Have you allowed yourself to think what it would ever mean to you to be elected into the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think?
Don't care.
You don't care whether you're a Hall of Fame?
No, I don't.
Do you think your resume?
Still don't care. Honestly speaking, could care less. If we're being brutally honest, if I was selected to the Hall of Fame, I'm not going.
You're not going to accept it?
No, I'm not going. Like, it's like the festivities and all of that. I just want to go put my feet in the sand somewhere. That's it.
You wouldn't accept that honor, the greatest honor in basketball?
It's an individual thing. I'm not for the individual type stuff. I'm really not. I'm like a team guy.
But even after it's all said and done and you've done...
No, I don't want to go. I don't.
That's my favorite part.
Are you not listening to what I'm telling you right now?
I feel like Butler laid it out really well before that question, but I was watching that postgame presser, and right before that, you could tell, I didn't expect Jimmy Butler to be like, hey guys, what's going on? But somebody was like, hey, what did you notice down the stretch or in the last 2 minutes? He's like, turnovers, probably that. And you could just tell it was going to be a struggle. And so when they asked the ankle question, I did not by any means expect him to be like, yeah, if I'm 100% my ankle, we're winning this championship. I did not expect that whatsoever.
That'd be wild if he was that guy, though. Always. He's just so different. He's such a different character.
He also, different to the point of, do you get the feeling that sometimes Jimmy Butler is like a contrarian?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
As a somewhat contrarian, I can understand.
Hey, those are the starters. Let me bring the C team in here in Minnesota and play against them.
What a great story.
Ooh, that's a great segue because speaking of contrarians, are you ready for the reverse boycott? Today is the day, Mike. I know you've been looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
How many signatures did they get?
Oh, they're going to have their faces shown. It's not just about signatures, Mike.
Their voices will be heard.
This is hashtag Oak Together, which is good for this, or if you're a tree. We, supporters of the Oakland Athletics, are calling on all baseball fans to support us in our ongoing battle with our team's neglectful and irresponsible ownership.
They trapped the possum and killed the possum family. Do you know that? That's how they got rid of the possum. They just...
Oh my God.
They said it smells horrible in there because they trapped a huge rodent and probably the family and just let them suffocate and die.
Wow.
Which is fine, they're possums. But at the same time, you should probably get them out of the wall so they don't smell up the whole press area for 4 weeks.
Tickets, demand for tickets is up 53% for tonight's game against the Rays.
Save it, Mike. I know what you're gonna say.
So 4,000 people will be there instead of 2,000.
No, well, hold on. The average ticket price has increased from $49 to $75.
Oh, what a terrible organization this is.
And yeah, Mike, they drew 4,000 on Monday. So how many will they draw tonight?
See, I like the idea that the ownership would artificially raise the ticket prices knowing they're doing this because it goes on June 13th. That's today.
Oh my God, they beat the Rays last night.
They did. Did you not know that?
Wait,
I'm
what?
Nostradamus
Right
or
now.
Nordstrom's or whatever.
I don't know.
I said 6 in a row, and you're like, no, it's 5. And I knew.
Hold on.
Somehow I knew yesterday that. Oh my God, Kansas City and
We're going to talk
Oakland
about
have
this at 120.
What
Did
in
Mike
the
call
world?
himself Nordstrom's?
Yeah.
Nordstrom's Thomas.
Okay,
Yeah, they
thank you.
predict things like what clothes people are going to wear later.
I don't feel like they're doing the best job at that anymore.
Oh, no.
Today, we're asking fans across the globe to help send a unified message to MLB the date of our reverse boycott game at the Oakland Coliseum by attending your stadiums and bringing signs, wearing Making Sell shirts, tagging photos with Oak Together. And so not only do they want this to be at their ballpark, they're like, hey, if you're going to this other game that has nothing to do with us, if you could bring a sign that says hashtag Oak Together, that'd be really neat.
Just remember that it wasn't us. It was you. That's what they're saying. It was all you, ownership. You're the reason that we didn't show up to this trash stadium that smells like a dead possum family.
Is Oak Together the best hashtag they could come up with, you think?
Oak Together?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you don't want to be athletic supporters. Like, that'd be worse.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right
Excellent.
here on 105.3
Yeah,
The Fan.
we're athletic supporters.
Coming up next, one of the least convenient aspects of the convenience store experience.
Opposing fans call them the jock straps.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Next,
They're
right
gonna
here
get
on the
They're
Fan.
trading for Jock Peterson.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, you need to go with Platinum Chevrolet. They got their brand new state-of-the-art 80,000 square foot facility in Terrell. You can personally ask for GM Justin Rudd. In fact, you definitely should. They have the same great prices, the same great selection, but also they have the same great people and service, so you know that you'll get supported.
Yeah, and Kevin, thanks for that support there. The biggest way to go in there and talk to Justin Rudd is to walk in the door and start demanding to see him.
Oh.
Tell him you're a Tolo, tell him you listen to KNC, and he's going to be like, oh, I know exactly what to do. Get you the best deal. That's what he's going to work on. The Silverado 2023 Silverado 1500 Trail Boss. They got the 2023 Silverado 1500 RST and so many more options. They have 3.9 interest for 60 months on all new Silverado 1500s, and an additional 1500 trade and assistance for select models there. So check them out online. That's where I always say to start out. You got clear upfront pricing online. You're not going to be surprised by anything and be like, oh my gosh, I didn't know how much that was. You know the price online. That's the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson.
On 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What is the least convenient aspect of the convenience store? 877-881-1053. Also, Corey wants you to know if you live in Garland or Mesquite. What's the story?
All right, so I found the worst cities for the best and worst. This is from Lawn Starter. The best and worst cities for single dads to live in. Best city in all of America, Bellevue, Washington. So congratulations. And then Irvine, California is number 2. So those are two of the best cities.
But you have to live in California.
Well, I mean, I like California. It's a pretty place. Doesn't rain.
You can't speak to all of California like that. It's a big old place.
Yeah, it is a big state. It's
He's
like
talking to you.
it's much like Texas in that it's just one big United. The United States is just one big Texas. Kevin. Brownsville, Texas. There are 6 Texas cities that are the worst to live in as a single dad.
No. Well, I guess it's irrelevant to me now.
This is child care costs, public school quality, and support programs are among the 35 total metrics to get there. Brownsville, Killeen, Mesquite is number 4. Sorry, Mesquite.
Killeen is a weird place to live if you're a single dad.
Laredo is number 5. Pasadena, Texas is number 9. And tied for 10, the land of Garland, Texas.
Oh, Kevin, how does that make you feel?
And you were a single dad in Garland. Do you agree?
That is true for a really long time. That is absolutely true.
There you go.
But now I got married just because I heard that list was coming out.
And then you had a whole new kid just to be like, well, because I got a new kid now.
What?
Mm-hmm. You had a whole new kid.
I mean, I did.
For the whole prospect.
And no, for people who are asking, he still can't read.
Does he say more than dada?
No, that's all right. But he's only 10 months.
Wait, he says dada?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he absolutely said dada.
That was his first word. I'll have to tell you about it. All right. We talked about the self-checkout line, and that had a lot of feedback, and it started to drift into the convenience store space. And this all started, I think, last week. It's the line at the convenience store when there's somebody working the register, but another register and a person just standing around, and you're like, dude, you see the line, right? And he's like, don't care.
Wait, multiple registers. What are we defining as a convenience store here?
Like 7-Eleven.
Okay.
Racetrack.
I know Racetrack and Quick Trip probably have more.
All right.
But even at the 7-Eleven.
Buc-ee's.
Ooh.
No, Buc-ee's doesn't count. I just wanted to say Buc-ee's.
That's fair. It's fun to say.
Buc-ee's is phenomenal. I see a lot of people from the 903, the prices are the least convenient. The 817, prices. And I get that, but I'm willing to sacrifice for the convenience of you don't have to go into like the Walmart, the Target. You don't have to deal as much with the parking headaches, although somebody did say parking is one of their issues at the convenience store. For me, another one that comes up is the panhandlers. It feels like panhandlers navigate their way to the convenience store.
Especially 7-Eleven.
Yes.
I don't know what it is about 7-Eleven, but it just feels like that's the place.
And it also seems like they still don't believe that we've shifted to a largely cashless society. Because whether it's me or somebody else, there's been so many times I'm like, I don't have cash. And they're like, you don't have any cash?
Okay. So, and this sounds terrible here, all right? But when I was working at the TV station, all right, many years ago.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
How could you work at a TV station?
I know. Especially that one.
TV's dying.
And they had a 7-Eleven right next to it. And on my way in, I wanted to get one of those fake McRibs that 7-Eleven had. Anyway, different story, different time.
That's crazy. Calling it a fake McRib is like calling it double fake.
Yeah, it's double fake. As I'm walking in, this guy walks up to me and says, "Hey, let me use your phone."
He didn't even ask.
I was like, was that a question?
This is a statement?
And I said, and just because of the way he did that, I just looked at him and said, "I don't have a phone." And he goes, "How the hell do you not have a phone?" And I went, "How the hell do you not have a phone?"
Oh my God.
And then I walked inside and got my stuff and left. I walked back out. He's fighting somebody in the parking lot. He's getting punched in the face by somebody in the parking lot.
He needed that phone.
Yes.
He was supposed to call for backup or something.
You irritated him to the point that he had to go beat up somebody.
How is he going to have? You don't have a phone. You can't just be like, how do you not have a phone if you don't have a phone?
He was clearly under stress, Corey. There was a fight looming.
I don't
See,
know.
I like the idea that the fight was why he needed the phone, not the fight was the outcome of Corey not giving him his phone.
So I did feel bad for yelling, but I also then pulled my phone out and videoed the fight. So that was a
that's terrible.
And then in fury, he
like,
goes,
"World star."
"You do have a phone," and then he got knocked out because he was paying attention.
Because he got
to you.
distracted, yeah.
And oh man, that is a great point. But also, my question to go along with that:
All right.
if you have a percentage, I'm glad to hear it. Let's assume if you had cash 100% of the time, what percent of the time would you give money to one of the panhandlers or
Cash
whatever?
in what denomination?
You have every denomination of cash in your wallet. Do you give money?
I give if I have change. I don't. I don't
paper
carry
money?
much cash around anyway, but I will give change because it's easily accessible in my pocket. All right,
Okay.
I'm not carrying around a coin satchel or anything, but also like if I go into my wallet and I have cash, I might have more than needs to be shown. And so in that moment, I'm just like, whatever's in my pocket that is change. Because if I'm rolling into my wallet and he's like, hey, what about that 100 right there? I'm like, that's my $100 bill.
Yeah.
I would say I'm a 25%er.
Okay.
And that means 25% of the time I will.
Okay.
Like if you're the fourth person that I see, for some reason, I go, all right.
So they just they gotta wear you down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Today I was pumping gas near Bishop Lynch at an Exxon, and a guy came up to me as I was pumping gas and said, hey, do you have any money? And I did. And I said no.
Oh,
because I didn't feel like just.
You think that's bad?
He was the third person.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know which person he was, but I didn't like that when I was pumping gas, a guy just walked by me and was like, hey, I need some money. Do you have any money? Like he asked, it was a very, when I said I don't, he walked away. But sometimes I feel like this, do I encourage people to then hang around gas stations to then ask for money? Because that's probably not what the business wants.
And do you need the story?
Okay, I was just about to tell you.
Okay.
So, because somebody said they're just going to buy booze. Okay, that's fine. Tell me you're going to buy booze with it. I might actually give you more. I might say you're not going to be able to get anything with that. But here's what happened, Kevin.
Okay.
It was a couple days after 9/11.
Oh my God.
And my buddy and I had walked to the store to cash our checks from on the border in Garland, where we used to live. And on our way back, this guy goes, hey man, do you have, and I think it was like $1.25 or 75. He asked for a specific denomination. Okay. And I said, what do you need it for? And he said,
Baptist.
And he said, I'm going to be honest, man, times are tough. I just want to smoke a blunt. And I was like, here you go. That was honest answer. And I was like, where are you heading next? Was my next question.
I really thought you were going to say outside of just times are tough. I thought he was going to reference 9/11 specifically. It was like, it's really stressing me out.
Well, and like I said, it was 2 days after, and we're walking, and my buddy, like, he looked at me, he was like, dude, you're right. Like, we got to be friendlier to people.
And I much prefer that to the, hey, my pregnant girlfriend is back with the car. We're about a mile down the road. I just need some money for gas. And I'm like, you don't even have a gas can. And
so you don't even have a gas can.
I prefer
That's a good point. You don't have a gas can.
To the point. Jess told me a story once, and I felt really bad because I laughed out loud, and you could tell it still kind of traumatized her a little bit. Is she was up at the other spot you see it a lot is you're just at a stoplight or coming up the highway or whatever. Is she was at a stoplight and somebody had a sign. It was like, need money for food. So she rolled down her window and tossed a bag of like the single serve chips.
Did the wind blow it away?
No.
That's what happened to Adrian once.
Oh.
And the guy was in a wheelchair and he just watched the bag roll away.
My God.
And the light turned green, so we had to go. It was a busy intersection.
My God.
I know. That's always the hope for them, is that it's red.
Holy crap.
Every time the light turns green, it's like, dang it.
Yeah.
Opportunity lost.
Okay, well, this did not This is not as
Do
bad.
you get mad at people that stop when the light's green to get?
I do.
You know what?
A little bit I do.
There will be a red light
sorry.
in a minute. That's their opportunity.
do.
I know.
Well, so this person, and you could tell it still really bothered Jess. He goes, "What the hell am I supposed to do with this?" and threw the chips back at her car.
Oh my gosh.
And so she just rolled the window back up. And like you guys all know Jess, she's like the nicest person in the world. And she was like, "Oh, I don't have money, but here's some food from like her lunch or whatever." And he got mad and threw the chips at
That
her
is
car.
rude. Come on, man. Eat the chips. Say thank you.
It really is.
Really giving a bad name to the homeless there.
And now other people are saying self-checkout should be at the convenience store.
Oh yeah, this is back to the convenience store.
I just
really
don't
got off on
know
panhandlers here.
because the other thing about the convenience store is I don't even smoke cigarettes. I think that you should have to take some sort of intense training course to know all the different brands of cigarettes and papers that you're going to keep behind the counter so you can get it quickly. Because I feel like I have been behind 8,000 people in my life at the convenience store. Hey, can I get Marlboro Slim Ultra Mild? Oh, which one is that? The green? And they're like, no, it's on the other side. Other side.
Mm-hmm.
No, the blue one? Down?
Yeah, 3 more.
Yeah, I think you should have to go through a very intricate cigarette course where you can be like, got it, grab it, bang.
I don't think anybody gets trained anymore at jobs.
Just in general.
They just throw a mic in front of you and say, "Let's go."
Say what we want.
I don't know. I don't know what, because to your point, you should probably get trained on that.
Yes.
You should probably get trained how to work at Whataburger. But there's like, no, you want an orange shirt? Let's go to town. And you're just like, no, there should be more training than this. There should be more than just like, here's an orange shirt, or here's your Quick Trip red
you'd
shirt.
have to pay people to train them. Why would you do that?
But now, here's the big question, Corey. If Kevin had to, like he lost a bet payoff, you had to make him either drink an alcoholic drink or smoke a whole cigarette.
I thought you were going to say, like, get a job at a convenience store.
I can do that.
What do you think would be worse for Kevin?
Actually, I like
because for me, it would be smoking a cigarette. I've never smoked a cigarette either, and I think I would choke doing it.
Yeah, you probably would.
I would pick cigarette.
You would?
Yeah, I thought he would.
Yeah, but that's for like personal reasons as opposed to like the outcome. I'm not saying it would be easier to smoke a cigarette.
You'd Bill Clinton it?
That's right.
Oh.
I did not
You mean with a
inhale.
cigarette, right?
Yeah.
Not,
Oh,
okay.
goodness.
Gotcha.
What are you talking
Wow.
Yeah, I think cigarette. He said he didn't inhale the marijuana. I was saying you wouldn't inhale the
There was another incident
tobacco.
with something like that. I would pick cigarette just for personal reasons.
See, that's my thing is I think you'd have the one cigarette, you'd catch that little buzz, and then you'd be like, whoa, hold on.
Yeah.
And then you'd chase it, and there you are in studio.
Next thing you know, you're in
Just
another
lighting up
studio
heater
doing
after
the
heater.
show. Because we're like, oh, there's the smoker show over there.
These are starting to sound like this every time he comes on the show.
So, what do you want to talk about?
That's pretty good. By the way, some of these people's panhandler stories are insane. Yesterday at QT, I had a panhandler in an expedition ask me for money.
In an expedition?
There's no way. And then another person said there's one just posted right at the ATM. And then multiple people did bring up, what about getting stuck behind all the people buying the lottery tickets? All right. It's just if you're buying like 20,000 lottery tickets, or that's what it feels like. If you're like, you need a couple scratchers, do your thing. But it's the people who are like, hey, I need the take 5, and then I need 3 machine quick picks. Then I got these other 4 quick picks that I'm going to give you. And you're just like, oh my gosh.
Oh, and these
How would you
sunglasses.
prefer they go about that, though? You think that they need to just get back in the line multiple times?
Yeah,
They're in line.
I
They got to
do.
order it.
Walk up
I do.
with a list and hand it to the guy and just be like, there you go.
Yeah.
Or actually, hold on, your approach is buy one, then go back to the back. Interesting.
No, I
It's
want them
lottery.
just wait
They're
to
playing the
decide.
lottery
Yeah.
themselves. They're
Yes.
like, they just look at the colors of the tickets and they're like, you know what? That one could be lucky. Give me 3 of those. Give me 1 of that.
The scratch off thing that makes me really sad is the people who just scratch off the barcode and run it through the little machine.
Oh, this is just a means to the end.
Yeah,
Like,
that's not fun at all. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
didn't know you could do that.
Yes, you can. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Why is this star player not showing up to minicamp?
I'll tell you.
We'll do it. Okay, great. Corey will tell us next on The Fan.
If you're within 10 years.
Great job, Brian. Time now. Flush from the pocket. He'll run and throw into the end zone where it's caught for the touchdown by Calvin Ridley. And the Falcons get one touchdown back with 33 seconds to play.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We might just talk a little bit more about Calvin Ridley as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits. I gave up my biscuit today. I went to Norma's and ate with a buddy of mine for breakfast. But I saved my biscuit to give it to my son, who was getting done with driver's ed today.
Did you ask him how he did first?
He did. He liked it. They showed a whole bunch of NASCAR crashes and stuff, and talked about wearing a seatbelt.
Oh, okay. Now we'll get to Calvin Ridley, but I want to start with Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs not at mandatory minicamp, and Sean McDermott, the Buffalo Bills head coach today, said he was quote unquote very concerned that Diggs chose not to show up, but didn't go into further detail. And then you got more information that yesterday he was at the pre-minicamp for medical testing, and now he's out today.
Interesting. So he's injured.
I don't
He got injured doing something in the offseason.
That is my take on it.
Oh, then there was a time when Trayvon Diggs was messaging and he was out there saying, hey, we need y'all to tweet about it. We need my bro here. So is this what it is, Kevin? Are you suggesting
I am not
that Diggs is saying, hey, I got to go to the medical tent and I'm never showing back up until you make me a Cowboy? Is that what you're saying?
I am not.
He's never going to get out of that medical tent if that's the case.
That would be expensive. That would be very expensive to have him around.
I mean,
but would it drive down the price on Trayvon Diggs'
Let me
future
ask you this.
contract negotiation?
I think Dak's good. Why does everybody think Dak needs 3 future Hall of Famers to be successful? I don't feel...
Because there are people who do not think he is good.
I just feel like at this point, the Cowboys have done a pretty good job in getting Brandon Cooks, who I think is a really good number 2 receiver.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb is a top 10 receiver in the NFL. Michael Gallup has had success a lot as a number 3 receiver. It pushes him back to a number 3. You drafted Jalen Tolbert in the 3rd round. You drafted a dude in the 2nd round to be tight end. Like, I get it. It might not be the best weaponry in the NFL, but it's pretty darn good, and you've invested quite a bit into it. That should be good enough for a quarterback to be very successful. But it's like, I hear certain people going, nah, you know what? We need Diggs. We also need Jamar Chase. We would like Justin Jefferson to go with. And you know what? That still might not be enough for Dak to be successful. And I'm like, dang it, how much do you need here, man?
I think some people just don't think Dak is good, and then other people just like stacking as much talent as possible, and anytime they hear a name.
But I feel like some of these people are like, Dak is great, but he definitely needs 4 number 1s and Kelsey.
Which is just
And you're like, wait a second. I don't think that's the way it works.
I think we got really excited too about the potential of the year that he had Amari and CeeDee and Gallup, and then he gets injured, and you're like, but he just threw for 30 touchdowns last year. What can he do now? And he hasn't had that. He hasn't done it. He hasn't replicated that 30 touchdown season since then. So that excitement level was there. And I think it's always like, Mike, I understand what you're saying, but aren't you in the talent acquisition business and trying to put as much talent on the field as possible? And that's where a lot of people get caught up in this conversation.
Yes and no. I don't think wide receiver talent is what makes Dak the most successful. He needs talent. Don't get me wrong. He has a number 1. He has a number 2, and he has a number 3. He has I think, tight ends that are pretty good. That's good for Dak. Like if we're,
especially to streamline that process. No, I don't know. I am interested in this because for multiple reasons, though, with Diggs. A, he forced his way out of the Vikings.
He's under contract for a long time.
Yes, but he forced his way away from the Vikings to the Bills, and now he has a problem with where he is right now. Again, and I don't know. There were lots of different things that came out. Hey, I love Josh Allen, but then there's some stuff going on there. It does kind of concern me about Trayvon a little bit and how is he going to be that kind of, it's a little difficult to deal with him
you're
too.
Right to be concerned and prepare yourself accordingly.
And maybe that's not fair, just because they're brothers doesn't mean anything, but maybe it does.
I don't even think it's related to that. I just think you should be concerned.
You got a guy that's a kind of
Yeah.
a diva cornerback that's like, it's time for me to get paid.
Yes, absolutely. Now, CBS Sports had an article about breakthrough first-time Pro Bowl candidates. I'm going to boil it down to these 6. And you tell me most likely to make the Pro Bowl. Brock Purdy, Justin Fields, Travis Etienne, Breece Hall, Calvin Ridley, or Devontae Smith.
If they're healthy, doesn't everybody make it? The Pro Bowl?
Sure. That aside.
Who's most likely?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, because I think if he's healthy, they're going to win 12 to 14 games.
Yeah, I think that has a lot. Like the ability to win games is a huge
what
factor.
quarterback is like, you win your division, you get a bye, or you're the 2 seed. Like, don't they pretty much always make the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, and I know it's the Pro Bowl games now, or whatever you want to call it. I'm curious about Devontae Smith, too, because there'll be a lot of hype on that team.
A lot of
obviously.
receivers too at the forefront of the NFC. With Justin Jefferson in that mix too.
Sure.
I bet CeeDee Lamb's gonna have something to say there.
Cooper
Kupp's coming back for sure. I was trying to look at the AFC to see the rankings and running backs, but you already have Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor over there, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it's tough for Etienne to make that spot.
What's interesting about that is, and maybe even Breece Hall, is everybody positive about Henry and Taylor?
No. Running back, like it's very difficult to have consistency that Emmitt Smith had.
I'm a little bit shocked that Tennessee still has Henry and Tannehill. I thought when we got to February that those guys would not be on the team by the time you got to the draft, and here they are. So I'm a little bit confused on Tennessee seems to be tanking, yet they didn't trade the 2 guys that could take them to 6 or 7 wins.
Yeah, I think you make an intriguing point. I am also surprised that we're still sitting in that spot. I want to take you to cut number 12, if we can. This is, and Corey, I think you're definitely going to love this. This is Cam Jordan with the Saints, and I'm going to let him take it away from there.
You see a little, you see a lot, you see a lot, you see a little. If you're so focused on what's next, where's his hand? If it's where does he like to throw these hands? You're so worried about all these other factors, you're slowing yourself down thinking. And this game, you all like everybody knows a fast wrong decision can be a right decision, and a fast right decision, you're a winner. And a slow right decision, get your ass on the bench. Because there's somebody out here that's going to be moving at a different speed. Slow right decisions, we love them. Call him Kirk Cousins.
Good move, you got blown.
This was to a group of young people at the Von Miller pass rushing camp.
That's awesome.
Poor Kirk Cousins is going about living his life.
Oh, I wouldn't use that word in particular.
Making weird-looking
Aloof
mistakes.
Kirk Cousins out there living his life. And then, bam! Cam Jordan there to drop that.
Indecisive. That's what I mean. Like that is sometimes like the dude he throws the ball really pretty, but there are moments for sure. That's interesting. And Kevin, what do we were told very often that guys had labels on them that teams knew.
Yeah.
Tony Romo's label was in the fourth quarter he's going to give you a chance to lose to get an interception so that your team can win the game. That was the MO on Tony Romo. People can text in and start griping about it and everything. That's just what players told us.
Now, Corey, this last story is specifically just for you. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there continue to be more and more rumblings that they're going to try this. The Jacksonville Jaguars, where their stadium is being redone, they're honestly considering having their games at the Daytona International Speedway. Now,
wall races are going on too.
Like that game that they had
bring
at
that
Bristol
up.
between Virginia Tech and Tennessee?
Yes. But this goes back to something that Corey initially brought up when we were on the weekends, is what he would really like to see is a football game happening in the infield of an active race.
Mm-hmm. That would be amazing. Can you just imagine, like, let's say Kirk Cousins drops back. All of a sudden, stray tire flies off a car, knocks Kirk Cousins out.
gosh.
How amazing would that be to have these new obstacles?
This is the XFL. They can't make any money. This is what they should do. Isn't NASCAR happening right now? Is it season?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is what maybe the NFL doesn't need to do this. but the XFL surely should.
Oh, the logistics on that would be a nightmare. Like exclusively
Yes.
silent count. The
Yes.
whistles mean nothing because nobody can hear them.
Yes.
I don't even know if they have enough frequencies for all that when you talk about all the frequencies they have with the cars and the sidelines and stuff.
Now imagine this. I think in Texas Motor Speedway, there's still enough space to put a hockey game right in the middle next to the football game. So I'm suggesting like a Daytona Winter Classic and a football game all at the same time.
I don't know if they
How
can run.
effective? Yeah, how effective are the race cars?
See, Reggie, here's the thing with your I don't know if they can. Why are you even starting there? Like,
That's
just
fair.
start with how do we? All right.
I think that's the same place actually.
No. How do we? It's like if I say yeah, but as opposed to yes and. All right, those are two different phrases that send you in two different directions.
We're the KNC masterpiece
Where does
right
everybody
here.
park? All those RVs.
Dude, have you not seen all the parking that they have out at Texas Motor Speedway?
Yeah, there's plenty.
It's parking for years.
How
out
dare
there.
you, Corey, say that I don't say yeah, but.
No, I'm saying
Say it all the time.
You need to say yes and.
That's in a different context. Coming up next, which sports rivalries are you absolutely sick of? I'm looking at you, Red Sox, Yankees. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Star. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk, probably, about sports rivalries that you're tired of, but we have a Rangers doings transpiring. Per Ken Rosenthal, the Rangers are promoting Owen White, their number 4 prospect, to the big club. Word on the corresponding move.
I wanted to throw this out there real quick. Last 2 games, Mike, he's pitched 6 and 7 innings. He then gave up 5 and 1 hit, 2 runs and then 0 runs, 1 walk, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, 6 strikeouts. According to the game score, Kevin, do you know the game score formula, by the way? This was created by Bill James.
Okay.
You start with 50 points, add 1 point for each out recorded, so 3 points for completing every inning completed. Add 2 points for each inning completed after the 4th, 1 point for each strikeout, 2 points for each hit allowed. You take it away. Taking away 4 points for each runaround, et cetera, et cetera. His game score 3 games ago, 34. Then it climbed to 58 and 79. Now, my question to Bochy, whenever we talk to him at 12:20, you guys could ask this if you'd like to. Did he earn this? Because we had talked about Cody Bradford before.
Yeah.
And Boch told us on the show, he was like, it's great to see he earned this. Mike had talked about him earning it. Did Owen White earn this? Or do they just need pitching right now? Or is it a combination of both?
His answer is going to be yes. He's not going to be like, no, he didn't earn it. We're just going.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? We just need a guy.
That's a good point. I'm glad you asked.
I already know the answer, but I will say this. When I think of earning it, and this doesn't take away from Owen White's going to be a major leaguer for, the rest of his life. No matter what happens, he is now a major leaguer. When you earn it is almost when they're calling you up. There's no injury. They're just calling you up. Like you're ready to go. And so that's, that question is a loaded question. No manager will ever say, well, he didn't earn it. We just need a guy, they'll just be like, no, he earned it. But in this situation, you have an injury to John Gray. He can't make the start tonight. And you need a guy who can hopefully pitch 6 innings, minimum 6 innings tonight with your bullpen situation. I do think the Rangers will have another move today too, that they need another pitcher on their team to get through the rest of today, if not tomorrow too. So I look at it and I say, all right, this is going to be interesting. Pretty good numbers in AA, not, off the chart numbers, just nice numbers.
And also not a lot of them either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know he was there last year for a handful of starts, but not a ton of starts at the AA level.
No, he has right now 75 innings pitched in his career above A ball. That is not a lot.
Yeah.
So this is a major jump for Owen White to go from 75 AA innings pitched from last year and this year to now the major leagues. I'm excited to see
for sure
what he has. This is a guy that the Rangers hope is part of their future. So it'll be interesting tonight, and they're going to ask him to pitch quite a few innings. Now, that being said, I don't know. They could call up Cody Bradford in 30 minutes.
And do the combo starting pitch.
Yeah, and be like, these two guys are going to get us 18 outs tonight.
And it's interesting because I know this is not the way to go, Mike, every single time, but I see how it's so easy to get carried away with the flashes of potential from these prospects, right? Because you pointed out 75 innings pitched at AA, 5-3 with a 3.24 ERA in his AA career. You can look at it and be like, okay, he's 23. We've clearly thought highly of him for a while, and he should be either super cheap or fairly cheap for the next 6 years as a pitcher. Now let's do that. I get how you get trapped into thinking prospect will do this, prospect will do that. When the reality is, even if Owen White turns out to be badass, he's going to have let's just say he stayed. He's going to have several starts that you're going to be like, what the hell is this kid doing?
This is what is so tough about the major leagues. Here's the deal. Shohei Ohtani shouldn't be in the major leagues, and neither should Mike Trout. They should be in a higher league. There is no higher league. So as you're progressing, usually when you start doing really good at a level, they then progress you to the next level. They're like, all right, you have shown that you are better than this level can provide, you get to go to the next level. When you get to the major leagues, I know I'm not groundbreaking anything here, but when you get to the major leagues, that's it. All the best stay there. There's no other place to put them. That means when you're trying to figure out how to play against the best in the world, they don't elevate those guys to another level that you don't have to work against those guys. You have to now work against the best players, and they stick around for a long time. That's why they're usually there for 10 plus years, which makes it so freaking tough. I'm hoping, though, real quick, Corey, that they have no clue what he throws.
Yeah, and what would your advice for tonight be? Like,
so here's the deal. I love you ask these questions a lot, and I love these questions. I think that they don't talk a lot. There's not a lot of talking in professional baseball. You just do. You don't want to, I can't motivate you, or I can't get the fear out of you. There is going to be anxiety. There is going to be excitement. There's going to be adrenaline. There is going to be fear. There is going to be so much adrenaline that his hand's shaking, and he can't slow it down. Now, can you get through that and be able to still make pitches? But I can't say anything to take that away. It's all going to be there. And if I tell him it's all going to be there, it's not really going to help him either. So you're just like, hey, just like he said the other day to Cody Bradford when he was struggling, he said, hey, how did you get here? And he was like, my changeup. And Mike Maddox said, well, what about your fastball? Like, we got to work in the fastball here. Let's locate the fastball and work off of that. I understand that you want to get guys out with your changeup, but we have to set that pitch up. We can't just throw 6 changeups in a row. It has to be set off of something. That's why we call it a changeup. It changes off of what? It changes off of your fastball. Now, I can't have that whole conversation on the mound.
Right.
I have 10 seconds to get that in. Tonight, what they're going to do is they're going to say, man, congratulations. This is awesome. And then they're going to go over a game plan. They're going to be like, Owen, trust Jonah. This is, if you want to know what they're going to tell him, they're pretty much going to say, trust Jonah. Jonah's going to be like, hey, I'm going to give you the pitches. I just want you to give your best. When I give you that pitch, I just want you to give the best. And they're going to have some conversations on this. Jonah's going to be like, oh, and what do you like throwing when you're ahead in the count? What do you not feel comfortable throwing when you're behind in the count? Just to give him an idea. But I don't want you to think meat. Yeah. I just want you to pitch.
Yeah.
And so there's not a ton of conversation going in. You're going to give them the basic game plan against these guys. But Mike Maddox is not going to be able to put together a whole great game plan for Owen White because he's not even 100% sure what he can do and what he can't do at a major league level. Right? Spencer Howard gets dudes out in AAA. Mm-hmm. He doesn't get dudes out at the major league level. So there's not a correlation at times to what you did in the minor leagues to what you're going to do in the major leagues. Adrenaline can take over. Nerves can take over. Different things can take over to change a few things. You might throw a little bit harder. You might not throw as hard because you get a little bit too muscly and too tense, and now you're not just releasing it the way that you want to release it or the way that you did. So there's so many factors that go in, and you just don't want to overwhelm them, or I'm going to motivate speak them, or I'm going to be able to calm them down. You just kind of have to let it play out.
Then when you were in your first opportunities to be on the mound,
right?
Did you ever look around and let's say Owen White's favorite player was Marcus Semien. I'm just for the sake of saying this tonight.
Yeah.
Did you ever look over and go, can't let that guy down? Was there a teammate that you looked around and you were like, that guy, he hates me right now, and he's my favorite player? Was there ever that kind of moment?
That's a good question.
Yes, because when I got on the mound, nobody knew who I was pretty much on the team. I got the ball, and Enar Diaz said, what do you throw? So he had no clue who I was. He didn't know my name.
Does that throw you off at all? Because you get in rhythms with your catchers over the years.
It's very tough because in this situation, I believe Owen White was in big league camp. So there might be some idea on what he does. I caught a bullpen of his. I maybe caught an inning or two in a B game, something, right? Hopefully there's some sort of relationship, because when there's zero relationship, now I'm going to go off of Enar Diaz. I don't know how to throw Mike Cameron or Ichiro. Like, I know what I do. I haven't faced these guys. These guys have been playing in the major leagues. They just faced these guys the last couple nights. So you're going to go off of what Enar Diaz throws down. Now, when he throws down to me, curveball in this situation, I'm like, in my mind now, I'm fighting myself. This is always tough. I was like, crap, I don't throw curveballs here, but he's calling curveballs, so this must be the right pitch.
Well, right now, Let's get a scouting report from Jared Sandler, and hopefully all the Rangers catchers are listening so they don't have to just ask, what do you throw?
Yep.
Jared, your thoughts on Owen White coming up to the bigs, both short and then potentially if there's a long term?
Yeah, my guess is this is not going to be a, hey, you have a chance to be here for good type of thing. I think they want him to continue to develop. I think this is really more out of necessity. Bassick and I were texting yesterday during the game and then after the game, just kind of wondering what the heck this team is going to do today because yesterday was not the day they needed a 12-inning game. The thought was maybe Cody Bradford would start tonight, and he still might get activated, but he probably only would be able to throw 60 to 70 pitches. I think by activating Owen White, and if in fact he is going to start tonight, it allows you to give Bradford an extra day, so he's now pitching on regular rest. That allows you to then accomplish what I think they wanted to do in the first place, which was give Andrew Heaney and Nathan Eovaldi an extra day of rest. You're going to get that already with John Gray now with the precautionary bump back because of the blister. And you now can give your team a little bit of coverage. They're going to have to make other moves. I don't know if Joe Barlow is ready yet. He is eligible to come off the IL. But the Rangers are coming into tonight with, let's say Owen White is starting, a guy making his major league debut, and the only available bullpen arms, if they don't make any other moves, are Brock Burke, Jose Leclerc, and John King. There might be one more that I'm forgetting, but whatever the case, they probably need to make another move. But this is very much protection, and just to give this bullpen and this pitching staff the ability to catch their breath after a 12-inning game and no off day until next Thursday.
And in terms of Owen White himself, what does I hear everything you're saying about short-term likelihood. What does he bring to the table? What does he do particularly well?
Yeah, and me saying this is short-term is not a knock on Owen.
Sure.
I think, it's more circumstantial. He's one of the top pitching prospects in the organization. If you ask some people, they'll tell you he is their number one. Some people will say it's Jack Leiter. Some people maybe even Brock Porter. But Owens, he's got off to a nice start this year. He's not missing as many bats, not striking as many guys out as he did last year, but he's done really well. He's coming off a really good start. I think was he maybe the Texas League Pitcher of the Week, if I'm not mistaken. 4-pitch guy. His fastball is a low to mid-90s fastball. His slider is a low to mid-80s slider, but he can dial it up a little bit. The slider, I think, is according to some, maybe his best pitch. Really good athlete on the mound, so a lot of people like the mechanics and the repeatability. But this is a guy he's a big league pitcher, and I think the Rangers have designs on this guy being a part of their rotation for several years.
We might have just lost.
That's exciting.
There you go. We lost the very end of that, Jared, but I think we understood the idea, and you said excited, and we got Bruce Bochy coming up next, so thank you very much, good sir.
You got it, fellas.
Any questions for Bruce that you want us to throw out there?
Oh, just no, not really, not right now.
And it felt like that was a yes.
Thanks, Jared.
Thank you very much, Jared.
Best in the business.
I got some questions. See ya.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Is he going to text those questions now and be like, I didn't
To
ask
Boch.
that?
He'll test him to
Okay.
Boch, and Boch will be like, Jared, you know what I'm thinking here. And
You know what? Already better than his impersonation. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you
C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by that Louisiana hot sauce. It is Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Well, we're doing great and hoping you can help us out just a little bit because the rumblings out in the world are that y'all are calling up Owen White, perhaps to start tonight. Can you tell us anything about that?
You know, I really can because we have not made any moves officially yet. The one move we have made is Bradford. He will start tonight's game.
Okay.
So that's where we're at right now. I know that news came out, but I can't add anything or tell you anything until obviously see why Chris Young and I talk and look at our situation. We have used our pitching quite a bit, as you know, the last few days. So we could need coverage, but nothing has been determined yet.
I know a lot of this will still depend on that meeting. I was kind of curious looking a couple days ahead. Could you envision a scenario at all where perhaps Heaney and Evaldi get moved back a day in the rotation to give them just a little bit of an extra rest?
Yeah, right now, no, but to your point, yes. That's a good chance of that happening. When you look at the rotation, and I'll just talk about Dunning last night. He was off a little bit with his command. 5 walks. We had a 5-1 lead, and normally he's attacking the zone, and he just wasn't quite himself. So you have to think about his spot too. So anyway, you have to have coverage there, and that's what we're talking about to be able to do that. Actually, those two came in, thinking they may get moved up one day to pick us up since John Gray needs to be skipped. So that just tells you about who they are.
Boch, I'm kind of curious, with all your years of experience managing, is pitching ever exactly the way you want it throughout an entire season, or is it kind of like holding Jell-O?
Man, I tell you, I wish it was. I do. It's critical to your success. That's where I'll start, especially the starters. They're so difficult to replace. I was fortunate for years to never have to deal with injuries in a rotation, and that doesn't happen very often. But because of that, success came with it. So anyway, you have to take care of these guys. I've said this so many times where, you lose a position player, it's incredible how that can be replaced a lot easier than a starting pitcher or even a high leverage reliever. So that's why we're trying to take care of these guys, give them that extra day when we can. There's a day off. If you notice, we always honor that day off and give them that extra day. But to your point, you're always going to be scrambling around at times, maybe go with the bullpen, go with an opener, things like that, to get through a season.
To add on to that, do you feel, and not saying that this is spiraling out of control, but do you feel like it's very important as a manager and as your coaching staff to get together quickly to make sure that the guys know we got control of this? We will make the right decisions. We're not going to let it get out of control.
Right, and that's what we're doing, and that's why Bradford's coming up. He's had 2 spot starts, so in his last start, I thought he did a nice job in Baltimore. Gave up 2 in the first. One was because of a sun ball there, but anyway, we're looking at options in the minor leagues, guys that can give us innings, so you don't get to a point where you're having to spend 4 or 5 days to get the bullpen in order, get the rotation in order. Sometimes you just have to go with, Bradford. You mentioned Owen White. He's a name that has been mentioned, as you said, and so guys like that hopefully can help you keep things in order.
We're talking with Bruce Bochy right here on 105 through the Fan. I was curious, you mentioned Dunning. Obviously, right before that, Martin Perez had a tough start. Is at home 3-0 with a 1.4 ERA. On the road, 3-2 with a 6.5 ERA. I'm curious, not just for him, but just in general, do you ever consider altering the rotation so that Martin Perez can kind of start at home more often than just an even split?
Yeah, and you want that we do look at that. We also look at a certain team, trying to get the matchups. Sometimes it's difficult to move around that rotation if you don't have a day off or if you're skipping somebody. But yeah, I think that's our job. Try to put them in a place where they've had the most success or chance to have success, and that's by matching up with certain teams. So, Mike I'm talking about Mike Maddox. I mean, what an incredible job he does in his preparation, but also looking at things like that. And, we talked about, Martin and, certain teams, we're very much aware of how well he's pitching at home. And so, and he knows it too. And so sometimes it's hard to explain, but, for the most part, I think guys do play better at home. That's just a fact.
Boach, I have a solution for all of these problems. Hear me out here.
Oh, good, man.
Okay.
Hey, I read recently.
You just tell all of your position players, go on the Ohtani program. So now you have 26 pitchers on your team at all times.
Right. Yeah. That's really incredible, isn't it? He's definitely, I mean, you couldn't have more of a unicorn. This guy, he's just amazing what he's doing on both sides. And I mean, those two balls he hit, I know the question last night was, if I thought about walking them. Well, the one area where you've had success with him are left-handers, and I think he's hit like 220, and Cole was out there, Reagan's, and that pitch just got away. And but yeah, and you're looking at the guy behind him. I mean, he's hitting much better off the lefty. So that's the one area maybe. But I mean, the power. I mean, the ball. He hit off Anderson. I mean, it looked like a 3-wood. That's how strong he is. So now I'm going to work on that, though. I appreciate that. I'm going to ask around who can get on the mound. I'm guessing Adolis. I'm looking at that arm. I think that'll work. I did talk to Josh Young about it. He pitched, I think, an inning for the Red Raiders, and his ERA is like 100. So don't think we haven't looked at it a little bit.
Boach, when it comes, this is interesting to me. I know I was joking about the Ohtani thing, just how amazing he is. If there was a high school kid that you knew and it was 50-50, really good position player, really good pitcher, you just talked about the importance of pitching. What would you tell them if they had to make a decision at 18 years old when they're going to college or going into the draft, and it was a 50-50 guy? Would you lean towards developing them as a pitcher or developing them as an everyday player?
Oh, man, that's, there's, some other variables involved, but I'll say this. I would start as a position player. I really I would, because you can always go back to trying to pitch, at a later age. It usually doesn't work the other way too often, although there's been a few that have done it. Cardinals, the left-hander.
Rick Ankiel.
He came back as a hitter, but so I would say I'd give a shot at a position player, but maybe even pitch a little bit. It's been shown it can happen. It's been done. Doesn't mean you still can't pitch a little bit in minor leagues. I think the Giants drafted a kid last year, and he's playing both ways a little bit in minor leagues. So the other side of that, though, is as you know, there's 13 pitchers on the team, so there's more spots there too. But I'm thinking you're looking at somebody elite. So I start with being a position player at first.
I believe it was yesterday, Ken Rosenthal had a rather glowing profile about you in The Athletic. Do you get a chance to read stuff like this, and do you enjoy it, or would you rather just all the focus be on the team and people not hyping you up?
Yeah, I did not read it. I did have it sent to me. I'm being honest. I haven't read it. You're never comfortable reading my stuff. I don't believe, all the bad things or the good things. So it's something I really I'm not comfortable even looking at it. I'm focused here, but the focus should be on this team, the job they're doing, not me. This coaching staff. I mean, what a tremendous job they're all doing. The hitting guys, Donnie Ecker, Tim Myers, of course, Mike, all of them, and what these players are doing. So, but it was sent to me from a couple guys here on the staff because one of our analyst Bobby Banilow's quoted quite a bit, so they wanted me to read it so I could get on him. So at some point I will.
Well, I read it actually during the show yesterday, and I thought there was a lot of great stuff about the team and what just some very simple subtle touches that you've made on this team. One of the things that I kind of gleaned from it, though, that I really wanted to ask you. My father-in-law, Boach, whenever I went to Vegas, he said, "Here's my blackjack method." And he gave me a lot of things to make sure I did and did not do. And one of the things they say you stick to very much that you really hold true is the lefty-righty splits. Can you explain to me, whenever those situations come up, why that is so important to you?
Yeah. And I'm assuming you're talking
pitching,
the matchups, the pitching matchups more than the hitting. I guess I go back to my early years. I had a couple teams. I didn't even have a left-handed reliever. If you look at Houston, they haven't had one for a while. I believe in putting the best pitcher out there versus going so much into the matchup. But you still have to look at everything. And before the game, we look at all the hitters. What matchups we like, kind of have them ranked, how they came in. For example, last night, after Smitty, and what a great job he did with the 2 innings, Sporzy too, really the bullpen. I mean, the one mistake, Anderson, I don't know if that's a mistake. He's such a good hitter, but the point I'm getting to is Reagan's can spin it very good, and this is a team that, you want that ability. He's got a big fastball. He's got a good curve, a cutter, and a good changeup. And, it worked the first inning, second inning, not so good. But, with how we looked at the rest of them, we felt that was a good matchup, just like, when he was facing Ohtani there. The matchup actually was pretty good, but I think he touched on it. He didn't execute his pitch. That wasn't where, we were trying to pitch him there, and he's just so strong. He just went the other way. So, that's kind of where it all started with me on how I use pitchers. I mean, it's easy. Did you bring in a lefty, face a lefty, and all that? I get it. And sometimes, believe me, or a lot of times it makes the most sense. But still, I like going with who I think is thrown the best at the time.
Boach, 2 things here. One, Leote just got really unlucky when he hit the rocket right to the second baseman yesterday. Anywhere else and you win that game.
You can look at puke in the dugout when that happens.
But I was just thinking of this as I'm looking at Duran, who hits a 3-run homer yesterday, Leote, who's just been swinging a great bat for a long time now. I'm like, man, these guys would maybe be batting first and second on other teams in the major leagues. And for the Texas Rangers, they're batting 8th and 9th for you.
Oh, I agree. And that's what's really has lengthened our lineup is those guys. And those are the ones I talk about, and in particular, those 2. And so really, you do have top of the order type guys at the back end of the order. So, it's always a very strong lineup. It doesn't matter who's out there, a lot of times you get through the first 5 and now your lineup becomes soft. Well, that's not the case with us. And you look at last night, they're the guys who did most of the damage. I think my first 4 guys had a couple hits. I mean, it was a rough go for them, but they've been carrying the biggest part of the load this year. But I can't say enough about what the back end has done too.
I know there was a lot of focus on the series against the Rays, and because of the great records, I get all of that. I was curious, not only did you learn anything from that series, but do you feel like you learned something from every series during the season, or do you not kind of break it up like that?
No. We try to take notes from every series, things we learn. things we could have done different. And I do that every game. I go back through that game last night on something I could have done different to help this ball club win. I did, be honest, I took a risk there, leaving Cole out there. I could have answered with the right-hander with Wallach up there, but I was thinking, all right, we're down 2. I felt like he had the stuff to get them, and then we have more pitching for tomorrow night. But hey, that didn't work out. That's the one where I looked at. So I'm just giving you an example. I do that. I want the players to take 5 minutes at some point. Just go rehash something you did good or something you might have done different. That's how I think we all get better. You never stop trying to get better, trying to improve, and I certainly do it myself.
Now, Boach, today, coming up around 3:20, I do believe Corey Seager's hopping on with the G-Bag Nation, our afternoon show. Do you have a question that you would submit to them to ask him later today?
Oh, man. I guess, for me, it's the question that we ask him all the time to see how he's doing, coming off that hamstring, how the hamstring's doing. But something on the humor side, no, I'd have to think a little bit on that. But he's just an incredible player and a hitter, and so we need to take care of him. That's why we've been DHing him occasionally.
And Boach, the last question for you here. We speak on the radio for 4 hours a day, so we have some fun and theoreticals here. And coming up here in a second, I'm going to ask you this question first, and then we're going to discuss. I believe that my wife and women in general get mad at us for leaving stuff out and then hide it from us and then say they didn't touch it. And then I have to play hide and seek around the house to try to find my shoes or my shirt or something. Do you believe at any point, your wife or women kind of get frustrated with us that we leave stuff out and then they put stuff up that we can't find?
Yeah, that's in the case of my house. For the most part, she won't pick it up. She'll just say, "I hope you trip over it." Something like that. But don't get me wrong. She cleans up. She does that stuff. But if I get bad about it, she'll say something like, "How's that look for you right now? How's that looking in here?" So, but I try not to be too big of a slob, but we all get in a hurry, whatever, and so I try to be respectful of that. But I like that. She has not done that, at least to my knowledge. Maybe I just never found them, or I forgot that I had them because she hid them. So that's a good point. I will ask tonight.
Yeah, let us know how that conversation goes. Outstanding
Thanks,
stuff.
Boach.
Appreciate it very much, good sir.
All right, guys. Good talking with you.
There you go. Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan, which segues right into what I feel like will be the crux of Mike Likes It.
Yeah. So I want to talk about this and women in general and wives. And I'd like to say I love my wife to death. She is the best in the whole wide world.
In your face, Kevin.
But I feel like there's a lot of different ways I can go here. I'm going to go this direction first, really bury myself in a hurry.
All right.
Okay. So my wife will ask sometimes if I go have dinner with some of my friends or whatever, hey, what'd you guys talk about? Did you talk about, whatever? Did you talk about like us or relationship? And I'm like, no, we really never do. I'm talking about the Cowboys or sports or whatever. Like, I just don't really bring up relationship things, which means, I know English which means they do.
Yes.
They talk about us a lot.
All the time.
And so here's what I think they talk about some. They're like, hey, how much has your husband ticked you off lately? Because my husband's ticking me off. And they're like, yeah, what ticks us off a lot is they leave stuff out in general. They take their shoes off when they're on the couch and then they leave them there overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're putting them back on in the morning and we know where they're going to be. I don't need to put them in my closet. Or whatever it is. It could be a shirt that you're like, hey, laundry, right? Laundry's too much. So you're like, all right, I'll just rewear that shirt, but I don't want to put it back up. I'm just going to rewear that shirt or whatever it is. But I think that they have this thing. They have this pack amongst women. And I think moms...
All women are in on this?
I think that eventually all women are in on this. I think moms pass it down to daughters. And I think if that didn't get passed down, then friends pass it along to friends. And they're like, listen, here's the deal to drive your husband insane because they're driving us insane as being men. Is that when we leave stuff out, they're like, go put it in a place he would never look for it. So you know where he puts his shoes. They would be where he puts his shoes. Go put them in a place where shoes would never be found unless they really look for it for 15 minutes.
Drawer.
Yeah. And so the other day I found knives in a certain in a certain drawer. And I'm like, we've never put knives there ever. Like, how in the world did these knives that I've been looking for to cut food with get put in this area? And I think women in general, I'm going to blunt my wife and all women in general, and you guys can discuss this. You've barely been married, Kevin, so maybe your wife still
y'all are still in the
still hasn't been that irritated with you yet.
And I think we might have reversal in terms of clutter. Is I'm the person who needs everything to be.
So you screw over your wife and putting them in different places that
you
she
go to
could
brunch
never
and
find
have
it.
conversations with other women about how to really.
Man, maybe. I don't
So
believe
anyway, so here's where I'm going with this. The other day I couldn't find my shoes to find my life. And these shoes I had just bought, and she's like, oh, those are really nice shoes. Those are cool. I bet Cal, could wear those too. He's into shoes, and you guys wear the same size. So she knows they're my shoes. So I'm looking for my shoes. I've texted her after looking. She's already told me I never am supposed to text or I'm never supposed to ask until I look for like at least 5 minutes. So I've looked for at least 10 minutes. I'm like, crap, I'm going to have to text her. Do you know where my shoes are? I kind of have to leave the house. I'd like to wear these shoes today. Well, she doesn't answer her text, which she rarely ever does. She's always doctoring and stuff with other kids, not as important as all those sick kids are.
Get sick.
Yeah. So, and I guess be a kid.
Yeah.
Which my wife would say I am a lot of times. So anyways, I eventually find them in Jake's closet. She intentionally put those in Jake's closet. She knew they were my shoes.
Closet? And
yeah, but not Cal, who she mentioned Cal might like those shoes. They end up getting in Jake's closet that I have to go find. And this happens all the time. So my brain is so messed up over my 20 plus years of marriage because I have now convinced myself that I can't find anything. I know where nothing is. But I started thinking to myself, Corey, this is just the woman's plan to make sure that I need them even more.
Yeah.
Because now I can't find anything, but it's just been my brain program that I can't find anything. I don't know, hundreds and thousands of years ago, people like me were able to find pigs or buffalo or food, and we were able to find these things that are intentionally trying to hide for us, and we'd hunt them down, and we'd kill them, and we'd bring them back to the house or the hut or whatever it was so that we could eat food that night as a family. So there has to be something in a man that can find something because we were the ones that had to go find the food to eat.
But it has to be a woman that tricks us to think we can't
But now
find
my
things.
brain's jacked up.
Makes sense.
They've jacked up my brain
Yeah.
because I can't find anything anymore.
And Kevin, I told the story of the crows the other day, and we were sitting at the table, and as I'm telling them, Adrian's like, you've never told me about being attacked by a crow. And I'm like, yes, I have. And she's like, no, I don't remember this. And this is where the argument is like, hold on, is my brain gone? Or is she messing with me here? And Carter looks me in the eyes and goes, Dad, did you know that crows have facial recognition and pass down story? And I was like, see? And Carter was there with me. So he told this. So Mike, I'm assuming that all crows and women are the same. Like that's basically what I'm getting out of this. And here's my example. We have a dish tray where my keys and wallet go every single time. All right. But Kevin, if I walk in the house and I'm like, hey, we need to do something about this jewelry that's in this tray. There's too much. There's a huge pile of it. And she doesn't do anything about it. What I will do is kindly take all of her jewelry and go put it in her jewelry box that I bought her that she should use. All right.
Yep.
And so I've done this twice. Those 2 times, my keys and wallet go missing. And I say, where are my keys and wallet? And you know what she says? If you had a place that you always put them in, I do. I have a place. But because I cleaned it up, you decided to go mess with my brain. I think Mike's right about this.
See, I'm telling you, Reggie, he's not even in this conversation. He don't know.
All my stuff is where I leave it.
For now. Yeah. All right. So there's a systematic.
Yeah. Jess knows about it. She just hasn't.
She hasn't unleashed this yet.
What's the time frame then?
Her mom has told her about this.
Well, y'all have both been married, as you said, significantly longer than I have.
I don't know when it started.
This is activated.
There's no way to know.
At the level, there's a level of frustration, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do we frustrate our wives? And at what level does it get to? Only women know that, right? I don't know. I don't know how. I know I frustrate my wife. I just don't know at what level it gets to where they're like, you know what? I'm going to mess with his brain now.
So you think one day, years ago, you did something seemingly inconsequential that irritated her, and that was it, and she was like activated?
Yes. Yeah, and there's something in her brain that has to put something up immediately. Like if she sees, there's things that I'll find every once in a while that I didn't even know I lost, like Bruce Bochy was talking about. Because I didn't need it, I guess, that much, but she decided to hide it in a random drawer because they know where things go. Kevin, you're a girl somewhat. You know where things go, right? True. You're the person like, I have every Lego knows where it's supposed to go and everything.
Yes,
so
super glue them together.
What if all of a sudden you started randomly putting Legos where the forks are at? You would be intentionally doing that.
Who put a pancake in the spoon drawer?
Why are there spoons in the pancake drawer?
Almost. Is
Hook'em 72s knows what we're talking about. Says my wife does that with my medicine. It's in a different place every day.
From the 817, my wife changes where things belong constantly.
My grandma did this. I like this is a woman thing.
I have to tell you something. Because of your description, I have just now come to the realization of the beginnings of this with my wife.
Hold on, when you started imploring this to her, or when she...
Yeah, which way did you do it?
She started doing this to me.
Oh, and you didn't even realize, huh?
Not until this very moment, I realized it wasn't just a fun little thing she was doing. This is the beginning.
This is serious.
If I have cash, here's something you need to know. I need all of the bills to be in order of monetary value, and they all have to be facing front-wise and the right way, and they all have to be ordered.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, the right way. I get you.
And she likes to, if she ever takes money out of my wallet or pays for something and puts money back in there, she likes to turn bills upside down and move them out of order. And oh my God.
She's messing with your order.
Is that how it starts?
She's messing with your order.
It could be small like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I get it. I get that. I think women are better around the house at knowing where things are at. But then why do they randomly put things where things aren't supposed to go? And she's like, I just had to put things up because everything's so dirty around here.
Right? They're trying to up our level is what's happening. If they're better at this than us, they're like, look, this is the American Gladiator gauntlet to get your skills up.
Things go where they're supposed to go. If you want to put my shoes up, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm not demanding that you do that. I left them out. I can understand why you're frustrated with that. I can understand why you're frustrated with me leaving a shirt out or something like that. But then why would you put them in places where my shoes don't go? My shirts don't go. My cards don't go. Why would you intentionally put them in places that they don't go? You know they don't go there. I just had to throw them in a drawer because it was... No, you didn't. You want everything organized. You're intentionally putting them in places where men can't find them to mess with our brains so that we rely on them even more. I rely on you, Sue. I need you and I want you, okay? But I also would like for you, if you're going to put my stuff up, and I would never ask you to do this, but if you are, can you put them up where you know where they go?
There are so many people. I am shocked by how many people are just right there with you.
Mike woke up to spit facts and violence today.
That's true. From the 214. Oh my gosh. Let me mention the blow dryers out on the bathroom counter. Good luck finding my watch or my shoes or anything that I need. Sheesh. Dude, from the 817. My wife hides anything left out in my clothes pile. What the F? And she says, I didn't see it.
Yes.
Holy cow.
I
have not experienced this.
I'm telling you, this is passed down from generation to generation. They have the brunches and they have their meetings meetings because they ask me, hey, if I went out to dinner with you guys, she's gonna maybe ask, hey, how did dinner go? And I'll talk about the food, right, and whatever. And she's like, oh, how's Jess doing or how's Adrian doing? I'm like, I didn't ask.
Yeah.
And she's like, I can't believe this, right? They can't believe that we're not talking about our wives while we're at dinner because you know what they're doing? They're talking about us. And then they come up with ways that they've fixed us. And they're like, this is how I fixed him. And then they're like, ooh, that's a good idea. I'm going to fix my husband that way too.
And Kevin, whenever they're like, well, what do you talk about? What do y'all do when it's just the guys hanging around? And you explain that you're just trying to throw a slice of cheese across the yard onto the burger on the grill, and everybody gets to do that as an attempt.
We really do be doing stuff like that.
Yeah,
for sure.
They're like, that's so childish. Why would y'all do that?
Yeah, why don't you talk about your relationships with each other, your relationships with your spouse, your relationships with your kids? And we're like, nah, I just want to talk about the Mavericks and how they're screwing me over as a fan.
I just want to see how long it takes this brick of ice to melt in the
Then
pool.
I come home and I don't have anything where I left it. I know I left it out. I'm sorry I left it out. Please stop putting it where places I can't find and driving me insane.
Yeah, that is the biggest fear.
Have you
is
ever
that
thought
you don't.
about saying that to your wife directly? Just that last part.
Then she'll know she won.
No, here's what she did.
Oh my God.
She told me not to ask where things are. Find them. So she's told me I am playing a game of hide and seek for a lot of my life. It's my stuff I'm trying to seek. And she hid them from me. The other day, I could not find the iron. I think I told you guys about this early on in the Rangers season. I went to josephabank.com and bought a new shirt
just so
instead of asking her where the iron was. Because I'm like, I'm not asking. Like, if I ask where the iron is, eventually I said it in the nicest way. I was like, hey, Sue, I know that the iron is usually here, but it's not. I can't find it. Do you know where the iron is? But it's like scary. I am scared to death to ask where things are because she has laid down the law. You ask where things are, hell will rain down on you. So I'd rather just buy a new $50 shirt than ask where the iron is.
Did we just have a Mike Bassick therapy session?
Feel like we definitely did.
But a lot of men, right? This is a thing. This is a thing. It's not just me.
No, it's not, Mike. Based on every text we're seeing,
so we need a joint therapy session.
It's definitely just not just you. But what can we really do about it?
There's nothing because they keep it a secret. It's amazing how they can.
But I dispute. There's nothing you can do about it, right?
What do you mean?
We'll have to figure
They're
that
the
out.
sisterhood of the traveling shirt or whatever.
I guess what I could do is I could put everything up myself the second I take it off or the second I get it.
That sounds like
But then what would my life be like? Yours, Kevin?
That is so hurtful. I feel like Kirk Cousins and I just got the drive-by. I wasn't even involved. We're the KNC masterpiece. Where that hurts. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. You know what? Now I hope your segment fails too.
Pat Sajak and Stan Kroenke, two greats. We'll talk about them next on The Fan.
When you roll with The Fan, you get more than just talk. You get answers.
I'm talking to Gruden right now.
Are you really?
Yeah. He goes, hey, man, I'm just a fan. That's his typical way of saying, man, don't talk about it.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you ever want to follow Evan Grant on Twitter, you definitely should, because we believe in giving credit where credit is due. I don't know if he feels the same way or not. But now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that dig. I really appreciate that.
And they have a partnership with the ticket. I get it.
Did you see what Lil Wayne said about John Morant? Have you seen this story yet?
Oh, was he saying like you can't be rapping and pretending to be a rapper, basketball player? Or
That sounds good.
Reverse.
More than anything, though, Kevin, it was Lil Wayne reached out to Skip Bayless.
What?
To get in contact with Ja Morant, so that he could mentor Ja Morant for the stuff that he's going through. And John never responded. Him and his camp never responded to Lil Wayne.
Okay, this is a serious question. I swear I'm not joking. Would Lil Wayne be a good person to have as your mentor?
That's a good question for somebody who knows who Lil Wayne is.
Okay, there you go. I don't know all the history there. I don't know his entire backstory, but he seems to be successful. And he came from a very rough place in New Orleans. So maybe he can help him out of a bind, or just give him some advice that could help him here.
Maybe this dude's way too old, but I would think like somebody like Ja Morant, Isaiah Thomas, and I'm talking about Detroit Pistons Isaiah Thomas. Not that maybe,
Zeke.
Yeah, maybe littler Isaiah could help too. But I mean, Isaiah was a guy who was a little guy who led a team to championships, seemed to stay out of trouble. I get him and Jordan have a horrible relationship, and he gets crapped on because of that. But I was just thinking of somebody that was obviously a great basketball player, a great leader of a championship team, seemed to be well respected and well liked, and seemed to have his off the court stuff settled. I mean, I don't know, Isaiah Thomas at all. I know he wasn't a very good general manager or owner of whatever franchises that he had or whatever he did there, but I don't know Lil Wayne, so he could be great, he could not be, I don't know. But Ja obviously has a lot of maturing to do, and it looks like he's going to have a lot of time to be off of the basketball court.
And we talk about this a lot with Luka, right? Does somebody reach out to you and you go, okay, I will talk to them? Or if they've reached out to you, or you're like, I'm more important than them, they had to come to me. Do you need to go to somebody you respect and them to kind of put you back in your place? Or what, sometimes it is that kind of thing where you just need to be, hey man, you're not in the big shoes you think you're actually in right now.
Yeah, see, I think I would respect the opinion of, even if it wasn't like in my particular field, like if Ja Morant, as Lil Wayne went through like fame, fortune, the people you grow up with, maybe making poor decisions, like all that stuff.
Yep.
I think I would respect those opinions, even if I didn't like do everything that person said. By the way, and are we now on Ja Morant's suspension watch? Like now that the finals are over?
Yes and no, because I think now that Cupcake is gone, and I'm not calling Joey a cupcake, but he did take the cupcake to the face. I think that is now null and void.
Oh my God!
You weren't
here on Friday.
Oh, Mike, you missed it. Joey took the cupcake to the
smell
face.
bad?
Yeah,
he said it was gross.
It smelled like stale icing. Just he said
Why
it was
did he
very
do it?
gross. Because he lost the fantasy football league, and before he left, they were
So we
like,
have to buy a new cupcake for you?
No, it's just done with. And we need to leave it that way, Mike. Do you understand me?
That does not look
Before
like
I start hiding stuff from you.
Oh, man. We know how much he hates that.
We get a full fresh cake for you, though.
But then all our cone's going to be like,
might
I
have
want
to
some
sit on
cake. And I'll be like, oh, man, I'm not going to sit on the cake, and I'm not going to, never mind.
So who do you guys think Ja Morant should turn to? I mean,
Somebody
another person,
suggested
Michael
Zach
Conley
Randolph.
Jr.
I'm interested in knowing like Zach Randolph's connection.
I guess it
there.
doesn't have to be a point guard. I guess Memphis.
Yeah, Memphis, and like trying to like be in that area.
He was on a team that was not so affectionately referred to as the Jailblazers. Like, yeah, Zebo got some. Yeah, he has some understanding. I think really more than anything, right? Like whoever reaches out to him, we all understand this has to come from within, right? Like that decision to, mature has to come from within. So like, I don't even know how much the perfect mentor matters if Ja Morant is not in the place to fully acknowledge where he needs to grow up or what have you. So that's the part that I personally am holding out hope for.
Here's what I don't know, and I feel like I follow the NBA pretty closely. I had no clue through 3 years of Ja Morant's career in the NBA or watching him a little bit as he started rising upon the scene his sophomore year in college.
Yeah.
I had no clue that he had issues like this.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing about like the modern era of following sports, because the way that you would know this is following them on Instagram and being in like the social media spaces, and maybe even like, I'm not even sure how much the, kind of aggregation, social sites had this, but like, I think that's the level. If you are maybe more accustomed to a more traditional mainstream following of sports where you're watching SportsCenter or what have you, you would not have gotten this. You got to this when we all got to this. But if you were somebody who's like my favorite player, I'm going to go follow them on Instagram and follow them on Twitter and see what people are saying about them. You start to see the instances of him being out and being on lives with his friends and, throwing back an entire handle of, tequila or whatever, right? That's when you see all these issues, and that's how it became public. So I think some of that is just, we would have never known this stuff about Michael Jordan unless, he was in the modern era and unless you were that invested in looking at what he's doing.
In other news, Stan Kroenke has...
Oh, yeah.
Is he and I'd love to see like a standings on this somewhere. Is he now the greatest championship sports owner there is? Stan Kroenke owns the Rams, who recently won a Super Bowl. He owns the Nuggets, who just won the NBA championship. He owns the Colorado Avalanche, Stanley Cup champions. He also owns the Colorado Mammoth NLL Cup champs. Don't worry about that. It's still championship team that he owns, Kevin. He also owns SoFi Stadium, which hosted the last Super Bowl LVI, host of the 2023 College Football Playoff National Championship, host of the 2026 World Cup, multiple matches.
I haven't heard the most important thing yet.
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Nope.
Oh.
Does he do a Shark Tank show?
No, he doesn't.
Does he go on camera all the time and talk about a team that he owns that he doesn't even know half the players on his team?
He also owns Arsenal and the Colorado Rapids. His entire sports empire is worth about $13 billion, Kevin, which is why I bring him up, because we are in the billions when talking about this man. But literally, he can say at career day, I own championship teams. And that's awesome.
Is Arsenal impressive?
Yes.
Are they?
Yes, but they did bottle a championship as they are wont to do. So
okay, because somebody told me that as I've tried to understand more about the Premier League, is Arsenal did what Arsenal does.
That's right.
Okay.
I guess here's the
sorry, buddy.
Here's the question on this, because that's impressive. Like, this dude in the last 16 months has been on a run.
It really is.
Is that more impressive than Jerry's 3 titles that he won many, many, many years ago? And is that because Jerry has everything committed to Cowboys?
But think about this, what Kroenke, and this is why it's way more important. He's having to hire presidents and general managers to run all of those teams. So he has to interview these people. And he has to say, you know what? I think you're great to run a basketball organization. I think you're great to run a football organization. I think you're great to run all the other organizations that he has.
Lacrosse.
And then, you know what he does? He trusts those people to run those businesses, because you know what Stan Kroenke isn't? He isn't a basketball guy. And he isn't a football guy.
He's a money guy.
He's a money guy. And so he understands, to me, he knows what he doesn't know. We have 2 people in this Metroplex, Mark Cuban and Jerry Jones, and Jerry Jones is fading away just because of age, and obviously Steven and Will McClay are taking over a lot of those responsibilities. But Jerry never understood what he didn't understand. And so it's a famous saying, at least from my father, that I believe Gene Mock gave to him, is that it's too bad he doesn't know what he doesn't know. Mark Cuban doesn't really know basketball. It doesn't mean he doesn't love basketball. It doesn't mean that he doesn't enjoy watching basketball. But he doesn't know basketball. He can't he has no education on watching basketball players and determining how good they could be or how good they are or what their their chemistry fits are with certain players? No clue, but he thinks he knows it. And so we have to live with those decisions from somebody who really doesn't know basketball. Loves it, just doesn't know it.
When, let's say, they're having a owners meeting, Kevin, and so, you know how guys are when they're throwing cheese slices on the hamburgers from across the yard. Jerry pops up about the 3 Super Bowls that he won. And then Stan Kroenke goes, yes, but I've won all of these championships with all the other businesses that I own.
I mean,
does everybody applaud Kroenke? Or are they all like, no, we're the NFL. That's all that matters.
See, I think probably that one. But just when it comes to those two, if I was Jerry, there's no chance in hell I'd bring that up. And he's like, cool, how long ago was that?
Yeah.
And because he could just say, I've won more championships in the last 16 months than you have in the last 30. Well, then your entire ownership tenure.
Yeah. But I guess that Jerry could always be like, but didn't I help you get that stadium?
That is true.
Don't forget about that stadium I put in there.
Yeah, because I would be like, yeah, because you're great at business.
You're very good at business.
I'm good at winning.
I'm good. I got the golden
And really what
touch.
Stan Kroenke is good at is he's good at hiring people to run business, right? He's great at I'm going to interview this guy and I believe that they can help win a championship in whatever sport or whatever business he's doing. That to me is what an owner should do because it's going to be really rare. I will give this, and look, Michael Jordan's one of the worst general managers in the history of basketball.
Yes.
He's one of the greatest players, one of the worst. But if you are Michael Jordan, if you are LeBron James, they would probably have, you would think, a better idea about chemistry, fit, the way a basketball team's supposed to be run, the way it can be successful, the way it can destroy each other internally, because they've been a part of it.
Probably so, yeah.
Rather than, they really don't have any expertise in, I know that they have the Nike and Gatorade and all that stuff, but they don't have really expertise in, hey, I'm going to now buy up businesses or invest in businesses. That's what Mark Cuban's great at. That's what Jerry Jones is great at. That's what their kind of gifts are.
Yeah.
Is that, but then they believe that, well, I'm unlimited in gifts.
Then I'm good at
If
everything.
I'm good at that,
Yeah.
then I am good at everything. I can pick football players. I can pick basketball players. And then they do get reaffirmed a little bit because I'll give them credit. Jerry gets reaffirmed in, I won 3 championships in 6 years to start this off. Who could be better than me
I
at
have
this?
the biggest sports franchise in the
Right.
world. I get all
If
that.
you're Mark Cuban, you buy a team with Dirk and Nash and Finley already on it, and they're immediately successful. And you're like, look how great I am at this. And then you win a championship, and you're just like, this is easy. I'm great at everything.
And then the final thing, Kevin, Pat Sajak has tweeted this.
Oh, no, don't go away from Kroenke because you'll love this
back
text.
to Kroenke.
Did Stan Kroenke do the sports equivalent of the EGOT?
Man. Well, I don't know that lacrosse is involved in that as much.
Do Tony's matter, though?
Does he? He owns a hockey
you doing right
team.
now?
He owns an NBA team. He owns a football team. What baseball team? He needs a baseball team.
Okay, good point.
Because lacrosse doesn't count. So he needs to buy a baseball team and do that. Now, on to Pat Sajak. He said, well, the time has come. I've decided that our 41st season, which begins in September, will be my last. It's been a wonderful ride, and I'll have more to say in the coming months. Many thanks to all. If nothing else, it'll keep the clickbait sites busy. So Pat Sajak does have some humor that he likes to throw out there every once in a while, but 41st season, I don't know if that's 41 years or if it's like the seasons are different. That dude's been doing it for a long time.
I think it might be years because it was like the mid 80s, wasn't it?
Okay,
yeah. Maybe.
When's the last time you not just saw a clip, sat down and watched an entire episode of Wheel of Fortune?
Obviously with the grandparents.
Because I feel like
recently.
I love it.
1998.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
I also work during the day, so what time does it come on?
What's the lady who does the
Vanna White?
Vanna White, yeah.
Vanna White hasn't been necessary for like a good 20 years, but it's been good to have her there.
Good
Thanks,
combo.
Vanna.
Yeah, it's a good team there, man.
Oh, he might be worth $75 million.
Do you think he named one of his sons Jack?
Did you say million, Kevin?
$75 million.
I'm
So you're
sorry.
out. Jack Sajak? I hope not.
He has a daughter.
Jackie.
Jacqueline Sajak.
I'm gonna have to go look and see. I've seen her on like Instagram.
Jack A.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Maggie Sajak.
Close.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Yeah.
A college baseball tournament game has inspired us to ask, what's the worst way you could lose a game? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You.
This segment of the Kansas City Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
1-1 to Bowser. Bowser skies this one, and they don't spot it. Kennedy looking for it, and it drops. Stanford wins.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. I could not believe it when I saw it, because that all you hear at the very beginning is just like I thought, is the inning's over. We're going to the 10th with Stanford and Texas, but the ball drops. Stanford scores. They win in Game 3 of the Super Regional. They are going to Omaha, and Texas's season is over. So we can talk about that game specifically, obviously, but it inspired us to what's the worst way to lose a game, because that feels pretty damn bad.
I think in baseball that has to be the worst. Yeah. Because
worse than a balk loss?
You just lose it in the sky. You lose, but that is tough. I mean, obviously, Billy Buckner. Now they didn't lose. That game was tied in the '86 World Series. But like missing a ground ball, you had a chance to catch it. In this one, you can't see it. It's just like this hopelessness of everybody else on the field. The pitcher makes the pitch. You can see him look up, go, "I did my job." Yep. He takes 2 steps off the mound and be like, "I'm walking back to the dugout. Let's go score some runs." And after those 2 steps, he looks back and sees the center fielder with his hands up like, "I don't see it, guys." And as the middle infielders are sprinting, the right fielder's sprinting to see if they can get to the ball, which they couldn't. Like that just, in baseball, there's a lot of bad ways to lose a game, but that has to be up there.
Especially
as the worst.
Given the stakes.
Yeah. And that's it. Season over. Like if you're a senior on that team, that's it. And it could you have lost in the 10th or the 11th inning? For sure. But like on a routine fly ball that your guy, and it happens, but that just has to really hurt.
I mean, it did happen to Josh Hamilton in Oakland one time. Now, granted, there have been a lot of stories that it's hard to pick a ball up in Oakland sky for whatever reason. I mean, Mike, I don't know what that reason is. I think it's just, I heard Nadell talking about it. Maybe it's the high sky or whatever it is.
It might be where the sun sets.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
I don't know.
But in addition to Mike talking about how helpless of a feeling it is in that, you're also kind of panicking for your life because you're like, what if this ball hits me in the face?
Yeah, you're panicked on that, but can I find it soon enough? You're looking and you're just like, why can't I see this thing?
It's tough, man.
Do you look at all and hold your glove out in a different position where you might normally, just in case it just like a miracle shot, it falls in your glove?
What you start doing is you're looking up. And then as soon as you don't see it, you look at your middle infielders because they should be pointing at the ball. So now you're hoping, which is almost impossible, they're pointing up, right? So now you're like, okay, I see their finger pointing up. Now I panically look back up to the sky and see if all of a sudden the ball is found. And usually it's not. And by the time you see it, the ball is about 10 feet away from hitting the ground. And usually you're not close enough to catch the ball.
From the 2-1-4, what about the double doink field goal? Man, do you remember that?
Yeah.
That was pretty awful.
I feel like the worst that I've ever seen in football is, I want to say it was a Giants-Eagles game in the early 80s that they were kneeling the ball. and they fumbled the snap.
Herm Edwards, I think,
and
picked
Herm
it up.
Edwards picked it up and ran it in for a touchdown to win. So you're actually just running out the clock, and you screw up the running out the clock. And I think in that situation, that started, I'm not 100% sure, Corey, you might be able to help me. That started having a guy 10 yards behind the quarterback just in case you fumble it, because I think when they did that, they didn't have a safety in the back of the situation. So when he fumbled the snap and Herm Edwards picked it up, there wasn't somebody to immediately tackle him.
Miracle at the Meadowlands.
Victory formation, dude.
Called.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
It's still, I know that's a weird thing to happen. You know, that the fumble at the snap and to end a game like that. The loss for the Saints when Diggs caught that ball and the dude just whiffs the tackle. They got to be the worst, because now you have a dude on your team. You're like, he makes that tackle every time, but not this one time.
To go along with that, then,
and he missed it.
Wide open receiver who doesn't catch the touchdown.
Jackie Smith.
Yeah.
But as Roger would say, Kevin,
there's a lot of other things, but. And I hear that. I'm just saying, if it was 35-31 at the time with 1 second left in the end zone, then you'd be like, well, sure, there's a lot of other things. But if you catch that ball, we win.
Yes.
You know, like if you make that tackle, we're still alive. If you make that catch last night, they're still alive. It was one of the damnedest things I'd ever seen. Because when I was watching it, I was like, oh, man, because clearly I was rooting against him.
And the hitter feels like a failure, right?
Yep.
As soon as he makes contact, he's like, all right, I didn't get the job done, right? I feel like Jonah Heim shows the most disappointment when he doesn't get a big hit in a big situation. You know who he reminds me of in a different way is Ian Kinsler.
Oh, yes.
Like every time they hit a fly ball, there's just like this, I can't believe it, you know? And I'm just like, But that guy probably hit the ball for Stanford and is like, I can't believe it. Dang it. That was my opportunity.
And that counts as a hit then,
It's a hit. Yeah, it's a hit. And you won the game on your fly ball to center field.
And by the way, Mike, that Eagles Giants moment, that's correct. That was a handoff.
Oh, okay.
But they handed off and fumbled, and that created the victory formation. From then they were like, what can we do that just kind of eliminates the potential of a handoff at all?
Oh, a few years back, was it Seattle and Minnesota, the playoff game? You remember Minnesota had a 27-yard field goal? And he just missed it.
It was bad.
So bad.
I'm trying to think in basketball terms.
That's why football players hate kickers, because they don't feel like they're part of the team, but yet they determine so much of the outcome.
It's that Olympic loss for basketball, right?
What's that?
Where they screwed the United States over, and they're like, oh, yeah, no, there's 2 seconds left on the clock for Russia.
And
let's run the play again. And then they're like, let's hold on when you start the clock.
That
yes.
game was over.
Exactly. For a gold medal. And they're like, nah, we're not the game.
What about the you're at the free throw line and you're asked to intentionally miss a free throw in the championship series and you can't miss it and hit the rim at the same time? And I mean, I love Jerry Stackhouse and everything, but that's dumb.
Yeah, or it accidentally goes in. Oh man. So a couple people have brought this up now.
Right.
What about
you missed the rim, you have to hit the rim. He just hit the backboard, and then there was the huge.
I think there's some players that don't know that rule, because I'm like, you didn't even come close to hitting the rim.
I don't think
Derek Harper at one point in his career just threw it off the backboard like at 1,000 miles an hour. And I'm like, Derek doesn't know the rules.
Wait, you started talking about the Olympic game. What about the '84 national championship game? Right,
of course,
the NC State. Or NC State beating Houston.
Is that 80?
Jimmy Valvano.
Is that 83?
Was that 83?
I know
it was 83 because
84
was the draft. You're right.
And you tell everybody that was a pass, right? On the shot that came up, 2 feet short, 1 foot short.
Yeah.
You just like, that's a pass. That was just to set it up. Or what about the Super Bowl? The Seattle, New England Super Bowl. That feels like a pretty damn painful way to lose a game. And that's even higher stakes than last night we were talking about with Texas and Stanford. At least that's to get to the World Series.
Right.
If you're Seattle, you run the damn ball, you're going to win the Super Bowl.
And I know we're talking pretty much all professional sports or major college sports. Obviously, a couple weeks ago,
Weber.
Well, we had the strike 3. We have won the state championship, and the umpire calls it as a skipped ball into home, not a caught ball. So as you're celebrating on the field, the other team's like, let's just keep running and see what happens, because I don't think the umpire ever called him out.
Yeah.
And then you lose the state championship, and that ended that. Now, I know that's amateur
But
high
then you
school.
could see those people spiking their helmets and stuff. That was pretty
You get maybe you're out of position in right field during a game in the Major League Baseball.
Stop
What are you
it.
doing right now?
Stop it.
I did see Rangers/Longhorn fans, which I'm sure there are a lot of, go, last night was just such a miserable night of sports, as you have the situation where you lose in 12 innings where there were so many opportunities to win. Texas has the major comeback in the 8th inning. They were losing 6-3.
Yeah.
They scored 3 in the 8th inning to tie it up, where it looks like we're going to extend this game. And then the fly ball to center field that they don't see loses it.
Man, I can't believe this has not come up more, but now that I saw it from at least the 972, what if you block a kick when there's lots of snow out there and then somebody runs to go
that was
try
just
to...
a Thanksgiving game.
But that's still pretty
That's
painful.
fine. That is a painful moment.
I thought when you talked about snow, I thought you were going to talk about when Charles Woodson sacked Tom Brady and they thought they were going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, with the faux tuck that even Tom Brady's like, oh yeah,
You know,
we lost.
somebody did point out the full court miracle heave in basketball, and that
Stupid Christian Laettner.
like
I love it.
we talk about the win a lot of times, but how often do we hear from the guys on the other side of that, where they have to watch this happen, and most of the time it's not going in, but this one time it does, and what their emotions have to go through immediately as the ball's in the air, and you're like,
Because that's not something that you did wrong.
Yes. Yeah, the other team at least did something to win that game. Stanford didn't do any. I guess they made contact.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally hit a regular fly ball to center field. And it's amazing how much Little League baseball I watch in my life. Because last night, as the Rangers are hitting fly balls to the outfield to end innings, there's a part of me going, he might miss it. Yeah, right. Like, I get that 12-year-olds miss fly balls in the outfield. It happens all of the time.
Happen.
But then I'm wondering, like, maybe Mike Trout will drop it at the last second. I'm like, I watch in my brain, I'm like, I watch too much Little League baseball that I'm wondering if Mike Trout is going to drop this routine fly ball to have the Rangers win this game.
This is completely off of this conversation. If we have a little time for this, Kevin.
Go for it.
Tomorrow,
We have
there
all
is
the time
a
in the
meeting
world.
downstairs where they're going to be celebrating some stuff.
Oh.
All right?
Is it me?
Yeah, they're going to celebrate you, Reggie.
Cool.
They're also having pizza, all right, from noon to 1.
What
now,
kind?
I'm
The
betting
kind
lots
in the
of different
picture is
kinds.
gross.
Lots of pizzas.
No. Like, is
Are
it
they
Little
rolls?
Caesars?
Oh, it's a very good
You
point.
only like cheesy pepperoni, right?
I like cheese and meat.
Can we just go down during the show and grab pizza? Do we have to be part of the meeting too?
Oh, good news.
Or can we just snag some pizza and
Our intern, Derek Holland, will be here tomorrow. We can just
send him down there to get pizza
go
for
get
I feel like our
everybody?
intern would just buy pizza.
No, he would.
Yeah.
He bought the day that he had multiple coffee runs up here. I was like, you might need to turn it down just a little bit. And also, just an amazing note for the world. Here's the headline. Coach Sean McDermott says Stephon Diggs not at camp. Agent says he is.
What?
Now,
Nice.
this feels like something you should be able to get
Maybe
to the
different
bottom
camps.
of
That sounds
pretty
like I'm the
quickly.
agent. Isn't he?
Yeah, and this, okay, listen to the statement. That's pretty much what the agent said. Diggs took his physical, met with McDermott and general manager Brandon Beane for the past 2 days. He's in Buffalo and will be there for the entirety of the mini camp. I don't know if the follow-up question was, yeah, the mini camp is now and he's not there. Explain. But he's like, no, he's there.
He's there. Yeah.
He's
Got the
in the
dates crossed
city
up.
in which is happening.
Close enough.
Okay, fantastic. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos, you tell me all the time about the phenomenal buying experience and customer experience they have when they drive a little further to save a lot more. I'm telling you, they
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those who have not stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. I need to ask before we go any further, did any of y'all get the opportunity to listen to Mike's in-depth multi-generational woman conspiracy from earlier?
I did. I found it remarkable that he asked Bochy about it, and then afterwards, he held court on the subject for probably 15 minutes.
He did.
I had not seen or heard a more impressive display of court holding around random subjects since Dale Hansen was at his peak.
Wow. Yeah.
Zing.
You know what I don't understand did you guys get a chance to hear it, and do you think there's some legitimacy there?
Oh, I think he's 100% right. And I mean, to me, growing up, this happened all the time, even with my sister. It's like I wouldn't be able to find things.
Is that because you made her taste poop, or what was it?
Well, that might have been backlash.
Yeah.
She might have been hiding stuff.
Feel and smell.
No taste.
Okay.
No taste.
I feel like my mom was an expert at this. I agree with about 95% of what you had to say. I do think this happens instinctually, though. I don't think there's a conspiracy or any meetings about this.
Okay.
I think it goes totally unspoken. But you're right that it is it's their need to be wanted. It's why they love babies so much, because they're so helpless. Women are totally wanted. And dads are kind of like, let me know when you're walking and talking, we can play. Women are like, oh man, babies are the best because they're totally helpless. So they need you to want them more, so they hide your stuff a little bit, right? That now they get to be like, oh, I helped you, honey. Mm-hmm. And that makes their day.
I just had a thought.
There's also a little bit of a retribution factor because they resent that we leave stuff around.
Yeah.
And I can't blame them for that. It is messy. It doesn't look good, but
pick up your bleeping skateboard.
But I also think that all women don't get that.
Okay.
It is it is usually the domain of the tidy woman who probably both your mom and your wife are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was my thoughts on it. I've been thinking a lot about it, obviously.
It's messed with my brain, though.
Yeah.
Now I feel like I can't ever find anything, and there's no way I'm asking about it. I know that.
I didn't get to hear that, but I did hear something else. Mike, did your kid get to see the movie Highball Highway on the for the driving for driver's ed?
I guess so. He said today he watched like some NASCAR stuff, and he said it was really fun, but it's about wearing a seatbelt.
Yeah, this one is about like guys drinking and driving. Highball, like this is from 1963. Okay, Highball Highway.
We didn't update any of this.
I'm just saying though, that was an eye opener right there, old Highball Highway. So ask him if he saw that one, because I was driving around and you were talking about driver's ed.
Oh my God, Corey!
There's all kinds of. It was one of the. That's one of those eye-opening videos that you watch in driver's ed from the 70s. That was, would you say 1963?
63 is where it says this one started.
I was not prepared for the beginning of that movie.
Real quick, did you guys ever take Simulator, where you actually drove in a
No.
Okay, there's another thing that we did in the 80s. Simulator, or 70s. Simulator was like you actually were in, like, you're sitting like what it is. You're sitting like you're driving a car, and they show you the movie, and then you react.
Oh yeah, I had that in driver's ed.
Okay, so you're reacting. One of the crazy ones.
Horrible.
One of the crazy ones was all of a sudden you're driving down the road and your hood flies up.
Oh, it's terrifying.
So immediately the first thing
You got to
do
get low. You got to look through the gap.
Well, Gavin's proven that because we're in Arizona and he stood up.
Yeah.
He stood up with no windshield wiper and like leaned over on top of like Chief to like see out the window. So obviously he had training in what was going on. But the thing about it was like in the simulator, when the hood flew up, your first inclination is to hit the brake. You know what I mean? Immediately hit the brake. And they say no, that you just slowly you get off the gas and then drift, over and get on. So that's what the thing about it. Everybody fails that part because they surprise you. Like all of a sudden you're driving in a neighborhood, then somebody walks out between two cars and you hit them and they up on your hood and stuff like that. So Simulator was driver's ed was back in the day was kind of brutal. In a way of like, whoa, okay.
Oh, yeah, the drunk driving movie they showed you.
Like I say, Highball Highway.
Total carnage.
Yeah.
That's what that was?
Yeah, that's
Highball Highway?
Highball Highway. Highball being a cocktail.
Underrated name of a glass.
Yeah.
You don't hear that highball anymore.
Yeah.
I was on 75 and the guy next to me's hood flew up.
Yeah.
And he's exiting like Parker.
I've seen it in NASCAR quite a bit.
I've never seen panic like I saw on his, because I looked right at him when it happened and he is like, oh my God. And he's looking at me. I'm like, I can't help you right now. I'm just like, keep going. Nobody's in front of you. He can't hear me or anything. He slowly exited off the highway.
There you go.
And he gets over.
Obviously he knew he'd been in Simulator.
It was
been in Simulator before.
Yeah. I would have been just flying all over the highway. I was like, everybody's going down with me.
Holy cow, that is terrifying. I also like in people's retelling of stories how big the steering wheel is.
Oh, it is a huge
I don't know if you just saw Corey. This is the biggest steering wheel.
He was navigating
I feel like
a
we
ship.
all do that.
Driving a bus.
Yeah.
How in were you guys on NBA Finals last night, and do you think Stanley Cup Final closes out tonight?
Yes, the Stanley Cup Final will be over tonight.
Okay.
Kachuk is a game time decision. If he plays, I think it's going to be maybe just on power plays. He's got stuff. He's not moving around well. The report was earlier. I think he's got a shoulder injury.
Yep.
That's a big loss for Florida. They're not going to be able to win. I got plugged in the fourth quarter, and we had great drama because you got the Rangers that were in extras.
Yeah, I was with the Rangers
last
night.
So that's why you need the 2 TV setup, baby.
I
Come on
know.
over to the crib anytime,
Man,
Ryan.
good
You're
for
not
you.
that far from me now.
No, I you know what? It got to the point now where they're winning so many games. I just listened to Jared and them on the radio. I don't even ever watch. I just listen to them, and then the extras and stuff like that. You know, Ohtani was going to do that, right? Didn't you know that was going to be? Jared even brought up the point that the Angels had sent 6 men to the plate, which would get Ohtani and Trout back up.
I remember sitting there when Anderson was having his struggles. He gives up the home run, but then when he walked the 2 guys, I looked at
that was the 7th.
Brian Ray, and I go, damn it, he just turned the lineup over. I know that if these guys don't score, it's one thing, but he just made sure, and it didn't hurt you the first time, but you just made sure Ohtani and Trout are coming up in the 9th inning.
Yep.
There was suspense in baseball. The NBA Finals last night just felt like a formality. I felt like it was already over,
Okay.
So.
You guys were right about them.
Yeah.
They were right. You guys were right.
And that was the interesting thing. And it didn't mean to dispute Miami's culture, but I just thought along the way, I was like, I think Denver has that as well.
Yeah, the thing about, and my guys yesterday, I asked a question about why Denver now? And they went health. It's all about Denver health. And you think about it, you're like, damn, they're right. At Denver, when they were making these runs, they never were a completely healthy team, and now they are.
We hear Bradford's going to start today, and then Bruce Bochy not saying it's going to happen, but kind of sounds like it's going to happen. Heaney and Evaldi getting pushed back another day. So that Evaldi-Otani matchup might not happen.
Oh!
And then Corey
We were going out there.
has an interesting note as well about the weird Stephon Diggs situation.
Yeah, so Diggs has been at the facility, left before practice, and then they said it's, I think Rappaport said it's not contract related.
Oh.
Josh Allen says he talked to Diggs and said, we don't want this to be a distraction. He doesn't want this to be a distraction. I'm not sweating it. I love him. And they still have time to figure it out. So I don't know what you guys know, but I'm fascinated to listen and hear what you guys figure out throughout the show today.
And what else do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Little Corey Seager for you, 320. Nice. Thought you'd appreciate it.
Looking forward to that. G-Bag Nation will get you through the rain. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Stay dry, Kevin.
It's not gonna be.
Nope.
The more you our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a terrific day. I hope you're dodging this weather, okay, as we open up the broadcast inside a severe thunderstorm warning for a lot of North Texas currently. So be aware, be warned. I say if you're driving on anything that's not a toll road, expect there to be puddles of water that have gathered like mini lakes. They don't drain right, especially that dang 635. You're going to come up on a sizable pond that could be holding goldfish right now. It takes 15 to 20 minutes to drain. And if you hit that right in the middle of the storm, you got no visibility. The next thing you know, you're hydroplaning. So everybody please be safe.
100%, man. Brados was just trying to go down on 75 with his Whopper plopper and get some work done.
That's what I was about to say. When you said fish and ponds, I thought immediately, how can I put on my rain suit and go out there and wet a line?
That'd be a great segment.
Sit tight, bro. Yeah,
let's put Brian out there off 75. Let's get the wireless mic out there, and he's going to try and catch us some dinner. Let's go, Brian.
Yeah, baby.
I'll give it a go.
I didn't get electrocuted in the hot tub, so I think so far we're 1 for 1 with the microphones in the water.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We could go 2 for 2, I think.
I think so.
A fishing series, put that on the internet. Yeah, I think that's big content.
I think
right
if
there.
I did get electrocuted, it'd be kind of like good radio as well. You know, wouldn't it be? Like,
I'll tell you what,
Very
I would
Ben Franklin of you.
because I respect you so much. I would let that count as one of your payouts for next year.
Okay.
214. Don't use your cruise control in the rain, people. Yeah. It's advice from delivery driver, says the 682. Yeah, and then a bunch of people chiming in on Mike's theory about women hiding your stuff or whatever they're doing. They're putting it away. You know, they're just keeping things nice and tidy. But I want everybody to be warned about that because that's something I experienced yesterday, and it's very unsettling when you're drifting now. When your tires are no longer making contact with the highway. You're skimming along the top of a water puddle.
Very unsettling.
At 60 miles an hour. You know, and you look around, especially on that 635 where there's concrete barriers.
Oh, yeah.
There's no shoulders.
Yeah.
So that's where you get most of your wrecks in a situation like this with the no visibility and the puddled water.
One of the biggest saviors of my whole life was the fact that I was driving here one time after making a car deal in East Texas or whatever. It was like Longview, and I'm driving back, and I'm taking this car back as a Jeep Cherokee, like 2017 or something. I'm driving it back to the station on a rainy day just like this so that we could do the nosebleed seats. And on the way here, I am on whatever highway it is. I'm not totally sure, but it's only about 10 minutes from here, and there is no barrier, and thank God for it, because I hydroplaned, the car starts turning, I let go of the wheel. There's no cars totally around me on my side, but I go through the entire highway and then into the grass and skid over to the service road.
No.
That's literally what happened. And then I just sat there and couldn't believe what just happened.
Were you laughing? You got kind of laughing a little bit?
Yeah, to keep from crying a little
keep from
bit.
Crying,
Yes,
yeah.
it was,
that's
ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's you know, you count your blessings in situations like that because it could be a highway with a big like channel in the middle. You could be dropping off into a drainage ditch or the road below. There's all kinds of chaos that could be happening in situations like this.
Yeah, be careful in neighborhoods too. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
Tried to drift around a corner and I hydroplaned into a front lawn.
And when the rain, wow.
Yeah, it was not a good situation.
How much have you been drinking?
No drinking.
Oh.
Just
he does dumb stuff like that sober.
That was like, high school weekends,
I
man.
like the fact that Eric just let go of the wheel.
That's what I learned. I learned when you're. That's what I learned.
Save your wrists. Like race car drivers do that when they get hit and the wheel just starts turning violently. They just let go of the wheel so you don't break your wrists.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, they put their hands up or they cross their hands on their chest and the wheel just starts spinning.
Let it do what it's going to do.
Yeah, it saves you from breaking them wrists.
When this rain does clear, you're going to want to make sure also you don't try to drive through the dirt onto the service road from the highway during traffic jams. Probably the next 36 hours, would you call it? You're going to get stuck in there.
You get stuck.
Yeah, you'll be done ski. You know, just advice for new Texans, I guess that would be.
Do you guys ever tempt? And I know it's a terrible thing to ask, but you ever tempt the drive into you see standing water, and it's like at a low level, and you think you can make it?
No, not if there's a warning thing.
Yeah, the Scooby-Doo van. You think like, oh no, I've got enough clearance. I could get through this.
No.
See, that gets people a lot
wanna be
too.
That
I don't
terrifies
mess
me.
with that.
Yeah. No, I don't want to be having to like kick out a window. You know, that's.
Well, you said you got that tool on.
I do. I have multiple tools for breaking the glass.
Yeah.
And a seatbelt cutter on one of them on my keychain right here.
That's what I'm
See that?
saying. Yeah, that's what I
Bang
thought.
right there. That's a seatbelt cutter.
Yeah.
And this thing right here, a spike comes out of that. That'll shatter the windshield, so you can kick it out quite easily.
Oh, that is sweet.
Might be time to bring back Gavin's gadgets.
Yeah. I think we're doing a little video game content at some point in this show. Got some good sports video game news. General, please inform the Tolos. It's a lake that forms on I-20 in Fort Worth with heavy rain, so be careful out there.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that.
That's all of Loop 12, by the way.
Is there
on the south side of Loop 12? Yeah, it just becomes a river.
Yeah, it's so if you roll up on that fast and then you're trying to slam on the brakes as you go through it, that's just a total nightmare. General, have you seen the body cam footage of a couple of days ago of police looking for tall green creatures in Nevada after an alleged UFO crash? Tolo. No, I do know that we have had a lot of UFO and alien news. There was another meeting in Congress yesterday with this highly credentialed former Air Force officer talking to Congress saying that we've been hiding UFOs from you guys for decades.
Is this an Area 51?
It's kind of an Area 51 thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, who knows? I mean, there's tons of theories you can read out there. Me and a friend were going to turn around and don't drown until a guy on a bike blasted through the water. So we went because we didn't want to look like P words. Yeah.
I find myself kind of taking those chances. I kind of like with the guy that like, oh no, I can drive through this, and I don't know why I do it, but I do. You know, and
you're confident SOB.
And then you feel the water kind of.
The areas that it's going to be dangerous, don't they have like the sign on the side is like, hey, this is 3 feet deep.
Yeah.
Do not drive here.
Broadus doesn't fear death.
It's the racing genes in you, man.
214 says you should know, Gavin, don't drive into water, being from Seattle. I'm from Washington State, not Seattle, but what's interesting up there is that they get a lot more rain per year, but it doesn't come down in sheets that can saturate an area before it drains. It's usually coming down much slower.
Isn't it because too though that it's so dry here at times it has nowhere to go. Like it can't penetrate into the ground fast.
Oh yeah,
enough.
that's the worst.
That's why.
That clay does not absorb very quickly either. But I do think some highways are engineered to drain much better. Like you rarely run into that on the bush.
Absolutely,
it's slanted. It's engineered in a way to get all that water out there very quickly, so you can be safe. All you have to do is be willing to pay 40 cents a mile. And you too can have a safe driving experience for all your damn tax money.
That's why I've never had a safe driving experience.
Should not be paying for that.
What you're talking about is Eric's ability to take a 20-minute drive and make it 2 hours and 12 minutes?
No, it's my ability to take a $15 drive and make it a free drive.
No, that's what I'm saying, though.
That's the move.
It's like, hey, just shoot down the tollway, and you're like, next thing you know, you're
I
like,
won't be shooting down any tollway.
You're not shooting down the tollway. Yeah,
taking the scenic route.
917. There's a stretch of 377 past Benbrook that gets 1 to 2 cars in the grass median or into a cow pasture every time it rains. Yeah. And then a lot of people saying you can use the back of your headrest to smash the glass. That's
a good tip, by the way. That's a very good tip.
Yeah, I watched a video of a guy actually intentionally put a vehicle into a pond and then
escaped.
Go through the whole deal. Yeah. And you can actually be pretty relaxed about it if you have the right tools. Okay, so yeah, apparently next week we're looking at back-to-back 100-degree days for the first time. So we're going.
No,
how was
Saturday?
This cooler. How was Saturday not 100 degrees, dude? It was. I mean, my God.
I think it was close. It was high 90s.
It was high humidity as
Are you guys
well.
worried about the grid? I think we got a lot of grid talk coming up next week. Then, right?
Oh,
that whole situation.
Yeah,
did we do enough? There's people saying, "Oh, we did enough." No, we didn't do enough, kind of a thing. I'm waiting for that. I guess there's a lot of bills that are being signed right now, and trying to kind of protect us for those things. But we'll see. If
they're trying to get some improvements done.
Well, they feel like I was watching a little news last night after the show, and they were kind of talking about the governor was talking about he felt like he's done enough, but there's people that are coming on and saying, "No, sir, you haven't done enough." So. I guess we'll see.
Next week we get to find out. That's quite the build-up.
We'll get to see if everything that they did. They were talking about the whole thing with the ice that time.
Yeah,
when the grid completely shut down with the ice. I don't worry so much about the ice shutdown. It's the heat thing. People, man, that when you're starting to make buildings and homes and all that, just where people can't live. That's I think the thing with the cold, you can survive that a little bit better than you can. What's going on with the heat?
Just layer up, yeah.
I don't know that cold that year when my power hours for like 2-3 nights in a row, I was brutal. I felt pretty lethal.
But you felt like you felt like though that you could at least bundle up and have a chance.
Yeah.
But with the heat, I don't know how people survive the heat. I really
it was Sunday afternoon. I started feeling a little sick out there. I've been in the heat for like 2 days in a row, and that was enough for me. I think, especially in the early days of summer, when your body hasn't acclimated to it, it becomes a lot more important to overhydrate. Yeah. And you forget how much you need to hydrate to keep up with it, with the perspiration and all that as you go through the winter. So, now's a good time just to be, doubling down on stuff like that. Okay. What I think we had last night is the best argument yet to go ahead and trade for Ohtani as he beats the Rangers with 2 bombskis, 1 in the 12, 4 ribbies, 9-6. Back at it tonight. I mean, you could have won that game quite easily last night, but as Bruce Bochy said earlier with the KNC Masterpiece, Cody Bradford is getting the start. It was a great interview with Boch. Enjoyed that, but do you want to see them go for it for Ohtani for real? If it meant like giving up half of your top 10 prospects,
I would love it. I'm all in. I'm all in on Shohei Ohtani. Evan Carter's one that I don't know that they would give up, but I think you've got other guys. You don't think
you'd have to?
I don't know. I don't know that you necessarily would have to do that because I don't think Ohtani's going back to the Angels. So they're going to be sitting in a situation where it's like, now maybe there's another team that does say, hey, we're offering a better prospect, and then the Rangers then are in a position where they've got to throw in an Evan Carter. That'd be a fascinating conversation because I think he could be the future, but I'm all in. On a guy like Shohei Ohtani because he's filling 2 different spots for you. Not only is he making your lineup even that much better, and it's already been one of the best in the sport. They need to get back hot here in the next 3 games of this series, but he's helping out with that rotation. And you lose Jacob deGrom, you insert Shohei Ohtani, you're feeling like $1 million.
I think I would be, for all the reasons you just said, Walchuk, if I knew that I was going to be able to get a long-term deal done with him in this hypothetical, I'd be willing to part with Evan Carter. But if I don't know that, that would be very difficult.
I don't know that you will. I really don't know that you will. I think that it's smart and it's in Shohei's best interest to test the market. Unless he just decides, hey, I like hitting in this ballpark. You saw what he did last night, and he likes the Rangers organization.
Well, I do trust Chris Young on this. I've decided I trust him on all matters other than injured superstars, and he can earn my trust back on that front. But for now, I'm going to be extra skeptical or extra diligent in my awareness of this. I don't think you can trade for Ohtani and give up everything if you don't know he's going to do a long-term extension with you. It's too much. There's too many good players in there.
I thought I had this. I went back and looked. I asked one of my general manager buddies in the league in baseball about this particular thing about Ohtani, and this was a text from November 4th. I said, if the Rangers give up Shohei, what would the Rangers have to send back? Leiter, etc. He says, I doubt they have the pieces. Leiter would be 25% of that haul. My gut says they can't pull it off.
Well, if Leiter's your 6th best prospect and you're willing to give up your top 5 prospects, all of them, maybe they could get there. I think they do have, quite a few good players in there. But again, that's too much, especially with deGrom hurt. If deGrom's healthy and you add Ohtani, now you're thinking World Series for sure. But with deGrom hurt, it's like, okay, we get Ohtani, you give up everything. We're not sure if he's going to re-sign. It's just, I'd rather wait to try to sign him or trade for other players. He's not the only amazing pitcher that's going to be available in the next couple of trade windows.
No, we went through several of the names. Then later on, we go around the bases. I got some relievers as well that maybe the Rangers could look into. But it is an interesting conversation. I just don't think you're going to have the guarantee if you make the move. And the Angels also have to be willing to do it. The Angels now aren't out of the wild card hunt here. It's not like their team's been absolutely tanking like I thought maybe they would. I didn't think they'd have the pitching. They've been able to stay above water here and getting a win last night. They're not out of the race here yet.
5 games back now?
Right. So I don't know. Like the Angels have to be wanting to play ball here. Yeah. And they've been a little bit hesitant in wanting to move Ohtani. I mean, heck, we went out to their ballpark. He is without question the face of their franchise, and they've got a guy named Mike Trout.
Yeah, they're pretty much marketing around superstars, and that's pretty much all they're doing with the Angels because the team has not been compelling enough. Okay, they're saying that this UFO was caught on a dash cam, and you can watch it on YouTube. I YouTube searched that. They don't have anything that's more recent than 2022. But I'm into this. You know, I think UFOs and aliens have never been a more interesting and incredible conversation than the ones we're having right now. And the evidence that we're seeing right now is it's better than ever. You know, I'm not going to go as far as saying I think they're living amongst us, but I can't rule it out. You know, can't rule it out. 972 must be a long-term deal. Another 972 all in. 903, my AC went out Friday and Saturday before it got fixed. Temp in the house got to 90.
Yeah.
I had to go outside to cool off.
I don't know how you do that, folks. I'm sorry when that happens to you. Really.
Yeah. Be aware of the symptoms, you know. And I would say a breeze or a fan can help a lot, even when that goes out. But man, Sunday I was feeling bad. I was sitting there on the sideline, like trying not to be a B word about it. But I was like, bro, I might have to get up and have the other coach finish this.
Okay,
I might have to go. I might have to go to the van and hit some AC because I was starting to feel sick.
I wish I could have been there to like verbally just lash out at you and shame you so that you could bounce back the same way you did with the raw meat when you quit and then the Tolos called you a B word.
Yeah,
like, okay, I'm good now.
The other team scored. It woke me up real good.
There you go.
So Sean and RJ were talking about this. Is there a way we can get mic'd up Coach Dawson? Because they were having a debate. Would you just be like your normal level self, or do you start to get, hey, I'll see an Oxnard, sir, and fired up a little bit on the sideline?
That's right, dude.
I got to roll on some of this stuff.
I think
boy,
it'd be fantastic.
I lit into them Saturday afternoon. We're up 4-2 with 10 minutes to go. They just stopped defending. They're like, oh yeah, we'll let them dribble into the box and take a bunch of shots and have it deflect and just stand there and watch them get follow-up shots. And like literally it was 8 shots in a row. They equalized with 30 seconds to go.
Coach's worst nightmare, man.
Of a tournament. You know, I can understand if we don't execute, but if we don't try,
attitude and effort.
What is that, bro? So that would have been good audio to have. If I was mic'd up, would I go? I probably still would go off. I think it'd be pretty good.
You probably forget about it after a little bit.
Yeah, I probably would. Okay, we got G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. 8 key factors for the MLB trade deadline. We got some trade deadline talk for you coming up next right here. Your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. big bottles of Powerade, and never used the restroom over the course of 8 hours. Yeah, that's how those guys are battling out there, those UPS drivers. It's super hot, no AC. And back there where the packages are, it's like 30 degrees hotter, where they got to rummage around, look for the packages.
Your bladder expands, right? Like if you really worked on holding your pee as long as possible, it would become easier and easier, I imagine.
I don't know.
And then at some point, like how big can it actually get before like things get weird on you?
I don't know. I'd like to find out, though. I could use a little bit of more time between restroom breaks.
I know when I used to run those marathons and stuff, like you drinking constantly while you're out there running.
Yeah, but you would just pee down your leg like an actual athlete.
No, I've seen people like kneel down at the starting area, just right in the herd of people before the start, and just right there. I mean, there's gross things you do when you're doing these marathons. Oh. But the thing about it is, like you said, one of the funnier runs I ever had, I did the Phoenix Marathon, and when I sweated, because of the low humidity, my face turned into salt. It was all just salt. Everything, the water just evaporated off me, and I just became just a complete salt.
Just a salt man.
Salt man. I'm like chalky face and
dude.
That's crazy.
That's desperation.
That's what heat does to you, though. It makes you. Does weird things.
Before Rangers fans get salty at us, we need the 8 key factors of the MLB trade deadline. I believe our baseball expert Eric Chiafalo is going to handle this for us.
I absolutely do. I did want to confirm though, because Broadus just brought this up and it made me think there was a recent with the Boston Marathon. There was like a doorbell ring cam where one of the runners peeled off into somebody's yard and dropped a grumper.
Yeah.
And I just confirmed it. Yeah, Boston Marathon runner caught pooping in stranger's yard in doorbell video. That's
Gotta go.
I'd say that's understandable.
There's a lot of weird things you do to a marathon or during a marathon to survive.
By the way, speaking of Dookie and ring cams, I saw the UFO alleged video. That's a Joe Dirt UFO right there. A flaming ball of space poopy, I believe is what the guy at the museum said. Well, that's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
It could be anything. That's not clearly anything.
It's honestly more likely.
Yeah.
It probably is.
It's your hypothesis.
Flaming poo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of key factors here as we look ahead. Major League Baseball trade deadline. Rangers going to be heavily involved for sure. One of the things they note is the expanded playoffs, that they're working so much so that there's all these teams are in the mix and there's more buyers and fewer sellers really than ever. So that's one of the bigger problems that you'll find, like National League, 11 of the 15 teams currently in playoff spots are within 3 games of the final wild card berth. And then in the American League, 12 of the 15 teams are currently in playoff spots or within 5.5 games of the final wild card berth. We were just talking about the Angels and why they might not be selling Shohei. And it's because, well, they're still in the mix. They can convince themselves that they could do something this year. Maybe they're just a couple of pieces away. Add them into the buyer list
right now of the wild card spot. So yeah, they're certainly in contention right now.
And after this series with the Rangers, where the pitching situation looks like it's going a little bit haywire, they might be feeling real good by the end of the week. The other thing is the sellers have little to sell. So as of today, the only definite sellers would basically be the A's, the Royals, the Nationals, and the Rockies. And when you look at the talent that they have on their 26-man rosters, there's not a ton that teams would be very interested in. We know with the Royals, maybe it's a Barlow or a Chapman, Greinke. But all these teams that are for sure sellers right now, there's not really any talent that teams would want.
Yeah, I mentioned Paul Blackburn of the A's is a guy. And then Brent Rooker, their young guy who's been pretty good for them, and he's also a DH if you need a bat. I mean, those are 2 names, but otherwise, yeah, there's nothing from the Washington Nationals I'm interested in.
We're rooting for losing streaks. Some of these teams got to start failing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you want the cream to really rise.
Really, Cleveland and Chicago, the White Sox, those are the 2 teams you need to start kind of tanking.
For sure. And then it's just going to be an arms race because you'll see that a lot of these teams are kind of feeling like they're in need of starting pitching. And so when you look at how many teams might need starting pitching, and now you can add the Rangers in that mix, and even just a few days ago before the DeGrom thing, you didn't necessarily feel that way. Now that we know the DeGrom news, it's like, okay, now the Rangers are looking probably for a starting pitcher, plus they're going to need the bullpen. Now, the good news is when it comes to this deadline is they list 12 guys, and there's probably even more in terms of legit bullpen arms that could and will be on the move.
Yeah, I've got some that I'll give later on. But some of them are also going to be rentals. So like when we start weighing how much are you going to be willing to give up for what might be a guy just for the postseason run. And granted, when you're talking a bullpen pitcher, it's not the type of package we were talking about in the opening segment for Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, I love that. I don't mind rental bullpen pieces. They can be hit or miss every year to year anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And so, the other thing is deals might be dominated by contenders trading with contenders. They said, like, if this is not going to be kind of a dud of a trade deadline, then there's going to be some teams that are contending but need a little something, and so they work out a deal with another team that's contending, and so that's always interesting
like
too.
Interleague trades.
Yeah, interleague trades, all that kind of stuff. So, I think it's going to be interesting to see the general managers who can pull off some of these trades and how much they can be a difference maker. And I feel confident we got one of those guys.
Agreed.
I love it, buddy. Now, a lot of people coming in with interesting texts, including a medical professional saying if you hold it for too long, it makes the muscle weaker and will eventually cause dribbling. So there is no added benefit from holding it. What happens is you're just perspirating out the water. That's why you can hold it longer, is either it wasn't full to start with or you're perspiring so much. And then some guys in their 50s, an HVAC pro and a pool cleaner, bragging about working 12, 13-hour days, not drinking any water. So they're blessed. They have a different chemistry, and they'd like us to know we're P-words for requiring water.
I accept that.
Compared to those guys, those are genetic freak shows, man.
No doubt about it. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has the G-Bag of the day.
Slip, slide, trying to survive for me. Y'all be careful out there on these roads, man. They were still doing like 65, 70. It was raining, just flying right by me. Swoosh, whoosh.
I'll bring it down to 60. I'll bring it down to 55 in a heartbeat. I have no problem doing that in this rain.
Same.
I love
Especially
when
on 635.
I love when they're pushing you, like they want you to go faster, but they don't realize there's a cop ahead of you.
Yeah.
So you're like, yeah, go ahead, dog.
Yeah.
So you can turn them lights on your ass. Let's see. Shout out to Mr. William Campbell at Travelmation. Go get yourself a vacation. And he's a sponsor of this G-Bag of the day, too, by the way.
Go find some good weather.
10 quick points right here to honor your husband is our winner in Steel Champ.
Just 10 quick points. Love the Lord with your whole heart. Love, respect, and appreciate your husband. Never be argumentative with him publicly. Have a little mouth and a deep throat.
Amen.
Learn to swallow pride.
The lead.
Honor your husbands as the priest of your home. And you should be his greatest supporter.
It's beautiful.
How many
Very wise
husbands
words.
looked at their wives when she was saying that?
Yeah, they were nudging and everything.
Yeah, you heard her, huh?
Yeah, you heard her,
Hoping
huh?
I get a text.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Cincinnati Reds pitcher. He had his debut. His name is Ricky Karcher.
Yes.
Yeah, he earned a save in his debut. Like a movie, it's amazing. They interviewed him after his save.
With the entire team waiting for Ricky Karcher to do this interview. How's this feel right now?
It's like a movie, bro. Yeah. I feel like it doesn't even feel real, man. It's incredible. Holy.
All right, live TV, we're good. We're on cable.
Yeah.
How are you able to manage through that?
I don't know, man. I mean, confidence in my slider, I guess.
Napoleon Dynamite.
That's baseball players, man. They got that dry, wet kind of humor. It's real blue. It can be real dark, but it's real dry the way they deliver it.
Yeah. Plus some are super baked. I mean, I would imagine it would have worn off by the end of the game, but man, guy sounded like he was hitting the vape pen in the dugout, didn't he?
Oh, yeah,
I don't know, dude.
If they're anything like my high school baseball team, that's exactly what he was doing.
Well, the edibles just kicked in.
Yeah, he hit that post-game spread.
Didn't think he was pitching tonight.
Yeah, you get that fifth inning gummy.
Man. Why they put me in, I really don't know.
What? Dude, I ate him 45 minutes ago. What did he just say?
Yeah.
I thought there was no way they'd come back.
Yeah.
And I'm getting my ass hammered.
Let's see.
Karcher, up and throwing, please.
Yeah.
Karcher.
What?
Yeah, I'm smoking a Joe Burrow.
Is that me?
Where the hell's Karcher?
Yeah.
I was smoking that.
Let's see what else we have for you boys here. Might as well do the dueling pitchers. College Kenny Powers. You guys know who the college Kenny Power is?
No.
Steven Scooch or Steven Scotch?
I like Scooch.
I like Scooch too.
We're going Scooch.
He's a University of
Scooch
Virginia
over.
pitcher. He was interviewed on the ACC network. He was out there just, warming up. Hey, put some headphones on, man. Let me talk to you.
Does anything make you nervous?
Caves. Mainly. Nothing really. I mean, I don't see any caves out here. I know we're in the South, but it's not the desert. That's where I find most caves are probably at. But, this is just a game. There's going to be way harder things in life than striking out the side or not walking somebody. So I don't really get too caught up in all the jibber jabber and all the mean things people might say to me, because it's just, I think I'm a cool guy. My dogs think I'm awesome. My teammates like me. And my friends like me. So I'm going to attack. I'm going to win. Simple.
Here's one last one for you.
Yeah, no problem.
You've heard this before.
Yeah.
When people say Kenny Powers, what do you think?
I think, damn, I'm doing a good job. Because like I said, the dude took 86 to the big leagues after being out of the big leagues. You kidding me? You kidding me? He took that and turned it into a winner. So people are like, oh, Kenny Powers. I'm like, I might throw a little differently, a little firmer than he did after, he started boozing and doing drugs. But, that probably won't be a big part of my life as it was his. But, hey, it's Kenny P. He's a winner.
He's a winner.
That's
Firm
right.
balls, that guy.
You're effing out. That's classic, man. Steven Scooch, huh?
Big fan.
Or Scotch Scooch. I don't know. How about this one too? This Ohio highway patrolman right here that everybody's loving on the internet. He charged up a group of reckless motorcycle drivers.
Uh-oh.
The ones that you're in your car minding your business.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or they doing like wheelies in front of you, which you're watching the whole time. You're like, man, please don't fall in front of me, though, bro. Please. Yeah, well, they got a whole lot of calls on the highway. Highway patrolman finally caught up with them, and one got away. One got away.
Get your boy on the horn and get him back here. I'll write every single one of you. Every single one of you were called in for passing on the berm, passing in the middle. Every single one
It's
of
my
you.
buddy. He's coming.
I know exactly who he is. I'm not playing.
It's not the one on the bike, though. Not the guy on the bike. No. I'm saying that he was asking me who I was on the phone with.
Get his ass back here right now. I want all your IDs now. I want him.
Yeah, he's got him.
I don't want your explanation. I want his ass back here right now. Bullshit. You're getting a reckless ops citation. That's what you're getting. I ain't looking at your today. Give me your registrations and insurance and everything. Get it for me now. Helmet off.
Helmet off.
You know how many times you guys were called in by motorists? 12! Almost causing fatal crashes on my goddamn interstate. 12 times! And then your boy wants to run. You want to tell me you don't know who he is? Every one of you is getting a reckless ops citation right now. Give me your stuff.
I got him.
I need my keys.
They stumbling and fumbling.
And if he doesn't come back, every single one of these bikes is getting towed. Every one of them. For your reckless operation. Every one.
Get a hold of
Get him back here. You can leave with a piece of paper.
They about to snitch.
You don't get him back here, I'm taking your bikes.
Yeah. Woo. Laying down the law is what that's called right there. And crazy motorcycle guys.
Man, I'll tell you, Sam Crow would never.
I wish they'd get quieter mufflers. That's my only beef with it.
Oh, me too, man.
I mean, if you want to act crazy on a motorcycle, it's probably not going to hurt me, So if you want to be super wild, man, I think you're a total idiot.
Just don't sneak up on me with the really loud noise. Yeah, that's what it jars me.
Even if you're not even loud, bro, I don't even want my dad. My dad has a gold wing. And this is like a cruising bike, man. It's like a luxury bike. I still don't want him out here. People can't drive. He's really good at what he does. Other folks,
not paying
on their
enough
phones,
attention.
they're not paying attention.
Sure.
I've seen way too much, man.
It is time to vote for the G Bag of the Day. Is it 10 quick points to honor thy husband? Reds pitcher Ricky Karcher. Dueling pitchers there, Steven Scooch, nervous of the caves.
Hey, if your friends called you after they got busted, would you answer the phone? You'd be like, oh, no.
It's probably going to voicemail,
Give it
Lucius.
a few hours, bro.
I had it on silent, dude. What?
Airplane mode.
Hear that
bad
Bob
boy.
Seger song, "Roll Me Away." They catch me.
Or is it the Ohio Highway Patrolman? I'll go with Steven Scooch Scotch. Chief, how about you?
I'm gonna go with the champ, man. Words of wisdom.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
I'm going with the Chips of Ohio.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I'll go with the Scoochie Scoocher.
Brian?
How about the Ohio cops?
We're tied at 2, which means you're going to want to jump on to our Twitter account at GBagNation. We're going to create an Insta poll, and you can vote on who is your G-Bag of the day here for this Toxic Tuesday. And Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, I'm going to make these guys say something nice. We'll do that next.
Bleep yourself.
Okay, it's going to take me just a second to get this pull up at GBagNation. Follow us when you get there. I want to tell you real quick, though, before I do that, about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic and how they can help you get your edge back. You know, you want to be that younger, more alpha version of yourself, and not to be ashamed of. You know, we get older. Our body produces testosterone naturally, less and less. Next thing you know, we're
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Yes, sir, Lucius, and congrats to the patrolman. He won a vote off at G-Bag Nation for your G-Bag of the Day championship. Tune in tomorrow at 2:30. See if you can make it 2 in pursuit of 5. And if you ever miss it, Lucius Alexander replays the G-Bag of the Day champ every night during LA Live at 5:40. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. And congratulations to the Ohio State Trooper. Got that done today. Just also give you an update. Bobby and I did a Love of the Star podcast, and that's as I check right now on Twitter, that thing is up and ready to go. So wherever you get your podcasting done, whatever platform you get it from, Love of the Star is up there fresh for you. We kind of breaking down some positions and stuff, that talking about position surplus and maybe where the Cowboys. So we're gonna about 6 weeks until camp. Right.
Getting close.
We're gonna keep going that and just kind of go through all the positions and stuff and answer your questions as well. So if you're into some Cowboy talk after you check out our show here today, check out Love of the Star, and we'll get you right there. All right. I teased that I'm going to make these guys say something nice about some of these subjects that I have.
I like what you're doing here, Brian.
Some sports subjects. I'm going to make you say something nice. And I'm going to start it off with
hair looks nice today, Brian.
You know what? I got to get it cut.
I thought you were. I was expecting to come in and you were going to do away with the curbs of your cul-de-sac.
I was.
Freaking lie to our face.
I did lie. And but yeah, you're right. I went home. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie about this. I went home.
You can do it yourself.
It's a Chinese buffet again.
I don't want to do it myself.
Yeah, you can.
I haven't. I've been actually really good ever since my procedure. I have not had one bit of fat in my life, like any type of food. Or I know Gavin, brings in pizza for us and stuff like that.
Sure does.
I brought Keller's in the other day. You don't know how hard it was not to try one of those tater tots, and stuff like that. But I'm really trying there.
Proud of you, man. But please shave that head. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, you've never seen. I mean, you've never seen it.
It's been a long time.
Been a long time. Yeah, pre-pandemic, right? Mm-hmm. All right. I'm going to make you guys say something nice. Gavin, I'm going to start with you.
Okay. Fire away, Brian.
I want you to say, and you could take it could be one comment. It could be, you can go as long as you want on this, but no, we have other names and other things we have to talk about. So just kind of say something nice about somebody. Gavin, I want you to say something nice about Mark Cuban.
Boy, I tell you, this Mark Cuban, he has done more for the American prescription drug person that needs prescription drugs than anybody. In a world of greedy Scrooges, he's still one of them, but at least he's helped the prescription drug people.
It's a good call.
Yeah.
Well said.
I mean, this program he's got, it's a damn shame what some people have to pay for these life-saving drugs. Yeah, and he's making them more accessible.
You do. You follow along on Twitter. That's something he champions, that cause about affordable pharmaceuticals and stuff like that. So, good.
Yeah, Cost Plus, is that what it's called? CostPlusDrugs.com.
Mm-hmm.
You get on there, you save a bunch of money. And
good stuff.
Yeah, maybe the government should, help, but we wouldn't want to be socialist or anything. So philanthropists like Cube's got to step in here.
Chief.
Yep.
Say something nice about the Rangers bullpen.
Man, that Will Smith, he's got something. I like me some Will Smith. And they no matter what, they show up and give it their all. Dang right they do. It's the best I got for you.
So Will Smith, that's your...
Will Smith, I think, is really all I can give you there by way of positivity. I mean, is there anything else I can really confidently give you?
That's why I asked you. I want you to say something nice about
Smith
the Rangers.
Has a great walkout song, and he's a really good bullpen guy for the Rangers.
Okay. Zachary.
Yeah.
Say something nice about Jason Kidd.
He did a great job in year one, getting the Mavericks to the Western Conference Finals.
He did.
Gosh, that was a great year.
And I'm excited to see him grow, hopefully, with Kyrie Irving. See if that can work.
Well, Jason Kidd was a great player, wasn't he?
Boy, I loved when he was winning the NBA Finals with the Mavs in 2011. He was awesome. I loved watching him as a player.
Gavin, you want to comment about Jason Kidd? You want to jump in there like you would?
I did. You know, I really enjoyed him as a player. I think he's a man who sticks to his principles. You know.
Yeah.
Now maybe some people could say that's stubborn, and you know we'll find out. But shoot, you know it's not going well for him since year one.
It said something. Say something nice.
He at least fully committed when he was a man of his word when he said he was going to go full bald. He did it.
Man of his word because of.
Is that what you're doing? Are you going
bald.
to bick it or are you gonna close clipper it?
I'm going to probably go with. I'm probably going to make it very like level 4, like the Clippers 3 or 4.
Okay, I
take
like
it.
it.
Take it all.
How
off.
about 2?
2?
I think
really
if
tight.
Yeah, I think
the
it
tighter
needs
the
to
better.
be.
Is 2?
Yeah,
I think
I used to
two.
do 3. Used to do 3.
It's a little too long.
Yeah, and it's a quick turnaround to the next haircut. You know, you get a little bit more time. Put that bad boy on.
It
2.
is. I'm between.
Are you
the 2
trying
and
to
the
say
3
something
though as
nice
well.
about me here? Is that what you guys are doing?
No.
You want to go more mean and less corporate. You know,
More mean.
the
and
tighter
less-
the meaner.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a badass like afternoon drive host now, dude.
No, thanks.
You're not a
I am.
PTA dad. Okay, you're not a scout.
Oh,
You're edgy.
I'm edgy.
Yeah, we're gonna get you a biker jacket.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, a biker jacket and a shaved head, pack of
Why?
cigarettes.
So he can sew one of the 105.3 The Fan things onto the front of his jacket.
We'll make a man out of you yet, Brian.
Oh,
You
there's
got this.
stickers. I thought he was sewing those.
No, but I bet you could sew.
I could. I
Yeah,
actually
that's not
can.
surprising.
If I had to sew something, I actually can. You know, I can do that.
That's awesome.
If you because sometimes I've stayed in hotels that have sewing kits.
Oh, really?
And you lose buttons.
Is that one of your first
That
date
happens.
Brags?
No, you don't know.
Your dress rips. So I can sew it back together.
If
I make my bed and I can sew.
I can do that.
Oh my gosh!
I'll tell you what. I think I can iron a shirt better than anybody in this room.
I can't. So
Yeah, I mean, better than anybody in this room. I would grant you that.
You ever iron
100%.
your shirt?
Yes, I did, and I'll concede. to you.
concede.
I'm just
I burned
average
it.
at it.
Oh no, I take my time on shirts.
I have no real approach. You know.
Yeah.
I have no strategy overall, a system.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of laying it flat and trying to get the wrinkles out.
All right. Continue this game, Gavin.
Okay.
Say something nice about Mike McCarthy.
Now, I could say some nice things about Mike McCarthy. I think the way that he has emphasized turnovers and line of scrimmage play and keeping this team healthy is amazing. And his attributes may even outweigh his detriments as a head coach. And I'm really excited to see what he does in more control of the direction of what happens on Sundays this year.
Chief, can you say anything nice about Mike McCarthy?
I mean, his players speak very highly of him, and he wins quite a bit of games in the regular season. So it's pretty sweet.
I love the way that he does seem to put his players' health as a priority. And he wants to try and keep them healthy. And he's thinking about that when he's putting together the schedules and balancing out everything that he needs to do and take care of, which, you know, might be subjective. But no, he's great with that. I think he really is a player's first coach.
Can you say anything nice about Tyron Smith?
Tyron Smith's one of the best tackles that's ever played for the Dallas Cowboys. He's a future Ring of Honor member, and in my opinion, could easily be a Hall of Famer. Tyron's one of the best offensive linemen I've ever had the pleasure of watching play.
Eric?
I have a smile on my face for all 3 or 4 games that I get to watch him play every year.
A sweet man, a gentle giant, and an absolute badass with hands of stone. Drop you dead in your tracks.
Hell yeah.
A heavyweight champion in another life if
And
you
that
wanted
physique.
to be. Yeah.
Gosh, that physique.
He doesn't even look like a tackle.
Doesn't even look like a tackle, right?
I'm not the only one marveling
Like
at
a tackle.
these dudes'
Yeah, you
physical
Was
attributes.
was that hard saying stuff, nice things about people?
The first
Only
few.
a couple of them.
Really just Kid.
Who was was Kidd the hardest
Kid was
one?
tough. I could have given you some decent reasons of the Rangers bullpen. Jason Kidd right now. I don't have a lot of nice things to say, but nobody's dying.
Yeah, I'd say the bullpen would be the most challenging. You know, like the nicest thing you could say is they haven't had the worst week in franchise history in about a month. You know, it's been nice to just have regular crappy relief pitchers here since early May or so. since it fully melted down. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, though, Brian.
I appreciate that.
You got it, buddy. You're looking especially studious today.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
looking
that.
good over there,
Thank you.
buddy.
You're saying something nice about me. I
That's
appreciate
right.
that.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got me in a mood here.
Rocking that polo, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, it's not hard to say nice things about Corey Seager. He's coming up at 3:20 here in the G-Bag Nation, Ranger Superstar. We'll check NFL news of the daytime. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got Stephon Diggs updates. Could the Bills even move him? And could this be a good depth fit for the Cowboys next?
Always a welcome. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. In 15 minutes, Rangers superstar Corey Seager is going to join us for the Rangers Player Show. It's time now for Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. Here's Zach.
Stephon Diggs not at Bills minicamp. That is one of the headline stories in the National Football League. Sean McDermott saying he is very concerned by Diggs' decision to skip the mandatory gathering. He said, quote, "I'm not going to get into it. Look, I respect everyone's questions and what they want to know about our team. Right now, I'm just not going to get into that anymore." Now, apparently, Stephon Diggs has been at the facility. He was there prior to practice and then left, and his agent said he's going to be staying in Buffalo throughout the entirety of the minicamp. But it's interesting when you have the way that season ended and you had him and Josh Allen kind of arguing with each other on the sideline. What could be the cause of this? And Ian Rappaport hopped on with Pat McAfee and their show. And it's interesting because contractually, I don't know that the Bills even have an option with Diggs. Here's what Rap Sheet had to say.
And Stephon Diggs, a guy they gave 5 years to just a year ago, with 4 years left on his deal, who had a little bit of conversation drama at the end of the season, is not at practice, but then his agent tells Schefter he is in Buffalo. So they get confused. Is he eating wings? Why is he not at camp? What's McDermott saying? What's going on with Stephon Diggs and the Buffalo Bills as we stand right now, Tuesday, June 13th?
Well, first of all, let's get to the most important part. It is basically impossible for Stephon Diggs to not be on the Bills this season. So, sometimes we have drama where a player will want to be traded, want a new contract, want different things, and and we've talked about it, like Danielle Hunter, Budda Baker requested a trade. There's a couple of them. Stephon Diggs' contract, because of the way it's structured, is essentially untradeable, right? And he's also, everything, I guess, could be money, but he's making $24 million this year based on the new $96 million deal he signed last year. So this doesn't feel to me like it's about the money, because that is a whole lot of money, but there's definitely something. I mean, remember last year, he left before talking to reporters against the Bengals, I think it was. There was some sideline stuff, and I hate to be the sideline body language guy, but there was definitely some stuff. There was some cryptic tweets. There's some sort of frustration going on. And again, Diggs is not going anywhere, but if he wanted to show them, just so you guys know, all is not 100% well, this is a way to do it that doesn't really hurt anybody.
It's interesting. From our perspective, it's always okay, a player like this, you've got the relationship with Trayvon Diggs here. Is there any way maybe you can get them together? Does that open up a receiver, a trade possibility? No, right? He's not leaving. He's not going from Buffalo, according to what Rappaport had to say there. But, man, this is maybe this is just the season. There's a lot of other players that are also holding out. Danielle Hunter for the Vikings isn't reporting today. You also had Chris Jones of the Chiefs is not reporting. He wants a new contract. But then the players, Von Miller's asked about it in Buffalo, and he said, "I'm on Steph's side. There wouldn't be a Von Miller here in Buffalo without a Stephon Diggs."
Man, I see both sides on this. It's so tough. I think every player's got to decide for themselves if they want to be, I'm maximizing my value, or my word is bond. And if my signature is on that contract, then, I'm going to be there. And I can see both. But, man, it just seems crazy that you would sign contracts that give you, one side of value, and then halfway through it want to walk away. No, that's no longer good for me. At the same time, it's a violent game, and the owners don't play fair either. So I could see that. But, man, I think if you're the team, you have to understand these guys are going to get top of the market money, and don't let it get to this point with your best players. It's just nobody wins in a situation like this, and you end up arguing over the difference of a couple $100,000.
It's crazy.
I personally don't think this is a money-related thing. I think this is something that I think there might be something off the field that he is dealing with, that because there seems to be, when you get guys like Allen talked about it post that, hey, he didn't want to get into it, but he was being very supportive of it. I think if it was something about him, that you probably wouldn't have him up there. You probably wouldn't put him on the podium if it was something that you knew that he had to answer those questions about. Well, hey, at the end of the season, you guys had this It looked like to me there was this disconnect.
Gotcha.
I don't think Bill's PR would put him on the podium to field questions if that was the case. The fact that Von Miller said what he said, there's something going on here that's not in line with Diggs. Maybe something he's dealing with off the field. Maybe it's a family matter. The concerning part by the head coach, maybe he's not totally up to snuff. And most head coaches know completely what's going on with their players. Or maybe at the time that he was asked, he wasn't fully briefed on what was going on, that Diggs would have left. So I don't think this is something to do with money. I think that when we kind of get really what happened, maybe, a day or two from now, that it'll be something like, oh, okay, that makes more sense.
That would, yeah.
Because if I was Buffalo, I would not put Allen on the podium, knowing that the questions could be asked about his relationship with Diggs if he felt like that it was really bad.
And really, it seemed like they've had a great relationship up until the playoff game. And that might have just been, hey, frustration boiling over. Our offense stunk today, and we just got eliminated, and we were trying to get to a Super Bowl. Like, this has happened now 3-4 consecutive years in the postseason to us. We've been falling short, and emotions boil over in that kind of situation.
When I first heard this, I didn't know the contract ramifications with him, but the fact that he had signed a new deal.
Yeah.
And then, because then my next thought was, well, what about his brother? Is this something you're going to have to deal with his brother? Is this a family where it's like, hey,
constantly want to be the top paid at my position?
Yeah, exactly.
He's number 2 for the year. I mean,
and
only one other guy's going to make more money than Stephon Diggs as a wide receiver this year.
So he hates Josh Allen? Is that what's going on?
Well, no, the thing about it was there's the thought, if you watch the playoff game last year, and they're actually ESPN's putting those clips up on the screen of him walking past or trying to make adjustments during the playoff game.
Sure, that happens under pressure.
And he's palms up like, bro, here I am kind of thing. And like I said, if there was a problem where, like, that's the last thing everybody thinks of with Diggs is like he's
getting plenty of targets over the years.
No question.
Yeah.
No question. And so that's why I think it has nothing to do with Josh Allen.
Exactly.
I don't think it, because like I said, I am not putting Josh Allen on that podium to answer questions about Diggs if there's legitimate problems between the two.
It would make a lot of sense if it was a personal thing.
If something is so personal, why are you even there?
Like before the practice?
Yeah,
why are you at the team facility? No,
I think what's happened is I bet you he had the intention of being at practice and something has come up.
Okay.
I think there's something that we don't know about his life that is
keeping him,
got his attention.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because it seems like it was a stunner there for Buffalo. They were all very caught off guard, specifically Sean McDermott.
Sean McDermott says, I'm very concerned. To me, that is like, I'm concerned about the player. Not that he's not here. I'm concerned about the player.
Yeah.
So I think there's something more going on here.
We'll have to wait and see what ends up coming out about that. And, hopefully it isn't anything serious. And just Stephon Diggs is back with the Buffalo Bills very, very soon. Now, we got a running back that's on the market. This is one of the guys that's had a very strange career to this point. It's James Robinson, who was most recently with the New England Patriots. He was released yesterday. Prior to that, he was with the New York Jets. They moved him to New England, and his career began, of course, with Jacksonville, where he had success. He was an undrafted rookie free agent. They released Leonard Fournette, and then they give James Robinson the workload. He ends up having over 1,000 yards. He adds 350 yards receiving, 10 total touchdowns. Looks like, okay, here's another stud running back. He's now out there on the open market. I don't know if there's something going on with James Robinson. Maybe it was a one-year wonder. Maybe he's no good anymore since he's been bouncing around from team to team. But that could be a low-budget, kind of cost-effective move. You bring in another running back if you are worried about some depth.
That's what I'm looking for, man. I think what you just described right there, Wolchuk, is exactly what this team needs. A younger guy who's got a little bit of proven track record, not a lot of tread off the tires, just redundancy where he's at, or, just an unideal situation where he's at. But I think they're hoping to hit long shots right now behind Pollard. And, that's not reliable enough considering how available running back help is without breaking the bank. They should have more of it.
Did you guys see Russell Wilson and Sierra there courtside for the Nuggets championship win.
Oh yeah,
I heard he got no love. They were who was it? Was
It's
it Murray?
Jamal Murray.
Murray
So
went right by him.
Jamal
Right?
Murray walks right by. Russell Wilson's got the phone out. He tries to like say, "Hey, what's up?" And Jamal Murray takes no notice of him. Just walks right by Russell Wilson.
That's tough, dude.
Murray was having a tough time of it though. Like he was ignoring a lot of people because he
Yeah.
was so emotional.
He broke down. Yeah.
The ovation that they gave him, like Jokic, of course, got a big one, but Jamal Murray, man, he took the building down. I mean, you could
He's so
see
clutch,
the
yeah.
feeling there that they have for him, but also what he went through with all the injuries and having to constantly overcome that. Then he starts, tearing up. That was an amazing moment there for Jamal Murray on the podium.
He's showing he actually cares. Like Jokic seemed like he was on a business trip.
Yeah.
Like
I
I
need
got
to
the
get home.
trophy. Jeez, these guys are beating me down here with this
Goodness
celebration
gracious.
thing.
We've got a parade on Thursday.
Is this a big deal?
What the hell? I got to get out of here.
Yeah, man. Jokic, it feels like Jokic, if you power ranked his favorite things to do in life, basketball may or may not be in the top 10.
Yeah.
It's
Man, it's such a beating. I'm so good at this.
I'm good. I make a lot of money, so I kind of have to play it, but there's so many things I'd rather be doing right now.
So Von Miller was holding a pass rush summit. Cam Jordan, who we've talked about, is maybe the most underrated defensive end of this generation, was there working the summit with a lot of young players that go to this. And he's giving kind of a little, hey, here's what you need to do. I'm teaching you some pass rush moves. And then he just go ahead and sideswipes Kirk Cousins here. Take it away, Cam.
You see a little, you see a lot, you see a lot, you see a little. If you're so focused on what's next, oh, where's his hand? If it's where does he like to throw these hands? You're so worried about all these other factors, you're slowing yourself down thinking. And in this game, you all, like everybody knows, a fast wrong decision can be a right decision, and a fast right decision, you're a winner. And a slow right decision, get your ass on the bench. Because there's somebody out here that's going to be moving at a different speed. Slow right decisions, we love them. Call him Kirk Cousins.
Good move, you got blocked.
Slow right decisions, we love him. Call him Kirk Cousins.
Call him Kirk Cousins.
He's got bars too in his coaching.
Oh man,
this guy's fun. No, I love Cam Jordan. I think he's one of the most underrated players and talkers, and he's going to be a huge hit in the media whenever he fully transitions into that role.
Unbelievable.
That's gold right there, though.
It was so good. I love it. I love some good roasting when it comes to the NFL players. We wrap up with Jonah Williams of the Cincinnati Bengals. There was, he requested a trade. He was like, I'm a left tackle. I don't want to play right tackle. He is one of the players that did report to mandatory minicamp, and he said, I'm happy to be here. So I don't think Jonah Williams is going anywhere.
No, not at all.
They don't need him to go anywhere, that's for sure.
No, they need him bad.
Protect Mr. Joe Burrow. He hasn't even been that good, though, has he, Jonah Williams?
He's been okay on the left side, but he'll probably...
I thought he was going to be a lot better.
Yes, he has not lived up to
Alabama
expectations.
offensive lineman that have come out, he was the one I thought was really going to be good.
You win some and you lose some.
Win some, lose some for sure. There.
All right, let's get ready for Siegs.
Love it, man. Thank you so much. Corey Seager, Ranger Superstar, next year on 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk D&M leasing with you.
better.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's time for the Rangers Player Show, and Corey Seager is going to join us. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. Frankel and Frankel nominated for favorite accident attorney and favorite law firm in the Dallas Morning News poll. Okay, and joining us now, brought to you by the Junior Rangers and Cars for Kids, is the man dominating baseball for the Texas Rangers. Of all players in baseball with at least 125 plate appearances, this gentleman ranks second in batting average, 10th on base, third in slugging, and second in OPS. Among American League shortstops, he's number one in all of those categories. He's Corey Seager here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Oh, it's going terrific, man. We're just enjoying the show you guys are putting on here. Now, how you feeling out there? Is the hammy 100% and all that?
Yeah, it's good to go now. Kind of moved past that and just got back to playing baseball and trying to win some series.
Now, okay. Now, how do you feel about just playing half of the game there when he has you DHing? Is that all right with you here and there?
Yeah, it's something I've never really enjoyed in my career, but I kind of understood it coming back. Just kind of get you off your feet every couple of days and just keep things all right.
Yeah. How much is Jared Sandler been getting on your nerves?
Oh, no, he's the best, isn't he? I like giving him a hard time more than he does me.
You don't have to lie to us. He's not the best.
I like joking with him because you came on our show this season before you joined him on his pregame show. So
that's exactly right. You see where the loyalty rise, right?
What's it like just having another unbelievably awesome year like the stats I just read off? Does that ever get normal to a player of your stature?
No, I don't even know if you think about it. You're so worried about what's going on with the team, how we can be better. That personal stats don't even come into play. You're so focused on what we're trying to accomplish here that you don't even think about it.
Now, but what about when you go like 5 for 5? I would think about that. That's pretty sweet, dude.
I hadn't stopped thinking about it.
Yeah, that was just good sleep. That's going home and not having to worry about anything and being able to get a good night's rest that day.
What's been the key for you when it comes to hitting with runners in scoring positions? Not just you, and I know Marcus Semien leading off. That's got to be great to come up in the 2-hole after him, but the entire team has just been absolutely dominant at that this season.
Yeah, when you have that many guys on like we've done, you become accustomed to it. It's something that kind of locks you in a little more. You start paying attention a little bit more, and everything gets heightened. But when you have a lineup that's competitive all the way through and having good at bats, it elevates everybody.
Corey, we've heard a lot about your preparation and what you do to get ready for a game. And it always, I think about guys like Tiger Woods and stuff like that, how they get into this mindset. If you were to give a young player some advice about your preparation, is that even possible because of how focused you are on your day-to-day routines?
Yeah, I think it's just something with practice. You find things that work for you, find things that get you loose, get you moving, get you in the right headspace. And it just kind of grows over time. My routine was always been strict in what I want, but it's definitely changed throughout the years and how I feel I need to be ready to go out there. And, if I was to give anybody advice, it would just be know who you are, know what makes you work. Not everybody does it the same. So trying to let people be people and let personalities come out to, at the end of the day, just have everybody ready to go.
Does that make it difficult, though? I mean, because like you say, you're in such a routine. Does it make it difficult to, like, if you see something, do you kind of keep that to yourself? Or do you say, hey, maybe you could try this? Or are you more open to if they come to you for advice on that kind of stuff?
I think it goes both ways. I think it's just building trust with your teammates. If you see something that maybe you wouldn't do and something maybe happens out in the field, you have a conversation with them.
Sure.
Walk me through what you do, how you get ready, and if somebody's sold on how they do it and have a routine and think that's right, then there's nothing you can do about it. Let them be who they are and go out there and prepare the way they need to get the best out of them on the field.
It's Corey Seager here with us. Do you feel like you want to try to maybe one-up Ohtani tonight for the game that he had last night at the Yard?
No, man. We're just trying to go out there and win games. Obviously, he kind of hurt us late in the game, but today's a different day, and we're just going to try and do what we can to win.
So it's not like basketball where the stars will go back at each other a couple of times and try to get into a game of showmanship like that?
Honestly, I'm trying to not wake up the monster over there. I'd rather him just, try and be sleeping and not trying to push on anything extra to get him motivated.
Now, when's the last? Now, 6'4", 215. You'd cut a pretty impressive shadow up there on the hill. When's the last time you pitched, Corey?
Oh man, probably travel ball in high school. Probably. I got no interest in doing that one either.
You sure? Because we got a lot of position players getting on the mound this year. I'd love to see you out there.
Yeah, I think I'm going the other route. I think I'm doing the one that you just throw it as soft as you can and hope they don't hit it too far.
I love that. Well, your hard hit rate, your barrel rate is among the best in baseball right now. One baseball writer was describing it as you're hitting the bleep out of the ball currently. What is maybe the biggest difference in your swing from last year to this year?
I just in better positions. I think that's the whole thing. What I do swinging is just trying to get in the same position every day, and I've just been a lot more consistent with it this year.
How much different is your golf swing from this year to last year?
My golf swing's actually progressed a little bit, which is nice. I feel like I plateaued there for a couple years. Started playing with some guys here, and maybe that brought out a little bit of the competitive edge to play better.
There you go, because you'll pull out the tripod. I know you're watching every one of your batting swings. I didn't know if you did that with the golf club as well.
I don't think I can. It's still pretty leisure for me. It's just fun to get out there and get away from it a little bit. I think that's probably something a little more post-baseball that maybe to get addicted to.
So, how often are you able to even get out there and play? You guys don't have an off day, it seems like, in forever.
That's pretty much all the times we get out there is on off days. Every once in a while, maybe go in the morning just to hit some balls. But other than that, just kind of on off days.
Who on the Rangers impresses you on the golf course?
We got a couple guys that are pretty good. Nate Lowe is really good. He shoots really low, strikes the ball really well. I'm playing a lot with Brock Burke. Me and him are pretty similar in our abilities, so it's fun to get out there and compete against him.
Corey, you had a success at a very young age in Major League Baseball, and there's a lot of young guys that are playing great baseball for the Rangers, whether it's Ezekiel Duran, Josh Young. What stood out to you about some of the young guys on this roster that are playing well?
Yeah, they're just fearless. They're not scared of the moment. They're not scared of what's in front of them, and they're just going out there and being themselves. They're not trying to do too much. They've gotten comfortable finally being around and being in it every day. So it's just fun to watch them grow and play well.
Can't thank you enough for joining us, Corey. Best of luck tonight against the Angels. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
You betcha. There he goes, Ranger superstar Corey Seager. Brian, what do you say?
Yeah, and for appearing with us today on the show, Corey will be getting a gift certificate. It's a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. They got 8 locations across DFW, so thanks to Pluckers and thanks to Corey for being on with us today.
Yeah, it's so impressive. It's amazing to be able to participate in this conversation with the best players in the game again. And the Rangers have had a long history of having these absolute superstars, whether it was Pudge and Juan Gonzalez in the 90s, like several of us grew up enjoying, or the 2000s when it was Josh Hamilton and Michael Young, guys like this, Vlad Guerrero for a year, and now with Seager and Simeon back in the fold here, especially in playing like they are. It's just so awesome to see stats like that and have it be applying to a Ranger. And this year taking his game up another notch, just dominating the American League in several statistical categories, and giving this team the opportunity to have that kind of a lineup that's feared. And he talked about the opportunities that he's been in this year as a result of all the other guys hitting great around him. Simeon not dragging his feet. But, even bigger than that, your 7, 8, 9 guys could have key spots in other lineups. There's just terrific hitting up and down this lineup, and it's putting guys in situations where they can be maybe even more productive than they have previously.
No doubt. Leody Taveras has been absolutely fantastic, and he's oftentimes in the back third of the lineup there. Now, the Rangers did just make roster moves official. I know KNC was talking earlier with Bruce Bochy about that during the manager interview, but they did confirm that Cody Bradford's been recalled. He was with the team yesterday. He's starting tonight. Right-hander Owen White has been recalled from Frisco. That is official from the club, and they have optioned to AAA Round Rock lefty Cole Reagans and righty Yeri Rodriguez. So Owen White has the possibility of making his Major League debut tonight out of the bullpen.
Yeah. 6:30 pregame tonight. 7 o'clock first pitch as their series with the Angels continues. Hopefully they get a little bit better luck than they did last night, Brian.
Yeah, Cole Reagans had a pretty good start to the season, though. There were some times where Boach threw him out there in some of that middle relief opportunities, and he was able to get a couple of stops and, had a couple of good innings here and there. But last night was not the case at all.
No, he definitely. I mean, this is probably one of those, much like they did with Jonathan Hernandez. Go down, face some of the AAA hitters, and try and get your confidence back, get the command back. But the Rangers offensively had chances in the 9th and the 10th to end that thing, and unfortunately, man, that's one that they got away.
So now it really becomes about how you take all these great things that have happened to you and you make a decision. How close are we? Is it best to wait for DeGrom to come back next year, or do you say we can't count on that? We have to build a championship contender like DeGrom doesn't exist, and if he does come back and is strong, we consider that icing on the cake.
I think that has to be the mindset.
Yeah.
And you can't count on that.
And if that's the case, you can't let all these good things happen and not take a better chance at winning the World Series. And I don't think they have enough quality starting pitching. You really can't depend on Eovaldi and Gray even. Those are guys that would be like nice secondary good postseason pitchers to have, but not the kind of hammer that you build your hope and expectations about when it comes to shutting down lineups this good. The Rays had a lot of success against you, and that's what you can expect. It's kind of like the Cowboys having success against a regular season schedule than being DOA against division rival opponents. You don't want that to happen to you, Like getting close in 10 and 11 was great, but when you finally get just one of those championships, it sustains you as a fan. It gives you a reference point of at least when you were champions in your lifetime. It will change your life as a sports fan when your team wins the title. Everything's a little bit easier to accept. Like what Denver shook off last night after 40 years of never winning the championship, those Nuggets fans, now their entire existence is different. And when you get close, you can't be thinking, well, we don't want to be to this or to that. Listen, crappy times are coming for you again. That's going to happen. You can't avoid it. You can't be so careful with how you manage it at the top that you get to stay at the top. The Cowboys try, but even they suck every 4 years, So I would just encourage them. Maybe it's not Ohtani, because Ohtani might be too much and he's coming up for free agency. But that would be my main message right now as we're sitting here on the heels of talking with Corey Seager, who's just having an incredible season. And he talked about, the other guys in that lineup. You have to take as good a chance as humanly possible at this bad boy. And I think it should probably mean at least 3 new pitchers when you talk about starters and relievers. But it's probably like 5. It's probably really what we're looking at.
It's one of those things where I don't think you have to worry about them being aggressive. They've done it the last 2 off seasons, and now that they're a contending team, it's the first time at a trade deadline that we've had in the last 6 years that we're going to get to see them go to work. And how can this thing end up being molded into the legit World Series team that they hope to be? And I'll give you some bullpen names coming up at 6 o'clock when we go around the bases. And we've gone over, there are going to be some starters available, but I did mention like the White Sox are a team that I'm looking at. You need them to start losing. Okay, if you're a fan, they got Lucas Giolito, they got Dylan Cease, they got some arms that maybe you'd like. They're not going to be necessarily willing to part ways with those guys if they think they're contending.
No, that's a great point. Ray Davis, 81 years old. You think that matters in this thing? I think it does.
Yeah, absolutely does. Yep.
I mean, he got interested in spending money when he had 80, didn't he? He was like, guys, I want to see this thing. And I think Chris Young, he has his ear, Ray Davis trusts him. And I think that's a good thing because it's clear CY is not a, hey, let's be patient and wait around forever to try to get this thing done. All right. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks again to Corey Seager for joining us. 2023 offensive line power rankings. How would good health up front change the Cowboys' outlook? We'll discuss that next here in the G-Bag Nation. Want to chat D&M leasing, though. If you want.
goes, "Hey, man, I'm just a fan." That's his typical way of saying, "Man, don't talk about me." He goes, he did. He just said, I go, "Hey, coach, just did a story that you helped the Saints with installing their offense. Is that true?" He says, "Man, I'm just a fan."
Yeah, it's true.
That's what he said.
It's true.
Insider access you aren't finding anywhere else. DFW Sports Station is the Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, coming up at 4 o'clock. Got a little rim session. We're talking hoops with you as the Nuggets are champs, and now we go into the offseason. A lot of interesting questions around this team. We will be talking about trade possibilities and much more coming up at 4 o'clock. The Fan's official coverage of the offseason is proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools. Got some Cowboys content here in the form of NFL offensive line power rankings. Now, this is from Pro Football Focus, our buddy Sam Monson over there. So whether you go with the metrics as a precise measurement or not is up to you. But I think it does a pretty good job of at least getting you in the general area. Best offensive line in football, no good news. It's still the Eagles. And basically, in that situation, you're just hoping that some of these guys start getting old. Hopefully, none of them get hurt, Brian. I do want to clarify that. But if there are injuries that happen in the NFL, as unfortunate as they are, I guess it would benefit the Cowboys the most if it did happen to the Philadelphia Eagles. Not that I'm hoping for it or rooting for it.
No, don't do that.
Injuries are part of the game.
Yeah, they are.
So that's about the only way you get the best offensive line in the division. That's just out of the question. Now, if I was going to ask you, healthy, where would you put the Cowboys offensive line? You get Still back and you get Smith back. How good are they?
Okay, so if I have Tyron at left tackle, I think that they'd be anywhere from 5 to 10.
Same.
Sound about right to you, Brian?
Probably closer to 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Closer to 5?
Yeah. I think
now, higher than 5 or lower than 5?
The problem is, okay, but you're playing Tyron Smith at left tackle.
That's right.
He's
Yes.
not playing. You got Still back at the right
It's
side.
not fantasy football, bro.
It would be Tyron, Tyler, Biotish, Martin, Terrence Steele.
He struggled bad at right tackle. Let's not mince
Tyron?
words. Here.
Yeah. So you've got a healthy Tyron at left.
They're top 8.
Okay.
They're top 8.
Pro Football Focus has them coming in at number 6. Saying the line began last year, number 6, before the injury caused it to slip. But the talent belongs this high, and saying Zach Martin is probably the best guard of the NFL once again. And he is dominant at the position. You need that to be true. You need that to hold on. And, I don't know. I'm hearing things that maybe Zach Martin doesn't know how long he wants to play.
That's I'm surprised they said that, because I do think you're seeing some slippage with Zach Martin. Not to the point where it's like but there are times.
It's not full on leakage, but there's some slippage.
Some slippage there. I don't think it's, I'm surprised they said that about him, because there were a couple of games last year where you could kind of see, especially when he was working with Tyron Smith, it's kind of like it wasn't a good feel right there, but.
Was Zach Martin?
Yeah. Yeah. Zach and Tyron together, I didn't think was
very
good.
They weren't ever necessarily with the combo blocks. I mean, that was something that him and Steele were so darn good at.
Yeah.
And you're right. I mean, they just didn't seem like they were necessarily on the same page. And it's tough to get thrown in towards the end of the season and have to work on the fly with that.
Yeah.
But it also probably speaks to the lack of quality guards in the league. And we talked about that during last season, like the line play. And that's why, we were spoiled for so long here, and that they continue to throw out there. You can't always have first-round offensive linemen, but there's so few really darn dominant linemen in the league right now.
So if Martin stays great, if Tyron Smith is healthy and bounces back, and Terrence Steele is as good as he was last year pre-injury, and the Cowboys do have around a top 5 offensive line, guys, how much did that change the outlook and expectations for you?
I think they should win the NFC. And if they don't, you've failed miserably. You've got what should be the best defense outside of San Francisco in the conference, right? I think the Cowboys' defense is better than the Eagles' defense with the additions that they've made. Pass rush, just as good. Secondary, Cowboys are better with Gilmore. So, to me, you've got a quarterback that this conference isn't good at quarterback. It's Jalen Hurts, it's Dak, it's Derek Carr. Those are the top guys you're looking at. Jared Goff, sure. I mean, the way that this conference is set up.
Do you have the best quarterback in the division?
I believe so.
based off of last year alone, no. Hurts had a better year.
This time last year, I felt like that both Philadelphia and Dallas had very similar rosters. And the difference was the quarterback, being that Dak Prescott was better than Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts has gone ahead of Dak Prescott.
Yeah, because he can run. That's the only thing. He's got immense talent around him, much more than Dak had last year, and he can run.
Agreed.
And that's a full-on cheat code. And I think that's one of the biggest storylines of this entire upcoming NFL season is if the teams of Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Jalen Hurts decide to rein in their running attempts throughout the regular season, how much does that affect them in the win-loss category?
Even if you take away his running, though, it's not apples to apples. He's got 2 number 1 wide receivers. He has a great running game before he even runs, because he had a good offensive line and good play calling that created the running game.
Yeah, but if he didn't run, I don't think we'd be talking about him in Super
MVP.
Bowls, him in MVP conversations, or him even in is he better than Dak conversations. His running the football is the cheat code.
It's still his best
to me,
attribute.
it's over. That's over. That's why I know Dak's better. He's not going to run like that anymore.
Okay, if you know that, then to me, I'm very interested in the Eagles and how they handle him now that they've paid him. Lamar Jackson, the Ravens, now that they've paid him. Josh Allen, they're talking about scaling back the running. Okay, then how does that change your production as a quarterback? Can you pivot? Can you not have the cheat code of using your legs anytime you want to, stealing first downs, and still be able to win as many games as these guys have won? I don't know.
I think it'll still be a really effective brand of quarterbacking because of how good the protection and the weapons is. So
you don't think Jalen Hurts would have any success in Dallas's offense?
No, I think he would if he's still using his legs and running the same.
So you think the
way.
only reason that he's better than Dak is because he runs?
Yes.
I think they're both
Well,
very
and because he had
comparable.
great talent. But when you look at the numbers on his third down passing efficiency, when the defense knows he has to throw and he can't just take off and run, he's middle of the road, and Dak's like top 5 or top 7.
And you're talking about elite protection and the dynamics of an elite running game. There are so many factors that led to his success that are going to unravel over the next couple, 2-3 years. It will be very clear Dak Prescott ends up having a much better quarterback career, although maybe the peak is a little bit higher for Jalen Hurts because what his team built around him. But that's exciting if the Cowboys' offensive line stays healthy. I think I would agree with Zach. You know, you give me a throwback retro Tyron Smith year and Terrence Steele coming back from that ACL and being effective in the running game like he was last year, and I think the Eagles are in trouble.
They win 13 games, you think, then?
Yeah.
Dallas wins 13 games? Every one of you think that?
No. Why would you assume that I would think that?
No, I just
if an
you're
offensive line like
talking about Dak. You're talking about you're very, very high on Dak right now.
They still have a tough schedule.
They had the best quarterback then, right?
I think they could.
Usually it comes down to the best quarterbacks, right? Usually.
This will be a top 3 defense and a top 5 offense. They'll win 12 or 13 games if the offensive line
If
stays
the
healthy.
offensive line is that good, they should be around that win total. But there's still some tough games on the schedule that even if they are, full power, I could see them dropping the game to Buffalo if Miami's anywhere near as good as they were a year ago. That December's a pretty big gauntlet.
And it's just the running distinction of Jalen Hurts. If he's not going to be using his legs the same way, then he would come back down to earth a little bit. That would be my guess. Now, I've been
they
proven
were
wrong
a
on him
fumble
before.
away from beating Kansas City, right?
Yeah, they absolutely were.
Yeah,
because he runs the ball.
He didn't in that game. He threw the ball right in that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
No.
Do you have Philadelphia or Dallas winning the division?
Philadelphia.
Okay,
I've been consistent with that.
Okay, just because of the running quarterback, that's it.
It has a fair amount to do with that.
Even though Dallas,
yes.
you're saying Dallas has the best quarterback, but what are you basing it?
Jalen Hurts right now is better than Dak Prescott because he can use his legs and he does use his legs. If under the circumstances of now that they've paid him all the money, they don't want to use him the same way because they want to keep him healthy, the same way Baltimore's talking about with Lamar Jackson, the same way Buffalo's talking about it with Josh Allen. Can you sustain this? Jalen Hurts at the end of the season, what were we talking about? His shoulder injury. And you thought that was going to derail their whole situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so they might want to avoid that situation by not running him as much. If they do, things become much better for the Cowboys because that is going to hinder the Eagles on a Sunday-to-Sunday basis in the regular season to winning football games. The best way the Eagles can win football games on a random Sunday is to allow Jalen Hurts to run the same way he did last year. But if they don't allow for that, Jalen Hurts, unless he grows as a quarterback this offseason, which we've obviously seen him do before, then he is not going to be the same quarterback. I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I agree. I still think his best attribute last year, even though he did take strides as a passer, was his legs. That's what elevated him and made him an MVP candidate. But he very likely could continue to grow as a passer, and I thought he was tremendously improved in that area last year. He's one of the top 10 deep passers in football, much like Dak was a year ago. But I do think one of the underrated parts, and Brian, you've talked about this with the Cowboys' new coaches. The Eagles have new coaches as well.
Yeah.
Both coordinators are going to be different. And losing Isaac Seumalo, their guard, who was one of the best run-blocking guards in all of football, they're just assuming, hey, we can put Landon Dickerson or somebody else and slide in there. That might be an understated loss for that offensive line.
Yeah, and I think the offensive line component here is just huge. Dak was under constant pressure. It's just totally different if you can stand back there and make plays. And Dak's trying to find Michael Gallup or Dalton Schultz for another 5.5-yard completion. I mean, this guy's stepping back and going to A.J. Brown, one of the best deep targets, and an emerging top 10 or maybe even top 8 wide receiver there in Smith. I mean, the level of weapons that Jalen Hurts has is really incredible. And the fact that Howie Roseman was able to put together that offense and still have a great defense is it's a sight to behold. I'm jealous of this man. You know, it's like it's inside your division. You have a GM that is outworking not only the division, but most of the league here with the two Super Bowl teams that he's built recently. We got to run, nation. And you know I hate to give those bird turds credit for anything. It's time for a rim session, though, with Eric Chiafalo. What kind of rim content do we have today, buddy?
Yeah, today it's going to feature a wagering tip. Don't bet against the fat boy. That's next.
It is a Friday, or excuse me, it is a Taco Tuesday, not a Friday. And I want to tell you, go watch the Rangers.
with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
That's right. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Still kind of basking in the glory of the Corey Seager interview. You know, I got to be honest, talked to a lot of players over the years. It's just a little different when you talk to a superstar in his prime. You know, and that's what it is with Corey Seager right now. And we want to thank him for joining us here on your home of the Rangers. You can go back to listen to that if you want at 3:20. We had him on here with the Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube. Okay, time now for a little basketball conversation. So much is going on once again, and here's Giaffa to lead the charge for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Right here in the G-Bag Nation, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the NBA crowns a brand new champion, and it is brand new. First championship for the Denver Nuggets of Denver. Very, very exciting. Good team. Very good team. It was an impressive situation with the way they handled some of these teams, even though some people are, downgrading it a little bit with like, hey, you played an 8 seed in the NBA Finals, dude. Which I get that. I absolutely get that. But make no mistake about it, the Nuggets were far and away the best team in the sport this year. And now it is official.
Yeah. I get it, but I mean, that Eastern team, they fell a lot of giants. That's the team I wouldn't want to face out of everybody that was coming through there by the time we got there.
They did have some really good sounds, though, coming from this. This party from Denver is legit. They're partying like there's no tomorrow, even though Jokic wants to get back to his homeland of Serbia as quickly as possible. If it was up to him, as soon as the confetti started raining down in Denver. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened
confetti?
there. I threw in a couple additional T's just to make sure.
Just to make sure you hit it, you stuck it.
It sounded good.
But in a perfect world, in Jokic's perfect world, he would have been horseback in Serbia the moment the confetti started raining down in the Denver Nuggets arena.
Better get him a Clydesdale. Boy, that'd have to be a hell of a horse.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Carry that, man.
Yeah, that's right. Does he need like special superhuman sort of horses to carry himself?
Secretary Big Red can get him.
We'll get to some Jokic sound, but
Biscuit.
He did sit down with Malika Andrews, and the quote that's coming from it over the last couple of hours is, they didn't believe in the fat boy. It seems like it worked out.
Oh, the
Don't
beer's
bet
flowing.
against the fat boy.
Don't bet against the fat boy.
That's my guy. Bleep you, Eric. Bleep you.
I never bet against the fat boy.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't bet against him. I always knew the Joker was going to be this.
Sure you did.
Of course I did.
Mr.
That night when I was
Heat culture
watching
over here.
when I was watching Taco Bell commercials in the middle of Nikola Jokic being drafted all those
you
years
weren't even
ago,
watching that draft.
I knew the Joker was going to be
Now I know you're throwing
multi-time
mine through
MVP.
Was he talking about himself, or was that Baby Gronk commentary?
Oh, no.
That's a good call. I think we're all betting against Baby Gronk right now.
I'm betting against Baby Gronk, yeah.
The sound. Did you guys see the sound that came where his dad is
cringe
doing the podcast and his son's doing the podcast, and I don't know. It's one of the weirdest 90 seconds
re-ask
ever.
that question. This is what I want you to say. Say this.
It was.
They should have
cringeworthy.
released a more edited version.
Yeah,
not the raw footage.
I think SportsCenter wanted an edited version last night. SVP. Did you guys see Jamal Murray on with SVP last night?
No, I didn't watch him.
He was he had been swimming in the champagne very, very clearly, and we have some sound here of Jamal Murray with SVP. He says something that catches SVP off guard, and so then SVP has to go into question asking mode, investigation mode.
We knew we could do this. It's just kind of it's just kind of popping that cherry and having everybody locked in, knowing that if we do the necessary things on the court, nobody can stop us.
You just played 48 minutes, you're exhausted, then you start swigging champagne on a scale of 0 to 10. 0 being totally sober and 10 being I'm wrecked. Where are you right now, Jamal?
Next question.
Next question.
No one's dropping that cherry line without having a little liquid courage.
It was accurate,
champagne,
right? Yeah. It's their first time winning a championship.
Kind of goes together.
They pop their chair.
That's right, dude. And he was alluding to the fact that they're going to go on a run now. Like, these Nuggets are here to stay. And there's a very good case to be made. Murray himself, very young. The Joker, 28 years old. Even though he doesn't seem to really like basketball very much, he still shows up and has a competitive spirit for 48 minutes a night. But they got a pretty young roster, and they're all under contract. Like, I think Bruce Brown is the only one that could leave in free agency right now. And he was a nice little role player for him for sure. But if that's all you're going to lose on a championship team, then you feel good about running that back.
As long as they can stay healthy, they should go on a pretty good run of cherry popping.
Agreed. Now, the championship is cool, but Mike Malone, their head coach, while they were celebrating on the court in full championship euphoria, he said, quote, "I don't even care about this championship, honestly."
Yeah.
I'm just glad we beat the Lakers.
What? He said that?
Yeah, he sideswipes the Lakers every chance he gets. It's amazing.
That's awesome. He was talking about already wanting another one. Like, we're not satisfied with this one. If I was the players, I'd be like, bro, can we hold off on that for like the next week?
Yeah. I felt the same way.
Like, geez, what do I have to do to impress this guy?
Other than Jokic just being hilarious, and then the emotional Jamal Murray moment, and then Stan Kroenke also not really understanding where the microphone was, and I figured his team's been winning so much that he would know.
I didn't see post. Did he have his sunglasses on?
It was just a bad moment for him.
Sometimes he can't figure out where the mics are.
It was kind of like Joe Namath on Monday Night Football. Like he's whispering into Lisa Salter's ears. Like the whole thing was just very bizarre. But yeah, I thought tap the brakes here. I get it. You want to be a dynasty, but let's enjoy this. Like they're not enjoying this at all. They're like, we're coming right back next year, baby.
No days off, right?
We'll speak
day by day.
No days off. Day by day.
No days off.
Speaking of not having fun and enjoying it, but being funny, here is Jokic being asked about the upcoming championship parade.
And if you're looking forward to a parade coming up in Denver.
When is parade? When is parade?
Thursday.
No. I need to go home. Okay.
He's like, I don't know about parades, but I need to be in Serbia right now.
You know, as a guy who's gotten in trouble talking about athletes' spouses in the past, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say his wife and or a girlfriend is beating him down about getting back home. You know, we got a schedule. Yeah. I've been doing your basketball for 6 months. We got this to do and this to do and this to do. And we're going all around here and celebrating. And you're going to be my husband who's the champion. Okay. And he's like, holy crap, I can't believe the Nuggets going to make me do this. How am I going to get this past my wife? Wife,
just
like all of us.
Wife thought he wins the game. He hops on a bird, never to be seen again.
We must go now.
Until training camp.
Well, damn, I mean, what if the series had kept going? You know, how stressful would he be then?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like,
he wanted to end that
play
thing.
again.
He was so mad at the end when they made the mistake of giving Jimmy Butler the foul call on the 3-point shot, and he was upset visibly because it was like, oh no, I don't have time to go back to Miami.
I got a horse racing on Sunday. I got to get back.
He's like the South Park Little League baseball team. End it now, please.
Yeah.
Just want it to be over.
Okay, he is really funny, though.
Worse than us.
Jamal Murray told a story about Jokic trash talking. Okay, this is Jamal Murray telling a story about when it was a regular season game versus Rudy Gobert, who, much like Kirk Cousins in the NFL, is like kind of just everyone's punching bag and everyone's cool with it. Like, sure, you can just joke about Kirk Cousins. You can crack jokes on Rudy Gobert, and even his teammates are going to laugh and not be upset at you. Here is Jamal Murray referencing a time where Jokic very politely told Gobert, like, I'm working you, bro.
I got a funny story about Joker. So we're playing Utah at home, and Joker, he's got 47 right at this point, right, against Gobert. Yo catches, it's a close game too. Yo catches the ball on the block, and they're trying to like send like half help, or like trying to send a double team, right? And Gobert goes, no, I got him. So Yoke has the ball. He goes, brother, I have 47. I was like, oh, you're a savage, bro.
Brother, I have 47. Very calm.
You don't got it. You don't.
No, you can hope I miss.
Yeah.
That's about all you got right now.
That's exactly right. Aaron Gordon last night was seen partying with the Nuggets fans, just the common folk in the street outside the arena. Just
his jersey.
Yeah, exactly. Like I do wonder, like, what's the average? Do these guys? Like, they're not showering until the sun comes up, right? Like, when you win a Super Bowl, Broadus, in the midst of championship celebration.
We showered and went,
You did find a way to sneak in a shower before the party?
You had a plane to catch, though.
No, the next morning we left at 7:30. We were all hammered on that plane flight home.
Oh, okay.
But we'd been up all night. So, but no, after the game, everybody showered up, got on the bus. We went back to the Meridian and had a team party is what we did. Yeah.
Love it. And where was your Super Bowl victory? Where was it? What was the city?
New Orleans.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Just stay there for 72 hours.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Dude, that is absolutely perfect.
Let me ask you this though. Talk about celebrations, Gavin. You know this because soccer. Jack Grealish.
Oh, Jack Grealish. Yeah.
I think after the Champions League final, I don't think he took his uniform off. I think
that's right. Yeah.
I think he's for 48 hours. He's been like wandering around the streets.
He's the life of the
partying
party
with everybody. I think is what he's doing.
Yeah, I remember, some of those stories around the Mavs when they won it, and Deshaun Stevenson having the time of his life, and it's just so cool because for the first time, it's just like absolute love towards those players. So they go out and they're getting noticed and everything. I remember J.R. Smith walking around shirtless for a whole week. You know, after these guys win the championship, it's like just a magical time for them, and I love to see their reaction. Can't wait to see their speeches.
Yeah, man, it is going to be pretty cool. And my stat of the day for you, a little trivia question. If you guys can nail this, I'll be very impressed. I think you could give me one or two of these names. But the other two on this list I had never heard of before. It is players. We have a new player who is somebody who won the NCAA tournament and NBA title in back-to-back years. Okay, it is the rookie Christian Brown, even though it looks like Braun when you see the spelling of it.
Yeah,
pronounced Brown.
Went to Kansas, right?
Yep.
He went to Kansas. He got fined by the Nuggets for parking in Stan Kroenke's spot, which is a great story. But yeah, he's a rookie. He won the title last year in college, wins the NBA title. There's 4 other players in NBA history who have done that. I think you could name 2 of them. I don't think anybody's heard of the other 2.
Magic
is one. Nice work, Wolchuk. You are on the board. Right now, you are in the lead for G-Bag Basketball Guy of the Day. These 2 losers, man.
No.
Magic was obvious.
Magic was obvious.
So
okay,
obvious.
Lou Alcindor for the Bucks in the 70s? No. UCLA and then
no.
Okay.
It is a legendary big man.
For what college?
I can't tell you the college because I honestly don't know. It's old.
Houston?
No, older than that. Older than that. One of the
Hayes?
Bill Russell.
Oh, Bill Russell. Okay.
It was 1956. 56. I don't even know where he went to college.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
He went to San Francisco.
He went to San Francisco. Okay.
Yeah, basketball guy knew that.
Yeah, basketball guy. Okay. No, that's a notch on your belt.
Yeah, thanks.
And then the other 2, tell me if you guys just know who these guys are.
Dons. Can you tell me the last?
Corey Brewer.
Henry Bibby.
Henry Bibby went to school.
USC.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Mike's distant cousin.
Yeah.
Thought it was his dad.
Could have been.
Billy Thompson.
You're making names.
North Carolina State?
Billy Thompson. That could be anybody.
I know.
Sounds like a running back from the 70s.
Yeah, no, I'm not buying this. This list is...
There was a Bill. I think he played for the Denver Broncos this year. Actually,
Billy T, baby.
Yeah,
Billy T.
You got the wrong sport and everything, Eric. What the hell?
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
Making
No,
stuff
that's
up.
true. That's true. Only one team in the NBA. It's not just going to be the Nuggets pulling a banner or throwing a banner down on the arena. When
he went to Louisville. Billy Thompson went to Louisville.
He's a real person.
Of course he went to Louisville.
Yeah.
Who didn't know that?
Yeah.
Only one team in the NBA was undefeated against the Denver Nuggets this season. It was in the regular season, of course. They were 2-0. The New York Knicks.
Ooh.
So I think they're gonna raise that banner.
Jokic should have come to the Knicks.
Yeah, dude. I think they're gonna raise that banner because what else would they do? We have a story about Lil Wayne contacting Skip Bayless personally in an effort for Skip to be the guy that sets up Lil Wayne to connect with Ja Morant so that he could mentor him in an effort to assist Ja. But Ja never responded.
Okay, so who reported that? Skip?
I believe Skip reported that directly.
I'm calling BS on that. Lil Wayne was doing podcasts afterwards. He could have easily put the message out there, Ja.
It's BS. Nobody is not responding to Lil Wayne.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he's famous, right?
Yeah, but remember, I just don't know that Skip's the best ally here. This isn't Ja Morant not responding to Lil Wayne. This is Ja Morant not responding to Skip Bayless.
Right.
Oh,
exactly.
that's believable.
Like, why would you go through Skip? That's such BS. And by the way, congratulations, Shannon. Today was your last day dealing with that.
Very exciting for him. Shams Charania says the Miami Heat made a trade offer for Kyrie Irving at the trade deadline. Of course, the Mavericks ended up landing his services, but Miami is expected to be in the market for a star player this offseason, and Kyrie is potentially on that short list. I think Damian Lillard's the leader in the clubhouse, though, for the Miami Heat after what he said.
I want to talk about this at length a little bit later on. I'm glad you brought it up right here, though, because I think it's very interesting. You know, if the Nets get Damian Lillard and they have more picks they could offer, then Miami's next best option is Kyrie Irving.
Right.
And what do they have to offer? 3 ones and Tyler Hero?
And Tyler Hero, that's what Shams was reporting. We've got the audio we can play later from him. But yeah, it seems like according to him, the package that they would throw out there is Tyler Hero and 3 firsts.
I'm all over that from a Mavs perspective. I like it. I'm in.
I would be so out on that. Those 3 ones are not going to be high picks. They're not going to be getting anybody that's that good. Unless you can, I guess then you have ammunition to trade.
Right, I think it's the setup.
But I also don't want Tyler Hero.
Yeah, because that's a bad contract. You're getting a bad contract there. Shams also talking about the Pelicans potentially trading Zion Williamson. He says the Pelicans are going after Scoot Henderson in the draft, and he just asked the question, do the Pelicans look hard internally of moving Zion Williamson? You'd be selling pretty low on him at this point. I don't know what. I would love to see what that would look like, how many teams interested, what they would want to give up for him. But Zion potentially being on the move.
Scoot for Zion? Like if you're offering the 3rd pick, which is going to be Scoot for Zion, you got Damian Lillard with Zion. If you stay healthy, you're a contender.
Yeah.
Would that be something that the Pelicans would be interested in?
Gosh, for Portland,
would you be interested if you're the Trailblazers?
Deal with another hurt?
I think the Pelicans would be interested if they like Scoot Henderson that much.
Yeah.
But would Portland, would that be the guy they want to bring to town to try and save the Damian Lillard era? Is that a guy you want to invest and trust in? And doesn't seem like it physically. It just doesn't seem like a guy who's going to hold up for you.
Right on.
But that's an interesting one right there. And then Trae Young just tweeted, "We next" with a ring and a championship trophy. Yeah,
good luck.
So I look forward to the freezing cold takes 12 months from now.
Get some of those texts coming in on Kyrie for Hero and 3 ones for Miami. Would you do that? We'll talk about that coming up at the 5 o'clock hour. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Wooly Bully's top 10 is next. Zach, where are we going with that, buddy?
An unlikely sports friendship resulted in one getting arrested, and in honor of 30 years of Jurassic Park, I've got the top 10 best sci-fi franchises. What's your favorite? That's next.
Oh, I love a good sci-fi flick. I also love a good trip to Diamonds Direct, and there's never been a better time to get that. brought to you by Soda, that's state of the art, and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Woolly Bully, Zach with an H.
30 years since Jurassic Park was released. I got the top 10 sci-fi franchises for you. What's your favorite? 877-881-1053. But I did want to play the audio of this story. And it is more from Julian Edelman, who was on with Gilbert Arenas on No Chill with Gilbert Arenas on Fubo Sports. And he was ripping the NFL for the grass stuff. You know, he wants like all fields to be natural grass. We need to get rid of the turf, which is one thing. But then he went in on an incredible story. And I did not realize he had a very strong friendship with Paul Pierce. And it does make sense. I mean, Paul Pierce, big-time Celtic, and Julian Edelman, of course, won Super Bowls with the Patriots, so Boston area guys. But he tells a story about one night where he's out with Paul Pierce, and the police got involved.
I kick it with Paul Pierce a bunch. Okay. I mean, you guys remember I got arrested for hood sliding on a car? You guys remember that? It was with me and Paul Pierce, we were hanging out. Too much tequila.
Was the hood sliding on a police car?
Nah.
Just a random car?
Yeah, we were. So there was a robbery. There was a robbery at we were at Frida in Beverly Hills watching some football. We got eliminated early that year. And they made us stay in the restaurant. So we were there for like 3.5 hours. And I see Paul, and we just started taking down a bunch of tequila. We were talking about Starsky and Hutch because there was a bunch of cops that weren't letting anyone out. And as soon as they let us out, we were walking by a parking garage and a car rolled up. And, me being an idiot, I did like a little hood slide on it. Didn't really get a good hood slide. It was a little precipitation in the air, and I was wearing jeans, so I kind of like stuck. If I would have hood slid, I think it would have been good. But the guy gets out of the car, waves down a cop. Cops come up and hand me up like, "Yo, what
Beverly
for
Hills,
a hood
bro.
slide? For a hood slide."
Beverly Hills and you with Paul Pierce. That's not,
Yeah.
The hood
Thanks, Paul.
slide?
Thanks, Paul.
Oh, man.
Dude, the hood slide is, I've never pulled it off. I don't even know that I've really attempted it, but it is one of the cooler, when it's done right, man, is that an impressive move.
Did you ever see that movie with Jonah Hill? And
21 Jump Street?
21 Jump Street. And he's trying to do this.
Yeah.
And you had skinny Jonah Hill at that time. And then the sequel, he's a little bit, he put on some of the weight. And the before and after of those where he tries to do the hood slide, that I always thought I was going to eat it. I was the big guy. I can't do this. I don't have the maneuvering skills to be able to handle this.
You need good speed. You need good jumping ability. Like the hood slide is a very difficult thing to pull off. And, being a kid from the 80s, growing up watching Dukes of Hazzard, we would try to recreate this.
Yeah.
And we learned quickly at an age, you don't want to do the hood slide. What's more doable is the jump feet first through the passenger window.
That's what I was going to ask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gosh, you doink that noggin, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, forehead shots all over the place.
You get your hands up on the top of the frame. Now, you're 9 years old doing this. So you kind of grab and tuck and swing through a little bit. It's more doable than the hood slide. I don't know. I think that's some special Hollywood wax and like some fake jeans that are built to really send you over.
I had stunt doubles, man.
I don't feel like you could have like the metal brads on the back of the jeans.
No, you couldn't.
To hook
tear the paint up.
The hood slide very well.
You got to have full-length pants, though, right? You're not doing that in shorts, are you?
Yeah, you absolutely have to have the full pants, but you have to be able, like I say, you don't need anything that will catch.
Mm-hmm.
You need that.
Or scratch.
Yeah.
I think Edelman was just hammered in public.
Yes.
It wasn't the hood slide that got him arrested.
Yeah. He's athletic enough to pull that off in a much better way than what
it was
he's
the public
saying he
intoxication.
did.
No doubt. And he probably doesn't even remember half of what happened.
A hammered hood slide is a no-joke maneuver.
All right, let's slide into the top 10 in honor of 30 years of Jurassic Park. We've got the best science fiction franchises of all time. We got a lot of good texts already with Predator, Back to the Future, Planet of the Apes, Avatar. I just found out Avatar 5 is set to come out 2031.
They have they already made 4?
I think
Have we made 3?
2 are the ones that have been released.
I'm already talking about 5.
But they made them all together. At least 2 through 5.
If you haven't ever seen 1, does that matter?
No.
I haven't seen number 2. I saw number 1, but it's been forever.
I've never seen any of them.
You'd be fine. You could watch
Really?
2 without have seen.
Is this a James
It's James Cameron.
Cameron.
Yeah, it's James Cameron, who also did Terminator, which will make an appearance on this list.
And the Titanic, right?
He
Yeah,
did
he
do
did.
Titanic
Yep.
as well. He
did.
sure did. Now, if I were to say like your favorite sci-fi franchise, Lucius, where are you going?
The Terminator.
Yep.
And Godzilla. I've seen so many damn Godzillas, bro. Yeah, I like that right there.
Godzillas are good. Yeah.
Godzilla's are good. Have the new ones been in respectable? Or?
I liked Godzilla versus Kong. Yeah, and the second Godzilla that they made was pretty good.
The black and white ones are the best.
You go way back.
Yeah, the way back ones are the
The
best.
special effects.
I liked the TV show.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Star Trek myself.
Okay.
Back to the Future's so good.
So good.
Twilight Zone for me.
Oh my God, the Twilight Zone is amazing. We can do that. Then Black Mirror then too, man.
Okay.
We can do that.
Black Mirror is one of those shows
Holy
I've heard nothing
smokes.
but like great, weird, creepy
The
things
old
about.
black and white Twilight Zones are good
Haven't
too.
watched it. So Black Mirror, do I need to add that to the
Yeah,
list?
you
too?
need to watch that ASAP because the new Black Mirror drops this week. Season 6 drops this week. I mean, when I first started watching Black Mirror, I was like, oh, this is like the new Twilight Zone.
Yeah. Okay.
It's so far-fetched and scientific and whatnot. Now it's just every day.
All right.
It's commentary.
Like, it feels like every day we're in a Black Mirror episode. Scary.
I've been crushing Succession. I'm almost done with season 3.
That's
and
good
I'll
stuff, too.
Just have one more.
Proud of you for putting
That's
the
not
work in on
sci-fi
that.
though, is it?
No, it's not. But when I'm done with that, I might have to just pivot over to Black Mirror.
Please go to Black Mirror. I'm begging you to do that.
That's fine. I will.
How about Alien? Is that on there?
Alien will get on here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So no, you're good. Honorable mention. We've got the X-Files.
Oh, that was weird.
Wait, are we just doing movies or is this shows?
It's just franchises. Period.
Oh, okay, very good.
Yeah. And they did they did an X-Files movie, so that would cover both bases.
Scully.
Oh, you guys are talking about the Dukes of Hazzard?
Yeah.
I used to try to climb out of my dad's Camaro without opening the door.
Yeah.
Like Bo and Duke did.
NASCAR style.
Yeah, you slide on out that thing.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yes, man, it's a lot tougher than what you think.
Twilight Zone. Honorable mention. Battlestar Galactica.
Battlescar.
We also got a text in.
That one
for,
was weird, you know.
I never saw it.
It was like a rival to Star Wars and Star
Dirk
Trek.
Benedict,
It was
I
just
think, back
it was
in the
low
day,
budget.
yeah.
Didn't end up.
It wasn't quite
It was
Spaceballs goofy, but it was
very
goofy.
low budget.
I
You're
didn't
right.
see
very,
it.
Very low budget.
But I'll skip it. Guardians of the Galaxy franchise, absolutely. Number 10, we've got Blade Runner.
Never saw Blade Runner.
Man.
I'll go Blade.
That's why y'all didn't get that little song I played at the beginning.
Oh, in the beginning?
Yeah, that's Blade Runner.
Yeah, no, and the new one that came out was pretty trippy. And that was the first time I ever saw Ana de Armas, who might be the most beautiful woman in the world right now.
Can I get a little love
That's a
for
hot take.
Blade, though?
I love
Yeah,
Blade.
Blade, absolutely. Yes.
No question.
Is that more of a superhero than a sci-fi?
Technically, yeah, Blade would be a superhero. But I think that could fall under sci-fi.
Yeah,
100%.
Versatility.
Number 9 is Doctor Who.
Never
Incredibly
seen it.
popular, and they've had 11 different Doctor Who's, but it's like a British BBC show.
Broadus' favorite.
Doctor Who?
Mm-hmm.
No, Medicine
BBC.
Woman.
No, the Medicine Women. No,
That's
I never saw Doctor Who. I
Neither
saw
did I.
James Bond.
But no Doctor Who's, huh?
No Doctor Who's.
Number 8 is Jurassic
Why'd you
Park.
ask me that question?
Oh,
Because they were pointing out you're a big fan of the BBC.
Oh,
just English television.
I do like BBC.
Yeah, I know.
The whole English language.
I know
Really.
you do.
Monty Python was great.
Oh, yes. Merely a flesh wound. Oh, The Boys. That's a good text coming in. Tron, the movie Lucy. Number 7, we've got The Matrix. The Matrix franchise,
dude.
very strong.
Top fiver for me.
Oh, man, The Matrix is good.
Surprised it's not a top fiver.
Me too. Number 6 is Firefly, which I also didn't see.
Firefly.
I know. People love
What
all
are we
this
doing
Firefly.
with this list right now?
I don't
man?
know what Firefly is. Here's the top 5. Terminator franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Outstanding.
Undisputed.
Number 4, we got Back to the Future.
That's good.
That franchise.
There you go.
Legit movie making.
And I don't know if you were asked this earlier in the week, but if you had to order 1, 2, or 3, Gavin, what order would you put them in?
A 3, 1, 2.
There you go,
Probably.
too.
3,
Do
1,
it
2.
in Heggy voice.
So, if you had to order these, which order would you put them in for Back to the Future?
Oh, Haggie's such a treat.
Love you, Hagee.
Yeah.
Number 3 is the Alien franchise.
Okay. I'm not familiar enough with
Sigourney Weaver,
Yeah.
who also is a part of Avatar, but the Alien franchise is beloved. And the first, I think it's the first Alien. People to this day still rave about it in terms of sci-fi films. Maybe it's the best of all time. Number 2, Star Wars.
Number 2,
Yeah,
huh?
man.
I'm surprised that's not number 1. It
Trying to
feels
figure
like
out this
number
Led
1.
Zeppelin song.
Feels
Is it
like
Black
it should
Dog?
be number 1 as well. Firefly, y'all should binge the series and the movie. Nathan text that in. Y'all are sleeping on Firefly, says the 861.
All
right. Maybe we got to get into this.
Do some research on
get
this
into
Firefly.
Oh, Dune, yes. And then
the song Fireflies is fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
It's one of the greatest songs ever made, right? We can agree on that.
Of course.
That's a hard truth.
602, I'm into Dune.
You
as
would
well.
not believe your eyes.
That song, I think I get a smile on my face instantly every time I hear that song. It's been too long.
Yeah, no doubt. And you're right. My impression probably does sound like the gingerbread man off of Shrek. I based it off of that character.
You're a monster.
682. Not the buttons. Not my gumdrop buttons. Number one, though, best sci-fi franchise.
Sharknado.
And the Star Wars fans might get ticked because we've got a feud. We've got
Star
a
Trek
blood feud.
Let's freaking go, Jean-Luc Picard.
Number one,
Captain Kirk
is Star Trek.
No jam.
Oh, baby.
TV and the big screen. Star Trek dominated. Still does.
I'm
It
a
is
Dr. Jim. Topping. May the Force be with you. Come on! Star Trek at number one, fellas. Do we have an issue with this?
Are you guys ashamed that I've never seen a single second of Star Trek?
No,
I have.
because
I've
I know
seen a
you.
few of those.
It's more of a Gen X thing.
Oh no!
Yeah.
The early ones were the best.
Is that like an 80s,
60s, 67. Oh, yeah.
God.
So old.
The staying power.
Yeah.
The staying
For that
power.
thing to still be number one,
Bro.
in the heart of Americans is pretty amazing.
Absolutely.
I rode that thing all the way through The Next Generation into Deep Space Nine.
What was the
really wasn't a big
saying?
movie guy. Live
Spock,
long and
live
prosper.
long and prosper. Yeah.
I wasn't much of an original guy. You know, I watched a lot of those, but I
Yeah.
thought when The Next Generation came out, they got the makeup and the special effects going, took it to the next level.
The best characters
Yeah.
were the early ones though, like Dr. Bones. He was like Dr. McCoy, and then Spock, and then Scotty the engineer. Like
How could there be a better character than Data, the android? You know, who could whip everybody's ass?
Oh, is that the
Yeah.
one with the eyepiece?
No, that was Geordi. That was the engineer.
My data is from the movie Goonies. That's
Okay.
my data.
Data was like he was blue color, looked like he was choking.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, they couldn't get the flesh color right. yeah. Worf,
Somebody
the head of
check
security. Of course, William Riker. Make it so number one. Man.
Well, see, like, okay, that was the one after
me up,
my
Scotty.
William Shatner
Yeah,
ones, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the better one.
So the original one, if you were if you were in charge of security and you wore like red, like everybody had different colored
Yeah,
uniforms.
okay. I never understood that.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you were like
That was
wore
different
red,
jobs.
you were guaranteed
Gotcha.
to die on somebody was going to die in
Yeah.
red.
Oh, it was a
because
tell.
they would always go down. They would beam down to a planet or some situation, and then whoever was in the red would
They'd
be
get taken
killed.
out.
They'd be taken out, and that would get everybody's attention.
That's when Kirk would have to come down and whoop like 5 aliens' asses.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, we got the NFL's best new quarterback and wide receiver duos for 2023. Where does Dak to CD rank? And other sports stories. That's coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk about Window Nation, though. From one great nation to another. The G-Bag Nation.
at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105 The Fan. Got some NFL content here for you. Ranking the new quarterback wide receiver combos. Which ones would you be most excited about? Before we get there, though, Patriots have waived running back James Robinson. We were asking earlier, Brian, if that's the kind of player that could make sense for this Cowboys depth chart. Only been in the NFL 3 years. What have you found out?
Yeah, a gang of seven was getting back to me, and the question I asked was James Robinson, ? Good or bad? And gang of seven was one guy said he's got a knee. It's not injured. It's just a wear and tear problem that he's dealing with right now on that. I had another one said no juice left, a shell of his former self. When I watched him before he got traded, he said could potentially gain some another year removed, but Achilles tear is normally the death sentence for a running back. That's something he's having to deal with. And then another one said can't run, no juice, still has vision and instincts, bad body. Achilles took what little left he had away from him. So he's dealing with knees, Achilles, things like that.
A lot of injuries.
Seems like there's a big problem there.
Sounds like he's got some of that Todd Gurley leg going on.
Yeah.
Just hit the pause button on your touchdowns.
It's really the perfect example to just look at the state of the position where you can get a guy like Robinson in, what was he, 6th round that year?
No, he was undrafted.
Okay, he was undrafted. You can get an undrafted guy who can step in his rookie year, can be one of the better running backs in the league. And then he can also age overnight and not matter in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So I can get you undrafted and you can be a solid contributor for me. And then also I know that you could go from being really good to really bad in the blink of an eye. That's the running back position. It's a nightmare.
It is. It's tough to trust anything for any amount of time. 903, by the way, says to get a good hood slide, the hood has to be waxed, and then you put baby powder down. And it will slide like ice.
That makes sense.
That's the trick.
Yeah, that's the key. So
I
you don't
like
have to
Sound like
get
a prop person in the movies. It sounds like this person we're dealing with here.
I think that's probably a pretty good guess, Brian.
Prop person there. Somebody that's in the stunt business or something maybe there.
Yeah, sounds like he's done a little bit of that. Okay, looking at the top new wide receiver combos, you know what this is. This isn't new rankings. This is a ranking of the new combos. So number 1 is Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson. Number 2 is Dak and Brandon Cooks. Number 3 is Trevor Lawrence and Calvin Ridley, who's coming back from suspension. Justin Fields and DJ Moore. That'll be really interesting if Chicago can get a good, viable passing game going now that Justin Fields has a really legitimate weapon in DJ Moore. Lamar Jackson and Odell Beckham Jr. I don't know that I have much hope for that. Derek Carr and Michael Thomas comes in number 6. Jordan Love and Christian Watson. Say goodbye to your burgeoning NFL career, Christian Watson and Jordan Love. A couple of jobbers. Number 8's much better. Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans. That's one that actually has a chance to be somewhat productive.
They're really going to start Baker Mayfield, huh?
Sounds like it.
Yeah. And if you've
Tampa.
seen the clips that have come out from him and Kyle Trask, they both look bad.
Ooh, brutal.
Are we saying that Tampa might have the first overall pick?
They're probably going to be tanking for Caleb or Drake.
It's crazy how Baker Mayfield's gotten worse. Hasn't he? He's gotten worse since he came to the NFL.
Yes,
Rookie year was pretty promising.
Kind of feel like he has.
And then got him to the playoffs.
How about that one
Won a
moment?
playoff game.
Remember the moment, though, he played? Was it Monday Night Football when he went to the Rams? He basically showed up that day and then won a game against
Thursday Night Football.
Thursday Night
And
Football.
He ran like a 2-minute drill at the end of the game. Marched right down the field. It was against the Raiders, too, which made it even funnier. They just blew another double-digit lead.
Oh, my gosh. You bring that up. I do have a stat of the day when you get done with this, Gavin,
Go
regarding
ahead.
how bad the Raiders are with this.
I was going to turn the page anyway.
Okay.
5 of these?
It's it's from Warren Sharp.
Yeah.
Which teams have gone ahead and blown the biggest touchdown or more leads when leading at halftime? And you've got the Raiders with 5.
Just from last year alone?
It's
the most in NFL history.
The
Raiders blew
NFL history.
Yeah.
Losses after blowing a touchdown plus halftime lead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 for the Raiders.
It bit me in week 1. This was the story of their season. It started in week 1 where I foolishly, inexplicably, it's 100% my fault, went with the Raiders in episode 1 of our Survivor picks. And they're up like 20-3 at halftime. And then Kyler Murray runs around for 4 minutes on one play. And it ends up being the walk-off comeback situation where they blow like literally a 20-point halftime lead or something
They
like
led
that.
by double digits 5 times last year, lost 4 of the 5. The rest of the NFL combined was 84-9. Golly.
That's tough to do.
That is bad.
972, Gavin Bleep you. I'm going to request you eat crow when the Packers are better than last year and make the playoffs. And says same thing was said about Rodgers. Well, yeah, Rodgers had actually come in and played great. Actually beat the Cowboys in a big Monday night game.
No, they lost, but he brought them close.
Okay, yes, that's right. I had money on that game.
Did you?
But
Maybe they covered.
There was a track record of Aaron Rodgers being impressive. There's nothing but what the Packers are telling us to believe that Jordan Love is good. And they're only saying that to justify their decision. But they just had enough of Aaron Rodgers because he's the most unlikable person in the entire game. And so what they're saying is, just to sort of justify that decision, and they'll be regretting this heavily, Brian. Do you disagree?
They didn't even give him they didn't exercise the 5th-year option that they had on him.
Yeah.
They said, nah, thanks, but no thanks. And then they gave him a different deal.
Then they had to
lesser.
redo the contract, yeah.
So they don't necessarily trust him enough to guarantee him whatever it is, $20 million or something for next season.
No, they don't.
NFL analyst Brian Baldinger, friend of the show. What needs to happen for Zeke to return to the Cowboys? It's an interesting story. Morning News picked up this quote. If it wasn't for it being Baldinger, I would media watchdog the author of this quote. But I have respect for Baldy. He watches the film. He pays attention.
He does.
So when he says something outlandish, I'm like, okay, how is he going to justify this? He says, I'm sure he's going to sit out there and see what the situation is. If there's injuries, how did I lose that? If there's injuries, training camp, whatever, even to start the season, Zeke could come in and could get picked up on Wednesday and could start for you on Sunday. I think he could do that kind of thing. We've seen this with the Chargers. They're just not going to pay some of these guys elite money. But he's talking about how in the NFL right now, nobody wants to pay running backs any money. So Zeke could take a lower pay structure, maybe make it up in incentives. The guy ran for 12 touchdowns last year. He's still a productive player, and he finishes drives. You want him out there on Wednesday in practice after a tough game on a Sunday or Monday night, talking about his leadership, his heart. I'm not going to rule out that at some point in Oxnard, we're going to be looking at Davis, Dowdle, and Deuce Vaughn and say, dang it, Zeke would be the second best running back in this group.
Yeah.
That's not totally crazy, is it? Chief, this team needs a running back upgrade. It's pretty possible that if you put Zeke out there in Oxnard, he'd be the second best back.
Ooh, I don't think I can go that far.
12 touchdowns.
I do. Your guy, man, your guy. I actually have an opportunity where the Cowboys can maybe salvage this running back position coming up in the hodgepodge.
Okay.
And it doesn't involve Ezekiel Elliott.
That's a good tease.
Or James Robinson.
Or James
Dalvin
Robinson.
Cook.
Was James Robinson?
It actually does kind of involve Dalvin
I'm
Cook.
glad that you're coming around
Kind
on
of.
Dalvin.
No, I'm not coming all the way around.
I think that the running back position's okay, guys. I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised.
You were the one that said, you were satisfied yesterday when we went above
I'm
average.
okay, man. I want to see. I love Deuce Vaughn, and I think Malik Davis can play.
Yeah, you went high on that one.
214 saying get James Robinson. If you were here 10 minutes ago, Broadus just told you he's been talking to his gang of 7. The guy's Dunsky.
Yeah, he's Dunsky.
He's got major injuries.
I thought so too.
Achilles, knee, and all that stuff.
He's got a bum knee.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a pretty good tease coming up in the hodgepodge. What else do you have to throw out there for us, Eric?
I bleeping dare you to tell me something more impressive than what I saw this guy do. I'm about to DM you guys the video, 60 seconds worth, so you guys can watch it. Tell me something more impressive than what this guy just did. That's next.
How about I do it right now? Because I'm going to tell you about the specials that are going on a taco.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Expressway is lurking. It'll start in 20 minutes. We'll give you 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. It includes LA Live at 5:40. But Chiafalo had a heck of a tease back there and a dare for you here as we launch into a sports hodgepodge. Here he is, Eric Chiafalo.
All right, Broadus has said that the most likely position that he could see the Cowboys upgrading with a veteran at is running back. Maybe sometime in training camp, preseason, right before the official final cut. Maybe that could be the position the Cowboys decide. Let's go add a guy here.
Yeah, I feel like, though, that to me that's a position I know I'm keeping an eye on, because if it's Pollard and then figure out, like with Vaughn or whoever else,
Ronald Jones,
if it doesn't look like it could work, that could be one of those that they say, okay, surplus offensive lineman, defensive back, send that to somebody for a young back. Make that kind of that trade-off, I think, would be somewhere. I think that's where I would focus.
Cool. I like that idea, and I think Dalvin Cook could be the guy that helps swing things for you, and it's not by signing him outright. We know the Cowboys are out on that. We also know Dalvin Cook, his asking price, much like DeAndre Hopkins, is not an asking price that seems like it's going to be met, at least not immediately. Maybe a team will change course. But one of the teams that's rumored and being interested, and he's certainly interested in them being his hometown, it's the Miami Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
And the Miami Dolphins are a team that has some huge name guys, but they have a stable of pretty solid running backs now. And they just drafted Texas A&M's own Devin Achane to be another speed demon.
He's
going to be good for them. Mike McDaniel, they love their speed.
I think
Raheem Mostert fast.
Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson are their two running backs that are veteran guys, still on the younger side of things and productive. And they just re-upped with both of them for pretty cheap deals. Deals that I think are acquirable from a Cowboys standpoint if they feel the need to do this. If Dalvin Cook signs with the Dolphins now have a surplus at the running back position.
Yeah.
And so that could be the team where they say, okay, we can't be paying all of these guys money, especially if they're going to come close to meeting with Dalvin Cook once. So all of a sudden, Raheem Mostert or Jeff Wilson, UNT's own, our guy, Jeff Wilson,
Elkhart, Texas.
They could both become one of those guys, or both of those guys could become available if the Dolphins decide to sign Dalvin Cook. And I think the Cowboys should be ready to jump all over it. And it's the perfect kind of situation that they love. It is a younger guy, cheaper guy with both of them, Mostert and Jeff Wilson. And it's the trading. It's how they can find a way to win the trade, and maybe they have a surplus on offensive line. Dolphins could certainly use that, whatever it is. I think we talk about Cedric Wilson coming back and trading from the Dolphins. I think Raheem Mostert or Jeff Wilson would be something to capitalize on.
I'll take a Mostert and two Wilsons. I want a multiplayer trade here, Zachary, because I want two running backs and a receiver.
Look, you can make the trade. That's fine. You might not even need a trade. They might end up having to just cut one of these guys. They got Myles Gaskin at the back end of their depth chart too.
Yeah, but you're in a situation too that if you're studying teams, I throw the Commanders in there too as a team that's got some depth at running back, and that one they might not want to trade with you on the running back thing, but I kind of feel like though that if I see a team like the Dolphins, and I've traded with Chris Greer before, I've worked with Chris on some other trade. Not me personally. Will McClay has worked on some trades with Chris. I know Chris pretty well. But if you see one of those backs, you don't take a chance on, because of the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, the way the waivers fall, you're not in a position. You're looking at 26, 27 as a claiming spot.
Sure,
you're not going to have a shot to be. There's teams that might need backs, but I'm willing to go give some an asset or a player, something like that. If I see a back at a team, I'm not going to take a chance on a claim, because my claiming spot is at the back end of the draft, of the back end of the grouping. So,
if you got a guy that you think you might like, you go trade for him and make sure he's yours.
I'm telling Chris, like I said, they did it with Robert Quinn. Remember Robert Quinn? They
that was with the Dolphins.
Yeah, that's what they did. They just said, okay, well here we're gonna move on from Robert Quinn. Okay, we'll give you something for him. Instead of like maybe waiting for him to go through the vested veteran or maybe even the waiver system. Which you don't want to do.
I mean, the Cowboys this offseason have shown a huge willingness to make trades for positions they feel like they need, and if they feel like the running back spot's a need. If the Dolphins sign Dalvin Cook, and I think that would be a mistake on their part. I mean, the advanced metrics will tell you that Jeff Wilson Jr. and Raheem Mostert were much better than Dalvin Cook last year. Mostert in particular provides elite level speed. He has been banged up in the past, so that's what you have to decide.
Have with those guys.
If you want Wilson or you want Mostert, which one do you want more? I think Jeff Wilson's a pretty solid all-around back. Raheem Mostert is an absolute speed demon. We know this team needs some speed, but both of those guys were in the upper echelon of the advanced numbers with rushing yards over expectation and with expected points added per rush. Far and away better than Dalvin Cook, far and away better than Ezekiel Elliott. I think this would be an immediate upgrade. If you have Tony Pollard and Mostert, Tony Pollard and Jeff Wilson, I think that's a much better 1-2 punch than you had last year.
Yeah, I think the best way to approach running back is to have at least 3 guys who could go out and be a huge part of a successful running game. Right now, I'm confident the Cowboys have one. And
and even that one's coming off injury.
That is so. I was just looking at the Miami Dolphin depth chart, and you know the Dolphins pretty well. How well do you know with Ahmad, the other running back?
Yeah,
Ahmed,
he's also a decent player.
100%.
Okay, so that's 3 guys that they have on their roster that were all San Francisco.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, you don't necessarily have to trade with them. They're going to have to get rid of one of those guys if they add someone.
I kind of, if I could determine who that guy is, if they give
it'll be Ahmed or it'll be Gaskin.
Yeah.
They're not just going to release Mostert or Wilson.
Okay, if that's the case, if you're thinking about, are you thinking about, is this a guy that could be our starter next year?
No.
And Ahmed?
Spot starter.
See, that's what I'm trying to think, because maybe I have something, maybe Tony Pollard might be, if I'm going to give up maybe some better surplus.
Okay, if you're going to trade, then yeah, I
I'm
get
trying
that.
I'm trying to go for a legitimate player that could potentially be my back in 24.
Then that's probably Jeff Wilson. If you're just looking at the Dolphin situation, and you need a guy that could last you a couple more years.
Jeff Wilson, baby.
Yeah.
See, I was thinking
he's a hard-nosed dude.
I was looking at the Commanders,
but he can't stay healthy either.
Antonio Gibson, somebody like that. That's what I was looking at when with the Commanders and stuff like that.
I like just going into next year's draft, maybe drafting that guy.
Yeah,
and,
well, they had a shot to do it.
About it.
They had a shot to do it this year and didn't do it.
They sure did.
Well, maybe they found their guy in Deuce Vaughn, and this will all be a moot point by the end of preseason. We'll be feeling great about the Deuce being loose.
Wouldn't surprise It's wise to try to find him without having to invest something of significance, and they're going to try that. I think with Davis, Dowdle, and Vaughn here for another 12 months.
Now, I DM'd you guys a video, and Lucius, I sent it to you as well. And I'm looking at Antonio Gibson here. He's down in the Dalvin Cook area when you're looking at the advanced numbers.
Is he down? Is he down?
Yeah.
I think he's been nicked up a little bit, but man, he is one of those guys. He's one of those guys that run, catch, block kind of guy. He's got some
complete football
player to him. Yeah.
I think that's Jeff Wilson as well. I don't know. If I'm pulling for the Dolphins getting Dalvin Cook, it would be a mistake on their part because they'll overpay for him, and he's not as good as the guys they already have. But he's a name, and that's kind of the way the Dolphins are doing some things right now. Just give us some big names and let's run with this thing. The Cowboys could capitalize in a big way, so that would be exciting. Now, I sent you guys a video of this guy on, I guess he's doing this on TikTok. I don't know what his deal is, but I've never seen anything like this. This dude goes into a hotel bathroom, single sink bathroom, and he whips out some ribs, a rack of ribs. They're raw. And he proceeds over the next 60 seconds of video to show how he cooks these ribs inside of the bathroom of his hotel room. Mm-hmm. And it just involves an iron board and a blow dryer and a pillowcase. And this dude freaking ends up cooking with a blow dryer and a pillowcase what looks to me to be a delicious rack of ribs, a baked potato, and a full-on corn on the cob.
Is there any plastic, or is the ribs actually sitting inside a pillowcase?
He's got it on a little like a little tiny little grill stand, like a little I don't even know what you would call it.
He does all the prep in the bathroom. It looks disgusting.
Well, it is like,
truly disgusting.
Yeah, the blood flying on the wall.
The idea that this could happen in the next hotel bathroom that I'm staying in, like if I follow up being from this, it is pretty disturbing. The next time I'm in a hotel bathroom, I imagine that someone dialed up some ribs in there.
You're going to try it out?
You definitely don't want that pillowcase. But I think this is probably a pretty good homeless hack, right? Like, hey, we got electricity. We got a hotel room. We all got to eat. How are we going to cook this rack of ribs? And what did he do? He cleaned the rack of ribs. He put some rub on it, and then he put it in the pillowcase and put the hair dryer up against it.
He put the hair dryer,
inside the bag,
to where it's blowing into the pillowcase, and he tied it to where no hot air could get out.
Yeah.
And over the course of a few hours, this thing cooked pretty nicely. Then he put his honey glaze on it, and then he put it back in the quote unquote oven, which is a pillowcase and a hair dryer.
I cannot see.
And he's eating it. It looks good, man.
It does not look good.
It does not look
good.
good.
It looks good. Yeah.
It does not look good.
I mean,
Looks
I'm surprised that it could get hot enough because a pillowcase would vent, wouldn't it? Like the hot air would escape. Does it? Can you do this with any pillowcase?
He's got it tied up pretty tight.
It's incredible that he did this.
I can't believe
it doesn't look appetizing.
Okay, he cooked the ribs for what we say about 5 hours, maybe 6 hours.
I would think at least 5 or 6 hours.
There's no way you could keep a hair dryer on high for 6 hours. Not one like that. I don't. I mean,
you got to be at 250 degrees.
I'm not buying this.
How much familiarity do you have with a
Well, he's
with
got
a blow
a temp
dryer?
gauge.
I have a hair dryer. I'll send you a picture of the hair dryer I have at home. I do have one. Yes, a purple and gold one. Yes, I have one. I use it. I didn't use it today because I had to hustle here to do Love of the Star with Bobby at noon. I use a hair dryer. I do. Absolutely.
682 says the dude's a trucker. He has lots of videos of cooking meals in restrooms. A couple of other people saying he's lying about this. There's no way.
Yeah, I don't know.
808 says, what homeless guy wants ribs? That's not money well spent. Well, okay.
What homeless man is going to get some ribs?
Yeah.
He's got a whole rack of ribs.
Yeah. You got a whole rack of ribs for $8.
He pulled the membrane off. He was smart about that. That was good technique.
You used your $40 for the hotel room. It's you and like 3 friends. You all need to eat. Sometimes ribs is going to be the least expensive thing there. So he's getting it figured out.
Buy a bucket of chicken.
I just want to know where you're at in life for you to even figure this out.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
Do you leave the pillowcase for the maid to pick up after you're done?
I think you just take the pillowcase and dispose of it yourself.
You got to leave about $400 tip for the maid to clean up and everything.
There was like blood splattering on the wall there.
Yeah. It's when I watched it, I said, okay, that's how you poison someone right there.
Yes, exactly.
That's how you poison somebody.
Yeah, just raw meat.
I made some ribs in the bathroom for you.
Yeah, just.
I mean, Lucius, in
the
all
corn on
honesty,
cob looked good.
I mean, grading on a curve of he made it with a blow dryer, a pillowcase, in a hotel bathroom.
No
Those
way.
are pretty damn
Hair
good
dryer.
looking ribs.
Yeah, I got some ribs for you. Come to the bathroom with me. Yeah, all right.
It is. I mean, to think of it, it's the bathroom of all places.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Look, the whole prep work looks gross. I'm blown away that he did this. I mean,
overall, we come away impressed, right?
Yes, but
yeah,
I
for
still,
sure.
I don't know that
I'm
I
not
would eat
eating
this.
it.
Yeah.
Did you see those? The ribs look like kind of raw.
It doesn't look appetizing.
They looked raw.
There's
Listen,
no
we'll agree to
seasoning on
disagree
it.
on that's subjective.
Oh,
Okay,
you
I
put
think they
it
look
in.
Of
delicious.
course, because
You
you're going
guys
to eat
don't.
anything. You're like, you're the guy that just shovels down anything.
No, the guy who shovels down anything. Have you seen this guy? Speaking of impressive, I'm not going to go as far as to say it's impressive as the guy we were just discussing.
It's probably more so. You oversold this.
Oh, you're just lying.
No,
to your
no,
teeth.
believe
Did I
you.
oversell it? You guys be honest with me. Did I oversell it?
Oversold the whole hell out of it.
Did I oversell it?
I don't think so.
Tell me something more impressive. I haven't heard anybody tell me something more
That's
impressive.
pretty wild.
I think what you're about to tell us will be more impressive than this.
Okay, this is you guys decide. Did you guys see the man over the weekend who crushed a 72-ounce steak?
I did.
Is this in Amarillo?
No, this was here, right?
Dude. What? Where?
I don't know if the steak was in Dallas, but he followed it up with a Dallas Skyrocket burger where he crushed a burger that had He followed it up. Well, not in the same setting.
Oh,
this is like the
I was
next
gonna
day or
say,
something.
damn, this guy's next level.
No, he had an off day.
And
in
this
between.
is
So he
more
ran a
impressive,
marathon
damn it.
and ran half a marathon the next day. Is what he did.
He does a 72-ounce steak in like under 5 minutes, something crazy.
Where's our place? I think it's in Amarillo that has.
Yeah, that they put you up on the stage.
Yeah.
You got to do the salad and all the fixins. Yeah.
Amarillo.
All the fixins.
All the fixins, but 72 ounces of steak. This is impressive. Now this I'm all
Andy
about,
Reid,
baby.
Andy Reid's laughing right now.
I can eat that.
Andy's first night at the Prime Quarter in Green Bay, he got on the wall. First night.
First night.
Him and Mariucci went in there and he punished some steak. And they took his picture. He's still on the wall there at the Prime Quarter.
Oh, what a!
They gave him a
that's
chef's
awesome.
hat. He does look like Chef
I
Boyardee.
guarantee you he's more proud of that than winning any Super Bowls.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and he should be.
Yeah.
But so this dude, and he's a ripped up, like in shape guy. Like this is a guy who's probably working out super hard and then post workout mealing it. You know what I mean? We're just at
Not
the height
eating
of
ribs
hunger.
in a bathroom.
So
he can put it away.
72-ounce steak in very, very quick fashion, and it went viral. Then he comes to Dallas Skyrocket Burger. Not familiar with the place, but I've seen the burger and the fries. It looks incredible. What he did then was 6 burger patties on a burger. And it was pretty good size. It wasn't like some small patties. and it was loaded cheese, dominant, like family size fries, and a good size chocolate shake.
Yeah.
And he crushed it in 3 minutes and 56 seconds.
That's over there in Deep Ellum.
That's amazing.
That's a big old thick burger, pause. And it has a lot of big, it has a thick bun on it too.
It does, man.
Pause.
That stuff's turning me on.
So
That's impressive, baby.
The big Texans
should have led with that.
He's a sprinter, bro.
He took off the Uncle Drew mask and it was Kobayashi all along, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
it was Chestnut all along. Like humans can't do this.
What's our
It's
guy
only
that
the
does
athletic
TV?
freaks.
Adam.
Shine?
No, Adam, the guy that
Archuleta.
the competitive eater.
Oh, Richmond.
Adam
Vinatieri.
Richmond, yeah.
Morrison.
Yeah. Why don't you just?
And now it's Casey something, and that guy stinks.
Why don't you tell me where the steak place is?
It
the
is
17
Amarillo. Everybody's texting in. I guess they also
Yeah,
saw
the
the
Big
video.
Texan.
They
That's
said
what
it
it
is
is.
the Big
Yeah.
Texan
It
Amarillo.
is Amarillo.
How about cover with
Obviously,
some more
Jack.
deets
He
here?
did it in 6 minutes and 48 seconds to
That?
the 714.
I'm pretty sure Chief said it like 20 seconds before you started interrogating him about it, Brian.
He didn't say Big Texan Steakhouse.
I'll own that one. I did not say that.
That's what I'm asking over there,
Yeah.
Dawson. Awkward.
Well, thanks for the clarification.
Yeah.
Your favorite.
I want to know these things, Dawson.
Your favorite athlete with the first name Adam, please text in the first and last name for the remainder of the show, Tolos. Dawson, back
Thank
to you,
you,
sir.
Chief. Excellent
by
work
morning.
once again.
Mine's Pac-Man, and you know why.
It's time to hit the expressway. Would you do this Tyler Hero deal? That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fana. I want to tell you about the Frankels, though. They've been nominated for Favorite Accident Attorney.